Chapter 1 Crisis Public Relations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The propellers churned through the smoky air above the city, emitting a deep, powerful roar. A black helicopter bearing the Rhineland logo landed precisely on the helipad on the top floor of Shanghai Hospital. The wind pressure was so strong that the medical staff and security personnel around could barely open their eyes. They could only subconsciously take half a step back and look at the aircraft that represented supreme power and wealth with awe and curiosity. The hatch slid open. There were no attendants, no bodyguards, just one person. Lu Bingzhu. He wore a perfectly tailored black bespoke suit, his figure as upright as a pine tree. Even on the noisy tarmac, his handsome yet aloof face remained completely expressionless. He strode down the suspended stairs with ease. Dean Zhang Mingyuan, who had been waiting nearby, immediately put on a humble and anxious expression and quickly went to greet him. The medical team and public relations personnel following behind him dared not breathe and consciously made way for him. President Lu. You've come in person. Dean Zhang extended his hand, wanting to shake hands, but the person in front of him passed by without stopping. His outstretched hand awkwardly stopped in mid-air, eventually turning into a slightly humble bow. I'm so sorry to have troubled you. Lu Bingzhu walked straight past Dean Zhang without pausing, his icy voice carrying a chilling wind. Trouble? Dean Zhang, do you think this is just trouble? His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly pierced through the noise of the propeller, causing Dean Zhang's forehead to instantly break out in a fine layer of cold sweat. Dean Zhang didn't know how to respond, so he jogged to catch up with Lu Bingzhu and arrived at the dean's office. The atmosphere in the office was extremely tense. Dean Zhang looked at the young man sitting across from him at his desk, not daring to voice the slightest dissatisfaction. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and then explained the situation rapidly. President Lu, it's like this, an extremely rare and unexpected situation occurred during the surgery. This was originally just a very simple talent advancement surgery. Given the medical capabilities of Shanghai Hospital, such surgeries are usually performed by interns. Shanghai Hospital is not an ordinary hospital. In the vast landscape of Raintech, it is a legend, a medical myth shrouded in countless halos. Here, the world's most stringent medical procedures are implemented. Every step, from preoperative diagnosis and treatment plan development to intraoperative monitoring and postoperative rehabilitation, has undergone countless simulations and optimizations, compressing the margin for error to almost zero. It's like a precision clock, where every gear turns with absolute accuracy. However, just yesterday, an unexpected accident occurred during a minor surgery that was unlikely to fail. Our medical team analyzed the surgical video. At 20 minutes and 34 seconds into the surgery, the equipment suddenly stopped, and the patient's vital signs dropped sharply. The surgeon had made the most timely judgment in treatment, but Lu Bingzhu slammed the documents in his hand onto the table, coldly interrupting, I'm not a technician, I don't need to hear the process, I only need the result. He tapped the table. Was the surgery's failure due to equipment malfunction or human error? As the CEO of the North China region, he had to consider more things. He knew better than anyone how difficult the group had been in the past 6 months. As a vast empire spanning pharmaceuticals, technology, and finance, Rhineland Technology's complex equity structure and related party transactions have long been considered a troublemaker by regulators. In recent years, the group has expanded its reach to its maximum extent through aggressive expansion and ambiguous capital operations. But now, the winds have changed. What he needs to know in the current situation is whether this medical malpractice was truly just an accident, or a deliberate scheme. If it's the latter, then is this person's goal to bring Rhine down from his pedestal, or is it aimed at him, Lu Bingzhu, personally? Dean Zhang's face turned ashen. He had already prepared his excuse for shirking responsibility last night. But after truly witnessing the CEO's aura, the lie just wouldn't come out. This young CEO was far more difficult to deal with and much harder to fool than he had imagined. Dean Zhang, Lu Bingzhu spoke again, his voice eerily calm. Were you implying that the doctors lacked experience, or that the equipment malfunctioned unexpectedly? Forgetting his prepared excuse, Dean Zhang explained rapidly, President Lu, the situation is truly extremely complicated. We checked the Zeus system immediately afterward, performing 360 self-tests, and everything was normal. There was absolutely no hardware or software malfunction. Moreover, just this morning, Dr. Zhang successfully performed a similar surgery on another patient using the same instrument, and there were no problems either. This can only be described as a medical miracle, and that patient. He wanted to say special physical condition, but looking at Lu Bingzhu's cold face, he swallowed the rest of the sentence. Lu Bingzhu stood up, looked at Dean Zhang, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. So, the equipment is fine, and the doctors are fine too, he said slowly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Then who's the problem? Is it Lin Yu, the student lying in the ward, his life hanging in the balance? Or is it that our so-called infallible mythical system is a joke in itself? No, no, no. Mr. Liu, that's not what I meant. Dean Zhang was terrified and quickly waved his hands. Lu Bingzhu, however, had already lost patience. No need for explanation. He interrupted Dean Zhang, his eyes sharp as knives. Equipment doesn't lie, data doesn't lie, but people do. Dean Zhang opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but dared not. He was also puzzled. Two identical surgeries, the same doctors, the same equipment, one successful, the other a tragedy. The only variable could be the patient themselves, or human negligence. Now is not the time to assign blame. Lu Bingzhu's gaze shifted from the photo of Lin Yu on the document to Dean Zhang. His eyes made Dean Zhang feel like a commodity waiting to be appraised. Mr. Liu, what do you mean? Dean Zhang asked cautiously. Compensation. Lu Bingzhu uttered two words, stood up and walked towards the door. I want you to go and talk to the patient's family about compensation immediately. Don't be afraid to spend money. Dean Zhang paused for a moment, then quickly followed up, President Liu, our hospital's compensation plan is ready. We will cover all medical expenses, and I don't want your hospital's proposal. Lu Bingzhu stepped into the elevator, pressed the floor button, and said coldly, I want Raintech's proposal. He looked at Dean Zhang and held up one finger. 100 million. What? Dean Zhang thought he had misheard. Full payment, after tax. Lu Bingzhu's tone left no room for negotiation. In addition, there's a Riverview apartment in the city center, and lifetime free top-tier rehabilitation treatment at the group's private rehabilitation hospital. If the family is willing, I can arrange for their entire family to immigrate and deposit an equivalent amount of money into an overseas trust fund as a guarantee for their future livelihood. Lu Bingzhu spoke slowly, but every word he uttered was like a thunderclap, exploding in Dean Zhang's mind. 100 million yuan in cash compensation. This isn't just compensation, it's an astronomical figure. Enough to buy half of Shanghai Hospital. Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, this is too much. Dean Zhang stammered. If word gets out, what if every patient with even a minor bump or bruise comes to us demanding exorbitant prices? This will set a huge and dangerous precedent for the entire group. Lu Bingzhu looked at him with disdain in his eyes. Dean Zhang, you still don't understand. He sneered, the current situation is not that we are afraid the patient will make an exorbitant demand, but that we need to use this check to completely shut the patient up. 100 million yuan, enough to buy half his life, to buy silence from his family, and to buy the safety of our group. Lu Bingzhu's voice was cold and realistic. Can't you figure this out? If the regulators hold on to this as leverage and the group's stock price falls by another 30%, what will be lost? It will be a market value of 300 billion, the jobs of hundreds of thousands of employees, and all the wealth and luxury that you people have now. He leaned closer to Dean Zhang, his voice low but piercing. So, Dean Zhang, do you still think that 100 million is expensive? Dean Zhang felt ice cold all over, and his shirt was soaked with cold sweat. He understood. Lu Bingzhu wasn't doing charity, he was taking a huge gamble, a crisis management campaign using money as a weapon. Chapter 2, Is there even a need to choose? The moment consciousness returned, Lin Yu felt as if his head was filled with paste, heavy and chaotic. Fragments of memories that did not belong to him emerged one by one, like rocks after the tide receded, piecing together a bizarre and fantastical world. The Source Energy Era. Wormhole Space. Monster Invasion. Superpowered individuals? Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. What came into view was not the old computer he used for programming during overtime work, but a ward full of futuristic technology. The walls are a soft, milky white that can adjust to one's mood, and the air is filled with a highly purified scent that is refreshing just by smelling it. Time traveled? He raised his hand, looking at the pale and weak body, which was full of youthful vitality. His memories told him that the original owner of this body was also named Lin Yu, a student at a university specializing in superpowers, who fell into a coma due to a bizarre surgical accident. He, a soul from Earth, successfully merged with this body when the original owner was on the verge of death. Wrong. Lin Yu's mind became increasingly clear. He had not transmigrated after the original owner of the body died. The original owner underwent a talent advancement surgery. In this other world, a surgery of this level would probably be as risky as double eyelid surgery in her previous life. It was the anomalies caused by his transmigration that led to the loss of control of the equipment and the death of the original owner, while he, the soul of a beast of burden from the 21st century Earth, usurped the throne and gained a second life. Thinking about it carefully, he felt quite guilty towards the original owner. He searched the original owner's memories and couldn't help but exclaim, "This child has had a tough time too." Lin Yu, a senior at Binhai University of Superpowers, is an orphan. Talent, F grade D grade before surgery. In an attempt to change his fate, he mortgaged the only old house left by his parents and borrowed money from all his relatives and friends, scraping together 500,000 yuan to undergo talent advancement surgery. Unfortunately, the surgery failed, and his talent not only did not improve, but actually declined. Like all unlucky souls, his life was mediocre and short. They didn't even provide a decent template for time travel. Oh well, what's done is done. His body had become stiff from being bedridden for so long. Just as he was trying to get up and move around, the door to the ward was gently pushed open. A young doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked no more than a few years older than Lin Yu, carefully walked in carrying a tray. His name is Zhang Yang, and he is the doctor on duty in this ward. He was the one who performed the original owner's failed surgery. He was another unlucky guy. "Lin Yu, you're awake?" Zhang Yang exclaimed in surprise when he saw Lin Yu sit up. He quickly put down the tray and rushed to the bedside, anxiously checking his vital signs. "How are you feeling? Is anything bothering you? Are you dizzy? Are you nauseous?" Zhang Yang's face was filled with worry. He truly felt guilty towards Lin Yu. He hadn't expected that his first surgery after joining Shanghai would inexplicably fail. Faced with Zhang Yang's concerned gaze, and then looking at the word intern written on the other person's work badge, Lin Yu felt that there was another person she felt guilty towards. His transmigration not only caused the original owner's death, but also caused this intern doctor's debut to fail. Shanghai Hospital is considered a benchmark in the entire Chinese medical field. Doctors who can enter it for internships right after graduation are probably the elite of the elite. Such a promising young man could very well ruin his future because of this failure. Lin Yu has only become a useless person, but Dr. Zhang has lost his dream. Feeling warmed by Dr. Zhang's concern, Lin Yu replied, "I'm fine, thank you, Dr. Zhang." It's all right. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to say something more, but the door to the ward was pushed open again. This time, a completely different aura entered. Zhang Mingyuan, the director of Shanghai Hospital. He wasn't wearing the white coat that symbolizes saving lives, but rather a sharp black suit, with a warm smile on his face, as if he were visiting an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. "Xiao Yang, you're here too." Dean Zhang glanced at Dr. Zhang, his eyes deep and his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. Zhang Yang froze, then quickly lowered his head and respectfully called out, "Dad." "Dad?" The fleeting feeling of guilt that had just arisen vanished instantly. Dean Zhang walked straight to Lin Yu's bedside, pulled up a chair and sat down. His eyes, which had seen countless storms, were now filled with kindness. He reached out to hold Lin Yu's hand, which was still connected to N4, but the latter calmly withdrew his hand under the covers, watching the dean's performance with composure. Zhang Mingyuan wasn't annoyed. He said earnestly, "Lin Yu, you've suffered. Although this surgical accident was unexpected, the hospital bears undeniable responsibility. Mr. Liu from Rhine Technology takes this very seriously and has specifically instructed us to handle the aftermath properly. Rest assured, the hospital will definitely not treat you unfairly." He took an elegant folder from his assistant, opened it, and pushed it in front of Lin Yu, revealing a mysterious yet sincere smile. "Lin Yu, we know you are an orphan, and you've poured all your savings into this surgery." Dean Zhang's tone became incredibly sincere, as if he were having a heart-to-heart talk. "Therefore, President Liu specifically instructed that, on behalf of Rhine Technology Group, we have prepared a compensation for you, a compensation that is enough to completely change your fate." He pointed to the first line of text on the folder and spoke slowly and deliberately, each word like a heavy hammer blow striking the air. 100 million. 100 million alliance coins in compensation, after tax. Plus a Riverview apartment in the city center, and lifetime free top-tier rehabilitation treatment at the group's private rehabilitation hospital. This compensation is enough to ensure you live a life of luxury for the rest of your life. Zhang Yang stood to the side, dumbfounded. 100 million? That could buy his life dozens of times over. However, Lin Yu's face remained expressionless. It wasn't that he considered money worthless, he was simply stunned by the enormous amount, which sounded unreal to him. If it's just a joke and he's overjoyed, doesn't he look like a clown? But in Dean Zhang's eyes, it was a different story. He revealed it just as I thought, smiled, leaned forward slightly, looked intently at Lin Yu, and threw out his long-prepared trump card. This was an additional option he added to Lin Yu on his own initiative after General Manager Liu presented the compensation plan. In his view, students like Lin Yu, especially those with poor martial arts talent but top-performing academic records, must aspire to reach the pinnacle through their own hard work. Therefore, the options he was about to offer would undoubtedly be very tempting to them. Dean Zhang continued confidently, "Of course, I know that money is too vulgar. For a young person like you, in the prime of your life and eager for knowledge, money can't buy the future or dignity." His voice carried a seductive power. "So, I have another option here, a gift more precious than 100 million. He slowly and deliberately uttered the word he believed Lin Yu could never resist, as if reciting a sacred edict. "An SSS-level talent ability." "What?" Zhang Yang exclaimed uncontrollably from the side. "SSS level? So, even a god-level being could obtain something like this?" Lin Yu was also stunned. Although he had just arrived in this other world, he had a deep understanding of how precious a high-rated talent was from the original owner's memories. The surgery the original owner had scrimped and saved to afford, even if successful, could only reduce his talent from D to C at best. As far as he knew, there wasn't a single person in his class with 3S level talent. S-level talent was extremely rare, let alone anything above that. Seeing the rare look of astonishment on Lin Yu's face, Dean Zhang thought he had finally struck a nerve with the young man. He once again flashed his "I knew it" smile, his tone full of seduction and persuasion. "That's right. As long as you sign this confidentiality agreement and waive any responsibility you may have for the hospital, we can schedule your surgery again tomorrow. Lin Yu, you are an orphan, with no one to rely on. Money can make you rich, but it can't make you noble. But SSS-level talent can transform you from a useless person who struggles to even graduate into a prodigy, a pillar of this nation. This is not just about academic qualifications, it's about transcending social classes. It's the path to success that countless people dream of." After Dean Zhang finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair with confidence, his hands crossed in front of his chest. His expression was like that of a high and mighty deity, waiting for mortals to worship him. In his view, no one in the world, like Lin Yu, who came from humble beginnings yet yearned for knowledge and power, could refuse either of these two options. Especially the 3S level talent, for a student thirsting for knowledge yet burdened by misfortune, was an absolutely irresistible miracle. However, he failed to see the fleeting absurdity and all-knowing clarity that crossed Lin Yu's eyes after his brief moment of astonishment. Is there even a need to choose? Before Lin Yu could speak, Zhang Yang answered for him, "Of course, I'll choose talent." His voice trembled with excitement, as if he were the one facing the choice. "Think about it. Once you have a 3S level talent, the school's cultivation resources will be tilted towards you, you can receive the most systematic training, and after graduation, wealthy families will extend olive branches to you. Money? What is money? We can earn 100 million through our abilities, but a god-level talent is an opportunity that many people can only dream of in their entire lives. It is the only ticket to the upper class. With this ticket, you can get rid of the trash label and have a real future. Lin Yu, didn't you used to dream of having a high-level talent?" Indeed, if it were the old Lin Yu, he would naturally have chosen talent. But Lin Yu now has experienced the grueling life of a programmer in his previous life. As a corporate slave, isn't his ultimate dream to lie down and relax? Most importantly, he had just experienced a time travel. He didn't even know whether the surgery had triggered it. Are you worried that if you come again, the final result will be thank you for your patronage? Chapter 3 House Arrest. I'll choose 100 million. Any hesitation, however slight, is a sign of disrespect for money. Zhang Yang, standing to the side, couldn't hold back any longer. He stared wide-eyed behind his glasses, as if he'd heard something unbelievable, his face filled with anxiety and bewilderment. He rushed to the bedside, almost blurting out, "Lin Yu! Are you crazy? Of course you should choose talent." In his view, Lin Yu's choice was utterly foolish. 100 million in cash might be a huge sum for an ordinary person, but in this world where superpowers reign supreme, without strength, wealth is untenable and ultimately just a mirage. Talent and strength are the true path to becoming a powerful person. Looking at Zhang Yang, whose face was flushed with anxiety, Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder, are these two acting like I am? Zhang Yang was about to speak when he saw Dean Zhang raise his hand and gently stop him. He remained silent for a moment, his face still trying to maintain a kind expression, while also showing scrutinizing and cautious concern. Lin Yu. Dean Zhang began slowly, his voice low and deliberate. I understand your choice. After all, having experienced such a tragedy, wanting money to secure your future is only natural. You don't need to rush to make a choice, you can reply tomorrow. Before that, Dean Zhang tentatively asked, would you like me to contact a neurosurgeon for a brain scan? Don't worry, it's completely free. Consider it a little extra compensation from our hospital. Well, if you don't play by the rules, then you're not a normal person. Lin Yu declined Dean Zhang's suggestion. The ward door clicked shut, shutting out the surprised and regretful gazes of Dean Zhang and his son. Lin Yu leaned against the headboard, hugged the blankets tightly, and slowly closed his eyes. The outward composure vanished like the tide at this moment, replaced by a cold solemnity. You want me to sign a confidentiality agreement? You don't expect me to die in accident the moment I sign it, do you? Lin Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. In this unfamiliar world, he was all alone, his only reliance being the safety awareness he had developed from 9 years of compulsory education on Earth. If you're in trouble, call the police. The first step is to seek official protection, or at least third-party witnessing. He raised his wrist and turned on the smart bracelet that belonged to his predecessor, whose screen was already somewhat cracked. In the contact list, there was only one number marked as Emergency Contact, Officer Chen. This was the number of a fairly upright police officer from the Binhai Superpower University. Lin Yu dialed the number without hesitation. Beep beep beep. The busy tone lasted for less than half a second before the electronic message, the number you dialed is currently busy, came from the other end of the line. The call was disconnected. Lin Yu frowned slightly. He dialed again. The result was exactly the same. The call had barely connected, and before it even had a second ring, it was abruptly disconnected again. The third time, the fourth time. Every time, it's the same result. The other party's attitude was quite clear, they didn't want anything to do with him, or perhaps they had received some kind of order. Lin Yu tapped his fingers lightly on the bracelet screen, his expression growing increasingly grim. He refused to believe in superstition. If phone calls didn't work, he'd go online and post a public appeal for help. Even if it only attracted a little public attention, it would be fine. He attempted to connect to the globally available energy network. The signal bars on the wristband screen are empty. He tried connecting to nearby public Wi-Fi. Fail. He tried to activate the emergency distress signal transmission function on the bracelet. The bracelet's notification was cold and indifferent. Signal blocking, the current area is under strong electromagnetic interference, and all communication signals have been interrupted. All signals have been cut off? Lin Yu's heart sank completely. He rolled out of bed, carrying the 4 bag in his hand, and dragged his tired body to the door. The cold iron door is the last barrier separating this ward from the outside world. He gripped the doorknob and twisted it hard, but it wouldn't budge. He was placed under house arrest. The next dozen or so hours became the longest and most agonizing period of Lin Yu's life. No internet, no books, no fried chicken, barbecue skewers, beer, peanuts, not even the ability to play mahjong. Anxiety and unease washed over him like waves, but he suppressed them fiercely. He kept mentally rehearsing all the possibilities, searching for even the slightest way to break the deadlock. He dared not sleep, nor dared to relax, and sat on the cold floor all night. As the first faint rays of dawn shone through the window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, footsteps finally sounded outside the door. On the ground in front of Lin Yu lay a metal pipe that had been removed from a chair. He picked up the pipe, his knuckles turning white from the force, his body taut like a bow. The time for a showdown has come. Does he genuinely want compensation, or does he intend to get rid of the situation after signing the papers? If it's the latter, he should at least take someone with him. Snap. The lock turned, and this time, the door opened. However, when he saw who was walking in, his tense nerves slowly relaxed. Leading the way was Dean Zhang. He wore his usual insincere smile. He stepped aside to make way, his demeanor almost excessively respectful. General Manager Liu, Section Chief Zhou, please. Lin Yu's gaze passed over him and landed on the 2 people behind him. The man in the middle, dressed in an impeccably tailored white suit, had a stern face and deep, icy eyes. Simply by standing there, he seemed to be the center of this dilapidated room, radiating an oppressive aura. He was Liu Bingzhu, the head of Raintech's North China region. Standing beside Lu Bingju was a man in a dark gray uniform. A peculiar badge, cold and solemn, was embroidered on his epaulets. He didn't look at anyone, but calmly surveyed the room, his gaze like that of a cold assessment. He was Zhou Xian, the head of the Anomaly Investigation Section of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. The last one to come in was Officer Chen. The moment their eyes met, Officer Chen's gaze visibly darted away, and a hint of embarrassment and guilt flashed across his face, but it was quickly masked by a serious expression. "Good morning, Mr. Lin Yu." Lu Bingju spoke, his voice deep and magnetic, devoid of any superfluous emotion. His gaze fell on Lin Yu, then slowly moved down, settling on the metal tube in Lin Yu's hand. The air seemed to freeze. Lin Yu neither lowered his weapon nor spoke. He simply stood there silently facing off against Lin Yu. A faint smile suddenly appeared on Lu Bingju's lips, a smile that seemed to be both mockery and admiration. Unlike Dean Zhang, he didn't mince words. He went straight to the only relatively intact chair in the center of the room and sat down calmly. "Dean Zhang," he said calmly, without looking at Lin Yu again, "take out what you've prepared." Dean Zhang quickly responded and strode over to Lin Yu, his face beaming with a warm smile, as if he weren't the one who had suggested giving Lin Yu a brain scan the night before. "Lin Yu, look, President Liu made a special exception for your case." Dean Zhang's tone was full of enticement. Besides the 100 million yuan cash compensation, President Liu also specially allocated a Riverview apartment in the city center from the group's name as your home. In addition, Shanghai Hospital will provide you with lifelong free medical care. This treatment is absolutely top-notch. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Yu with eager anticipation in his eyes. Also, Dean Zhang cleared his throat, then added in a lower voice, "You should reconsider the SSS level talent I mentioned to you." Cough. Lu Bingju suddenly coughed lightly, interrupting Dean Zhang. Zhang Mingyuan hadn't informed him beforehand about the 3S talent. Yesterday, this Mediterranean-looking dean took it upon himself to offer Lin Yu an extra option. Even when Lin Yu refused, he kept urging him to choose. Judging from Lin Yu's reaction now, he's clearly messed things up again. The group's proposed exorbitant compensation plan was the result of careful consideration. This idiot dean probably just swiped too much. These days, the idea of 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river is outdated. Wouldn't it be better to just live in a Riverview apartment on the west side of the river? Dean Zhang's voice stopped abruptly after being glared at by Lu Bingju. His expression changed slightly, and he secretly glanced at Lu Bingju, then at Zhou Xian, who was expressionless to the side. Finally, he lowered his head and dared not speak again. Lin Yu understood as well. The 100 million alliance coins, the Riverview apartment, and free medical care were Lu Bingju's bottom line and his sincerity. As for the so-called god-level talent, it was not part of Lu Bingju's plan at all. It was something Dean Zhang proposed on his own initiative to make up for his son's failed surgery. Zhou Xian's gaze shifted back and forth between Lu Bingju and Dean Zhang, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. His purpose in coming here was to find evidence of irregularities by Raintech Group in handling medical malpractice cases, such as bribery, threatening witnesses, or even murder, to cover it up. But he didn't expect Lu Bingju to be so decisive, directly offering an impeccable, even heavy-blooded compensation plan. With a reasonable and well-founded compensation, official witnesses, and a subordinate who seemed to have overstepped his bounds, Zhou Xian couldn't find any leverage to attack him. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat subtle. Lu Bingju looked at Lin Yu and said calmly, "Mr. Lin Yu, Dean Zhang has already conveyed my conditions. This 100 million alliance coins, the Riverview apartment, and lifetime medical care are the full compensation that Rhine Technology Group has given you for what you have suffered. As long as you sign this confidentiality agreement, you, Rhine Group, and Shanghai Hospital will be even." He pointed to Zhou Xian and Officer Chen. "Section Chief Zhou and Officer Chen will serve as witnesses. This agreement is legal, compliant, and reasonable." Chapter 4: An Ordinary Billionaire. "Lin Yu," Zhou Xian's voice was deep and reassuring, "before you decide whether to sign the contract, we need to confirm again whether you have been treated unfairly in any way during the time when the people from Rhine Technology Group and Shanghai Hospital were in contact with you." What sounded like a routine inquiry was, to Lin Yu, who had been up all night and was on edge, a completely different matter. The cold, beeping sound of his call to Officer Chen last night flashed through his mind. Now, thinking back, was it really Lu Bingju who could order an officer to hang up a call for help in an emergency and cut off communications in an area? The failed surgery wasn't a huge deal, but it wasn't insignificant either. Lin Yu would be grateful even for 10 million, let alone 100 million. If Rhine Technology truly wanted to compensate him, house arrest would be completely unnecessary. It's different for Section Chief Zhou. What if the house arrest was a staged act he orchestrated? Have you been treated unfairly? This wasn't a simple question. Zhou Xian was hinting at an opportunity for him to launch a counterattack, or even drag Rhine technology into a quagmire. If he simply said yes, both the brain exam that Dean Zhang casually mentioned and the internet shutdown and house arrest last night could become the trigger for Zhou Xian's attack. If I were to follow his lead, I would become a pawn on his chessboard, completely drawn into the power struggle between the government and Raintech. Lin Yu didn't want to be a pawn. With his current strength, if he got involved in this level of game, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. And last night's SOS call. He glanced at Officer Chen. If he exposed Zhou Xian, it would be tantamount to a complete falling out. He was new here and his position was not yet secure. There was no need to create such a powerful enemy. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yu gave his answer. He met Zhou Xian's gaze and calmly shook his head, no. Zhou Xian looked at the metal tube in Lin Yu's hand, raised an eyebrow and asked again, really not? Dean Zhang stepped in with a smile to smooth things over, saying, what unfair treatment could there be? He handed a contract to Lin Yu, saying, Xiao Yu, since you've made your decision, just sign this confidentiality agreement. Lin Yu took the contract and carefully reviewed each clause. After confirming that everything was correct, he signed and affixed his fingerprint. But it wasn't over yet. The paper documents were just backups. Dean Zhang raised his left hand, revealing a smart bracelet. After a few operations, Lin Yu's bracelet beeped with a notification sound. Old Man Magic has gifted you a property, please accept it. Your account has received 100 million yuan. Dean Zhang sighed. Although he was somewhat disappointed that Lin Yu did not choose the 3S talent, it was ultimately the hospital's mistake that caused his talent to be downgraded. However, Lin Yu's matter is over, but Shanghai Hospitals is not. He probably won't be able to keep his position as the hospital's director. Lu Bingzhu, true to his domineering CEO style, left with the words, I wish everyone a pleasant life, before departing. Lin Yu completed the discharge procedures. His body recovered very well, or rather, his body was not injured in the first place, it was just that his body was somewhat depleted after his talent level was downgraded. Zhou Xian and Officer Chen offered to take Lin Yu home. Which home to go back to? Lin Yu couldn't figure out what Zhou Xian was thinking. Since he wasn't being used as a pawn, he couldn't tell what Zhou Xian's attitude towards him was. The Old Town area in the north of the city. A black SUV without any markings was parked on the side of the road. Zhou Xian opened the car door without saying a word and gestured for it to proceed. Lin Yu didn't hesitate and got into the back seat. Zhou Xian then went around to the other side and sat next to him. Officer Chen sat in the driver's seat, his expression complicated. The black SUV moved like a silent fish through the bustling streets. Outside the window, a dazzling cyberpunk city stretched out, with floating cars leaving fleeting streaks of light that reflected on the silent faces of the three people inside the car, flickering in and out of focus. The car was quiet, with only the slight sound of the engine. Zhou Xian leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Only after the car had left Shanghai District did Officer Chen, as if he had been preparing for a long time, finally speak, I'm sorry, Lin Yu. I didn't answer your call last night because of orders from above. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Is this something that can be said? He looked up and first glanced at Officer Chen, who was staring straight ahead as if he had devoted all his attention to the road conditions. Then, he turned his gaze to the side. Zhou Xian remained with his eyes closed, his face cold and stern, not uttering a word about Officer Chen's slip of the tongue, as if he had already tacitly approved of it. Before Lin Yu could answer, Officer Chen continued, We've been watching Shanghai Hospital for a long time. Someone previously reported them for conducting illegal human experiments, but we haven't been able to find any evidence. TV Rhineland's background is complex and intertwined. Every investigation seems to hit a brick wall, sinking without a trace. Until what happened to you? Until my case of failed surgery became an unexpected breakthrough. Lin Yu silently finished what he hadn't said in his mind. Just then, Zhou Xian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. His voice remained deep and calm, yet it carried a power that seemed to see through everything. Don't blame Xiao Chen, Zhou Xian slowly opened his eyes. Although he didn't answer the phone, we've already planted people inside the hospital, and there are sky eyes monitoring the outside of the hospital 24 hours a day. Did my choice disrupt your plans? Zhou Xian chuckled softly, it's not that bad. A fox will always show its tail eventually. However, he glanced at Lin Yu with a hint of mockery, it's quite remarkable that you were able to resist the temptation of an SSS-level talent. Ha! Lin Yu was somewhat puzzled. Section Chief Zhou, do you really think that an SSS talent is a better choice than 100 million alliance coins? Before he could answer, Officer Chin in the front row couldn't help but speak up. He turned his head and looked at Lin Yu with the kind of gaze one would give a madman, blurting out, "Is that even a question?" Of course, choose the god-level talent. His tone was full of disbelief, as if Lin Yu were asking a childish question like, what is 1 plus 1? Zhou Sen did not lose his composure like Officer Chen, but his answer was equally resolute. Without a doubt, it's talent. He looked at Lin Yu, his eyes even carrying a hint of scrutiny. Lin Yu, although you are smart, your vision is still limited to this level. Limitations? Lin Yu muttered to himself. Yes, limitations. Zhou Sen's tone became serious. The 100 million alliance coins you saw is the end. But for a true genius, it's just a starting point. Do you know what god-level talent means? Without waiting for Lin Yu's reply, he continued, it means the highest level source energy cultivation method, it means priority recruitment qualification from the Supernatural Ability Affairs Administration, and it means that once you graduate, you can directly enter the core circle of this country. Money? In this world, power and strength are the only eternal hard currency. Talent is an admission ticket, meaning you are freed from the mundane and have the right to become a superior person. Every word Zhou Sen uttered was like a heavy hammer blow to Lin Yu's understanding. Would you give up 100 million in real money just for that elusive qualification? Lin Yu offered no rebuttal. He came from a world with relatively equal educational resources, and he had seen child prodigies, top scorers in the college entrance examination, and musical geniuses before. While these people were admirable, they were far from being idolized to the point of sacrificing everything. In this world, however, godlike talent seemed to have become a kind of religious belief. The car slowly came to a stop in the mottled shadows of the old residential building. Zhou Xian opened the car door, looking at the dilapidated neighborhood as if reminiscing about something. He turned around, looked at Lin Yu who had walked out of the jeep and was standing under the sycamore tree, and spoke with unprecedented seriousness. It's good to withdraw. Take your money and live the life an ordinary person should live. The Raintech case is too complicated, it's not something you can get involved in, nor do you need to get involved in it anymore. You've done enough. Remember the confidentiality agreement you signed, it's actually for your protection. Officer Chen also got out of the driver's seat, saluted Lin Yu, and said, take care. Lin Yu stood under the sycamore tree at the entrance of the residential area, watching the black SUV disappear around the street corner. Let me be an ordinary billionaire. Chapter 5: The Golden Hoe. The old security door clicked shut behind me, temporarily isolating me from the outside world's disturbances and conspiracies. Lin Yu stood in the entryway and let out a long breath. Only now did his tense nerves truly relax. Look around. This is an old 2-bedroom apartment, not very big, and the decor is outdated. In the living room, there's a slightly faded fabric sofa, and a glass ashtray on the coffee table. An old-fashioned CRT television stands on the TV cabinet, and a yellowed Good Fortune character sticker is pasted on the wall. Everything was simple, almost rudimentary, yet perfectly orderly. A faint, warm, homey atmosphere filled the air. This feeling is wonderful. One second he was in a luxurious hospital room, brushing shoulders with death, being scrutinized by the powerful and wealthy like ants. The next second, he was back in such a warm and welcoming haven. Loneliness struck without warning. In the vast house, he was all alone. No relatives, no friends, not even a single person to talk to. This loneliness did not stem from physical solitude, but from a profound sense of desolation deep within his soul. He was like a piece of duckweed that had finally found a patch of land to take root in, only to discover that the land was too barren to bear the turmoil in his heart. He walked into his parents' bedroom and looked at the yellowed family photo on the wall. The man and woman in the photo had warm smiles. Now, he has 100 million. In this world, the purchasing power of Alliance coins is roughly the same as in my previous life. 100 million Alliance coins, plus that Riverview apartment in the city center that I haven't even seen yet, would be enough to put someone in the rich category in any world. But, what should a rich person be like? In his mind, those so-called tycoons of his past life were either indulging in extravagant lifestyles of debauchery or throwing money around at yacht parties. The richest people in the news reports had fortunes in the tens of billions. He didn't know what the real upper class was like. All he knew was that in the past, he had to carefully calculate even what to eat for his next meal. Now that we have money, shouldn't we eat something nice? Hunger struck at this inopportune moment. Yes, he hadn't eaten a single grain of rice since yesterday. Lin Yu glanced at the balance in her smart bracelet account, then turned and walked out of the house. There are no Michelin-starred restaurants or well-dressed waiters near the neighborhood. There's only one 24-hour food stall called Old Zhang's Food Stall, whose neon sign at the entrance is a bit malfunctioning, flickering on and off, exuding a down-to-earth charm. He pushed the door open and went in. The greasy tables and chairs, the noisy diners, and the aroma of chile oil and stewed meat. In his past life, this was the smell he was most familiar with and most tired of. But at this moment, it made him feel incredibly at ease. "Boss, give me one of everything you have in your shop." Lin Yu waved to the boss with great enthusiasm. The owner, Old Zhang, was wiping the table when he heard this and was startled, thinking that a big shot had arrived. He quickly put down the rag and greeted him with a big smile. "All right. Please wait a moment, sir." In no time, the table was piled high with food. The aroma of braised pork belly, the glistening sweet and sour pork ribs, the golden and crispy fried chicken wings, and a big bowl of steaming hot beef noodles. Lin Yu picked up his chopsticks and devoured the food. The meat was fragrant, and the noodles were chewy, a taste he hadn't experienced in a long time. It wasn't enough after we finished eating. He left the fast food restaurant and went to the small convenience store next door. He used to only shop there for necessities, but now, he pushed open the door and called out to the owner, who was dozing behind the counter. "Boss, pack a whole case of all your expensive, imported snacks, like chocolate, potato chips, and jelly." The proprietress rubbed her eyes, looked at the thin young man, and, adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, dared not neglect him and quickly and efficiently filled a large bag for him. Lin Yu carried the heavy bag of snacks, ready to enjoy them at home with satisfaction. Is this what life is like for the rich? No need to worry about the balance, no need to consider the price, order food by the book, and buy snacks by the box. He dumped the snacks onto the coffee table in the living room, piling them up like a small mountain. He picked up a piece of imported chocolate, tore open the gold leaf wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. The sweet aroma exploded in his mouth, making him squint his eyes involuntarily. This is the smell of money. Lin Yu leaned back on the old sofa, holding a half-eaten bag of potato chips in his arms. Looking at the pile of luxury goods on the coffee table that he would never have dared to dream of normally, he felt no elation as he had expected. The loneliness he felt when he returned home earlier resurfaced, but this time, a lingering emptiness rose from the depths of his heart. The joy of buying whatever you want without looking at the price comes and goes quickly. It's like drinking a soda with too much saccharin. The first sip is sweet to the core, but after a while, it just feels cloying. My gaze casually swept across the window, and in front of the old residential building, a familiar figure was carrying a school bag, head down, looking somewhat dejected as he prepared to enter the building. It was Wang Xian, the son of old Wang next door, a year younger than Lin Yu, and a neighbor who grew up together with Lin Yu since they were little. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. It's better to share happiness than to enjoy it alone. Emptiness must stem from not sharing happiness. He pushed open the window and shouted downstairs, "Wang Xian! Wang Xian! Come up here!" Hearing the voice, Wang Xian looked up and saw Lin Yu. She was initially surprised, but then happily called out, "Brother Yu!" Wang Xian arrived at Lin Yu's house and sat on the old fabric sofa. Lin Yu pointed to the pile of snacks on the coffee table. "Come on, help me finish these things, I really can't finish them all by myself." Wang Xian stared wide-eyed at the pile of imported snacks he usually only saw on the top shelf of supermarkets, their price tags prohibiting him from even buying them. He wrung his hands nervously. "Brother Yu, this is too extravagant." They were all unfortunate brothers who had never eaten any good pork. "Just eat it, stop talking nonsense." Lin Yu shoved a big bag of potato chips into his arms without saying a word. "Here you go." "Thank you, Brother Yu." Wang Xian didn't stand on ceremony anymore, tearing open the package and stuffing it into her mouth, crunching as she mumbled, "Brother Yu, you seem different this time you came back. You look much better. Was it because the talent advancement surgery went very smoothly? Are you a powerful superhuman now?" Lin Yu's heart sank slightly. He looked at Wang Xian's face, which was filled with curiosity and anticipation, and found it a little irritating. Remembering the signed confidentiality agreement and Zhou Xian's parting words, he knew it was best to stay out of that mess. "Well, the surgery. I'd say it was a success," Lin Yu said vaguely, his gaze drifting out the window. "But it won't take effect immediately. The doctor told me to come back and rest well, and not to do anything too strenuous." "I knew you could do it, Uge." Wang Xian's eyes lit up instantly, like two twinkling stars. You're a top student from a prestigious university, smart and talented. Unlike me. The light on his face quickly dimmed. He lowered his head, picked at the edge of the fried chicken bucket with his fingers, and his voice became low. With my D-level talent, I guess this is all I'll ever be. Lin Yu then took a closer look at Wang Xin. The boy's shoulders were still thin, but his eyes held a stubbornness. In this world, a person's fate seemed to be predetermined from the moment they awakened their supernatural abilities. Is D rank that bad? Lin Yu asked tentatively. Wang Xin gave a bitter smile, a smile that carried a sense of vicissitude and helplessness that was beyond his years. Brother Yu, you are a top student, so you may not understand the hardships of us blue-collar superhumans. In this world, talent is destiny. S-rank and A-rank are the chosen ones, born with a silver spoon in their mouths, and they get into national-level special operations agencies or top hunter guilds. B-rank and C-rank can also get a stable job. But we D-rank, Wang Xin laughed self-deprecatingly, are at the bottom. We have weak abilities, are bad at combat, and are bad at support. Good hunter guilds don't want us, so we can only do the hardest and most tiring jobs, such as being a cleaner in dangerous areas to clear out low-level monsters, or mining in mines. He paused, a hint of resentment in his voice. My academic performance wasn't good either. I only got into a junior college. I'm graduating this year, and I've sent out so many resumes, but they've all disappeared into thin air. Brother Yu, do you think I'm a good for nothing? Lin Yu's heart was pierced once again. I've been demoted to F rank now. You're trash, so what am I? Looking at the boy in front of him, who was so self-conscious about his lack of talent and education, he seemed to see himself in his past life, struggling at the bottom of society and having to bow his head for a few coins. Having transmigrated to another world, the cruel class divisions and survival pressures are exactly the same as in my previous life, and even more bleak. Wang Xin was still rambling on about his troubles. I want to join the Hunters Guild, even if I have to start from the bottom. But they don't want D rank. I can't live off delivering food or doing odd jobs for the rest of my life, can I? UGE, you're smart, can you help me think of a way? Lin Yu remained silent. So what if he has 100 million? He may seem to be at the top of the food chain, but in reality, he and Wang Xin are both trapped in their own cages. He was still a poor man, his spiritual world so barren that he was like a farmer who only knew how to hoe the ground with a golden hoe. Wang Xin is trapped by her D-level talent and junior college diploma, struggling to survive. Although he had money, he was immersed in material satisfaction, living a muddled and aimless life, thinking that eating a few bags of snacks was the pinnacle of life. What's the difference between this and salted fish? Is being reborn just about living a mediocre life in this false abundance? No. No way. Looking into Wang Xin's eyes, which were filled with both hope and despair, a corner of Lin Yu's heart was completely ignited. He didn't want to live a life of aimless drifting. In this life, he has money and freedom, so he should do something more meaningful. What he needs to break free from is not just the shackles of survival, but also the fetters on his soul. What he wants to achieve is the true realization of his own self-worth. Wang Xin. Lin Yu suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but unusually firm. Stop thinking about all that nonsense. D grade and C grade are just definitions given by others. Your life shouldn't be sentenced to death by a single letter. He picked up a can of Coke, pulled the tab, and handed it to Wang Xin. Here, have a drink. Wang Xin took the cola blankly and looked at Lin Yu with some confusion. Lin Yu looked at him, a confident smile curving his lips, his eyes shining brightly in the dim light. Listen to me, don't rush to join some guild and work like a slave. First, focus on surviving and mastering the basics. Brother Yu. Wang Xin murmured, her eyes reddening slightly. Don't talk, drink. Lin Yu clinked the cans with him. A soft bang sounded. The icy cola slid down my throat, dispelling the bitterness and bringing a refreshing thrill. Chapter 6, Money Really Can Buy Anything. As night deepened, the soundproofing of the old residential building was not good, and the slightly noisy game music inside the house became a long-lost source of comfort for the two of them. Lin Yu and Wang Xin completely let loose. Snack wrappers piled up on the coffee table, and empty Coke cans were scattered all over the floor. The two sat cross-legged on the floor, in front of Lin Yu's old but reassembled television, the screen of which was flashing with the image of a popular competitive game. Brother Yu, to the left. There are enemies on the left. Wang Xin said, wolfing down potato chips while frantically operating the device, veins bulging on his forehead. Okay, stop yelling. Lin Yu said this, but his hands moved with fluid grace. He controlled his character, weaving through a hail of bullets, executing precise maneuvers and headshots with every shot. While F-level spatial abilities may seem useless in combat, in games, this micromanagement of spatial distance allows him to react faster and aim more accurately than ordinary people. Double kill. Triple kill. Kill notifications kept popping up on the screen, leaving Wang Xian dumbfounded and filled with nothing but admiration. Brother, you're amazing. That awareness, that hand speed. If your superpower was even a tenth as good as that, what would that be like? Lin Yu smiled but didn't say anything. If only superpowers were as simple as in the game. The two played until late at night, until Wang Xian's parents called to urge him to leave, at which point he reluctantly got up to say goodbye. Brother Yu, I'm so happy today. Thank you. Wang Xian hugged the heavy bag of snacks that Lin Yu had given him, his face beaming with a genuine smile. Go back quickly, don't let your parents worry. Lin Yu waved his hand and saw him to the door. With a click, the security door closed again. Inside, a deathly silence instantly returned. The living room, which had been bustling just moments before, was now nothing but a mess in the dim light of the television screen. With the liveliness gone, the loneliness intensified, engulfing Lin Yu like a tidal wave. He turned off the TV, plunging the entire room into complete darkness. By the dim light of the street lamp outside the window, Lin Yu sat on the cold floor, looking at his empty hands. Wang Xian's words still echoed in his mind. D-level talent is useless. And what about him? In this world where superpowers are revered, was he already at a disadvantage from the very beginning? He took a deep breath and raised his hand to turn on the old-fashioned smart bracelet on his wrist. This was the only somewhat useful equipment left over from his predecessor. Although its functions were rudimentary, it could at least connect to the city's public terminal computer system. Connect to the terminal brain, search, space-type ability users, training strategies. As the command was issued, the bracelet's micro-projection function projected a pale blue light screen into the air, with data streaming rapidly. Search results appeared quickly, but the number was pitifully small. Lin Yu's heart sank, and he clicked on the first post in the queue. Rare ability observation on the limitations of spatial attributes and their storage value. Posted by Professor Li from the Institute of Supernatural Abilities. Paid reading, 9.9 yuan. Lin Yu closed the app expressionlessly and clicked on the next one. Shocking. A spatial ability user, unable to control their power, has exiled themselves into the void. Posted by Urban Ghost Stories Bot. Paid reading, 19.9 yuan. Closure. A Love Across Time and Space, the heartbreaking romance between the Great Love Celestial, the Time-Space Administrator, and the Sweetheart Cult Leader. Posted by Sheep. Paid reading, 39.9 yuan. Lin Yu's brows furrowed into a deep frown. He patiently clicked on several more top-ranked posts, and without exception, all of them required payment to view the core content. An ominous premonition crept into my mind. It wasn't a matter of whether I had the money to pay, it was that the title alone seemed unreliable. He simply stopped searching for specific strategies and instead aimlessly browsed the discussion forums of other superpowered individuals. In the Fire-type ability user exchange group, someone shared in detail which region's Flame Herb Elixir was the most cost-effective to use when breaking through from level 1 to level 50, even specifying the harvesting season and refining temperature. Recommended leveling spots for Wind-type hunters, someone has recorded videos showing which wild areas to farm which monsters, which give the most experience, which drop the most valuable crystals, and even explained the movement during combat very clearly. Because of the large number of people who possess those common supernatural abilities, explorers have paved the way with time and money. Newcomers can simply follow in the footsteps of their predecessors and move forward relatively steadily. But what about space systems? Lin Yu opened a large forum called All Departments Mutual Aid Association and found the Space Department section. The entire section was deserted, with only a handful of posts, the latest of which was 3 months old. He clicked on the pinned post, "Newbie seeking help. Is there really no future for those in the space engineering field?" The post contained a desperate outpouring from a teenager who said he had awakened a spatial ability but was rejected by all the hunter guilds, and was even fired from his job as a security guard because his ability was uncontrollable. The most popular replies are as follows. Why can't a space age user just be a warehouse manager? Transporting goods is so much more convenient. Why do they have to try to be a hunter? The person upstairs is right. It's so much better to just behave yourself. Why do you have to try to defy fate? Go eat shit. Anyone awakening a spatial ability these days? I've never seen anything like it. Stop struggling, brother, just accept your fate. That's all you'll ever be. Lin Yu's face was ashen as he read through the list, feeling a chill rise from the soles of his feet. In this world, rarity is not a privilege, but an original sin. Because of their rarity, a mature training system has not been established. Without guidance from predecessors, every step is a precipice. If training goes wrong, it could lead to uncontrolled abilities, and such an unstable entity would not be valued by any organization. He turned off the bracelet, the pale blue light disappeared, and the room returned to darkness. So this is the true situation of those with spatial abilities. Time reigns supreme, space is king. Such a thrilling scenario only exists in comics. No wonder Zhou Xian called him short-sighted after he chose the 100 million option. An F-level good for nothing has no future at all. Is he destined to live a life of aimless wealth, relying solely on that 100 million in compensation? To use money to build a false and fragile sense of security? No, he was not reconciled. I'm not going to live a mediocre life in this helpless confusion. Just as his emotions were churning, and his heart was filled with an intense desire for power. Bite. A crisp, familiar electronic notification sound rang in his mind without warning. Lin Yu froze. That voice, he knew it all too well. Almost instinctively, he abruptly closed his eyes. A deep blue, technologically advanced, semi-transparent light screen suddenly appeared in his consciousness. Playful Lord, a new journey to another world starting from zero. Host, Lin Yu. Talent, F-rank spatial ability upgradable. Wealth points, 100 million points. Equipment inventory, empty. Features, talent upgrade, equipment crafting, team system not yet available, territory management not yet available. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. The color scheme of this interface, the font design, the rudimentary icons. Isn't this the browser game called Greedy Lord that he played on a web game platform when he was bored in his previous life? You start with a knife, get all your equipment through gameplay, and rely entirely on spending money to become powerful. He even complained that the game planners were idiots for designing mechanisms like buying experience points with money and using money to synthesize divine equipment, which had absolutely no game balance. But now, this absurd scene happened to him. After the immense sense of absurdity came ecstasy. Since it's a browser game that he's familiar with, it means there's a way to go. He suppressed his excitement and used his mind to tap the talent upgrade icon. Host detected to possess F-level spatial abilities. Consume 1,000 wealth points to upgrade talent level? 1,000? 1,000 alliance coins is enough to upgrade? Think about how the original owner sold everything she owned for the lowest level promotion surgery, only to have the surgery fail in the end. How much profit did this unscrupulous Rhintech make? He glanced at the long string of zeros in his account. Am I about to take off? But when he tentatively tried to upgrade, he discovered that his game panel seemed to have integrated the Pinduoduo system. Ding, congratulations! Your talent has been upgraded to F+. Ding, congratulations! Your talent has been upgraded to F++. Ding, congratulations! Your talent has been upgraded to F++. Ding, congratulations! Your talent has been upgraded to F++++++. The system's emotionless electronic voice continued to ring out, each time accompanied by a plus sign indicating an increase. Go to hell! Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. This isn't an upgrade, it's a blatant humiliation. Every click feels like being toyed with by the system. This familiar, maddening mechanism is clearly the lingering ghost of those cut one more time or try again and you'll win apps from the past. Just as Lin Yu's patience was about to run out and he was about to give up, the dazzling string of characters finally stopped jumping. Ding! Upgrade complete. The panel refreshed, and a line of clear text appeared. Talent, E-level spatial ability. Cumulative consumption, 26,000 alliance coins. Lin Yu slowly loosened his clenched fists. He exhaled a long breath, and the pent-up anger in his chest seemed to dissipate considerably with that exhale. 26,000. It cost 26,000 alliance coins to go from F to E, although the process was a bit disgusting. He closed his eyes and looked inward. A warm current, several times stronger than before, flowed slowly through his meridians. The spatial ability that had previously been as thin as a wisp of silk had now coalesced into a trickle. Class E. Although he was still considered a lowly and insignificant figure in the eyes of the powerful, for him, this was a qualitative leap. Continue. Having tasted success, he no longer hesitated. Just as he was about to click the Talent Upgrade button again, he saw a box next to it with a line of small text, Continuous Upgrade. Is it my fault? Once the box is selected, all the resources required for the upgrade will be displayed. Talent D level Spatial Ability. Upgrade cost 48,000 Alliance coins. Talent C level Spatial Ability. Upgrade cost 88,000 Alliance coins. With two crisp notification sounds, Lin Yu's account balance finally settled at 99,838,000 Alliance coins. A more powerful sense of strength filled his limbs and bones. His perception expanded several times over in an instant, and the furnishings of the next room, the subtle sound of the wind in the hallway, and even the occasional car passing by on the street in the distance were all clearly presented in his mind. Grade C. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is already an outstanding talent to be proud of. The original owner of this body would have gone bankrupt to have a C-rank talent, which would not only allow him to pass the martial arts exam smoothly, but also be enough to secure a respectable position in the Hunter Guild after graduation. 162,000, less than 200,000. With that little money, he transformed himself from an F-level loser to a C-level elite. At Shanghai Hospital, this amount of money probably wouldn't even cover the cost of sterilizing the operating table. Further advancement of C-level talents requires materials. According to the original owner's memories, these basic materials were sold at the school. Moreover, since the school's shops were only open to students, the cost of purchasing materials was much lower than outside. However, you need to apply in advance to buy materials at school, and you must specify the purpose. In fact, it's easier for him to go out and buy things now, but there's no need. There's no need to level up too quickly right now. There's a confidentiality agreement with Raintech, and the people at the school will probably think Lin Yu has already reached C level. With the system at his disposal, he didn't need to rush to show off. His attention returned to the system interface, and his gaze shifted from Talent Upgrade to another icon on the panel. Team System not enabled. Unlock condition, host level reaches 30. Shift your gaze horizontally. Territory management not enabled. Unlock condition, host level reaches 40. Grade. Lin Yu shook his head. He was only level 15, and there was still a long way to go before unlocking those two features. It seemed he would have to go it alone for now. His gaze finally settled on the bottom of the panel, on the Equipment Synthesis function that he had never tried before. The equipment crafting interface is simple and straightforward, a crafting table with two empty slots. Anyone who's played browser games will understand it's about combining two identical pieces of equipment into one of higher quality. With a thought, Lin Yu took out two items from his personal space, which had slightly expanded as his talent improved. With two loud clangs, he threw two ordinary-looking, even slightly curved, standard issue swords onto the floor. This is the sword that the original owner used to carry. It was issued by the school. He dragged the virtual images of the two ordinary standard issue swords into the light screen frame of Equipment Synthesis. Two common grade standard swords detected. Should we combine them using 2,000 Alliance coins? Synthesis. Lin Yu did not hesitate. A blinding light flashed across the screen, accompanied by a virtual roar of metal melting and reassembly. As the light faded, a brand new longsword lay quietly in the crafting menu. Equipment name, Steel Sword. Equipment quality, excellent. Equipment attributes, sharpness +5, durability +3. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. It was a success. Two worthless pieces of ordinary scrap metal, plus a tiny amount of crafting fee, actually turned into a high-quality steel sword. Although this sword is still not considered a divine weapon in the hands of a true master, the process has proven a possibility that could overturn the rules of the world. In this world, the quality of equipment is closely related to the craftsman's rank. Common weapons are usually products of mechanical forging, while only C-rank master craftsmen can forge equipment of excellent quality. But his system broke this ironclad rule. Given the materials, he can create something out of nothing, and it's not impossible for him to synthesize legendary equipment. Lin Yu reached out, passed through the light barrier, and retrieved the steel sword. The cold, metallic touch came from his palm. It was heavy and incredibly real. He gripped his sword, slowly stood up, and performed a few sword flourishes in the center of the living room. The blade sliced through the air, producing a soft hum. He has money. He can buy the materials. He can make his own equipment. He has talent. He can improve it on his own. This system, though ugly in interface and disgusting in mechanism, is outrageously powerful in function, and that is his greatest source of confidence in this world. He stopped what he was doing, slung the steel sword over his shoulder, and walked to the window, where even the flashing neon light seemed lovely. Is choosing 100 million still a mistake? Having money really does mean you can do whatever you want. Chapter 7: Those who know the strong do not strive for strength. The atmosphere at the Binhai Superpower University is exactly the same as that of the military academy in my previous life, valuing strength and having a strict hierarchy. Lin Yu, carrying a worn-out canvas backpack, stepped into the advanced martial arts training building alone. With the graduation martial arts exam fast approaching, he needed to join a team as soon as possible. However, his low talent rating made him a discarded pawn in the eyes of all teams. In order to gain a place, the original owner of this body was almost humbled to the point of being in the dust. He excelled academically, so he helped others highlight key points for exams. He readily served as a gopher when teased by spoiled brats. The most outrageous instance was when a scumbag refused to break up with him in person and asked him to deliver a message, for which he was slapped. As a rare spatial ability user, in order to join a leveling team, he was willing to work as a warehouse manager collecting materials. When fighting monsters, he was extremely cautious and never dared to steal any experience, which caused his level to stagnate. Fortunately, this world has the concept of talent advancement. The original owner of this body had a verbal agreement with the team that he could join the team once he completed the advancement surgery. Enduring what ordinary people cannot endure, this was the original owner's last struggle in order to graduate and for that uncertain future. Lin Yu pushed open the heavy door of the training building, his gaze sweeping over the noisy hall, and walked straight into a semi-open fighting room. He didn't rush inside, but leaned against a pillar in the corridor and waited quietly. The morning light slanted in through the gaps in the blinds, casting several dazzling spots of light at his feet. Indoors, Sun Zi, a defensive class, was sparring with his teammates. He exuded a fierce aura, and despite being a defensive class, he displayed the oppressive presence of a main damage dealer. Every move he made was sharp and ruthless, leaving his opponents with no chance to fight back. After a long while, the training session ended. A short boy immediately handed over a sports drink, the cap already loosened beforehand. Brother Z is awesome. That shield counter was amazing. The short guy flattered him, but his eyes were glancing in Lin Yu's direction, and a smile of anticipation was playing on his lips. Lin Yu stepped forward and called out to Sun Zi. Sun Zi looked Lin Yu up and down, unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp, then frowned and suddenly sprayed the drink on the ground. He suddenly turned around, his eyes fierce, and slapped his underling hard across the face with a loud backhand. I fucking said that. Sun Zi's voice was rough and hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against an iron plate. I never drink iced drinks after a fight. Are you trying to make my blood vessels burst? The younger brother covered his rapidly swelling cheek, his head bowed low, barely daring to breathe. I'm sorry, Brother Z. I'll remember, I'll be more careful next time. Sun Zi snorted coldly, straightened her collar, and then turned around, looking at Lin Yu with a contemptuous gaze as if she were examining her prey. What were you trying to say? He asked in an unfriendly tone. Lin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his discomfort, and looked directly at Sun Zi. I want to ask about joining the team. We agreed on it before. Join the team? Sun Zi seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, a mocking smile curving his lips. You? He casually crushed the aluminum can in his hand. The sound of twisting metal was extremely jarring, and then accurately tossed it into a trash can some distance away. Why should I? Sun Zi sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Just because you're going to be our warehouse manager and scavenge for trash? I could pay tens of thousands of yuan for that kind of work, and plenty of people would be willing to do it, even as dogs. With that, he grabbed the trembling henchman next to him and ordered viciously, Come on, bark like a dog. The lackey immediately dropped to all fours and obediently barked twice, the sound echoing in the empty corridor. Sun Zi kicked his lackey in the butt, then turned to look at Lin Yu provocatively, his face filled with a nauseating sense of superiority. Did you hear that? That's the attitude. Lin Yu, do you want to try it too? If you can shout better than him, I'll take pity on you and let you join the team today. His face was full of arrogance, enjoying the pleasure of trampling on the dignity of others, as if Lin Yu was nothing more than a speck of dust on the roadside in his eyes, which he could crush at any time. Sun Zi leaned against the wall, his tone carrying his usual flippancy and arrogance. We're going to Qingyan Cave to level up this afternoon. If you're willing to be my dog like them, I don't mind taking you in, you academic genius. Lin Yu remained calm, his gaze not even lingering on Sun Zi's face. He hadn't held much hope for someone so utterly shameless and disregarded contracts. Then let's forget about it. The voice was soft, yet unusually crisp. Lin Yu didn't give the other person time to react, turning and leaving as decisively as if he had shaken off a piece of chewing gum stuck to the sole of his shoe. Staring at that resolute figure, Sun Zi froze, then grabbed the collar of her follower in a fit of rage. What did he just say? The lackey shrank back, his voice trembling. He said it's fine. I fucking heard that. Sun Zi slapped him across the face, but he found it unbelievable. Why does Lin Yu seem to have a different backbone today? Shouldn't he be that coward who groveled and let himself be manipulated just to get a spot on the team? Ignoring the commotion behind him, Lin Yu carried his backpack and walked through the crowd. His gaze swept over the noisy training rooms, finally settling on the figure in the tactical analysis room. Inside, a man in a black training suit stood in front of a holographic tactical screen. His fingertips danced lightly across the virtual keyboard, and the battle data on the screen rapidly reconstructed and analyzed in response to his commands. Zhou Chang. His name seemed to possess a magnetic field, drawing several team members who listened intently as he analyzed the battle situation. What defines a true strong person? Is it like Sun Zi, who relies on his family background to act arrogantly and bully the weak while fearing the strong? No. Lin Yu had found the answer in his heart. Those who know strength do not strive for it. Sun Zi is nothing but a paper tiger disguised in money. He's all bark and no bite. Lin Yu has always admired people like Zhou Chang, who possess inner strength, wisdom, and confidence. True strength is never proven through ostentation or competition. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze, his eyes clear and resolute. He didn't need to depend on anyone, because he had already forged his own path. Without pausing, he headed straight for the shooting range. He took out the longbow that had been dormant for so long from his backpack, his fingertips tracing the bowstring. This was the path he was meant to take. Chapter 8 Training Plan. Leaving the bustling training hall, Lin Yu didn't linger and headed straight for the shooting range. Compared to the bustling multi-purpose training hall, the shooting range appeared quiet and orderly. It only had practice areas for long-range weapons such as crossbows and firearms. Lin Yu chose the most remote archery target position, one that was almost never used. He took out the ordinary training bow from the system space, slowly and meticulously examining every texture of the bowstring, feeling the resilience of the bow arm with his fingertips. There are only 3 months left. Lin Yu's gaze fell on the empty target lane, his mind racing with calculations. The martial arts exam is conducted in teams, but an individual score of 500 points is the minimum passing score. For elites who have teammates to protect them and only need to focus on dealing damage, this is not difficult. But for him, this lone wolf, it means that he must face the attacks of monsters, the corrosive effects of poisonous fog, and all sorts of unexpected and deadly crises alone. Lin Yu drew back the bowstring, feeling the not-so-powerful flow of source energy. Talent truly affects the improvement to physical constitution and mental strength during leveling up. Although Lin Yu's talent is currently C grade, the level is too low. The total amount of source energy within his body, as well as his mental and physical strength, are still somewhat weak. Therefore, the most urgent task is not to blindly improve talent level, but to quickly improve combat level. Lin Yu released the bowstring, and the arrow pierced the ground with a thud, landing 50 meters below the bullseye, with a considerable deviation. He needs to gain experience by killing monsters and hone his combat skills through actual combat. The Qingyan cave that Sun Zi mentioned earlier, also known as the Xian level dungeon, is too risky for him at his current level. Leveling up in that level of dungeon usually requires a team, and if he goes in alone, the slightest mistake could lead to his death. Yellow level dungeons. Lin Yu made a decision. Although the points are gained slowly, they are safe and suitable for solo leveling. I'll hone my combat skills and build a solid physical foundation first. Having figured this out, Lin Yu's mind calmed down completely. The whole world seemed to consist only of the bow in his hand and the target in front of him. Whoosh! 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 Arrows were shot out one after another, their accuracy varying. He raised the bow again, took a deep breath, and his spatial energy flowed slowly through his body, spreading from his arm to the bowstring. This time, when the bowstring snapped open, the arrow was no longer a simple physical projectile. It was enveloped in a layer of almost invisible distorting force field. Laugh. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air became sharp and piercing. Its flight trajectory was unusually stable, and it easily pierced the bullseye 50 meters away, the fletching still trembling slightly. When spatial abilities are attached to a bow and arrow, not only is the range increased, but the arrow's penetration and kinetic energy are also enhanced. Combined with the spatial locking ability of spatial abilities, both accuracy and destructive power are improved. The bow and arrow, this ancient weapon, has been given a destructive power that transcends its time when imbued with supernatural abilities. Although its rate of fire is slow, its destructive power is astonishing when imbued with supernatural abilities, and it consumes relatively little supernatural energy. Lin Yu put away his bow, and with a thought, a menacing black pistol appeared in his hand. Energy gun. This gun is not made of traditional steel, but a special alloy with a cold, metallic luster, and its body is covered with complex energy circuits. It has no magazine instead, it has a high-density energy core. Lin Yu raised his gun and aimed it at the target in the distance. Bang! 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 There was no smoke or deafening roar of old-fashioned gunpowder weapons, only 3 streaks of azure lightning shot from the muzzle, striking the bullseye with pinpoint accuracy. The rate of fire was extremely high, almost forming a continuous line. Firearms, which once represented absolute truth in the old days, have undergone a transformation from being useless to being improved in today's world of superpowers. When the wormhole first opened in this world, monsters invaded. Humanity's prized guns, missiles, and even nuclear weapons proved utterly ineffective against these monsters, which possessed thick armor and bioforce field shields. In that dark period, humanity's once proud technological defenses were easily shattered, and humans were reduced to mere food for the monsters. Technology has developed for thousands of years, but its greatest use has been for internal strife. It wasn't until the discovery of primal energy and the awakening of supernatural abilities that humanity found a new way to fight against monsters. The emergence of superpowers has brought about a qualitative change in cold weapons. An ordinary iron sword, once imbued with superpowers, can increase in sharpness and destructive power exponentially, far surpassing that of traditional firearms. While some traditional firearms could be imbued with supernatural abilities, their efficiency was extremely low. Furthermore, monsters not only possessed heavy armor but also generally had extremely high resistance to high temperatures and radiation, rendering old-fashioned gunpowder weapons obsolete. Instead, there are source energy guns like the one in Lin Yu's hand. They don't rely on gunpowder, but instead use source energy as their core power source, compressing and stimulating it to form high-energy particle beams or electromagnetic pulses for attack. They have undergone multiple improvements and iterations targeting the weaknesses of demonic beasts, and the damage depends on the user's supernatural abilities and mental strength. Although it is not as powerful as enchanted melee weapons in terms of single target damage, it has the advantage of high rate of fire, flexible control, and low recoil, making it an excellent tool for restraining and finishing off enemies. Bang! 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 After a long while, Lin Yu put away his weapon, leaned against the cold wall of the shooting range, and breathed heavily. 2 hours of high-intensity shooting training left his arm muscles sore and nearly half of his internal energy depleted. This physical exhaustion, however, did not discourage him. Instead, it gave him a long-lost sense of fulfillment. Why choose the energy gun as a weapon? Lin Yu looked at his rather thin arms, his mind perfectly clear. Without long-term physical enhancement in combat training, facing the several tons of strength and hard shell of the monsters, close combat would be tantamount to suicide. Therefore, melee classes can be ruled out. The mage class is also excluded. The destructive power of spatial abilities is undeniable, tearing space and creating vacuum blades are theoretically large-scale killing moves. However, the cost is a terrifying consumption of source energy. With his current small frame and pitiful source energy reserves, if he unleashes a powerful attack, he would be drained dry before even seeing the results. As for support, Lin Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly. In the entire martial arts exam hall, you probably couldn't find another lone wolf team like his. Expecting a support to survive an attack by monsters and rack up 500 points? That was pure fantasy. So there's only one answer left: the archer is the best choice. This profession perfectly suits all his needs. Ranged attacks ensure safety and have relatively low physical requirements, mainly testing mental strength, reaction speed, and precision in energy control. Most importantly, his spatial ability grants him a talent that can be described as cheating spatial locking. While firing, he could clearly sense the movement of every single dust particle in the air and predict where the target would appear in the next second. This was an instinctive intuition inherent in spatial ability users, which theoretically allowed him to point and shoot with perfect accuracy, achieving headshots every time. Great, the direction is clear. Lin Yu packed up his equipment, turned and left the shooting range, walking firmly toward the virtual training area on the other side. Virtual training pods are an indispensable part of modern military training. Through neural connections, they can simulate extremely realistic battlefield environments, allowing trainees to conduct combat drills at a conscious level. While they cannot hone physical fitness like in real combat, they are the best place to hone combat skills, the use of supernatural abilities, and tactical awareness. Lin Yu selected an available virtual pod and skillfully lay down inside. Cool nutrient solution slowly flowed in, filling the entire pod and gently supporting his body. He put on his neural synchronization helmet and took a deep breath. System, start up. As prompted by a mechanical female voice, the hatch slowly closed, shutting out all light and sound from the outside world. Lin Yu felt as if his consciousness was being pulled by a gentle force, and he was falling rapidly. He didn't know how much time had passed when he suddenly opened his eyes. Instead of the metal walls of the virtual pod, what met the eye was a desolate, dilapidated gray sky. Beneath the feet was cracked earth, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood and ozone. He has already entered the virtual battlefield. Chapter 9. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten to a pulp? In the virtual battlefield, the gray sky was oppressively suffocating. Lin Yu stood on the cracked earth, not in a hurry to summon the demon beast, but first closed his eyes and felt this body made of data, as well as the strange and powerful force within him. Spatial abilities are extremely rare, and there are almost no development guides available in reality. Fortunately, Lin Yu was a programmer. In his previous life he had participated in game design and personally experienced those once popular online games. He could easily use the game's logic to design a powerful set of skills for himself. I've already tried it at the shooting range. The most basic application is attaching superpowers to weapons, which is a basic operation that all attribute superpower users can do. Now let's try some new skills. He raised his hand, and with a thought, the source energy within his body surged out along his meridians, condensing in his palm. Space Blade. With a low shout, a semi-transparent, crescent-shaped blade of light appeared out of thin air and shot out at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. A boulder 100 meters ahead was silently split in two, like tofu cut by an invisible blade, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The power is good, and the energy consumption is within an acceptable range. Lin Yu nodded, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Since basic attacks are feasible, what about more advanced ones? The devastating skills from his past life and games flashed through his mind. A thought struck Lin Yu: if I could summon a miniature black hole and suck all the enemies in, then, boom! Wouldn't I be invincible? The idea excited him. Since it was virtual training and there was no real danger to his life, he figured he might as well give it a try. Without hesitation, Lin Yu took a deep breath and mobilized the source energy within his body to its limit. He tried to imitate the principle of the black hole in his mind, frantically compressing and rotating it, attempting to create a spatial singularity in front of him. At first, the air in front of him began to twist violently, forming a small vortex, and the powerful suction caused the surrounding dust and gravel to swirl back. There's a chance. Lin Yu was overjoyed and increased the energy output. However, the next second, the out-of-control energy instantly backfired. The unstable singularity surged violently, and then... bang! With a deafening roar, the energy body instantly disintegrated due to the immense pressure. A terrifying shockwave swept outwards from the point of explosion, sending the unsuspecting Lin Yu flying like a sack of potatoes. He rolled several times on the ground before finally stopping. Although he felt no pain inside the virtual pod, the dizziness and the weakness of having his internal energy drained instantly felt incredibly real. Cough cough. Lin Yu lay on the ground in a disheveled state, panting heavily, still shaken. It seems that trying to do too much at once is a recipe for disaster. With my current amount of source energy and control, using such a powerful move is practically suicide. He gave a wry smile, got up from the ground, dusted off the virtual dust on his body, and completely dispelled those unrealistic fantasies. It's better to be down to earth. Lin Yu sat down cross-legged, calmed his mind, and began to try several relatively safe skills that he could currently control, based on the total amount of source energy and recovery speed of this body. After several more attempts, he summarized several skills based on their type, including attack, defense, support, and control. Although these are all basic changes, they are advantageous in that they consume little power and release quickly. It's time to test our combat capabilities. Lin Yu stood up and said to the void, Xiaohai, summon 2 level 5 demonic beasts and set them to be unable to attack or move. Xiaohai is the name of the virtual warehouse. Upon receiving the command, Xiaohai responded with a mechanical female voice. Immediately afterward, a flash of light appeared, and 2 monstrous beasts resembling giant wolves, covered in blue scales, appeared before him, standing motionless like 2 statues. Lin Yu raised his hand, and 2 tiny spatial blades shot out precisely, piercing the heads of the 2 demonic beasts respectively. The virtual bodies of the demonic beasts swayed, then dissipated into streams of data. Instant kill. It seems my attacks have an absolute penetrating advantage against low-level demonic beasts. But that's far from enough. Xiao Hai summoned 10 level 10 monsters at once, set them to be mobile and capable of attacking. Following Lin Yu's command, the space in front of him rippled, and 10 demonic beasts of various shapes appeared out of thin air. As soon as these monsters appeared, the entire virtual space seemed to be shrouded in a fierce and malevolent aura. Roar! Hiss! Deafening roars echoed one after another, and the crimson eyes of 10 demonic beasts were fixed on Lin Yu, filled with bloodthirsty desire. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and without the slightest hesitation, he flipped his right hand, and the energy gun was already in his grasp. Bang! Bang! The two sharp gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. Two blue arcs of electricity ripped through the gray sky, striking the two flying monsters that had just taken off and were moving at their fastest speed. Put! Put! The heads of the two flying monsters exploded almost simultaneously, and their massive corpses fell from the sky, kicking up a cloud of dust. Every shot he fired was a headshot, with no deviation whatsoever. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu quickly began to move around while firing his energy gun continuously. However, amidst this tense atmosphere, another unexpected event occurred. Within the virtual battlefield, the crimson eyes of 10 level 10 demonic beasts had just locked onto Lin Yu, their chilling killing intent not yet having a chance to transform into sharp claws for a pounce. Suddenly, a piercing alarm ripped through the frozen silence. The entire space was instantly engulfed by the frantically flashing, blood-red emergency lights. The once solid scene began to pixelate and distort, like the surface of a blood-red lake tossed with pebbles. A cold, mechanical voice forcefully echoed in Lin Yu's mind, warning. External physical interference detected. System forced to pause. Damn it! Lin Yu cursed inwardly as his consciousness was forcibly ripped from him by an irresistible force. Interruptions during virtual reality training are strictly forbidden at best. They cause mental shock and a splitting headache at worst. They result in loss of consciousness and becoming a cripple. The hatch hissed open, and air from the real world rushed in, carrying the unique metallic and sweaty smell of the training room. Hey! Can't you hear me? What kind of mischief are you up to in there? A face contorted with anger and deliberate provocation suddenly loomed closer, accompanied by loud bangs as the person forcefully pounded on the virtual pod's hatch. It was Sun Zi. Behind him followed several henchmen who were used to waving flags and shouting, and without exception, they all had gloating smiles on their faces. Lin Yu sat inside the cabin, cold liquid dripping from his hair. He squinted slightly, adjusting to the change in light. His cold gaze was fixed on Sun Zi. Anyone who interrupted him at this critical moment would not receive a pleasant look. From refusing Lin Yu's entry into the team this morning to forcibly halting the operation of the virtual warehouse at this moment, Sun Zi felt no remorse whatsoever. On the contrary, he had been suppressing a nameless anger with nowhere to vent it. In the morning, he originally wanted to see Lin Yu's humble and pleading appearance. He and the others in the team were prepared to thoroughly humiliate this top student in the grade. Lin Yu simply gave a curt and turned to leave. That calm indifference was like an invisible slap, shattering his sense of superiority into pieces. He now had to find a way to shatter this piece and drag Lin Yu's dignity back into the mire, so that they could trample on it at will. Are you blind? Sun Zi pointed at the indicator light on the virtual pod, accusing it vehemently as if he were the victim. Didn't you see the red alarm light? It almost caused a short circuit in the whole row of virtual pods. Lin Yu slowly stood up, letting the cold nutrient solution slide down his body. He glanced at the indicator light, unsure whether the alarm was caused by the black hole he had released or by Sun Zi tapping on the virtual pod. Ignoring Sun Zi's roar, he calmly picked up a towel and slowly dried his hair. Lin Yu's reaction made Sun Zi's roar seem somewhat comical. Is there something you need? Lin Yu finally spoke, his voice low but accusatory. Sun Zi was taken aback by Lin Yu's attitude, and then became furious. Stop playing tricks on me. What are you doing hiding in the virtual pod? If you've got the guts, come out and practice your moves in the fighting area. Lin Yu put on his faded old training uniform, his movements unhurried. With only 3 months until the martial arts exam, this pointless entanglement would only waste his precious time. Seeing that Lin Yu ignored him, Sun Zi became even more arrogant. He glanced at Lin Yu's shabby training clothes and immediately had a new idea. Lin Yu had just undergone an expensive talent advancement surgery and was definitely short of money. How about this? Sun Zi raised his voice, adopting a generous stance to ensure everyone around could hear. I won't use any superpowers, just pure physical strength. You're free to do as you please. Let us go to the fighting area and have a match. If you win, I'll give you 100,000 alliance coins on the spot. Hiss. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Although Binhai University has many wealthy students, 100,000 yuan is still a significant sum for an average student. Lin Yu stopped dressing. He turned his head and calmly scrutinized Sun Zi. Was this guy incredibly stupid, or just ridiculously arrogant? Without his special abilities, he might be able to take on 10 ordinary people, but Lin Yu was still a special ability user from Binhai University. Isn't he afraid of getting beaten to a pulp? Seeing the fawning and jeering manner of Sun Zi's henchmen, Lin Yu instantly understood. It was the original owner's past cowardice that gave them the illusion of absolute confidence that even if I put my face right in front of you, you wouldn't dare to hit me. Since that's the case. A faint smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips, almost instantly. It seemed it was time to teach these bastards a lesson. What if I lose? Lin Yu asked calmly. I don't have 100,000 yuan to pay you back. Money? Sun Zi seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He pointed at the group of henchmen behind him, a ferocious smile on his face. It's simple, you don't need to pay any money. You just need to crawl between the legs of the 5 of us, one by one. Ha 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 ha. The underlings understood immediately, bursting into shrill laughter and forming a semicircle, blocking all of Lin Yu's escape routes. This blatant humiliation caused the students watching the spectacle to frown, and some muttered curses. Sun Zi has gone too far. What kind of skill is it to bully others by relying on one's power? Just then, a steady and powerful voice came from behind the crowd. Sun Zi, that's enough. Chapter 10 Void Fist. The crowd parted automatically to make way. Zhou Chang walked over, his figure as straight as a pine tree, followed by 2 members of his team. You just want to humiliate others for your own pleasure, don't you? Su Qingshua's voice was cold and clear, like an ice bead falling onto a jade plate. Zhou Cheng's team is called Thunder Shadow, and there are 4 people in the team. The person who just spoke is Su Qingxue, a member of Thunder Shadow and also Zhou Cheng's girlfriend. The burly guy standing to Zhou Cheng's left is Zhao Yu, the tank of Thunder Shadow's team. Zhao Yu sneered at Sun Zi, his provocation undisguised. We're both rock type, how about we practice? I don't need any special abilities. Sun Zi's face turned pale and then flushed instantly. He dared to bully Lin Yu because he knew Lin Yu was weak and easily bullied. But he didn't dare to mess with anyone from Zhou Cheng's team, which was the top team and the grade any one of them could easily crush him. Hey, we're all classmates, I was just joking to lighten the mood. Sun Zi waved his hand, trying to save face, but his tone was tough. Lin Yu, you're lucky. You have the class monitor backing you up today, so let's just call it quits. He turned around, intending to slink away with his underlings. However, just as Sun Zi turned around, a calm voice clearly reached everyone's ears, silencing the entire training room. I agree. Lin Yu stepped out from behind Zhao Yu, calmly looking at Sun Zi's back, and said, word by word, I accept this bet. Sun Zi turned around abruptly, her eyes filled with astonishment. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected bonus. He assumed Lin Yu would swallow his anger as before, or give in to Zhou Cheng's protection. He never imagined that this bookworm in his eyes, this useless fellow who had just undergone surgery and was still of low rank, would actually dare to accept the challenge. Not only Sun Zi, but also Zhou Chang, Su Qingxue, and Zhao Yu showed expressions of surprise. Lin Yu didn't look at anyone, his gaze was fixed on Sun Zi. There was no anger or excitement in his eyes, only the cold focus of a hunter seeing his prey step into a trap. Okay. Sun Zi said to Zhou Chang, fearing that Lin Yu might change his mind. The squad leader agreed to this himself, I didn't force him. Since everyone is here, let us all be witnesses. Sun Zi transferred 100,000 alliance coins to Zhou Chang's account. The class monitor will keep this money for now and will act as the notary. The loser will not only have to fulfill the bet, but also admit in front of everyone that he is a piece of trash who only knows how to bark and howl. He glared fiercely at Lin Yu. Don't blame me for not warning you later, fists and feet have no eyes. If you get hurt, don't come crying to your mother. Then, feigning a slip of the tongue, he said, oh dear, sorry, I forgot, your mother died a long time ago. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu didn't respond with another word and walked steadily toward the fighting area. Inside the noisy fighting area, the air seemed to freeze. Lin Yu ignored Sun Zi's provocative and offensive remarks. If a stray dog barks at you on the street, would you condescend to bark back? Of course not. The best response is to shut it up forever in the most decisive way. Lin Yu put on a pair of black boxing gloves and stepped into the ring. Zhou Chang stood calmly in the center, serving as the referee for the match. The rules are simple. Zhou Cheng's gaze swept over the two of them. Stop when you're dead, then you're on the ground and count down. There are no other restrictions. Do you understand? Understood. Sun Zi cracked his neck, looking eager to try. Lin Yu nodded slightly, his eyes calm and still. Start. At Zhou Cheng's command, Sun Zi did not rush up immediately. Instead, she nimbly leaped around the arena, using what she thought were elegant butterfly steps to circle around Lin Yu. Kid, I'm giving you one last chance. Kneel down and admit defeat now, and you'll suffer less. Sun Zi taunted, searching for Lin Yu's weakness. Otherwise, if I beat you to a pulp later, you won't even get that 100,000 yuan. Lin Yu remained unmoved, simply standing still with his fists raised in a basic defensive stance, his gaze calmly fixed on Sun Zi. You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. Take this. Sun Zi was completely enraged by Lin Yu's dead pig is not afraid of boiling water attitude. He roared and rushed forward, his right fist whistling as it went straight for Lin Yu's face. Just as Sun Zi's fist was about to touch Lin Yu's figure mysteriously disappeared from the spot. Sun Zi's punch missed, and the immense momentum caused his body to lean slightly forward. He froze, his eyes filled with confusion. Where is he? Just as his brain went blank, a tremendous force slammed into the right side of his brain. Bang! Lin Yu appeared to Sun Zi's side and behind, his spatial ability attached to his gauntlets, transforming into pure kinetic energy that slammed solidly into Sun Zi's temple. Sun Zi felt dizzy and his ears were ringing. He hadn't seen Lin Yu move at all, nor had he had time to parry. Before the match, to show his magnanimity and confidence, he had confidently declared that he wouldn't use his special abilities. Now, without any means of defense, he was like a sitting duck, struck by Lin Yu's punch. Thump! Sun Zi rolled her eyes and collapsed limply like a lump of mud. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng immediately started counting down, 1, 2, 3. Off the field, Zhao Yu was the first to burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. No way? He's down already? I thought he was so strong. He can't even withstand one punch, and he still has the nerve to say he doesn't use his superpowers? The surrounding students burst into laughter. Sun Zi lay on the ground, feeling dizzy and seeing stars. He shook his heavy head, trying to dispel the dizziness. With the help of his teammates, he shakily stood up, his legs still trembling uncontrollably, holding onto the ring's safety net. Continue. Zhou Cheng glanced at Lin Yu, and seeing that he had no objection, announced that the competition would continue. Lin Yu did not take advantage of Sun Zi's predicament. He stood still, watching Sun Zi's disheveled appearance with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Go, boss. Didn't the referee see that? That kid attacked by stealth. That's right. That doesn't count. We have to start over. Sun Zi's underlings were jumping up and down and shouting on the sidelines, trying to get back at him. Sun Zi shook his head, finally feeling a bit more awake. He felt incredibly humiliated, his face burning as if he'd been slapped in public. He glared fiercely at Lin Yu and began to threaten, Kid, you're dead. I'll tear you to pieces. This time, however, he was smarter and dared not attack rashly again. He carefully retreated to a corner of the arena, using his back against the protective net to prevent Lin Yu from using his spatial abilities to teleport and attack from his blind spot again. Lin Yu wasn't in a hurry to rush over. He stood in the center of the ring, facing the empty air, and suddenly began to throw punches. What is he doing? Punching at thin air? Are you scared out of your wits? I don't understand. The students watching all looked puzzled, and even Zhou Cheng frowned slightly. The next second, they understood. Smack! A crisp slap rang out. Sun Zi's left cheek was struck without warning. The force wasn't heavy, but the humiliation was intense. Sun Zi covered her face, looking at Lin Yu with a completely bewildered expression. What did you do? Lin Yu didn't answer, but just continued to stand there, throwing punches at the air. Smack! This time it's the right cheek. Immediately afterwards, with a bang, an uppercut landed on Sun Zi's nose. The force was considerable. Sun Zi felt a burning sensation in his nasal cavity, and 2 streams of blood slowly flowed down his nostrils, dripping onto his expensive training uniform and staining the logo on his chest red. Everyone below the arena saw it clearly. Lin Yu stood still, and with each punch, the air in front of his fist twisted almost imperceptibly, instantly creating a tiny wormhole that was nearly invisible to the naked eye. He wasn't punching the air, he was using the principle of spacefolding to deliver his fist directly to Sun Zi's face through a spatial portal while still standing in place. For a moment, the entire fighting area fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this incredible fighting style. This was no longer just combat, it was art, science, and masterful spatial manipulation. Sun Zi took a punch to his left cheek, a punch to his right cheek, and a punch to his nose. He was completely turned into a punching bag, only able to passively take the beating. This was completely different from the scene he had imagined of beating Lin Yu into a sorry state, kneeling and begging for mercy. "Ah! I'm going to kill you." The continuous humiliation and pain finally drove Sun Zi to the brink of madness. He let out a beastly roar, his hands tightly protecting his head, and charged headlong towards Lin Yu, enduring the rain of void fists. He decided to take a gamble. As long as he got close enough to grab Lin Yu, he was confident he could tear the kid to shreds. The moment Sun Zi rushed in front of Lin Yu, disregarding the blows still landing on his face, he secretly imbued his fist with a faint trace of rock-type ability. He broke his promise and threw a full-force punch at Lin Yu's face. Seeing this, Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. He stopped throwing punches, and instead, he nimbly leaped backward, disappearing from the spot once again. Sun Zi threw a punch with all his might, but once again he hit empty air. Already off balance from his frantic charge, he only saw a blur before his eyes, and his target vanished into thin air. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly felt an irresistible force coming from his buttocks, as if he had been violently butted by a raging bull. Ouch! Sun Zi let out a scream, lost control of himself, and fell headfirst onto the floor tiles of the ring in a classic dog face shit position, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then burst into even louder laughter than before. "Ha ha ha! That's hilarious! This is just too tragic. Serves him right. Who told him to be so arrogant just now?" Sun Zi lay sprawled on the ground, his face smeared with a mixture of blood and dust, looking utterly disheveled. He struggled to get up, but felt weak in his limbs, dizzy, and unable to muster any strength for half a day. Zhou Chang watched the scene, a complex light flashing in his eyes. At their level, it was simply impossible to resist superpowers with their bare hands. Anyone could predict the outcome of such a competition. The two people before them were quite different. One was used to being arrogant and domineering, while the other was used to being submissive and obsequious. But now, the one who was originally humble and cowardly had begun to rebel. He stepped forward and lifted Sun Zi up from the ground. The kid had just used his special ability. Regardless of the current outcome or the bet before the competition, Sun Zi had lost. Looking at Sun Zi's horribly disfigured face, Zhou Cheng calmly announced, "Match over. Lin Yu wins." Chapter 11 Razor. Lin Yu wins. Zhou Cheng's voice echoed clearly in the fighting area. However, for Sun Zi, who was already enraged, these three words were like adding fuel to the fire. "Who the hell said I lost?" Sun Zi, like a wild beast enraged, violently shook off Zhou Cheng's arm, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Lin Yu. "What the hell do you think you are? You think you can beat me?" His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. The metallic taste of blood from his nose filled his mouth, and a mixture of humiliation and anger completely extinguished his last shred of reason. "You fucking want to die?" Sun Zi roared, no longer caring about promises or bets. He had only one thought now: to tear Lin Yu to shreds. Buzz. A dense, earthy yellow light erupted from his body, accompanied by the grating sound of rocks grinding together. A thick, rough, yet oppressive suit of rock armor quickly enveloped his entire body. Within seconds, his height increased dramatically, his muscles bulging, resembling a rock giant rising from the earth. Finally, a menacing rock helmet was placed on his head, revealing only a pair of murderous eyes. "Come on. Fight me?" Sun Zi cracked his massive fists, each movement accompanied by a loud crack from his joints, causing the ring to tremble slightly. "You think you're so tough? Let's see how you break my defense. Let's see how you dodge." Zhou Cheng frowned, his figure flashed, and he stood between Sun Zi and Lin Yu, warning in a deep voice, "Sun Zi, you have already lost. Moreover, before the competition, you personally promised that you would not use your superpowers. Stop now, and I will pretend that nothing happened." "To hell with promises!" Sun Zi roared, spitting as he spoke. "All I want to do right now is beat this bastard to death. Nobody stop me." Lin Yu stood not far behind Sun Zi, looking at the imposing rock armor, but there was no fear on his face. He took off his boxing gloves, lightly flexed his wrists, and spoke casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Are you sure you want to use your powers with me? Want to beg for mercy now? Too late." Sun Zi simply didn't believe that Lin Yu, a bottom-of-the-class talent with a C-level ability, could cause any trouble. "Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish." Sun Zi slammed his fists into the ground. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the arena, causing it to tremble violently. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread out from the center of his fists. The ground beneath Lin Yu's feet even cracked and warped. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and his figure disappeared from the spot once again. Almost the very next second after he disappeared. Boom! Where Lin Yu had just stood, several sharp, rocky thorns pierced the earth, pointing menacingly towards the sky. Had Lin Yu been even a fraction of a second later, he would already be skewered like meat. Stop! Zhou Chang shouted sharply, a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from his body, clearly showing his anger. Sun Zi, if you don't stop, I'll have to take action myself. Outside the arena, Zhao Yu was already itching for a fight, his eyes gleaming with excited fighting spirit. He was just waiting for Zhou Cheng's command to rush forward and crush that arrogant Sun Zi under his feet. He had long disliked this guy. Get out of my way. Anyone who dares to stop me, I'll kill them. Sun Zi completely lost his mind. What class monitor, what a level talent, none of it mattered in the face of his current rage. He just wanted to smash Lin Yu, who had humiliated him, deep into the ground. He abandoned his area of effect attacks with ground spikes, instead taking heavy strides. Clad in rock armor, he aimed the rock spikes on his shoulders forward, charging straight at Lin Yu like a human tank. Though his speed wasn't fast, his unstoppable momentum made it impossible for anyone to take him head-on. While using teleportation to dodge, Lin Yu said to Zhou Chang, "His target is me. Don't worry. I'll handle it." Zhou Chang watched Lin Yu, who was moving calmly and steadily on the stage, and then looked at Sun Zi, who had completely lost control. His brows furrowed even more. He simply couldn't understand why Sun Zi harbored such deep hatred for Lin Yu. But now is not the time to think about that. Seeing Sun Zi's frenzied attacks, Zhou Cheng's biggest worry was that Lin Yu might be seriously injured, or even killed, by Sun Zi if he wasn't careful. Zhao Yu, Su Qing Xue. Zhou Chang no longer hesitated and shouted in a low voice, "Prepare to control him. If Lin Yu's life is in danger, act immediately and cripple him first." Sun Zi's massive body, imbued with the roughness of rock and brute force, charged towards Lin Yu like a runaway steel bull. He intended to use his absolute strength and defense to crush Lin Yu into dust. Lin Yu's eyes were calm, and he moved his feet lightly. Just before Sun Zi was about to collide with him, his figure turned into a phantom again and instantly appeared behind Sun Zi. Trying to run? Too late. Sun Zi grinned maliciously and slammed his hands down on the ground. Rock spikes, earth spikes. The ground beneath Lin Yu's feet instantly shattered, and several sharp stone spikes shot upwards with a whooshing sound. This was a preemptive attack. Any superhuman's ability has a limit when used continuously, and he was forcing Lin Yu to make a mistake. Lin Yu had no choice but to use flash again. The ground was covered with cracks and spikes, and he had to appear in mid-air several meters away. Just as his figure solidified, Sun Zi's heavy fist, wrapped in thick rock, was already waiting there. This punch, imbued with all of Sun Zi's anger and power, was heavy and fast as lightning. It was about to strike Lin Yu solidly. If you get hit, you'll be seriously injured, even if you don't die. Lin Yu, watch out. Damn it! Zhao Yu and Su Qingxue, standing below the arena, exclaimed in alarm at the same time. They wanted to come to the rescue, but the distance was too far, and it was too late. Bang! A deep, resounding thud, like an ancient bell struck by a giant hammer, echoed across the arena. The expected horrific scene of Lin Yu being sent flying did not occur. At the critical moment, a transparent shield composed entirely of distorted space appeared out of thin air above Lin Yu's head, steadily blocking Sun Zi's seemingly inevitable punch. Sun Zi's rock fist slammed into the transparent shield, stirring up ripples of energy like waves, but it could not advance even an inch further. Below the arena, Zhao Yu stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. What is that? A force field shield? How can it be so sturdy? Su Qingxue's gaze was fixed on the transparent shield, her voice filled with undisguised shock. No, that's not a force field shield, it's a spatial shield. This was the third skill Lin Yu had figured out in the virtual pod, besides spatial blade and void attack. Space was not only a powerful weapon for attack, but also the most perfect defense. As long as the source energy was sufficient, the defensive capabilities of the space element were enough to rank above all other elements. Sun Zi's punch missed its mark, and his shock deepened. His rock-type defense and strength, which he was so proud of, seemed utterly laughable in front of this trash he regarded. Impossible. Break it! Break it! He refused to believe it, raining blows upon the spatial shield with his fists. Each strike produced a deafening roar, sending up layers of energy ripples. He was determined to shatter the strange shield with sheer brute force. Lin Yu stood motionless behind the shield. He didn't rush to retaliate, but instead used this brief opening to silently accumulate power. The source energy within his body surged into his arms like a rushing river. Sun Zi's frenzied attacks provided him with the best time to build up his power. Finally, Lin Yu moved. Just as Sun Zi threw another punch that missed its mark, the old force exhausted and the new force yet to arise, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, and he shouted in a low voice, "Razor!" This time, the spatial blade was no longer crescent-shaped, but an extremely compressed and solidified light blade that was almost transparent. It was faster and sharper than any of the previous attacks. Laugh. The light blade accurately struck the most menacing and prominent rock spike on Sun Zi's right shoulder armor. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sharp, piercing sound like glass being cut. The rock spike, sharp enough to pierce through steel plates, along with Sun Zi's flesh beneath it, was silently sliced off by this space razor. Ah! A piercing scream finally escaped from Sun Zi's mouth, which was encased in a rock helmet. The excruciating pain instantly brought him to his senses. He clutched his bleeding right shoulder, staggering backward, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. They've broken through. His rock-type armor was actually broken. Lin Yu gave him no chance to catch his breath. The instant razor struck its target, his hands were already raised again. Spatial chains. Two pitch-black chains made of spatial power, like two venomous snakes with life, emerged from the void and instantly coiled around Sun Zi's massive body, binding him tightly. "Open it, for me!" Sun Zi roared, trying to struggle. Overwhelmed by rage and a surge of adrenaline, he even temporarily ignored the excruciating pain in his shoulder. He twisted his body desperately, the rock armor scraping against the spatial chains with a piercing sound. However, it was all in vain. Those seemingly slender spatial chains possessed an unshakable force. No matter how much he struggled or how frantically he pounded on them, the chains remained unmoved, instead tightening their grip even more. His pride and joy seemed so insignificant in the face of this constraint from the void. "Let me go! Lin Yu! You bastard! If you have the guts, let me go! Let's have a fair fight!" Sun Zi roared hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot, a desperate and frantic rage of prey that had been completely trapped. Zhou Cheng stood at the edge of the arena, looking at Sun Zi, who was tightly bound and unable to move, and then at Lin Yu, who stood to the side, his breathing somewhat disordered but his eyes still cold. He slowly raised his hand, signaling Zhao Yu and Su Qingxue to stop. "The situation is under control." Chapter 12 vanished into smoke. Zhou Cheng looked at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with an unprecedented solemnity and contemplation. This usually unremarkable top student in academics had completely overturned his understanding of the space system by displaying such strength and composure today. "Let me go! Don't hide if you've got the guts! You coward! You can't even block one of my punches!" Sun Zi was tightly bound by the spatial chains and could not move. He could only writhe his body in vain like a fish out of water, still shouting wildly, trying to use the most vicious words to cover up his inner fear. Lin Yu ignored his malicious roar. He lowered his eyes slightly, his long, thick eyelashes casting a faint shadow beneath his eyelids. In his palm, the source energy began to silently gather and compress. The power of space emitted a faint sound, like shattering glass, in his palm, and visible spatial cracks spread out, as if even the void itself trembled in his palm. The next second, a spear formed from pure spatial power appeared in his hand. The spear shaft was dark, but the tip gleamed with a chilling light, as if it could devour light and pierce through everything. Lin Yu didn't waste any words. He picked up his spear, walked steadily to Sun Zi, raised his arm high, and then laugh. With unparalleled penetrating power, the spear pierced Sun Zi's left shoulder with precision, pinning him, along with his heavy rock armor, to the cold, hard arena floor. Ah! A piercing pain shot through Sun Zi's left shoulder, and she let out a blood-curdling scream, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Lin Yu remained expressionless, as if he were doing something utterly ordinary. Then, with the same force, he thrust the spear into Sun Zi's right shoulder. Ugh! This time, even Sun Zillian's screams were weaker. He was pinned to the ground, like a butterfly preserved as a specimen, completely powerless to resist. Lin Yu released the spear and looked down at his prey pinned to the ground. His eyes were cold and unwavering, like a god looking down on an ant from the heavens. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it carried clearly throughout the entire fighting area, carrying an undeniable air of authority. "Are you convinced? The excruciating pain and fear pushed Sun Zi's consciousness to the brink of collapse, but his inherent pride and hatred for Lin Yu kept him stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. "I'll give in to your mother," he spat out through gritted teeth, spittle splattering with blood. "Lin Yu, you're dead. You dare touch me. Do you even know who my father is?" Lin Yu's gaze grew even colder. Without another word, he leaned down and straddled Sun Zi. His right fist clenched, and his spatial ability instantly attached itself to it, distorting the air around his fist. "I'll beat you until you call me daddy." He raised his fist with tremendous force and slammed it hard into Sun Zi's face, which was still cursing. Bang! Sun Zi instinctively raised a force field shield around his face. This was his last line of defense. However, in front of Lin Yu's fist, this force field shield was as fragile as a piece of paper. It couldn't even last for a second before it shattered into countless points of light with a crash. Bang! The second punch followed immediately, landing squarely on Sun Zi's rock helmet. The helmet, which had provided incredible protection, now emitted a cracking sound as it shattered under the strain, with cracks spreading rapidly like a spider web. Bang! 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 Lin Yu's fists rained down like raindrops, each punch carrying the power of space. He didn't use any fancy techniques, it was just the purest, most violent attack. Sun Zi's rock armor could no longer withstand the weight with each impact. The earthen yellow aura weakened until it finally collapsed. Sun Zi's source energy was exhausted, and the incomparably hard rock armor that enveloped his entire body could no longer be maintained. He panicked completely. He realized that the man in front of him didn't care about his background, his threats, or even whether he would be killed. He's truly capable of killing. The shadow of death has never loomed so clearly. Fear finally shattered Sun Zi's pitiful pride and dignity. He was scared, truly scared. He had no doubt that if he didn't soften his stance, this madman would really beat him to death. "I give up. I surrender." Just as the fist was about to land, Sun Zi mustered all her strength and let out a scream that sounded like a sob. "You're my dad. I'm useless. I'm trash. I'll never dare to mess with you again. Please, stop hitting me." His face was swollen like a pig's head, several teeth were loose, and his voice was slurred. But his pleading was crystal clear. The entire fighting area was deathly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding on the arena. A single person had pinned a rock-type tank to the ground with their bare hands, beating them mercilessly like a son, until they were crying out in pain. What's going on?" someone muttered, breaking the deathly silence. "He shattered the rock armor with his bare hands? And even made him cry? That's the rock type, ranked number 1 in defensive capabilities. What difference is there between it and paper in front of Lin Yu? Space-based superpowers, when did they become so strong? It's not that spatial abilities are strong, it's that Lin Yu is just too freakish. Perhaps Sun Zi is too weak?" Zhou Chang, Zhao Yu, and Su Qingxue, the 3 top students of Binhai University, were also filled with shock at this moment. Is this still the Lin Yu they know? This is no longer a simple challenge against someone of a higher level, this is absolute suppression from beginning to end. On the stage, Lin Yu's iron-like fist stopped an inch in front of Sun Zi's nose. He looked down at the bruised, swollen, and tearful playboy beneath him, and only after confirming that there was only pure fear in the other's eyes did he slowly withdraw his fist. He stood up, dusted off non-existent dust from his clothes, and coldly swept his gaze over Sun Zi's henchmen, who were already pale with fright. When Sun Zi was being beaten up, none of those guys dared to stand up for him. They usually call each other brothers, but it turns out they were just playing house. Now, Lin Yu looked at Zhou Chang. "I won. Can I have the prize now?" "Ah." Zhou Chang didn't react for a moment, then realized that the other party was talking about the 100,000 alliance coins. Certainly. In this situation, Zhou Chengdu suspects that the reason he beat Sun Zi like this might be for money. Soon, Lin Yu's account received a notification of the deposit. He turned around, took steady steps, and walked straight out of the training ground gate. The door closed behind him, shutting out all the prying, shock, and whispers. Lin Yu took a deep breath, and the smell of dust mixed with sunlight in the air gave him an unprecedented sense of clarity. A single punch can ward off 100 more. The resentment that had been building up in Lin Yu's heart due to being bullied and looked down upon was completely dispelled in today's cathartic and violent outburst. Chapter 13 Rift Wasteland. Lin Yu ate a quick lunch and then continued with the afternoon training plan. The most important thing right now is to level up, so he plans to go to the yellow level dungeon in the city center to level up. The so-called duplications are essentially wormhole spaces that randomly open around the world. Lin Yu had read in his textbooks that these wormhole spaces contain a core that can control the opening and closing of the wormhole portal. Once this core is controlled, the wormhole space becomes controllable. A controllable wormhole space is called an instance. This core is commonly referred to as the Lord Core. The Lord Core grants extensive privileges. It can not only open wormhole portals but also designate a safe zone within the instance. Within the safe zone, humans are protected from monster attacks and can build various shops for buying and selling materials and monster cores. There are even entertainment and leisure venues such as bars, hotels, and cafes. Of course, since the shop is located inside the instance, the rent alone is extremely expensive, and the prices are naturally much higher than outside. These dungeons are mostly owned by official entities and large companies. For example, Rhine Technology owns 3 Heaven-level dungeons, 5 Earth-level dungeons, and several Mystic and Yellow-level dungeons across multiple alliances. This scale is already stronger than some smaller alliances. Lin Yu stood in front of the wormhole gate and paid the entrance fee. The Yellow-level instance he was about to enter belonged to the official team. In order to cultivate outstanding superhumans, the Alliance offers half-price access to all officially controlled Yellow-level dungeons to students of superhuman schools. This benefit is not available to students above Yellow level. Even at half price, it was still a significant amount for Lin Yu in the past. After paying the admission fee, Lin Yu's personal terminal beeped, displaying a countdown, 5 minutes. This is a mandatory waiting period. To prevent overload within the instance, the system will control the opening pace of the entrance based on the current number and distribution of players within the instance. Lin Yu took a deep breath, calming his somewhat nervous emotions. This was his first time entering a dungeon for real combat since his transmigration. Although he had practiced in the school's simulation training room, the life or death pressure of facing real monsters was something that simulation battles could never replicate. He looked up and saw that the wormhole gate before him was not the distorted spatial rift he had imagined, but a huge, stable, silver ring suspended in mid-air. Inside the ring was a flowing, mercury-like curtain of light, occasionally punctuated by flashes of electricity that emitted a soft sizzling sound. This was the official entrance to the Rift Wasteland Yellow-level instance, located in the city center's special zone for ability users. 5 minutes passed quickly. Buzz. Ripples appeared in the center of the liquid light curtain, slowly spreading outwards to form a passage large enough for one person to pass through. IDL 89757, Lin Yu, access verified. Welcome to the Rift Wasteland. Enjoy your hunt. A gentle, synthesized electronic voice sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Without hesitation, Lin Yu stepped into the light curtain. A dizzying, weightless sensation washed over me, but just a second later, I felt my feet firmly planted on the ground. The blinding sunlight and the dry, hot wind instantly enveloped him. Lin Yu squinted, adjusting to his surroundings. He was standing on a bare rocky platform, with the wormhole portal, also shimmering with silver light, behind him. Beyond the platform stretched an endless, crimson wasteland, barren of vegetation, save for jagged rocks and dried-up riverbeds. A faint smell of rust filled the air. Instead of choosing a stronghold as his starting point, he opted for a teleportation point 5 kilometers away, which was closer to the monster area. Welcome to the Rift Wasteland. Dungeon level, low yellow. Safety zone range, 100 meters in radius, centered on the teleportation platform. Friendly reminder, emergency rescue will not be triggered if you are too far from the safe zone. A few lines of semi-transparent text appeared in Lin Yu's field of vision. This was a common prompt for all those entering the instance. Lin Yu checked his equipment, a lightweight synthetic fiber combat suit, a standard issue energy gun, and a small storage bag hanging on his waist containing several bottles of basic energy potions and treatment syringes. Let's find a lone, weak one to test our skills first, Lin Yu thought to himself. He opened the map function on his personal terminal, which had automatically generated a simplified map. Several green dots represented other ability users who had entered the instance, scattered in different directions. The red dots representing monsters were densely distributed deep within the wasteland. Lin Yu selected an area not far from the safe zone and without other players around, carefully left the rocky platform, and headed deeper into the wasteland. After walking for about 10 minutes, he saw his target. It was a creature the size of a calf, resembling a rhinoceros, but its entire body was covered in grayish-brown, rock-like scales, and a single spiral horn on its nose gleamed with a metallic sheen. Each time its 4 hooves struck the ground, they produced a dull thud. Beast name, Armored Rhinoceros. Level, LV3 LV5. Threat assessment, low. Strong defense, average attack power, relatively slow movement. Weaknesses, eyes, joints. These are the most standard cannon fodder monsters in yellow level dungeons, and also the first choice for most new ability users to level up. Lin Yu quickly concealed himself behind a boulder. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his energy gun, slightly turned the muzzle, and locked onto his target. Considering that the armored rhinoceros possesses defensive capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary monsters, Lin Yu increased the output efficiency of the energy gun. The energy indicator light on the gun instantly turned from green to yellow, and a surge of intense heat rapidly gathered at the muzzle. This would significantly increase energy consumption, but correspondingly, its power would also increase. At the same time, an invisible wave emanated from Lin Yu, his perception instantly locking onto the armored rhinoceros in the distance. This was the spatial lock-on skill, an innate ability of the spatial element. Although its range and intensity were limited, when combined with an attack, it ensured a guaranteed hit. The armored rhinoceros seemed to sense danger, letting out a low roar, white breath coming out of its nostrils, and its scarlet eyes searching around. Right now. Lin Yu pulled the trigger. Sizzle, sizzle. Two blinding high-energy beams shot out in quick succession, striking the armored rhinoceros's eyes with unparalleled precision. There was no earth-shattering collision, only the soft sound of energy burning flesh. Roar! The armored rhinoceros let out a piercing scream, its massive body shuddering violently, its eye sockets charred black. The excruciating pain drove it completely mad. It lost its sight and could only roar and charge blindly, destroying everything around it with its single horn. In the instant that the armored rhinoceros's body momentarily faltered due to inertia, Lin Yu rapidly crossed his hands in front of his chest, gathering and compressing the source energy within his body between his palms, condensing it into a spatial blade as thin as a cicada's wing and almost transparent. Space Razor. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a barely perceptible transparent ripple that gently swept across the armored rhinoceros's thick neck. The ferocious roar abruptly ceased. The armored rhinoceros's hideous head shot into the sky, its severed neck smooth as a mirror. In the next instant, scalding blood gushed forth like a fountain, spraying a blood-red rain across the air. The headless corpse swayed, then collapsed like a mountain, kicking up clouds of dust. Ding! Target's vital signs have disappeared. Killed a low-level yellow rank monster, Ironclad Rhinoceros, experience plus 15, alliance contribution points plus 5. Chapter 14. The Great Way is simple. The smart bracelet screen lit up on Lin Yu's wrist. Current level, LV15 experience progress, 12%. Current contribution points, 5. The experience provided by the level 5 armored rhino is negligible for leveling up. As for contribution points, those are the real hard currency. Within the official alliance system, it can be exchanged for money and materials. The original owner converted all contribution points into money in order to have surgery. In reality, many people use it to buy high-end equipment and rare materials that are simply unavailable on the market. Especially when a superhuman reaches level 50 and needs to undergo a qualitative breakthrough, those core materials are all incredibly expensive items that require a massive amount of contribution points to exchange for. This is precisely the brilliance of the official approach. By using contribution points as both a benefit and a threshold, they have firmly bound all those with the potential to become top-tier powerhouses to their cause. Continue. Lin Yu put away the bracelet and turned his gaze to the depths of the wasteland. The level 3 to 5 monsters near the safe zone offered too little experience. He needed to find higher level targets. After walking along a dry riverbed for about half an hour, the dryness in the air was gradually replaced by the moist, earthy scent. Ahead, a murky body of water formed by underground springs came into view. Right by the water, a group of furry yellow figures caught Lin Yu's attention. Little Yellow Duck? Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback. The name sounded too incongruous, completely out of place in this desolate wasteland. He raised the smart terminal on his wrist, and a scanning beam silently swept across the group of creatures. Monster name, Mutant Little Yellow Duck. Level, LV8. Threat assessment, low. Low aggression, weak defense, and delicious meat. Note, this is a group activity. High level of vigilance is required. Level 8? A hint of interest flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Although the level was still not high, it was much stronger than the armored rhinoceros. The appearance of these little yellow ducks is somewhat similar to that of Psyduck from the cartoon in Lin Yu's previous life. They all have a silly face and waddle when they walk, looking harmless. Lin Yu concealed his presence and cautiously approached. Even when he was within 10 meters of the flock of ducks, the little creatures still hadn't noticed him. Wasn't their vigilance supposed to be very high? Lin Yu thought to himself, and took another step forward. Ha! A little yellow duck that was leading the group suddenly turned around, looked at Lin Yu with its black bean-like eyes full of doubt, and then, it actually turned its back to Lin Yu. Immediately afterwards, the entire flock of ducks did the same thing. They lined up in a row, sticking out their round bottoms, and began to frantically wag their tails from side to side. Lin Yu almost burst out laughing at the sight. What was this? A surrender ceremony? Or some kind of primitive dance? The smart terminal promptly issued a warning. Warning, the target has entered an attack posture, threat level increased. They are gathering strength, preparing to launch a biological attack. Attack stance? Wagging its tail? Lin Yu felt that there might be something wrong with the terminal's judgment. However, in the instant he was stunned, something unexpected happened. The little yellow ducks suddenly began wagging their tails with tremendous force, their entire bodies shaking violently as if undergoing some kind of eerie resonance. Lin Yu's gaze followed the frequency of their swaying, and he suddenly felt that this movement was incredibly familiar. If we dressed them in overalls and gave them a middle parting. The thought had barely formed in his mind when the little yellow duck at the front suddenly stopped wobbling and its round bottom jutted out sharply. Put! A thick, dark green liquid with a pungent, acidic smell sprayed towards Lin Yu's face like a high-pressure water gun. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu's fighting instincts took over his body. He pushed off with his feet and retreated rapidly, while a semi-transparent oval barrier instantly formed in front of him. Sizzle! The dark green liquid was sprayed precisely onto the spatial shield, instantly producing a plume of white smoke and a sickening corrosive sound. The sturdy spatial shield, surprisingly, rippled at that moment. Strong acid? Lin Yu's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Caw caw caw. Instead of being discouraged by their missed attack, the little yellow ducks seemed to be spurred on, sticking their butts out even more frantically. Court death. Lin Yu's eyes turned cold, no longer showing the slightest contempt. He maintained the spatial shield defense with his left hand, while his right hand instantly drew the energy gun from his waist. Bang! 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 3 crisp gunshots shattered the tranquility of the wasteland. The azure beam of light hit its target with perfect precision, and the rear ends of the leading little yellow ducks instantly blossomed. Put! 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 Blood blossoms bloom. The scene was both indescribably comical and bloody. The remaining little yellow ducks were terrified by this thunderous method. They no longer cared about spraying acid, let out terrified cries, and scattered in all directions. Lin Yu did not pursue. He walked forward, looked at the several withered yellow duck corpses on the ground, and expressionlessly took out a specially made sealed bag from his storage bag. Although its attack method is a bit disgusting, it is still a level 8 monster, and its core and meat can be sold for some money. He skillfully stored the corpses into the subspace, but the scene from just now was still replaying in his mind. GNI is so beautiful. Lin Yu shook his head and continued walking deeper into the wasteland. Where there is water, there is often a stronger life form. As you venture deeper into the water, the air becomes increasingly humid, and the surrounding vegetation transforms from sparse, withered grass into dense shrubs. Just as he was about to cross a reed bed, a burst of laughter drifted on the wind. The laughter was clear and crisp like silver bells, carrying a girlish charm and allure that stood out starkly in the quiet, desolate waters. Is anyone there? Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. In this perilous dungeon, someone actually dared to be so brazenly fooling around? Driven by intense curiosity, he tiptoed closer to the sound. Parting the last large banana leaf, a secluded pond teeming with aquatic plants came into view. The scene in the pond made even the usually composed and innocent young man, Lin Yu, gasp for breath. 2 women are playing in the water. One was slender with long limbs, like a supple willow. The other was voluptuous with curvaceous figure, exuding a mature and alluring charm. They all possessed long, dark green hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, and their faces were so exquisitely beautiful that not a single flaw could be found. The cool water barely covered their private parts, and large expanses of their snow-white skin gleamed alluringly in the dappled shadows of the trees. Seemingly sensing Lin Yu's arrival, the 2 women paused simultaneously, turning their heads in unison, their emerald green eyes staring directly in the direction where he was hiding. Lin Yu's heart tightened, thinking they would panic. However, the 2 women showed no sign of panic. Instead, they smiled sweetly at him, revealing their neat, white teeth. The voluptuous woman even raised her arm and gently beckoned to Lin Yu, gesturing for him to come and share the spring sunshine with her. That posture was indescribably charming and alluring. Something's not right. Lin Yu's rationality instantly kicked in. Deep within this monster-infested dungeon, two completely unsuspecting naked women? This was even more absurd than a rubber duck playing basketball. He stood still, watching the two people in the water warily. Seeing that Lin Yu remained unmoved, the two women in the water seemed somewhat disappointed and reluctant. They exchanged a glance and then slowly emerged from the water. Water droplets slid down their perfect curves, their steps light and alluring, each step seeming to pound against Lin Yu's heartbeat. After emerging from the water, they didn't look for clothes, but instead, right there by the pond, they began to dance gracefully to a strange rhythm. Their dance steps were extremely bold and full of primal allure. The slender woman's waist swayed like a water snake in the wind, with a wide range of movements, especially her exaggerated hip swings, which created an extreme visual impact with her slender waist and full hips. The giant swing? The voluptuous woman was even more exaggerated, fully utilizing her impressive assets to sway her heaving breasts like two small boats in a storm, dazzling the eyes and making one's blood boil. Wasn't this just like the sun-shaking trend that was popular online in my previous life? Lin Yu felt a surge of lust rush to the top of his head, and a certain part of his body even began to react uncontrollably. He felt he was about to collapse and just wanted to rush up and embrace these two beauties. However, the greater the temptation, the stronger his unease became. He bit his tongue hard, the sharp pain bringing him to his senses for a moment. He quickly raised his wrist and opened the map interface on his personal terminal. On the screen, the green dot representing oneself flashed alone. And not far in front of oneself, a conspicuous red, signifying a highly dangerous and hostile enemy, was clearly marked. At the same time, he suppressed his physical urges and activated the scanning function of the smart bracelet. Beast name, Trey Clone. Level, LV25. Threat assessment, high. Plant type psychic charm monster. Information, demonic clones derived from the ancient tree itself. They are not physical entities, but illusions composed of wood element and spiritual energy. Their purpose is to lure prey close to the main body, whereupon the tree's vines strangle and absorb their nutrients. Weaknesses, targets with high mental resistance are not easily charmed. The target is usually rooted in the ground or a giant tree and cannot move. Chapter 15 Pinduoduo is great. Tree spirit? A clone? Looking at the information on his bracelet, and then at the two beauties jumping more and more energetically and boldly in front of him, Lin Yu felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. The heat he had felt earlier was instantly washed away by fear. Thinking about how he had actually had a physical reaction to the two tree bark clones, Lin Yu felt a wave of nausea and almost vomited. Seeing Lin Yu's changing expression, the two women intensified the alluring green light in their eyes and made their dance even wilder, trying to arouse Lin Yu's desire again and drag him step by step into the abyss. He wanted to back away, to escape the pond filled with deadly temptation, but his body began to disobey him. The numbness felt like countless tiny insects crawling wildly up Lin Yu's feet, all over his body. Damn it! Lin Yu cursed inwardly. The air near the pond was filled with a pale green spore that was invisible to the naked eye. This is a symbiotic relationship where certain fungi attach themselves to tree spirits. The tree spirits hunt, and the carcasses of their prey fertilize the soil. These unidentified mushrooms release spores with paralyzing and hallucinogenic effects while the tree spirits hunt, completely captivating their prey with their allure. A warm, fragrant body pressed against her. Two tree spirit clones swayed their serpentine waists and embraced him from either side. The soft touch, the smooth skin, and the faint, fragrant breath, mixed with the sweet floral scent in the air, formed an invisible net that enveloped Lin Yu's reason layer by layer. Oh, not there. Lin Yu felt that his last line of mental defense was about to crumble. His body began to respond instinctively, and his hands uncontrollably caressed that smooth, silky back. Just as Lin Yu was about to completely succumb, countless ferocious dark green vines, like awakened venomous snakes, silently emerged from the trunk of a towering ancient tree behind the pool and instantly wrapped around Lin Yu's waist, abdomen, and limbs. Sizzle! The sharp barbs at the tip of the vine easily pierced Lin Yu's combat uniform, causing bright red blossoms to bloom and inject potent toxins into his body. The excruciating pain came, but instead of bringing him to his senses, it transformed into a distorted sensation under the intense sensory stimulation, becoming an aphrodisiac for this deadly entanglement. Am I going to die? As his consciousness was about to be completely swallowed up, the instinct for survival made Lin Yu's brain work at full speed. He recalled his battle with Sun Zi that morning. The actual process was far less composed than he had appeared. Let's take a gamble. Lin Yu used all the remaining willpower in his body to suddenly close his eyes and frantically call out to the system in his mind. Open the talent upgrade interface. Upgrade your talents using alliance coins and materials. Ding, congratulations, host. Your talent has been successfully upgraded. Current talent rating, C++++. The familiar mechanical sound echoed in my mind. In an instant, a warm current surged into his limbs and bones, instantly nourishing every cell in his body. The nauseating numbness, the bone-deep pain, and the surging desire in his mind, all melted away like spring snow meeting the blazing sun. Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and unwavering, devoid of any confusion. Break it! With a flick of his left hand, a spatial blade as thin as a cicada's wing yet incomparably sharp shot out, precisely striking the vines that were entwining him. Put! Put! Dark green sap splattered, and the vine snapped in two. Lin Yu swung his arms and easily broke free from the embrace of the two beauties, then quickly retreated, creating a safe distance between himself and them. The two beauties seemed surprised that their prey could break free from their allure, their faces showing astonishment. They then took long strides, swaying their bodies again, attempting to pounce and continue their seductive tactics. Lin Yu's eyes sharpened, and he instantly drew his energy gun with his right hand, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Bang! Two high energy beams hit the target instantly. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The heads of the two beauties exploded instantly under the impact of the beam of light, like two smashed watermelons, with green sap splattering everywhere. But the headless body did not fall down. They were like two puppets controlled by invisible threads, still maintaining their graceful dance, and even continuing to walk towards Lin Yu. What gushed from their broken necks was not blood, but a dark green sap that matched the surrounding vegetation. Are all yellow-level dungeons this abstract? Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine, and his stomach churned again. These two clones are merely puppets of the tree spirit's primordial energy. They will not stop as long as the original body remains alive. His gaze passed over the two repulsive dancers and locked onto the towering ancient tree behind them. The ancient tree soared into the clouds, its trunk so thick that it would take 5 or 6 people to encircle it. Its bark was covered with jagged, face-like patterns. Countless thick roots were exposed on the ground, like giant pythons coiled around it. It's unknown how many years it has lived here, or how many superhumans and monsters it has devoured, to grow into its current grotesque form. Lin Yu ignored the two still writhing clones and frantically channeled his source energy into his left hand. He suddenly raised his right hand, the energy gun twirling in his palm. Without even looking, he fired a shot at the thick vines that were wrapping around his waist, guided only by instinct. Bang! The high energy beam hit the target precisely, and the vine snapped instantly, but more vines surged in like a tide. In that instant, the source energy within Lin Yu's body surged forth like a burst dam, frantically drawn in and compressed, all its power concentrated in his left palm. Space Razor! Break it! With a loud shout, Lin Yu swung his left palm forward. A condensed, almost transparent blade of space materialized out of thin air. It transformed into a streak of light, almost invisible to the naked eye, and instantly traversed the distance between the two. With a whoosh sound, the ancient tree, which had lived for countless years and absorbed the essence of countless living beings, suddenly had a smooth, mirror-like cut appear on its trunk near its roots. Immediately afterward, under Lin Yu's gaze, the enormous tree let out a silent wail, its crown trembling violently as it slowly and weakly tilted to one side. Rumble! Dust and decaying leaves filled the air, and the earth trembled. Deprived of the energy supply from their original source, the vines that had been dancing wildly instantly lost all their power, falling limply to the ground like a pile of rotten rope. The two beauties who had just been teasing him with their bodies turned into two puddles of dark green liquid on the ground, their bodies twisted and shriveled like melting wax figures. Lin Yu knelt on one knee, leaning on his energy gun, breathing heavily. Cold sweat mixed with blood clung tightly to his combat uniform against his back. The power of the Space Razor is undeniable, but the cost is equally high. Even when his source energy is overflowing, he can only withstand 2 attacks of this level. At this moment, most of his source energy has been consumed, and the feeling of being instantly drained is like entering a period of deep meditation. Thankfully, the system is still there. From the moment he first bound himself to the so-called Pinduoduo system, he discovered its extraordinary nature. Each improvement in his talent rating not only signified a qualitative change in his abilities but also instantly replenished his body's source energy. When he fought Sun Zi before, if it weren't for the system's almost shameless refresh mechanism, his mere level 15 mental strength reserves would not have been able to support such high-intensity skill consumption. And this time, he made a new discovery. Not only does it restore mana, but it can also instantly heal injuries and abnormal statuses. I've suddenly started to like this Pinduoduo system. There are 10 stages between C and B levels. That is to say, without making continuous breakthroughs, I have 10 opportunities to refresh my own status. That means you have 10 chances to revive with full health. He used it 3 times in a row when fighting Sun Zi to show off, and then used it again just now to survive. He has 6 left, enough to make him invincible in the upcoming exploration. In the brief moment he regained his strength, the ancient tree that had been severed at the root, having lost its fundamental support, began to wither at a visible speed. Its once verdant crown instantly turned yellow, its thick trunk rapidly shriveled and shrank, and the hideous, ghostly patterns on its bark gradually lost their color, becoming gray and lifeless. Lin Yu's gaze was fixed on the thick tree roots that coiled on the ground like giant pythons. Space blade, rapid fire. One crescent-shaped blade of light after another whistled out, precisely striking the thick roots. He patiently repeated the action, cutting off the tangled roots and turning over the firm soil. After digging several meters deep, he finally revealed a crystal core shimmering with a faint emerald light after clearing away several sections of the main root. Lin Yu stopped what he was doing, walked over, and picked it up. The smart bracelet scanned the crystal core, and the item information appeared on the screen. Name: Millennium Tree Spirit Core Rare Material. Rank: 25 Rare Elite. Attribute: Wood. Information: formed from the essence of a tree spirit that has lived for thousands of years. Contains abundant life energy and pure wood-type source energy. It is an excellent material for wood-type ability users to break through bottlenecks and improve their talent rating, especially suitable for advancement breakthroughs between levels 40 and 50. Estimated value: 188,000 Alliance coins. Note: full of energy and perfectly preserved. This is a fortune that would tempt many people with supernatural abilities. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. Pinduoduo is great. I need to learn how to use Pinduoduo. Chapter 16 Song Chuyu. After defeating the troublesome tree spirit, Lin Yu did not stop. He was like a tireless lone wolf, repeatedly roaming this desolate wasteland. With the precise assistance of the system map, he selected several areas where monsters were densely distributed and of moderate level. With the help of the system's refresh function, he was resurrected with full health and mana time and time again. Until the inky darkness of night quietly permeated every inch of the fissured wasteland. 6 precious refresh opportunities, along with all the mana potions stored in the backpack, were completely used up during the subsequent frantic leveling. As the last empty bottle of potion was thrown on the ground, Lin Yu looked at the experience bar on his smart bracelet, which had only increased by 3 levels, and a bitter smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. The efficiency is still too low. A battle fought alone is ultimately lonely and inefficient. The Chosen One scenarios in comics, where characters can find rare treasures on their own and beauties will give them equipment, are pure fairy tales. We must change our strategy. Lin Yu needs a team, even if it's just temporary teammates, to double his leveling efficiency. A figure flashed into his mind: Wang Xin. His little brother, although his talent rating was the same as the original owner's, was down-to-earth, reliable, and had strong execution skills. As dusk fell, the night breeze felt cool on my face. Lin Yu emerged from the instance, wrapped his coat tighter around himself, and headed towards the nearby station. He took out a bag of bread from the subspace, munching on his dry dinner while waiting for the last bus back to the city. Turn on the smart bracelet and send a communication request directly. Hello, Wang Xin. The call connected, and the slightly immature yet vibrant face on the screen brought a touch of warmth to Lin Yu's cold heart. Brother Yu. Wang Xin's voice was filled with undisguised surprise. It's so late, is something the matter? Still not asleep? No, UGE. These energetic young men are all night owls. Wang Xin pointed to the computer screen behind him, his eyes bright. I'm watching videos of superhuman battles, learning from the pros' techniques. I don't want to fall behind. It's like this, Lin Yu got straight to the point, concisely stating, I've been leveling up in the Rift Wasteland these past few days, and it's too inefficient to do it alone. Would you like to come along? I'll cover the cost. Really? Brother Yu. Wang Xin perked up even more, without the slightest hesitation. Of course I'll go. Lin Yu nodded. This reaction was within his expectations. He continued, you can bring 2 more trusted friends along, I'll cover the expenses. Teaming up to fight monsters is much more efficient. No problem. Don't worry, Brother Yu, I've found brothers who are tough, reliable, and absolutely dependable. Wang Xin had almost blind trust in Lin Yu and immediately agreed. The two quickly finalized the details and agreed to meet the next afternoon in front of the wormhole gate in the Rift Wasteland. By the way, Uge, Wang Xin said as if remembering something, did you receive a call from Sister Chuyu? I ran into her this afternoon. She said she couldn't get through to you and was a little worried about you. I should be in the instance at that time, and the signal will be blocked, Lin Yu explained. I will call her back. Remember the time, come at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Understood. Goodbye, brother Yu. The communication was interrupted, and the screen went dark again. Lin Yu stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth and chewed it slowly. Lin Yu had almost forgotten that he had a girlfriend in this world. He looked down and scrolled through the few remaining chat messages between the two of them on his smart bracelet. The other person's replies were nothing more than meaningless phrases like "I've been busy lately" and "don't worry about me." The original owner had sent a message to Song Chuyu before the surgery, but she didn't reply at the time. Now, a week has passed, and that dormant profile picture has finally lit up today. This cheap girlfriend has finally remembered him. Song Chuyu was Lin Yu's high school classmate. The two were once a golden couple on campus. Her talent was somewhat inferior to the original owner's, and after the college entrance exam, they went their separate ways and didn't get into the same university. Their relationship gradually faded, maintained only by a thin veil of affection and habit. Lin Yu stood on the empty bus stop platform, gazing at the dark tunnel at the end of the tracks, but the maglev train had not yet appeared. Feeling utterly bored, a sense of being watched washed over Lin Yu, and he instantly became alert. His spatial shield deployed in an instant, protecting him, and the source energy gun appeared in his hand. Lin Yu looked around but saw no sign of the enemy. Was it just my imagination? The feeling of being watched had vanished, leaving only silence in the air. Perhaps it was the grim atmosphere of the dungeon that made him overly tense. Just moments ago, he was fighting a bloody battle with monsters in the Rift Wasteland, and now he had stepped through a door into civilized society. This contrast made him very uncomfortable. Lin Yu withdrew his powers and relaxed. He straightened his badly damaged combat suit, which was clinging to his body. Luckily, it was late at night and there weren't many people around, so it wouldn't be too embarrassing. Lin Yu looked around, observing the buildings near the station. Not far behind him, a flashing neon light quickly caught his eye. It was a 5-star hotel with an elegant name, Sushui Lanxian. In this era where monsters roam and resources are scarce, being able to build such a dazzling building is itself a silent form of showing off. Lin Yu looked down at his combat uniform, which was stained with mud and dried blood, and thought of the 100 million Alliance coins in his account and the Trayan core worth tens of thousands in his backpack. Now they're rich. An idea popped into my head uncontrollably. Should I go and experience the legendary presidential suite? And while I'm at it, call my girlfriend who just got in touch with me. Well, of course I don't have any ulterior motives, Lin Yu said to himself. I just want to share the good times and broaden her horizons. However, he immediately shook his head and rejected the idea as soon as it came to mind. It must be that the tree spirit's charm effect hasn't completely worn off yet, that's why I'm thinking such nonsense. Lin Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Living in such a place is not only unrealistic, but it can also easily erode one's willpower. He has a training plan for tomorrow morning. More importantly, his talent has already reached level B. If he wants to continue to level up by using the system's refresh function, he needs to go to the school's resource department to buy new upgrade materials, and he also urgently needs to replenish his source energy potions. With his senses returning, Lin Yu picked up the bracelet and made a call to Song Chuyu. Beep beep beep. After a short wait, a holographic projection popped up again with a hum, and a beautiful blonde woman with blue eyes appeared in front of him instantly, completely out of place against the desolate platform background. Song Chuyu is of mixed race. Since the emergence of wormholes, monsters have ravaged the land. After several setbacks in their struggle for survival, humanity finally decided to break down national borders and establish alliances based on regional divisions. The Asia-Pacific Alliance, in particular, is composed of multiple countries and regions, with China at its head. After several periods of turmoil, Tsarist Russia broke away from Europe and chose to join the Asia-Pacific Alliance. For strategic reasons, the population within the alliance underwent several large-scale migrations and integrations. The city where Lin Yu is now is the former homeland of China. The blonde, blue-eyed Song Chuyu is of mixed Chinese and Tsarist Russian descent. After the video call connected, Song Chuyu's voice came through the electronic signal. Her voice was still pleasant, but her tone revealed a professional detachment and a faint arrogance. Lin Yu? What made you decide to call me? I saw you sent a message, so I'm just asking what's up, Lin Yu said succinctly. Song Chuyu flicked her dazzling blonde hair. The background appeared to be a bright office. She told Lin Yu that she was no longer the receptionist at that small company, but had recently been promoted and transferred to the business department. Her superiors valued her highly and assigned her important work. I'm going on a business trip with my boss in the next few days to close a big deal. Her tone carried an undisguised smugness. If this deal goes through, the commission will be tens of thousands. Don't contact me too much lately, I might not have time to check messages. The two exchanged a few more casual words, mostly Song Chuyu talking about the exciting things at her new job and her grand plans for the future, while Lin Yu only responded occasionally. The call ended in an eerie calm. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu stared thoughtfully at the bracelet screen, which had returned to darkness. This Song Chuyu seems quite different from the gentle and shy high school classmate he remembered. Or perhaps, this is who she always was, but the original owner of this body never truly understood her. But Lin Yu didn't care. After all, strictly speaking, he was merely a substitute who had transmigrated. He didn't need to, and was too lazy to, inherit all the original owner's loves, hates, and complicated entanglements. He only needed to make the choices that were most advantageous to him from these relationships. As for this mixed-race girlfriend, if she wants to fly higher, then let her be. Lin Yu turned around and looked back at the dark tracks. In the distance, a glimmer of light finally appeared, accompanied by a slight tremor. The long-awaited maglev train has finally arrived. Chapter 17. You're famous. When I got back to the dorm, my roommates were already snoring loudly. Lin Yu moved quietly, quickly washed up, and went to bed. Although the system could refresh his physical condition, the deep-seated fatigue still made him fall asleep quickly. At 5:30 the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, Lin Yu opened his eyes precisely on time. Without disturbing his roommates, he quietly changed into his workout clothes and slipped out of the dormitory building. The morning air carried a slight chill, yet it was invigorating. On the playground, many figures were already working up a sweat. In this world, there will always be people who are more talented and work harder than you. Lin Yu stretched and prepared to run laps around the track. Just as he was catching his breath, a familiar figure came into view. It was Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang, a lightning-type ability user, is a prominent figure at school and also the goal that Lin Yu has always wanted to catch up with. At this moment, he was sprinting along the track at an astonishing speed. He wasn't using any superpowers, relying purely on his exceptional physical abilities. His sweat-soaked tracksuit clung to his back, indicating that he had been running for some time. Lin Yu took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and started running at his own pace. Yesterday's life-or-death battle in the dungeon made him realize how poor the original owner's physical condition was. This weakness must be addressed. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and persevered, lap after lap. After 20 laps, his tracksuit was soaked with sweat, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. Every step he took felt like a desperate battle against gravity. He slowly slowed down and started walking on the track, allowing his violently pounding heart and burning lungs to gradually calm down. Just as he was leaning on his knees, head down, slightly out of breath, a bottle of ice-cold energy drink was suddenly handed to him. Lin Yu was taken aback. Following the hand with its distinct knuckles upwards, he was met with Zhou Chang's face, which was covered in sweat but had a hearty smile. "You've worked hard," Zhou Chang said, his voice slightly panting from exercise. "I used to always run into you at the library, but now I don't see you there anymore, you're on the playground instead." Lin Yu took the drink, thanked him, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. The bubbles burst in his mouth, dispelling some of his fatigue. "There's no way around it, my physical fitness is too poor, and my foundation is too weak. I need to train harder. After all, the martial arts exam is coming soon." "That's ambitious." Zhou Chang patted him on the shoulder, his eyes filled with approval. "I just received a message from the student council that the school will organize a mock exam at the end of this month." Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. "Are we going to a dungeon?" Zhou Chang nodded, his tone becoming serious. "Yes, a Xian-level dungeon. We don't know which one yet. Mysterious level dungeon. The final test of the martial arts exam is entering a Xian-level dungeon. It seems he needs to speed up his leveling process even more." After breakfast, Lin Yu went straight to the shooting range and conducted 2 hours of shooting training. Afterwards, he went into the virtual chamber and began to hone his mental strength and practice his combat skills. As he exited the virtual pod and removed his helmet, he keenly sensed something unusual about the surrounding air. His classmates were gathered in twos and threes, occasionally casting curious, awe-inspiring, and even slightly gossipy glances at him. Their hushed whispers buzzed in the air like tiny gnats. Lin Yu frowned, and just then saw Xiaoyu walking over, so he stood up to greet him and took the opportunity to ask, "Xiaoyu, what's wrong?" Why are people looking at me like that? Zhao Yu gave him an exaggerated "you don't know" look, patted his shoulder, and said with barely concealed excitement, "My brother, you're famous. Someone recorded your duel with Sun Z yesterday and posted it online. In just one night, it got over 100,000 views, and it's still going up like crazy." Lin Yu's face darkened. He turned on his smart bracelet and connected to the campus forum of Binhai University. The post titles that catch the eye are increasingly exaggerated and sensational. Shocking. A C-rank space type easily defeats a B-rank geotype. Horrifying. Breaking through defenses with bare hands, the former rock-type powerhouse is now calling someone else daddy. Former brothers turned against each other, and the reason was surprisingly him. There were even a few BL fanfiction posts with titles that were too ridiculous to look at, with such imaginative ideas that even Lin Yu was ashamed of himself. Lin Yu looked at the headlines and couldn't help but twitch his lips. He said helplessly to Zhao Yu, "These people are so boring." Boring? Zhao Yu chuckled, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Come on, who in school doesn't know your name, Lin Yu? Come on, it's my treat today. Let's get an extra chicken leg at the cafeteria and bask in your glory." Lin Yu shook his head helplessly, but Zhao Yu half dragged and half pulled him toward the cafeteria. In the afternoon, time flowed by. As agreed, Lin Yu appeared on time in front of the wormhole gate of the Rift Wasteland instance. The enormous wormhole resembled a compound eye embedded in the void, surrounded by all sorts of superhumans coming and going. "Brother Yu! Over here!" Before they even got close, a clear voice rang out. Wang Xian was standing to one side of the gate, with two unfamiliar faces beside her. "Brother Yu, these are the two good brothers I told you about." Wang Xian greeted him warmly and began to introduce them. The first one was a chubby little boy named Xianglan. When he smiled, his eyes narrowed into slits, making him look adorable, but his muscular physique stretched his sportswear to its limit. He is a wood-type tank, a D-rank talent ability user. Don't let his bulky appearance fool you, he has a built-in healing skill and is a tough nut to crack among his peers. The other was a young man named Hao Liang, thin and pale, with a sinister and sharp look in his eyes that seemed out of place for his age. He was a dark assassin, also with a D-level talent. "Hello, Brother Yu." The two greeted each other in unison. Lin Yu nodded, secretly praising Wang Xian for being reliable. This team has a fairly standard setup: a tank, an assassin, a warrior, and him as the marksman. Especially Xianglan with him on the team, the margin for error is greatly increased. "What level are you?" Lin Yu asked. "Xianglan and I are at level 13, and Hao Liang is at level 15, Wang Xian replied. Lin Yu understood. "Brother Yu," Hao Liang finally couldn't help but speak, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yu, "I heard you had a talent advancement surgery? How was the result?" He asked directly, his eyes carrying a subtle hint of longing and scrutiny. Like Lin Yu, Hao Liang possesses rare attributes, and both have low ratings. The lower one's social standing, the stronger the desire to change one's fate. However, his family was poor, and it was unrealistic to expect his parents to risk their entire savings, or even mortgage their house, to pay for his surgery. He had been saving money on his own, and at the same time, he was eager to know whether the surgery, which cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, was really as miraculous as advertised. Lin Yu understood his thoughts and calmly replied, "It varies from person to person and also depends on the tier you choose. The cheapest one is 500,000, which can improve the effect by at least one rating. There are also tiers of 1 million, 2 million, or even tens of millions, and the more expensive ones are, the better the effect. I chose the 500,000 tier." Hao Liang nodded, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. At this moment, the chubby Xianglan scratched his head and asked with a curious look, "Brother Yu, are there many experts at Binhai University? Are you very powerful?" Wang Xian smacked him on the head in an annoyed tone, "Isn't that obvious? UGE is a top student at Binhai University, the number one in his grade, do you understand the significance of that?" Hao Liang didn't speak, but quietly scanned Lin Yu's public information with his smart bracelet. When he saw that Lin Yu's level was only 3 levels higher than his, he smiled slightly to himself. What's the use of being first in the grade in academic subjects? Hao Liang thought to himself. In this world, it's ultimately about who has the strongest fist. In his view, Lin Yu's talent used to be the same as theirs, all at the D level. So what if he was a student at Binhai University? Once he has saved enough money and undergone the talent advancement surgery, the gap between him and Lin Yu will instantly disappear. In fact, with the high mobility and high burst damage of a dark assassin, he is confident that he can completely defeat Lin Yu in a one-on-one situation. He concealed his disdain well, maintaining a respectful demeanor on his face. Lin Yu took in everyone's reactions. He didn't explain much, but simply said, "You'll find out once we enter the dungeon." The group paid the fee and stepped into the wormhole. After the familiar feeling of weightlessness, they found themselves at a teleportation point in the Rift Wasteland. A chilling air, mixed with the smell of rust and decaying grass, suddenly rushed towards them, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Lin Yu led them with practiced ease, bypassing the lower level areas on the outskirts, and headed straight for the leveling spot he had scouted out the day before. Along the way, several wolf-like monsters smelled the presence of humans and emerged from the bushes, baring their teeth and staring intently at their prey with their green eyes. Prepare for battle. Wang Xian immediately assumed a fighting stance, wind energy gathering on his fist. Xianlan also shouted, and the wood grain appeared on his body as he blocked the front of the group. Hao Liang, on the other hand, was like a venomous snake, his body slightly hunched, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. However, before they could make a move, several crisp gunshots echoed across the wasteland. Bang! 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 Before the gunshots had even faded, the wolf-like monsters that were still growling simultaneously had bloody holes appear between their eyebrows. Their massive bodies crashed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell silent. Throughout the entire process, Lin Yu didn't even stop walking, he simply tapped the energy gun in his hand a few times at his waist. Wang Xian and his two companions stood frozen in place, maintaining their fighting stances, their faces filled with shock. They didn't even see how Lin Yu aimed, nor did they sense any violent fluctuations in source energy. Several demonic beasts that were still somewhat troublesome for them were just gone. "We don't need to waste time on these low-level monsters," Lin Yu's voice came from ahead, calm and composed. "There are high-level areas ahead, which are more suitable for you to level up." The group exchanged bewildered glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Wang Xian's gaze was pure admiration, while Xianglan's was one of stunned respect. Hao Liang's sinister eyes were filled with solemnity and longing. Chapter 18: Sharp-Toothed Boar. After dealing with the wolf-like monsters, Wang Xian immediately composed herself and quickly caught up with Lin Yu. "Brother Yu, wait." Xianglan called out from behind, his chubby face full of hesitation. He reluctantly turned back to look at the wolf carcass on the ground. "Those materials, wolf pelts and crystal cores, aren't we going to pick them up? They're all valuable." Wang Xian turned around and glared at him irritably, "Just follow me. Brother Yu doesn't care about those small sums of money. Just follow Brother Yu." Xianlan scratched his head, feeling a pang of regret, but still jogged after him. Lin Yu led them through the eerie, withered forest, and suddenly the view opened up to a vast grassland covered with sawgrass. The sawgrass swayed in the wind, making a rustling sound, as if countless tiny knives were rubbing against each other. On the grass not far away, groups of 3 or 5 dark figures were foraging for food. Their massive bodies caused the ground to tremble slightly as they trod. "We're here." Lin Yu stopped and said in a low voice. Wang Xian immediately raised her wrist, and the smart bracelet emitted a faint scanning beam. The terminal brain quickly processed the data, projecting the information about the monster into its field of vision. Name: Fongtooth Pig. Level: 15. Type: Omnivorous Social. Threat Assessment: Moderate. Looking at the several large, tusked wild boars, and then at the fact that there were only 4 of them on their side, and that everyone except Hao Liang was at a lower level than the other side, Xianglan suddenly felt a little unsure of himself and asked in a low voice, "Brother Yu, they are all at a higher level than us, and there are 4 of them. Can we win?" Although Wang Xian didn't speak, she tightened her grip on the long sword, clearly unsure of herself. Lin Yu turned around, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them. His tone was calm and steady, carrying a reassuring power. "Trust me, and trust yourselves. Follow my command, 0 casualties." These few words, like a stabilizing force, instantly calmed the 2 of them. "Hao Liang, prepare to stealth. Target the smallest one. Attack first and restrict its movement," Lin Yu quickly issued the order. Hao Liang's eyes narrowed, and his aura instantly vanished. His body disappeared silently into the tall sawgrass, like ink dissolving in water, leaving only his cold eyes locked on his prey. Wang Xian, Xianglan, once the battle breaks out, Xianglan will tank and use his shield to draw aggro, while Wang Xian will harass from the flanks. Don't engage in direct combat. The 2 nodded, each activating their special abilities, and nervously awaited the signal. Lin Yu's gaze was fixed on the largest of the wild boars, a fanged boar with dark brown mane. Its massive tusks were covered in mud and grass clippings, clearly indicating that it was the leader of the pack. "Now!" At Lin Yu's command, the energy gun in his hand was raised instantly. Bang! Bang! Two crimson beams of light ripped through the air with lightning speed, striking the leader of the Fang Boars in the eyes with unparalleled precision. A whoa! A piercing, ferocious scream echoed across the grassland. The Fang Boar leader, its eyes blinded, was driven mad by the excruciating pain, its massive body losing control and rampaging wildly. One of its companions, caught off guard, was struck hard in the abdomen by its enormous tusks, sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, its fate unknown. Charge! Charge! Lin Yu let out a loud shout. Xianlan, who had been poised to attack, roared and cast a thick shield of wood-based energy around himself before charging forward. Wang Xian followed closely behind, his wind-based powers imbuing his longsword with a whistling sound. The remaining two Fang Boars were startled by their companions' screams. Their scarlet eyes instantly locked onto the intruders. They lowered their heads, raised their tusks, and charged towards Xianglan, who was closest to them. Thump! A deafening, muffled crash echoed. The foremost Fang Boar slammed into Xianglan's shield. The immense impact cracked the ground beneath his feet, sending him staggering back 2 steps, his feet carving deep furrows in the earth. But ultimately, thanks to his solid tanking skills, he withstood the blow. Such powerful strength. Xianglan felt his arms go numb and was secretly shocked. Well done! Lin Yu's voice rang in his ears. Immediately afterwards, 2 more beams of light flashed. Lin Yu did not attack its vital points, but instead aimed precisely at the equally vulnerable nose of the Fang Boar. The excruciating pain caused the Fang Boar to throw its head back and howl, its massive head raised high. Xianglan, shield bash. Drink! Xianglan's eyes widened as he poured all his wood-type abilities into his shield. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent looked up, he leaped forward and used the top edge of his shield to smash into the Fang Boar's chin. Thump! The blow was so powerful that the Fang Boar's massive body staggered, its entire body flying up to reveal its unprotected, pink belly. Attack his weaknesses. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and he pulled the trigger. Put! Put! 2 beams of energy pierced the soft belly of the Fang Boar, blasting open 2 bloody holes. In that instant, a dark figure flashed out from behind the sharp-toothed boar like a ghost. It was Hao Liang. The dagger in his hand drew a graceful arc, carrying a corrosive glow of dark energy, and precisely cut into the wound that had just been torn open by the source energy beam. The dagger was used to cut open the pig's belly. Splash! The internal organs burst out of the body. The massive body of the Fang Boar crashed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell silent. Hao Liang drew his dagger, and in a flash, disappeared into the shadows once more. All of this is a long story, but in reality, from the moment Lin Yu fired the shot to the moment Fangya Pig fell to the ground, it only took a few breaths. The remaining 2 Fang Boars were subjected to the same method. Under Lin Yu's precise long-range suppression, Xianglan's powerful control, and Hao Liang's fatal blow, they didn't even have a chance to get close to Wang Xian before following in their companion's footsteps. When the last Fanged Boar fell, only the slightly hurried breathing of the crowd echoed across the grassland. The team's morale was boosted by their first victory. The group quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Just as Lin Yu had thought, although the sharp-toothed boar was tough and incredibly strong, it only had brute force and a limited range of attack methods. Its soft belly was a fatal weakness, and since it lacked ranged or elemental attack methods, it was very suitable for honing teamwork. After a short rest, the group did not stop there, but continued to search for new prey on the grassland. Teaming up to fight monsters is indeed far more efficient than fighting alone. They lost count of how many waves of monsters they encountered in just one afternoon. Lin Yu only used the system's refresh function 3 times, yet his level and experience bar had already visibly increased by 2 levels. However, this high-intensity leveling pace also quickly exposed the weaknesses of Wang Xian and his group. They weren't Lin Yu, after all. They didn't have the system's overpowered cheat-like ability to refresh their abilities. Their energy reserves and physical strength had limits. The energy potions they carried were quickly depleted with each use of their skills. Seeing this, Lin Yu distributed his potions. However, he soon realized that distributing them like this was too inefficient, and he also needed to keep some for himself in case of emergency. Xianglan, here, you take these. Lin Yu stuffed all the remaining source energy potions into the tank's hands. You are the cornerstone of the team. As long as you can stand firm, we can deal damage. You should use the potions first. Xianglan paused for a moment, looked at the several vials of high-purity blue potion in his hand, and nodded heavily. With no worries about the future, Xianglan became like a moving city wall, fearlessly charging to the forefront. Brother Yu, we're holding the team back a bit. Wang Xian leaned against a weathered rock, panting heavily, his clothes already soaked with sweat. He had never experienced such intense leveling before. At first, it was alright, but after his body began to tire, his movements couldn't keep up with his combat awareness. His body started to develop wounds of all sizes during battles, and every fight felt like a brush with death. Seeing the three of them in such a disheveled state, Lin Yu realized that he couldn't rush things. He quickly adjusted the tactics. Next, Xianglan will be responsible for pulling and controlling the monsters. Wang Xian and Hao Liang don't need to use high-cost skills anymore. Just provide support and create space for damage output. Leave the damage output to me. Hearing this, all three breathed a sigh of relief. This fighting style, which only required exertion and did not excessively consume source energy, finally allowed their tense nerves to relax. In addition, Lin Yu added, all the materials produced later will be divided equally among the three of you. I won't take a single share. Really? Xiang Lan's eyes lit up instantly. Brother Yu is so generous. Wang Xian exclaimed excitedly, forgetting his fatigue. Hao Liang didn't speak, but a hint of surprise and delight flashed in his eyes. Where else could you find such a good deal? Just by being a bystander, you could split the spoils equally? Time flew by amidst the intense hunting and battles. In the blink of an eye, the leaden gray clouds on the horizon were tinged with a twilight hue interwoven with dark gold and blood red, and dusk had fallen. Lin Yu announced a temporary break, and the group collapsed to the ground, not wanting to move a finger. Brother Yu is really amazing, Wang Xian said. Though she was exhausted, she still couldn't stop talking. I'm about to fall apart, and you're still so energetic. Xianglan echoed, his tone full of admiration. Yes, Brother Yu, it seems you only drank the potion twice this afternoon? Lin Yu leaned against a rock, calmly fiddling with the energy gun in his hand, as if he wasn't the one who had just been reaping kills on the battlefield. The pressure is all on your side. I just need to stand in the back and deal damage. I have less to do and less to consume. Hao Liang, who had been silent all along, raised his head. Looking at Lin Yu's calm and composed demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The difference in their ranks wasn't significant, but their performance in actual combat seemed to be separated by an insurmountable chasm. Lin Yu's every movement and every shot was so precise it was as if it had been meticulously calculated, with no superfluous movements, compressing the consumption of source energy to the extreme. Could this be the change brought about by the talent advancement surgery? Hao Liang clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. He was determined to save enough money to have the surgery, no matter what. Chapter 19 Robbery. As dusk deepened, the wind on the wasteland began to grow biting, carrying a metallic, rusty stench. Wang Xian slumped to the ground, catching her breath. Looking at Lin Yu's steady, mountain-like back, she exclaimed sincerely, Brother Yu is so outstanding. After graduation, he will definitely be able to join a top guild. His future is bright. Yes, yes, yes. Xianglan, standing to the side, seemed to have found a resonance. His chubby face was full of longing. He excitedly slapped his thigh. Brother Yu, if you're choosing a guild, you must consider Star Orbit. I'm a die-hard fan of the Star Orbit Guild. Their guild leader, Star Dome, is a legendary figure. He seemed to have opened a floodgate, lowering his voice mysteriously. Have you guys been watching the news these past few days? Just yesterday, a heavenly-level wormhole spatial fluctuation occurred on Chongming Island. The authorities have urgently summoned the top guilds in the Alliance to provide assistance, and the Star Orbit Guild is among them. I saw it too. Wang Xian's expression instantly turned serious. A heavenly-level wormhole. My god, what level of monster must that be? It looks like another massacre is about to occur. Lin Yu had been busy with secluded cultivation and frantically leveling up these past 2 days, so he knew very little about the outside world. He frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, has the wormhole gate been fully opened? Hao Liang, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. His voice sounded somewhat hoarse in the twilight. I just saw the latest battle report before I came in. It's already open. The moment the wormhole portal opened, the resulting spatial shockwave directly destroyed a large number of buildings along the coast of Chongming Island. The casualties are still classified for now, but there will definitely be many. The spatial stability of a heavenly-level wormhole is extremely poor, and it's not so easy to conquer. Wang Xian's tone was tinged with pessimism. This invasion of monsters will probably last a long time. Moreover, Chongming Island is so close to the mainland. Once the defense line is breached, the monster tide will surge into the inland and the consequences will be unimaginable. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. The campfire crackled, illuminating 4 young faces. The appearance of wormholes often signifies the destruction of homes and the withering of life. While humans can transform the dangerous wormhole space into a controllable instance by conquering the Lord's core, this is undoubtedly a long and bloody process. The most terrifying thing is that the wormhole gate that is opened for the first time is extremely unstable and may close at any time during the raid. Hao Liang's voice was low and calm. He looked at the flickering flames as if stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. If the gate closes before the core is destroyed, then all the raid team members who entered will be trapped in that world forever and eventually become wandering ghosts. This is the cruel law of another world. However, Hao Liang changed the subject, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. From another perspective, the heavenly level wormhole space is also a huge opportunity. Such high-level spaces often contain rare minerals, top-grade herbs, and even lost ancient civilization relics. If we can successfully conquer and control them, their economic value is immeasurable, enough to make a guild or even a family leap into the top echelons. It's not that easy. Wang Xian shook his head, unconvinced. The size of a heaven-level wormhole is many times that of a yellow-level or profound-level wormhole. To find the Lord's core, which could be disguised in any form, in such a vast world under the siege of countless demonic beasts is like finding a needle in a haystack. I think the most likely outcome is that humanity can only passively resist the demonic beast tide until the spatial gate closes itself due to energy depletion. He's right. In human history, the vast majority of wormholes have been killed off in this way. Only a very small number have actually been successfully converted into replicas by humans. As a result, the housing and land prices on Chongming Island will probably plummet to rock bottom, Xiang Lan sighed, as if he were talking about his own vegetable garden. Land price? Lin Yu asked, somewhat puzzled. In his mind, weren't strategic resources like land directly controlled by the state, or rather, by alliances? Yes, brother Yu, Xiang Lan explained, after the alliance was established, in order to raise funds and improve efficiency, most of the land in non-core areas was allowed to be bought and sold privately. For islands like Chongming Island, which have experienced a heavenly disaster, once this event is over, the probability of another monster invasion is at least 70%. This kind of high-risk real estate is cheaper than cabbage on the market. Wang Xian added, a similar incident happened in America. It was originally a famous resort, but it was flooded by a monster horde overnight and became a new lair. Fortunately, it was an island, far from the mainland, and the American alliance abandoned it directly, even withdrawing its troops. Later, it was even put up for sale on the official website. I glanced at the price a while ago, and it had already dropped to 1 million alliance coins, but no one dared to buy it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. 1 million alliance coins is a considerable sum for ordinary people, but for a former resort destination, it's practically a steal. If humans hadn't acquired superpowers and gained the ability to fight monsters, what difference would this be from the apocalypse? The campfire crackled, and sparks rose with the heat, dissipating into the cool night of the crater wasteland. Just as the group was immersed in their brief rest in discussing the weighty topic of the celestial-level wormhole, a sudden, flippant, and malicious voice rang in their ears, like sandpaper rubbing against glass. Oh, everyone's taking a break? The sound came so suddenly that Lin Yu and the others felt their hair stand on end instantly. Almost instinctively, their hands reached for the weapons beside them, their bodies tensing like bows. Everyone looked warily toward the source of the sound. 5 figures emerged from the dim woods. The leader was a man with a hideous scar on his face, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, and a lewd smile on his lips. Behind him followed 4 equally shady-looking henchmen, each wielding a different type of weapon, forming a loose yet imposing crescent shape that subtly surrounded Lin Yu and his companions. Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. With his current spatial perception, he didn't even notice these people getting so close. Either they were of a much higher level than him, or they had some kind of special item that shielded their aura. Holding the energy gun, he coldly locked his gaze on the scarred man. You want something from us? The scarred man held a gleaming curved blade as he slowly and methodically trimmed his nails with the blade, casually observing Lin Yu and his companions. That posture was just like that of a bully leader at the gate of an old-fashioned primary school who only dared to bully younger students. It's nothing serious, the scarred man spat out the grass stalk in his mouth, his eyes turning fierce. The brothers are a bit short on cash lately, so we came to borrow some travel money from you guys. One of his henchmen immediately understood, puffed out his chest, and shouted arrogantly, Did you hear me? Hand over all the materials and crystal cores you collected this afternoon. And take off all your weapons and equipment. Don't dawdle, or we'll kill you right now. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the group of people. They wore cobbled together, low-quality armor, and their weapons were mostly civilian-grade or even crudely made. They didn't even take the money from the account, clearly knowing that network signals were blocked in the instance and transfers were impossible. Furthermore, taking funds from the account would leave electronic traces, making it easy to be investigated later. This group is nothing but parasites who only dare to bully newbies and rob others in low-level instances. Wang Xin had already raised the bracelet, and a barely perceptible scanning beam shot towards the target. However, the bracelet's terminal system displayed, "Target has concealed identity information. Don't bother sweeping." The scarred man sneered, with a "I've got you all figured out" look on his face. He took a step forward, brandishing his curved sword. "My level is higher than yours. If you don't want to suffer, then obediently leave your stuff behind. Don't be so stubborn. In this dog-eat-dog world, strength is the only truth." However, given Lin Yu's status as a top student from Binhai University, he still gave a final warning as part of the procedure. "We are students from a school for students with special abilities, and we are conducting a live fire exercise in this area. If there is nothing else, please leave as soon as possible, otherwise you will be responsible for all consequences." The scarred man was taken aback at first, then grinned as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and laughed wildly. "A school for people with superpowers? Ha ha ha. I don't care who you are, I'll fucking..." Bang! A muffled thud interrupted his next words. Without any warning, Lin Yu unleashed a fully compressed void fist, striking the scarred man precisely in the chest. The immense force sent him flying like a sack of potatoes, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away, his curved sword flying out of his hand and landing a considerable distance away. Cough. Put. The scarred man felt his chest heaving and spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror. Lin Yu held the energy gun, his eyes as cold as ice, and his voice devoid of any emotion as he commanded, "Warnings ineffective, prepare for battle." Chapter 20: The Masked Woman. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Xin, Xianglan, and Hao Liang instantly entered battle mode. Wang Xin's wind-type supernatural power surged, and with a flash, he blocked the opponent's escape route. Xianglan roared, and his wood elemental energy shield instantly opened. With a charge, he shattered the enemy's formation like a mountain. Street thugs fight in brawls, relying on nothing more than sheer grit and ruthless recklessness. This level of fierceness might be effective in intimidating ordinary people in the city, and it might be passable for bullying mindless low-level monsters in a yellow-level dungeon. But in the quasi-military management system of the Superpower School, where they undergo high-intensity combat and tactical training every day, they are nothing. Many outstanding graduates of Binhai University are eligible to join the military directly, starting with at least a lieutenant rank. They are trained in the true art of warfare. The battle was one-sided from the very beginning. The scarred man had just struggled to his feet and hadn't even stood up properly when Xianglan's huge shield came crashing down with a whoosh, knocking him to the ground again. Hao Liang's dagger was like the scythe of death, leaving bloody marks on the remaining men, instantly rendering them unable to fight. The entire process took no more than 10 minutes. The 5 thugs who had been so arrogant and domineering just moments before were now lying on the ground, howling and groaning in pain, unable to get up again. Lin Yu slowly put away his gun, walked up to the scarred man, looked down at him, and his eyes were completely calm. He nudged the other man's leg with his toe, his tone icy as he repeated, word by word, what the other man had just said. "Now, hand over all your materials, crystal cores, weapons, and equipment." The situation reversed so quickly that the scarred man clearly hadn't woken up from his dream of being the big brother. He lay on the ground, his chest heaving violently, his face devoid of any arrogance, replaced by terror and disbelief. His 4 henchmen, who had brought him, lay sprawled on the ground like dead dogs, some with broken arms or legs, their groans echoing across the desolate wasteland. Lin Yu ignored the wounded on the ground. He activated his spatial perception to its maximum, creating an invisible net that enveloped every corner of the surrounding area. The night wind of the Rift Wasteland seemed to conceal other presences. He had to ensure no one escaped. "You've been following us for a long time, haven't you?" Lin Yu's gaze was sharp as he looked at the scarred man again. "Tell me, how did you manage to bypass my senses and get close to us?" This is what Lin Yu cares about most. If the other party really has the means to shield the senses of high-level ability users, then today's incident is not a simple robbery, but a meticulously planned assassination. The scarred man's eyes flickered, still trying to be defiant. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a beam of azure light shone brightly against the dim wasteland. The energy gun struck the scarred man's thigh precisely, splattering blood everywhere. Ah! The scarred man let out a pig-like scream, cold sweat instantly soaking his entire body. Lin Yu blew away the non-existent gunpowder smoke from the muzzle of his gun, his tone carrying a chilling killing intent. This is the Rift Wasteland, teeming with monsters. We could easily kill you all and then throw your corpses to feed the monsters. Even if the authorities found out, they would only classify it as a monster kill, leaving no trace. My patience is running out, so you'd better answer quickly. Before the scarred man could recover from the excruciating pain, Lin Yu raised his hand. Bang! Another shot, this time in his other leg. The scarred man's screams never stopped. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted, his eyes filled with terror. He regretted it, utterly regretted it. He shouldn't have taken this job. The intelligence was wrong. This wasn't some weak, helpless student, this was a monster. He used to hit students, those hothouse flowers, a few slaps and a few threats, and they'd obediently hand over their money. Why doesn't that work anymore? Lin Yu looked at his still tightly closed mouth and assumed he was a tough guy. He frowned, turned to Wang Xian and stretched out his hand. Lend me your sword. I'll cut off one of his legs first. I want to see if his bones are harder than his mouth. In this era of superpowers, influenced by the source energy, medical technology has made a qualitative leap. Injuries like severed limbs can be perfectly restored with timely rescue using gene-based drugs and mechanical prosthetics. However, it is precisely this advancement in medicine that has made people more indifferent to life and physical pain. Wang Xian had seen blood before, so how could he let his older brother do such dirty work himself? Brother Yu, leave it to me. Wang Xian stepped forward, the wind-blade longsword in his hand gleaming with a chilling light. He cracked his knuckles, his tone carrying a hint of eager excitement. I guarantee I'll cut it cleanly and quickly, so he'll never forget this lesson for the rest of his life. Seeing Wang Xian's eager and crazed look, as if he wanted to test the knife on him, the scarred man was completely terrified. No! Don't do it! I'll talk. I'll tell you everything, the scarred man screamed hoarsely, his face smeared with tears, snot, and blood. It's a prop. We have props that can mask our presence. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and he was about to continue asking questions. The scarred man, as if grasping at a last straw, suddenly raised his head and roared with all his might at the empty, desolate night sky. Boss! Help! If you don't come out, I'm really going to die. They're going to cut off my legs. After a long silence, a deep sigh came as if from a crack in the void. I shouldn't have trusted you, bunch of useless trash. The voice was clear and cold, yet it carried a chilling edge. Before the words were finished, a figure, like a ghost, suddenly tore through the dim air and appeared in everyone's sight. She didn't emerge from the darkness, rather, it was as if she had always been standing there, only revealing herself now. A chilling, austere atmosphere, like the gaze of an abyss, instantly enveloped the entire area, causing even the flames of the campfire to freeze. Lin Yu's hair stood on end instantly, an unprecedented sense of crisis shooting from his spine to the top of his head. Without even thinking, his body reacted instinctively, and he shouted sharply, "Back off!" The scarred man's face, which had been filled with despair, suddenly lit up with the ecstatic joy of surviving a near-death experience. Thinking he had been rescued, he struggled to his feet and cried out to the figure, "Boss! That kid was too ruthless. You have to stand up for us." Before he could even utter the word "chi," he felt a chill on his neck, as if a cold breeze had brushed past him. Immediately afterward, his vision blurred, and he saw his body slowly falling backward. At the same instant, his brothers also coughed up blood from their necks and collapsed limply to the ground. The whole process was lightning fast. The person referred to as Big Sister wore a black mask and hood, and her alluring figure was outlined in a tight-fitting black combat suit. Lin Yu didn't even see how she did it before she instantly slit the throats of 5 people, as cleanly and efficiently as brushing dust off her shoulders. I should have done it myself a long time ago. The woman's voice was completely flat, as if she had just crushed a few ants. It's all because those people in the Anomaly Investigation Department were too watchful and wasted too much time. Lin Yu's entire body was tense, his muscles like a fully drawn bowstring. The pressure from this person was stronger than any life or death crisis he had faced before. He dared not make the slightest unnecessary movement, even slowing his breathing to its slowest pace, fearing that the next moment he would become a cold corpse like the 5 bodies on the ground. You want to kill us? Lin Yu asked in a deep voice, his mind racing, trying to figure out when he had offended an assassin of this caliber. If he really had any enemies, it was probably only Sun Zi, or the forces behind the Sun family? He paused, then added, or, do you want to kill me? The masked woman seemed to chuckle softly, her voice coming through the mask, sounding somewhat muffled and eerie. It makes no difference, we're all going to die anyway. Her guiding principle is to eliminate problems completely and leave no room for doubt. Before she finished speaking, the masked woman raised the weapon in her hand. This time, Lin Yu saw it clearly. It was a long, jet-black whip. The tip of the whip was not ordinary leather, but a gleaming metal blade, like the forked tongue of a venomous snake. Scatter! Don't attack blindly! Lin Yu practically roared it out, unleashing several spatial blades at the same time. He had to buy time for his people to react. Brother Yu, she's actually level 42. Wang Xian stared at the target information displayed on her bracelet, her face filled with utter shock. Level 42. This was beyond their comprehension. This was simply an enemy they couldn't face at their level. Lin Yu was about to rebuke him. At a time like this, you still have the mind to look at the terminal. The masked woman dodged Lin Yu's attack with uncanny movements, and at the same time, with a flick of her wrist, the black whip, like a living venomous snake, lashed out at Wang Xian with incredible speed, accompanied by a piercing sound. Wang Xian was still immersed in the despair brought about by the level, and when she saw the black light coming towards her, she was so frightened that she forgot to react. When? A crisp sound of metal striking stone. The metal blade at the tip of the whip lashed out and struck a transparent spatial shield that appeared out of nowhere. The immense force caused ripples to spread across the shield, but it ultimately blocked the fatal blow. Lin Yu appeared beside Wang Xian, staring intently at the masked woman, his eyes filled with seriousness. Don't get distracted, or you'll die. The masked woman seemed unsurprised that her attack missed. Without pausing, she drew a throwing knife from her waist with her other hand, and with a flick of her wrist, a cold glint flashed. Whoosh! The throwing knife sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, aiming straight for Lin Yu's brow. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and he instantly shifted to the side again. Bite! The throwing knife grazed past his ear and embedded itself in the rock behind him, penetrating 3 inches deep, causing the blade to tremble violently. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yu raised his energy gun and fired 2 shots at the masked woman's position. Bang! Bang! 2 beams of azure light pierced the night. The masked woman's body leaned backward in an ergonomically unnatural posture, as if boneless. 2 beams of light grazed her mask, scorching a strand of her hair. Immediately afterwards, she pushed off the ground with both feet, and like a black cannonball, she swooped down toward Lin Yu at an extremely strange yet incredibly fast speed. Chapter 21 Echoes of the Void. Lin Yu's energy gun roared wildly, unleashing a torrent of azure beams like raindrops. But none of them managed to hit the masked woman's unpredictable movements. She danced as if amidst a hail of bullets, each seemingly precarious twist perfectly avoiding fatal trajectories. Those azure beams, sharp enough to pierce steel, all struck empty air. The long metal whip, like a venomous snake's tongue, grazed Lin Yu's body time and again, leaving streaks of blood on his combat uniform. The excruciating pain made Lin Yu's mind increasingly clear. If this continued, he would surely die. Smack! The whip lashed out again, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Lin Yu used the recoil to initiate another teleportation, creating distance, his chest heaving violently. The rapid depletion of his source energy made him feel dizzy. Even he couldn't sustain this high-intensity, continuous teleportation for long. The masked woman seemed to have lost her patience. She stopped in her tracks and lashed the ground with her long whip. How many more teleportations can your source energy support? Her voice came through the mask, with a hint of cat and mouse teasing. Surrender and I'll give you a quick death. Lin Yu did not answer. He leaned against a withered tree, his hands trembling slightly, as if he had exhausted himself. Who sent you to kill me? He asked again, his voice sounding somewhat weak. Don't you know who you've offended? The masked woman walked over step by step, releasing her level 42 aura without reservation, making it almost impossible for Wang Xian and the others to breathe. Sun Zi? Lin Yu asked tentatively. The masked woman did not react. Rain Tak? Lin Yu asked again. The masked woman finally stirred slightly. She chuckled softly. Stop guessing. It was a job on the black market, and the client is anonymous. You're quite something, managing to force me to use so many tricks. No wonder the bounty is so high. Lin Yu raised his head, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. I'll give you double the commission. How about you let me go? It's a pity, the masked woman said, having walked 10 meters away from Lin Yu. She slowly raised the long whip in her hand. Even if I live in the shadows, I still have principles. That's a real shame, Lin Yu sighed, as if he had completely given up the fight. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu murmured, Void Echo activate. Several pitch-black chains made of pure spatial power shot out from the shadow beneath the masked woman's feet without warning. The masked woman's pupils contracted sharply. She sensed a deadly threat and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Clang! Clang! The chains instantly wrapped around her waist and the arm holding the whip. The immense force and spatial confinement made her stiffen and her movements become sluggish. She looked at Lin Yu, her expression a mixture of shock and anger. A cold smile appeared on Lin Yu's dusty face. When I watched TV dramas before, I never understood why the villains always liked to chat with the protagonists. Lin Yu slowly straightened up, raising the energy gun in his hand again. There was no weakness in his eyes, only the coldness of a hunter watching his prey fall into the net. Now I understand, it's because of arrogance. He didn't give the other party any chance to retort or reveal their true colors. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dozens of miniature spatial wormholes suddenly appeared in the space surrounding the masked woman. They didn't appear out of thin air, but were the echoes left on the spatial coordinates by all of Lin Yu's previous missed shots. Those attacks that he deliberately missed were not actually empty hits, but were stored and refracted by his spatial abilities, forming a three-dimensional attack network covering all directions. At this moment, with the activation of the command, all these wormholes are opened. Bang, 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 bang. All the energy beams that Lin Yu had previously shot out that had missed were now shooting out one by one from these miniature wormholes, as if they had crossed space and time. The previously scattered and harmless attacks now came from all directions, up, down, left, and right, at angles that were completely unpredictable and impossible to dodge, simultaneously striking the masked woman who was bound in place by chains. Ah! A piercing scream came from beneath the mask. At the last moment, the masked woman poured all her energy into the black whip. The whip, as if alive, automatically coiled around her body, forming an impenetrable defensive circle that protected her head and heart. But it was all in vain. Her limbs and torso were instantly pierced by dozens of azure beams of light, like a ripped ragdoll, with blood spurting out and staining the ground beneath her a dark red. Lin Yu did not stop. The energy gun continued to fire. He turned the firing rate of the energy gun to the limit and poured out all the stored energy. The attack lasted a full 5 minutes. When the gun barrel finally emitted a hollow click-click sound, the source energy in Lin Yu's body was completely drained. He collapsed to one knee, exhausted, staring at the area shrouded in smoke and blood mist, panting heavily. As the smoke cleared, the once arrogant level 42 assassin lay dead in a pool of blood. His black mask was shattered in two, revealing a pale, horrified face. The smell of blood filled the air. However, the expected victory did not come. A moment later, a twisted and strange smile appeared on the masked woman's face. As if she had encountered a toy that satisfied her, the masked woman's shattered body trembled uncontrollably. As Lin Yu's internal energy was depleted, the void chains binding the masked woman crumbled and dissipated completely, like a candle flickering in the wind. The masked woman struggled with her badly injured and broken body, reaching for her chest with one hand and pulling out a vial of golden liquid from her tattered clothes. Lin Yu, you think you've won? His voice was hoarse, yet it carried a chilling resentment. Lin Yu tried to stop him, but his body felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. Just by supporting himself, his muscles were protesting as if they were being torn apart. He watched helplessly as the masked woman removed the seal and poured the vial of medicine down her throat. Gurgle. The moment the potion entered her throat, the masked woman shone with golden light. The bloody holes pierced by the energy beams on her body were now being filled with wriggling granulation tissue, her skin was healing at a visible speed, and her broken bones emitted a teeth-grinding crackling sound. Damn it, what's the point of fighting now? Lin Yu cursed inwardly, a sense of powerlessness welling up inside him. Does such a cheating drug exist in this world? This isn't a cure, it's practically regeneration. Brother Yu. Seeing this, Wang Xian's eyes widened in fury. He roared and charged forward with his long sword, attempting a final desperate attack before the opponent fully recovered. Court death. The masked woman didn't even look at him, and with a flick of her wrist, the long black whip in her hand seemed to come alive. The whip's body twisted and turned like a serpent, and the metal blade at the tip sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, striking Wang Xian hard. Bang! With a loud bang, Wang Xian was sent flying, his longsword slipping from his hand. He fell several meters away like a kite with a broken string, unable to get up again. The masked woman slowly straightened up, golden light flowing around her, her aura not only restored to its peak, but even more fierce than before. She looked down at Lin Yu, her eyes full of a cat-and-mouse smirk. You're much stronger than I imagined. She cracked her knuckles, her voice coming from behind the mask. But Lin Yu, after fighting for so long, you probably still don't even know what kind of ability I am. Are you just standing there waiting to die? The moment the words left his mouth, a murderous intent suddenly appeared. On the rock behind Linyu, a throwing knife that had been quietly stuck there suddenly began to vibrate violently, emitting a high-frequency buzzing sound. The next moment, it seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, and with a swift sound, it transformed into a silver lightning bolt, piercing through Linyu's chest with a speed even faster and more ruthless than when it came. Puff! The excruciating pain instantly turned Linyu's vision blood red, forcing him to refresh the system again. A flash of white light appeared before my eyes, and the wound healed instantly, as if I had never been injured. Only one last time. Linyu's heart sank, and cold sweat soaked his back. The system only has one refresh left, and the source energy within the body absolutely cannot support a second void echo. When the masked woman saw Linyu revert to his original form out of thin air, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper arrogance and confidence. She slowly opened her arms, her body hovering in mid-air, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire area. I am a metal-type ability user, and my ability is metal manipulation. I have to admit, you are indeed a rare genius, the kind of prodigy that others talk about and envy. The masked woman's voice carried a hint of cold praise, but more so a condescending contempt. But so what? In the end, you're only level 20. In the face of true strength, so-called geniuses are nothing more than slightly stronger ants. Some gaps are defined by rules and ironclad laws. Before you truly mature, no matter how exceptionally talented you are, you will never be able to surpass that level by even the slightest margin. Chapter 22: The Final Winner. As she spoke, dozens of throwing knives scattered on the battlefield, rubble on the ground, and even Wang Xan's longsword that had fallen to the ground. All the metal objects suspended themselves at that moment, emitting the unique hum and vibration of metal, as if they were paying homage to their king. As soon as he finished speaking, several throwing knives seemed to receive a command, transforming into streaks of silver light and shooting towards Linyu from tricky angles. Linyu channeled his inner energy, reopening a miniature wormhole. Just as the throwing knife was about to strike him, it disappeared into the wormhole. Immediately afterwards, spatial fluctuations appeared behind the masked woman, from which throwing knives shot out one after another. However, just as it was about to hit the masked woman, the throwing knife seemed to gain its own consciousness, suddenly turning in mid-air and hovering in front of her, as obedient as a pet. The masked woman's lips curled into a mocking smile. With a flick of her wrist, the throwing knives scattered. Go! Dozens of throwing knives traced eerie arcs, as if guided by a system, shooting towards Linyu from all sorts of tricky angles. The same scene played out again. The throwing knife disappeared the moment it hit Linyu, then reappeared elsewhere, but it could never truly harm the masked woman. The battle between the two entered a new phase in a strange and stalemate. However, this contest is extremely disadvantageous for Linyu. Although the masked woman was severely injured and her movements were restricted, she was certain that Linyu, a level 20 ability user, would never be able to use the same deadly attack that had previously inflicted such a serious injury on her again. His remaining source energy reserves simply couldn't support that level of output. Therefore, she no longer pursued a one-hit kill, but changed to a different tactic, wearing down the enemy. She wove a vast net with countless flying metal knives, constantly harassing and forcing Linyu to react. Every dodge, every opening of a wormhole, only hastened Linyu's demise. Whoever is exhausted first will die first. She couldn't believe that she, a level 42 master of metal manipulation, would be no match for a level 20 kid. The oppressive feeling of death enveloped him as if it were a tangible reality. The metal storm woven from countless flying knives controlled by the masked woman could tear Linyu to pieces at any moment. Linyu could clearly feel that the source energy in his body was almost depleted, and if he dragged it out any longer, he would have no chance of turning the tide. Let's give it our all. Linyu's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart pounded wildly in his chest. This was his last trump card. Whether he could survive this desperate situation depended entirely on whether Lady Luck would be blind tonight. Click! The buckle on his tactical belt snapped open, and he almost trembled as he pulled out the last vial of energy potion. Without the slightest hesitation, he tilted his head back and poured the vial of the eerie blue liquid down his throat. Ugh! Linyu roared, raised his energy gun, and unleashed a torrent of fire at the masked woman while simultaneously lowering his body and charging towards her like a cheetah. He looked every bit the madman seeking to take her down with him. Die! Linyu let out a beast-like roar. He raised his rifle, pulled the trigger all the way down, no longer pursuing accuracy, but using the hail of bullets as cover. He lowered his center of gravity and charged madly at the masked woman like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. The masked woman watched the scene coldly, her long whip dancing like a serpent, deflecting each incoming attack. In her eyes, this was nothing more than a prey's desperate struggle before death. However, just as Lin Yu rushed to within 5 meters of her and was about to enter her attack range, he suddenly made a move that surprised even the masked woman. He suddenly threw the energy gun in his hand at the masked woman. This unusual behavior made the masked woman hesitate for a moment. What was he trying to do? Surrender? No, that didn't seem like it. Just as her mind began to stir, the shadow beneath her feet suddenly came to life. A jet-black chain, composed of pure spatial power, emerged from the shadow beneath her feet without warning, like a ghostly hand reaching out from the abyss of hell. It instantly wrapped around her waist. The cold touch and familiar feeling of being bound caused the masked woman's pupils to shrink, and she screamed in terror, "How is this possible? Could it be that same void echo again, the one that nearly killed her? Wasn't his source energy almost depleted? This doesn't make sense." She frantically channeled her metal-based powers, trying to shatter the chains. The void echoed. Lin Yu naturally couldn't release it. All his source energy, even his soul, was burning, and all his power was concentrated between his hands. The Spear of Darkness. Lin Yu's eyes were bloodshot, his fingers were interlaced, and his bones creaked from the excessive force. The violent spatial power was compressed and spun wildly between his palms, emitting a piercing shriek like glass being crushed. The air distorted, and a pitch-black spear, its tip gleaming with a cold light, slowly took shape between his palms. Every inch of space it passed through emitted a mournful cry of unbearable burden. "It's over." Lin Yu let out a roar that came from his very soul. He channeled his last hope, his entire weight and strength, along with the life-burning energy, into a deadly spear, and thrust it fiercely toward the masked woman's heart. Bite! A crisp, metallic clang rang out, like the tolling of a death knell. In a split second, the masked woman's fighting instincts saved her. The long whip in her hand spun rapidly in front of her, turning into golden afterimages that instantly wove together into an impenetrable metal force field shield. Lin Yu's void spear was firmly pressed against the shield. Sizzle! The dark spear tip and the golden whip rubbed together fiercely, sparking blinding flashes. A terrifying shockwave exploded outwards from the two of them, sending rubble flying. Lin Yu used all his strength, his feet digging into the ground, carving 2 deep furrows in the earth. He wanted to push the spear in even an inch further. But the metal shield remained as still as a mountain, the immense recoil making his arms numb. "Lin Yu, you're too arrogant." The masked woman's mocking voice rang out coldly against his ear. Just as Lin Yu was betting all his source energy on this spear, the miniature wormholes that he had been maintaining around him could no longer be maintained due to the complete depletion of source energy. Each wormhole space vanished instantly with a pop, just like a soap bubble. Put! 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 Without the wormhole for teleportation, the throwing knives that had been circling on the periphery, waiting for their chance, finally found their target. Several throwing knives, imbued with sharp metal-based supernatural power, instantly pierced through Lin Yu's lungs, shoulder blades, and thighs. Ugh! A sharp pain, like a tsunami, instantly overwhelmed Lin Yu's senses. All his movements came to an abrupt halt, and his body shuddered violently, as if all his bones had been removed. With his internal organs pierced, Lin Yu's breath hitched, and a metallic, sweet taste rose in his throat. He stared in disbelief at the cold blade protruding from his chest, and then, a mouthful of scalding blood gushed out uncontrollably. Warm blood splattered on the masked woman's pale face, making her smile look even more eerie. "Lin Yu," the masked woman whispered in his ear, her tone filled with the arrogance of a victor, "the final winner is still me." Chapter 23 Captain Dragonfly. The excruciating pain overwhelmed Lin Yu's senses like a tsunami. His body was severely injured, and the dark spear in his hand, which embodied all his hopes, instantly lost its power and dissipated into starlight in the air. Puff! Lin Yu stumbled back 2 steps, his legs buckled, and he could no longer support himself, collapsing heavily onto the cold ground. Dust billowed up, choking his pierced lungs and triggering a heart-wrenching cough. The void chains binding the masked woman also dissipated automatically, like a phantom, due to Lin Yu's blurred consciousness and the interruption of his source energy. The masked woman felt a renewed sense of freedom, but did not immediately launch an attack. She stood still, her chest rising and falling slightly as she breathed heavily. Although she had won, the battle had almost completely drained her energy. However, her eyes shone with an alarming intensity, the kind of fervor and satisfaction a hunter feels when watching their perfect prey being captured. "Lin Yu," she chuckled softly, her voice hoarse but filled with an indescribable smugness, "you are the one who brings me the most pleasure among all my prey." With alluring yet slightly weary steps, she slowly walked to Lin Yu, who was lying on the ground. She didn't even use her long whip again, but instead reached out and used her last bit of supernatural power to draw Wang Xian's long sword, which had fallen to the ground not far away, from a distance. The long sword twirled in her hand, its cold light gleaming. She looked down at the dying Lin Yu, savoring these final moments. She was going to use her own hands, with the sword that belonged to his comrade, to deliver the final blow. Any last words? The masked woman asked softly, her tone playful, like a cat playing with a mouse. Because his lungs had been pierced by a throwing knife, every breath Lin Yu took felt like swallowing scalding hot blades. The burning pain made it almost impossible for him to think. He wanted to speak, to mock, to make a final struggle, but when he opened his mouth, he could only cough up a mouthful of blood, staining the dust beneath him. Not receiving a reply, the masked woman seemed genuinely disappointed. She tilted her head inside. What a pity. To be honest, I was almost reluctant to kill you. Before she finished speaking, a murderous glint appeared in her eyes. She gripped the longsword with both hands in reverse, raised it high, and pointed the tip at Lin Yu's heart, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Does Lin Yu really have no backup plan? Of course not. In previous battles, he had already used the system's forced refresh 9 times, and his talent rating, honed through repeated brushes with death, was already infinitely close to a level. His source energy limit has increased several times compared to when he first transmigrated, in addition to the source energy potion he just took. Even so, that combo was already the limit of what he could do. His meridians were on the verge of bursting from the forced overexertion, and his brain was spinning from lack of oxygen. The system panel shows 1 refresh remaining. He was taking a huge gamble. He was betting on his acting skills, betting on the masked woman's arrogance. He pretended to be exhausted and desperate, just to lure her into delivering the final blow herself. When a person believes they have a sure win, that's when they are most relaxed and least defensive. If only she were a little closer. Lin Yu frantically calculated the distance and timing in his mind, preparing to use his last refresh the moment she stabbed him, no matter the cost, to create a hole in her heart. The masked woman raised her longsword, the fatal blow about to fall. The time is now. Lin Yu's consciousness had already locked onto the system panel, preparing to press that final button. However, at this critical moment, another unexpected event occurred. The masked woman's downward thrust of her longsword suddenly seemed to be slowed down. Her thunderous strike was stretched out infinitely, the tip of the sword stopping 20 centimeters from Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu stared at the masked woman moving in slow motion, his eyes filled with confusion. Was this some new killing move? Mental inertia? Or a time manipulation ability? There was no time to think. Should we use the last refresh to give her a space razor? In a split second, Lin Yu made a decision. He was ready to take a gamble. Just as he was about to confirm, someone else made the choice for him first. A powerful, suffocating surge of supernatural energy erupted from afar without warning, rapidly approaching their location at an incredible speed. Yo-ho! With a loud, comical scream, a figure shot out like a cannonball, its body sideways, delivering a powerful flying kick to the masked woman who was still in slow motion. Bang! A deafening roar, as if the very air itself had been compressed and exploded. The masked woman's body flew backward at supersonic speed, like a baseball being hit. Her flying body even created a sonic boom in the air, producing a piercing explosion. Boom! Her body slammed violently into a rock about half a person's height not far away, sending debris flying everywhere. But the immense force was not yet exhausted. Her body continued to graze the ground, carving a deep furrow before finally coming to a stop. The person who kicked the masked woman away didn't even glance in that direction. It was as if he had merely kicked away a stumbling block at his feet. He turned around and faced Lin Yu. Under the moonlight, the newcomer's silhouette appeared somewhat strange. He wore a tight-fitting black combat suit and had a tall and straight figure, but his face was covered by a peculiar silver mask that resembled the compound eyes of an insect, completely obscuring most of his face except for a half-smile. He brought his index and middle fingers together and lightly touched his temples, then struck what he thought was an extremely dashing pose in reality, so awkward it would make anyone want to dig their toes into the ground, and in a deliberately low, slightly mocking, magnetic voice, he said loudly. Captain Dragonfly, Shi Yan, is here to rescue you. Young man, are you feeling lost right now? Lin Yu coughed violently again, spitting out a mouthful of hot blood onto his chest, which quickly stained the fabric. Confused? His senses were crystal clear. The excruciating pain of his lung being pierced made each breath feel like swallowing burning coals. Although this man named Shuryen saved him, in this perilous world, sudden acts of kindness are often more alarming than malicious ones. His background is still unclear, and he must not be completely trusted. Lin Yu stared intently at Shuryen, his muscles tense, ready to make a final defensive move at any moment. Shuryen waited for a long time, only to be met with silence. He tilted his head, as if just realizing what was happening, and exaggeratedly slapped his forehead, making a crisp smack sound. "Oh dear. Look at my memory," he said, feigning annoyance, before expertly pulling out a syringe filled with pale green fluorescent liquid from a bulging backpack on his back that seemed completely out of place with his elite image. As he rummaged through his belongings, he added a Doryman sound effect to his voice, "Tada! Panacea." As he spoke, he stepped forward, intending to give Lin Yu an injection. How could Lin Yu allow him to use such a drug of unknown origin and unknown ingredients on himself? Use refresh immediately, and then disappear from the spot in a flash. Ha! Shuryen's hand froze in mid-air as he looked at the empty ground in front of him and uttered a question. The next moment, he sensed something keenly and turned his head sharply to look. 10 meters away, Lin Yu's figure slowly emerged from the air like a ghost. He slowly stood up, straightened his spine, and stood warily facing Shuryen. "Not only have my injuries healed, but my source energy has also returned to its peak state." Shuryen muttered to himself, then suddenly frowned slightly. "No, it's even stronger than before." Lin Yu had no time to admire the other party's keen perception. He only wanted to figure out who this variable in front of him was, whether he was friend or foe. He went straight to the point, his voice cold and hard as iron. "Who exactly are you? Do you know that masked woman?" Shuryen put away the panacea, pressed his hands down in front of him in a reassuring gesture, and said in a sincere tone, "Don't worry, I'm an official, and I came here in advance to help you." As he spoke, he pointed to the other side, to Wang Xian, who was also seriously injured and unconscious. "Your companion needs more medical attention than my identity. I have a special treatment here that is 10 times more effective than any other medicine on the market." As he spoke, he walked briskly toward where Wang Xian had fallen, as if he were on a picnic. Lin Yu's eyes sharpened, and a thought flashed through his mind. Teleport. His figure vanished instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already firmly blocking Wang Xian's path. He raised his hand, palm facing Shuryen, making a clear and unambiguous gesture of stopping him, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I have the healing potion, no need to trouble yourself." Chapter 24 Dragon Group. Without the terrifying energy pressure from the masked woman, Xianglan and Hao Liang, who had been hiding behind cover in the distance and trembling, were finally able to move freely. Xianglan practically scrambled to Wang Xian's side. Seeing the deep, gruesome gash on his friend's chest, where the flesh was torn and bone exposed, tears welled in his eyes, and his voice trembled with sobs. "Wang Xian, how are you? Talk to me. We promised to join a top-tier guild together. You can't just die like this." Hao Liang glanced at Shuryen with a grave expression, then leaned close to Lin Yu and whispered urgently, in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Brother Yu, that person is very strong, much stronger than the masked woman. And I just tried scanning his information with the terminal, but I couldn't find anything. It's completely blank. His data is encrypted with the highest level of security." Lin Yu stared intently at Shuryen, his eyes deep and unfathomable. "I know. Don't be rash later, act according to the situation." Hao Liang nodded, instinctively tightening his grip on his weapon. The battle he had just witnessed far exceeded his comprehension. The feeling of powerlessness in the face of absolute power made him feel utterly ashamed. Lin Yu took out a treatment syringe from the subspace and skillfully injected it into Wang Xian. The medicine worked immediately. The gruesome wound on Wang Xian's chest stopped bleeding at a visible speed, and his breathing gradually became steady. He slowly woke up and opened his eyes in a daze. "Brother Yu," he said weakly, his gaze sweeping over Xianglan and Hao Liang beside him with difficulty, making sure they were both still alive. You're all right? Did we win?" Lin Yu did not answer immediately, but turned his head to look in the direction of the masked woman. The man who called himself Captain Dragonfly stood listlessly beside the pile of rubble in the ditch. He held a dry twig that he had picked up from somewhere and poked the masked woman idly. After watching for a while, Shuryen seemed to find it boring, so he casually threw away the branch, clapped his hands, and shrugged in Lin Yu's direction. Lin Yu turned to Wang Xian and said, "Don't worry, she's dead." Upon hearing this, Wang Xian breathed a sigh of relief, a smile of relief spreading across her face. She weakly gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. "Brother Yu, you're amazing." Lin Yu wanted to explain their current situation to Wang Xian. Although Shuryen, who called himself Captain Dragonfly, had saved them, his behavior was strange and his motives were unclear, so they could not let their guard down. But when he saw Wang Xayan's pale, bloodless face, he swallowed his words. Even if it were explained, it would only cause more anxiety for one person. Besides, it would take some time for the medicine to take full effect. Wang Xian is currently struggling even to sit up. Lin Yu helped Wang Xian lie down on a soft patch of grass. He then watched Shi Yan warily in the distance, as if facing a formidable enemy. The other man was whistling listlessly, as if he weren't the one who had just kicked away a powerful foe. An eerie silence fell over the air, broken only by the mournful sound of the wind whistling through the ruins. They endured each passing second in unease and wariness. Suddenly, Shi Yan, who had been fidgeting nearby, abruptly stopped. He turned his head, his gaze shooting like lightning into the distant darkness, and uttered two words casually. "They're here." Lin Yu's heart tightened, and she immediately followed his gaze. At first, it was a blinding light. Immediately afterwards, the roar of engines grew louder as it approached, like muffled thunder rolling across the earth. A convoy emerged from the darkness, led by a modified military Humvee, its body as black as ink, its heavy armor exuding a cold, metallic aura. The Hummer came to an abrupt stop about 20 meters away from Lin Yu and his group, the dust kicked up by its wheels swirling in the headlights. The people inside didn't get out immediately. The atmosphere was as heavy as the calm before a storm. Then, a man in black carrying a scroll-like object jumped out of a car behind. He strode to the Hummer door and, without hesitation, tossed the object forward. Splash! A bright red carpet, as vivid as blood, rolled and spread rapidly across the ground like a nimble snake, extending to a spot not far in front of Lin Yu, as if measured with a ruler. Before Lin Yu and the others could recover from this flamboyant maneuver, dozens of burly men wearing sunglasses and uniform black combat suits quickly poured out of the cars behind them. They marched in perfect unison, standing in 2 rows on either side of the red carpet with disciplined bearing. Each of them was expressionless, their posture upright as pine trees, exuding an aura of solemnity. One of the men in black, who appeared to be the leader, walked to the door of the Hummer and respectfully opened it. Under everyone's gaze, a middle-aged man dressed in a crisp military uniform, wearing a black cloak and sunglasses, stepped out of the car with an extraordinary air. He was tall and imposing, standing out even among a group of burly men. Every step he took on the red carpet felt like a blow to the hearts of Lin Yu and the others. The oppressive aura of someone accustomed to a position of power made it almost impossible for them to breathe. The middle-aged soldier slowly walked to the end of the red carpet, only a few steps away from Lin Yu and the others, before stopping and quietly observing them. Shi Yan, who had always acted nonchalantly, seemed like a completely different person at this moment. The casualness and playfulness on his face vanished instantly, replaced by an almost rigid seriousness. He struck the ground with his heels, standing ramrod straight as a javelin, and with perfect running form, sprinted down the red carpet to the middle-aged soldier, giving a flawless military salute in a loud and clear voice. Captain Shi Yan of Dragonfly Rescue Team has successfully completed the rescue mission. Lin Yu and his companions are currently out of danger. Please provide further instructions, leader. The middle-aged soldier nodded slightly, his voice deep and powerful. Well done, return to the unit for now. Yes. Shi Yan answered crisply and decisively, turned around, and jogged to stand properly at the head of the group of men in black, re-entering that solemn black sea. At the end of the red carpet, only the imposing middle-aged soldier, along with Lin Yu, Wang Xian, Xiang Lan, and Hao Liang, stood there, looking disheveled in the wind. The scene just now completely stunned Lin Yu and the others. That seemingly carefree and even somewhat comical Shi Yan is actually a member of the military? And judging by his demeanor, he's not a low-ranking officer? The overwhelming red carpet and the solemn array of men in black before him filled Lin Yu with a strange sense of absurdity and vigilance. What merit or ability do these few individuals possess to warrant such a large-scale mobilization from the military? Judging by the demeanor of this middle-aged soldier, he's probably no ordinary military commander. Why would he personally receive this group of dissidents who aren't even officially part of the establishment? What is he after? The wind whipped up dust from the ground, swirling it between the rows of men in black on either side of the red carpet. The whole world seemed to fall silent, leaving only the middle-aged soldier's scrutinizing gaze, which seemed to come from another dimension. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, his voice deep and magnetic. Lin Yu, the middle-aged soldier said in a deep voice, I've read your file. Faced with an absolute disparity in strength, you didn't choose to give up. Instead, you used every last bit of your source energy. Even in dire straits, you were able to calmly plan and orchestrate that last-gasp counterattack. He nodded slightly, his tone carrying a rare hint of approval. This quick wit and decisiveness honed on the edge of life and death is far more valuable to me than any innate talent. You have already qualified to become a member of the Dragon Group. Dragon Group? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. And Moyen took a step forward, his cloak billowing even without wind, an invisible pressure emanating from him. He no longer concealed his identity, his voice booming like a great bell, resounding in everyone's ears. Within the Alliance's territory, there exists a force that exists independently of all military districts and remains outside the eyes of the world. We are the Guardians of the Night, the sword of Damocles hanging over humanity's head. Our code name is Dragon Group. Chapter 25. The 3-year term has arrived. He paused, his gaze sharp and intense, looking directly into Lin Yu's eyes, and formally extended the invitation in an unquestionable tone. I am An Moyen, and I extend an invitation to you as the Commander-in-Chief of the Dragon Group. Lin Yu, join us and become the last line of defense protecting this land. Hiss. As soon as An Moyen finished speaking, before Lin Yu could react, Xiang Lan, Wang Xan, and Hao Liang behind him all gasped in shock, their faces filled with astonishment and fervor. Join. You have to join. Xiang Lan seemed even more excited than Lin Yu, rushing to agree for him while pushing Lin Yu. Brother Yu, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and agree. Lin Yu glared at him, annoyed. Do you even know what the Dragon Group is? You're just making a fuss over nothing. Xiang Lan puffed out his chest and answered confidently, I don't know. But the name sounds very powerful. And didn't you hear him say it? Independent of all military regions. Isn't that the legendary Shadow Force, the superheroes who silently protect the world from the shadows? Lin Yu was speechless for a moment. This kid's delusional disorder has struck again, and it's quite severe. Wang Xan, who had just been helped up by Xiang Lan and still looked weak, struggled to come over and shouted with a flushed face, Xiang Lan, help me stand up. Brother Yu is going to join the Dragon Group, and I want to witness this historic moment with my own eyes. Hao Liang went even further, silently opening the smart terminal on his wrist, excitedly wanting to record this glorious moment. Excuse me, a figure appeared silently beside him, raising a hand to press on his terminal screen. Yan, his nonchalant expression had vanished, and he shook his head seriously. Everything about the Dragon Group is top secret. Recording and taking photos are strictly prohibited. Hao Liang felt a little guilty under his gaze, his face flushed, and he muttered softly, Captain Yan, can we join too? Lin Yu looked at the 3 guys in front of him who had instantly turned into fanboys and felt a sense of helplessness. All 3 of them are suffering from severe Chinibu middle school syndrome, no wonder they can get along so well. Looking at the grand scene before him, with red carpets spread out and black-clad figures lined up, Lin Yu felt no surge of excitement, but rather a strong sense of absurdity. This scene is so similar to those cheesy plots like Dragon King Returns and 3-Year Agreement that he used to watch on short videos in his previous life. He had a sense of déjà vu that things from 1998 can no longer be covered up, which made him want to facepalm. He suppressed his inner complaints and tentatively asked An Moyen, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible wariness, Commanderin, if I don't join, will we have any trouble in the future? Huh? Not joining? An Moyen was clearly not expected to receive such an answer. The stern expression on his face froze for a moment, then he looked at Yan beside him with some surprise, his eyes seeming to ask, is this part of the script? Yan understood immediately and stepped forward, feigning deep distress as he advised, Lin Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? The Alliance needs you, the people need you, the whole world needs you. This is a weighty responsibility to save the world. Lin Yu replied expressionlessly, I don't have such ambitions. I just want to live my life well. You? Yan choked for a moment, then, as if remembering a line from a play, shouted passionately, if it benefits the country, I will risk my life. How can I avoid it because of personal gain or loss? Lin Yu, you must put the big picture first. After shouting, he quickly winked at An Moyen, Commander-in-Chief, it's your turn. An Moyen understood immediately and continued, raising his voice again with a tragic, epic quality, every inch of our land is bought with blood, every 10,000 youths are fought by 10,000 soldiers. Lin Yu, we've been keeping an eye on outstanding young people like you for 3 years. Now, Yan knelt on one knee at the opportune moment, clasped his hands in a fist salute, as if entrusting some important mission. The 3-year term has come to an end, and we respectfully invite Comrade Lin Yu to join the team. The 3-year term has come to an end. We respectfully invite Comrade Lin Yu to join the team. Behind them, the well-trained group of men in black also knelt on one knee in unison, shouting in unison. The sound was deafening, and the atmosphere was magnificent. This incredibly powerful scene left Wang Xan, Xiang Lan, and Hao Liang breathless with excitement, their eyes reddening. Brother Yu, this is so cool. Wang Xan's voice trembled with excitement. The Dragon King is back. This is the real Dragon King's return storyline. Xianglan murmured to himself, his eyes filled with longing. However, just as everyone was immersed in this grand performance, Lin Yu calmly found the logical flaws within it. 3 years ago? He sneered inwardly. The current Lin Yu only transmigrated here 3 days ago. 3 years ago, however, he was a spineless coward, a lackey of the rich second-generation Sun Zi, suffering endless bullying. Could someone like that be on the radar of the military's highest-level special organization 3 years in advance? That's a load of rubbish. He had to re-evaluate this group of people. The individual strength displayed by Shi Yan and Moyan is beyond doubt. They are definitely top-tier experts. The black-clad men behind them are all at least level 45 or above, well-equipped, and highly trained. Such a lineup is beyond the capabilities of ordinary military units. It can probably only be matched by top-tier large hunter guilds. Who exactly are they? Lin Yu was filled with doubts, but he remained outwardly calm. He decided to stall for time and at least find a way to verify whether they were truly military personnel. Commander-in-Chief and Captain Shi, Lin Yu sighed, feigning deep emotion. Too much has happened today, I need time to process it. Can you give me a few days to think about it? This. And Moyan's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. Oh no, we've been exposed. He saw a clear understanding in Lin Yu's eyes, not the emotion and confusion they had expected. Seeing that Shi Yan still wanted to force himself to continue acting, and Moyan pulled a crumpled piece of paper from the inside pocket of his cloak and threw it at Shi Yan in annoyance. Look at this lousy script you wrote. What, 10,000 youths, 10,000 soldiers? That's an old-fashioned slogan. And there are typos in it. I told you this script was no good. Shi Yan hurriedly took the note, glanced at it, scratched his head, and muttered awkwardly under his breath, maybe a new script next time. And Moyan glared at him fiercely, there will be a next time? Immediately, he quickly dropped his majestic commander-in-chief demeanor, replaced his face with a helpless yet slightly amiable smile, and said to Lin Yu, ahem, indeed, too many things happened today, I'm sorry to have made you laugh. How about this, I'll have my colleagues from the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs send your companions back to rest. He turned to Shi Yan and resumed his normal tone, you guys clean up the scene. Yes, sir. Shi Yan saluted. With a wave of his hand, the previously menacing black-clad men immediately dispersed and began to bustle about. Brothers, that's a wrap. Shi Yan shouted, directing the team. Splitting into 2 groups. One group handles the bodies, the other group cleans up the scene. There's a dead body over there by the pile of stones, and 5 more over there. Clean them all up, don't leave any traces. Don't tear the red carpet when you take it down, it's rented. Lin Yu's eyelids twitched again as he watched the incredibly practiced cleanup process. Soon, under Shi Yan's arrangement, Lin Yu and his group were escorted out of the ruins. As they stepped out of the seemingly isolated dungeon gate, a familiar figure was waiting outside. It was Officer Chen from the Abnormal Investigation Department. Officer Chen visibly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Yu, Wang Xian, and the others emerge unharmed. Lin Yu, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I received orders from my superiors to escort these 3 students back to school. It's us. Take the 3 of us back. Wang Xian stepped forward, her face still a little pale, but her spirits were incredibly high. Officer Chen was also completely baffled. He was just a junior policeman following orders and had no idea what was going on inside. Seeing the bloodstains on Lin Yu and Wang Xian, he couldn't help but ask with concern, what happened to you inside? However, Wang Xian, Xianglan, and Hao Liang were still completely immersed in the Dragon King's return scene and couldn't pull themselves out of it. Wang Xian patted Officer Chen on the shoulder with feigned seriousness, sighed, and said earnestly, Officer Chen, it's not that we don't want to tell you, it's just that we have a confidentiality agreement. Some things, knowing won't do you any good. Sigh. Xianglan chimed in, I'm doing this for your own good. Expression on his face, yes, Officer Chen, at your current level, knowing too much will only cause you trouble. Some truths are destined to be a burden for a minority. Sigh. Hao Liang grasped Officer Chen's hand, his eyes firm and fervent. Officer Chen, that's all we can say. Perhaps, only when we become true comrades will we be able to fight side by side again. Sigh. Officer Chen was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the 3 teenagers who were sometimes sighing and sometimes full of passion, and then at Lin Yu, who was calm in the distance. He was full of doubts, but could only shake his head helplessly and lead the 3 teenagers, who seemed to have suddenly realized something, into the police car. Chapter 26 The Essence of the World. Shi Yan gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder from behind. They'll be escorted by colleagues from the investigation department, so they'll be fine. He pointed to another black SUV that had been waiting nearby and said to Lin Yu, "President Han said that we should continue our discussion in another place." Lin Yu nodded, without refusing. Officer Chen's appearance indirectly confirmed the group's official background. Moreover, he had many questions in his mind and urgently needed answers. The Hummer started up, taking them away from the brightly lit city. The vehicle drove through the night, passing through layers of strict checkpoints and identity verification before finally entering a military base hidden deep in the mountains. It was late at night, and the base was completely silent, with only the occasional beams of searchlight from the sentries lingering briefly on them. After entering a building deep within the base, and Moyen asked Shi Yan to step back and rest, while he led Lin Yu into a simply furnished reception room. To Lin Yu's surprise, and Moyen was completely different from his usual dignified and mysterious demeanor, behaving very approachably. He invited Lin Yu to sit down on the sofa and even personally picked up the teapot to pour him a cup of hot tea. The fragrant aroma of tea dispelled some of the chill of the late night. Lin Yu accepted the teacup and said respectfully, "Thank you, Commanderin." And Moyen waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be so formal. "We don't have so many formalities here. You can just call me President and, just like Shi Yan." He sat down opposite Lin Yu, leaning forward slightly, his attitude sincere. "I know that calling you here so abruptly must have given you a lot of questions and concerns. How about this, you ask your questions first, about my affairs, and about joining the Dragon Group. I mean, about joining. We'll talk about that later." Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then decided that since he had the chance to speak, he should get straight to the point. What he wanted to know most was the truth behind tonight's murder plot. "Who exactly is that masked woman who wants to kill me?" Lin Yu asked in a deep voice. "She said she accepted a commission in the black market." "Who wants to kill me?" "I don't remember having such a deadly feud with anyone." And Moyen picked up his teacup, gently blew away the foam, took a sip of tea, and then slowly said, "That woman is a seasoned assassin on the blacklist, of Greek and Chinese descent. She has committed numerous murders in Europe and is wanted by multiple alliances. This time, she must have unintentionally received a commission to target you." He paused, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu. "As for the person who wants to kill you, do you remember the sparring session you had with your classmate at Binhai University a couple of days ago? The video of your fight was filmed by someone with ulterior motives and uploaded online. It's probably already got over 1 million views." Lin Yu's brows furrowed tightly. "So, the person who wants to kill me is Sun Zi? Is he hiring someone to kill someone because he lost a friendly match and lost face?" And Moyen shook his head, denying Lin Yu's guess. "It wasn't him. That video was just a trigger, their evidence to decide to eliminate you. The person, or rather, the force, that really wants to kill you is Rhine Technology." "Rain Tech?" Lin Yu was completely baffled. "Why would they kill me?" Lin Yu asked, puzzled. "My deal with them is settled. And when I signed that confidentiality agreement, there were officials from the investigation department present to witness it. Logically speaking, even if I die, that exorbitant compensation shouldn't be recovered. What are they after? What are they after?" And Moyen didn't answer directly, but repeated Lin Yu's question. His eyes became somewhat profound, as if he were asking a question in return, or as if he were talking to himself. "This matter involves the essence of this world." Lin Yu was even more confused. The topic had changed too quickly. They were just talking about a life or death chase, and now it had escalated to the level of philosophy and worldview? And Moyen seemed to sense his confusion and did not continue discussing that grand topic. Instead, she changed the subject and asked a seemingly unrelated question. "Do you know why there are so few space-type ability users?" Lin Yu thought for a moment and tentatively answered, "Because it's a rare attribute?" "That's only one aspect." And Moyen shook his head. "The more important reason is that the spatial system is the real key to unlocking the source energy era." He paused, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu. "On this blue planet where the entire world is filled with wormholes, both the Alliance and major conglomerates are frantically researching wormholes. Yet, spatial abilities are officially touted as a useless attribute, even inferior to some obscure elemental abilities. Don't you find that strange?" Lin Yu nodded subconsciously. As a spatial ability user himself, he understood this all too well. When his talent was stuck at F rank, he genuinely felt this ability was utterly useless, offering almost no practical value in combat except for the occasional lazy teleportation. But later his talent improved, and he gained quite a few ways to deal with crises. Could it be, Lin Yu guessed, that it's because spatial cultivation is difficult? In terms of cultivation difficulty, the time and rule system is 100 times more difficult than the space system. Have you ever seen anyone say they are weak? And Moyen pointed to the dragonfly captain running wildly outside the window and indicated, "Sure, Yen is a time system cultivator." He stopped keeping him in suspense and revealed the answer directly. The real reason is that the space system has the ability to close space wormholes. And Moyen's eyes sharpened. Therefore, all high-level spatial ability users, once discovered, will immediately be placed under strict control by the authorities. Of course, he added, those ability users with low talent are not included in this category. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu could only smile wryly. He had thought things had taken a turn for the better, but it turned out that low-level spatial elementalists were still destined to be warehouse keepers. Originally, with the current registration and verification mechanism of the Alliance, all those who awaken their superpowers must register with the official authorities. All high-level spatial abilities will eventually become the cornerstone of the Alliance's service. And Moyen looked at Lin Yu with his deep eyes and said slowly, "You may have heard about the opening of the heavenly level wormhole on Chongming Island a few days ago. It was thanks to our space-type ability users who sensed the abnormal spatial fluctuations in advance that we were able to organize the evacuation of personnel in time and minimize the losses." Lin Yu understood. Superhumans serve the Alliance, and the Alliance provides protection and resources. This is a virtuous cycle. If superhumans serve the Alliance shouldn't treat them unfairly, Lin Yu asked, puzzled. Is there some problem with that? And Moyen answered his question, the space system can speed up the closing of the wormhole gate, or it can delay it. In the past, the space system was under national control, and everything was under our control. But now, things are different. Lin Yu understood the implications and continued, Rhine Technology has mastered the technology for talent advancement, and they can artificially mass-produce high-level space-type ability users. Not only that. And Moyen's expression became extremely solemn. Through inhumane human experiments, Rhine Technology has also developed a talent grafting technique. In other words, if a high-level spatial ability user dies, they can forcibly transplant his talent into another living person. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He recalled how Dean Zhang at Shanghai Hospital had tirelessly recommended and urged him to choose that extra option. So that's how he acquired that so-called SSS-level talent. It's hard to say what these conglomerates will do after they master these life-altering technologies, and Moyen said with a hint of coldness in his voice. Currently, Rhine Technology has already controlled 3 heaven-level dungeons and 5 earth-level dungeons. These were all obtained through those artificial space-type ability users they controlled. The economic value a dungeon can bring is self-evident. However, the dangers of heavenly and earthly dungeons are extremely high, and success depends heavily on luck. No one knows how many lives will be lost to achieve it. Currently, the official approach to dealing with wormholes at the prefecture level and above is to close them down at all costs to minimize unknown risks. Raintech, however, operates entirely differently. They will relentlessly attempt to conquer wormholes regardless of the cost. Driven by money and profit, naturally, there will be those who will fight for them. However, the consequence is that if the wormhole remains open for an extended period, what might emerge from it becomes completely unpredictable. It could be a powerful ancient monster, or it could be some unknown virus with a 100% fatality rate against humans. Currently, the Alliance and Rhine Technology are locked in a battle for high-level space-type ability talents. And Moyen looked at Lin Yu and said, word by word, originally, you wouldn't have caught their eye. Your previous ability rating was only D, and they would only try to recruit and train you if you were at least B level. After the surgery failed, they did want to settle the matter by paying compensation. Lin Yu's heart began to race, but did the videos from the past 2 days make them change their minds? And Moyen nodded. They probably didn't figure out exactly what went wrong with that surgery either. But from the video of you and Sun Z sparring, they analyzed the clues and concluded that this was something an F-level space-type ability user could never do. Our people also analyzed that video. Considering your level at the time, the spatial manipulation ability you demonstrated was at least A level, and most likely S level. Chapter 27 Enma. This. Lin Yu was certainly not foolish enough to reveal his biggest trump card, the system. He pondered for a moment, then followed in Moyen's speculation and said, after the surgery, I did feel that my body was somewhat different. My mental strength and source energy limits had increased considerably. That makes sense. And Moyen analyzed with an I knew it expression, it's possible that your ability underwent some unknown mutation under the intense stimulation of the surgery. Similar cases have occurred in other ability users before. Lin Yu frowned, still puzzled. Even so, they wouldn't want to kill me, would they? Given his personality, as long as he's paid enough, he'd be happy to shine for the Chable. And Moyen saw through his thoughts and shook her head. Perhaps it was the resistance you showed during your negotiations with Rhine Technology that led them to conclude that you wouldn't accept their offer of a deal. Or perhaps. He paused, then offered another possibility. Rather than trying to win over an uncontrollable variable, they'd rather take you back for a thorough dissection and study. TV Rhineland claims to be a century ahead of the entire league. Linyu, whom their system deemed a failure, demonstrated S-level potential in just a few days. This illogical phenomenon was nothing short of a walking ultimate biological specimen to those mad scientists. They must have been extremely eager to know what exactly was happening inside Lin Yu's body. The Alliance has been restricting Rhine Technology's unbridled exploration of wormholes in recent years, and the two sides have clashed countless times, both openly and covertly. And Moyen looked at Lin Yu. If you join the official team, you are very likely to become a huge obstacle to their plans in the future. So, before joining the official team and before it has grown into a powerful force, is it safer to eliminate it first? Lin Yu understood. He took a deep breath, looked at Moyen, and asked one last question. President, can you tell me what kind of organization this Dragon Group is? At this point, Moyen couldn't help but blush. He coughed lightly and said somewhat awkwardly, Dragon Group, we are indeed a special organization independent of all military regions. However, the Dragon Group and all that was just a script written by that kid Shi Yan. He said that young people these days like reading online novels, and hearing such a domineering name would definitely get their blood pumping and they'd join immediately. Lin Yu's lips twitched, recalling the fanboy looks Wang Xian and the others had just given him. Some people really do like it. The real name of our unit is Yama. And Moyen's expression instantly turned serious, and an invisible aura of malevolence emanated from him. To fight evil spirits, one must first become an evil spirit oneself. Yama's primary duty is to close spatial wormholes, but in reality, the enemies we face may not be limited to demonic beasts. He didn't say it explicitly, but Lin Yu could guess that those uncontrolled artificial superhumans, or powerful forces controlled by conglomerates, were probably also targets of Yama's hunt. I want to hide the dangers involved from you, and Moyen said sincerely. Your current level is still very low. Our original plan was to observe you for a while longer and give you more room to grow. But we didn't expect Rhine Technology to act so quickly. Lin Yu fell silent. He was rapidly weighing the pros and cons. Joining Enma meant he had officially placed himself on the opposite side of TV Rhineland. However, he would also receive official protection and would no longer be fighting alone. No matter how arrogant TV Rhineland was, it wouldn't dare to directly confront the military. But the price he will pay is that he will lose some of his freedom, and his future life will be full of danger. However, if he doesn't join, given his current strength, he might not be so lucky next time when facing a behemoth like Raintech. And Moyen seemed to sense his concerns and added, you don't need to feel too much pressure. Yanma is only responsible for dealing with wormhole crises of Earth level or higher, and such missions only come a few times a year. For highly skilled individuals like you, you can directly become core personnel without facing too many daily constraints. You can still maintain your own lives, you don't need to stay at the base most of the time, and you can simply accept being called upon for missions. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart stirred. That sounds not bad. You have a powerful backer, and relatively more freedom. President Lin Yu raised his head, his gaze becoming firm, I am willing to join Yanma. And Moyen was overjoyed when she heard this. The Yanma group was originally supposed to have 10 core members, but in reality, including him as the commander-in-chief, there were only 7. The problems of talent loss and high casualty rate had been a constant headache for him. Great. The organization needs ambitious young people like you. And Moyen, afraid he might change his mind, immediately made the decision. How about this, we'll process your onboarding tonight. It's too late today, so I'll have Shi Yan arrange a single dormitory room for you at the base. From now on, the military base is your home, come back and stay whenever you want. Lin Yu was overjoyed, it seemed his superiors valued him quite a bit. He'd already secured a stable job before even graduating. However, it seems that the compensation hasn't been discussed yet? Lin Yu said somewhat embarrassedly. Seeing that Lin Yu still had questions, and Moyen was in a great mood and said gently, we're all on the same side now, so feel free to ask any questions you may have. You haven't told me about the benefits yet? Lin Yu scratched his head. What specific position I will hold, which unit I will serve in, salary and so on. He had never served in the military and didn't know much about these rules. Salary. And Mo hesitated slightly when he said this. He tapped his forehead. A top student like you, Xiaoyu, could be directly awarded the rank of captain upon joining Enma. Enma has a total of 10 teams, and you will be the captain of the 7th team. There are also space-type captains in Enma, and with their help, I believe you will grow quickly. That sounds pretty good, and there are even experts to guide me. If the captains of those space-related teams were also experts of Shuriyan's caliber, I would definitely be able to avoid many detours under their guidance. However, and Moyen changed the subject, because of the appearance of the heavenly level wormhole, those space-related students have all been urgently transferred to Chongming Island, so you may not see them for a while. It's okay, anyway, you still have graduation to take care of, and there will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. After saying that, and Moyen stretched and loosened up his body, I'm getting old and useless. It's already this late, old people can't stay up late. He looked at his watch and said to Linyu, I'll have Shuriyen take you to complete the onboarding process. You can ask him if you have any questions. And Moyen shouted out the window, Shuriyen, get up here. Sensing the ease in President An's tone, Shuriyen knew that the matter must have been settled. All right, coming right up. His voice came quickly from downstairs, full of energy. Wearing a dragonfly mask, Shuriyen led Linyu away from Moyen's office. Before leaving, Moyen peeked out and repeatedly instructed, you absolutely must not come and bother me again before tomorrow morning. The two went downstairs together to the base's personnel department to complete the onboarding procedures. The process was surprisingly simple. After filling out a few forms and recording his biometric information, Linyu was officially enlisted. As Linyu stepped out of the HR department, a cool night breeze blew by, and he suddenly remembered a crucial question. When we were with Moyen just now, we were so focused on talking about ideals, crises, and the future that it seems. President and didn't mention the specific salary at all? And when we were going through the formalities just now, it seems that this clause wasn't written in the contract either? He stopped and asked Shuriyen beside him, Captain Sure, it seems that General Manager forgot to tell me about my salary earlier. How much do I, a newly recruited captain, earn per month? What? Shuriyen exclaimed, his voice rising 8 octaves as if he had heard something unbelievable. Old man and didn't say anything? Linyu nodded, looking puzzled. What's wrong? Isn't asking you the same thing? Shuriyen immediately put on a tragic expression that said, just as I thought, and I've been left to shoulder everything alone again, and sighed heavily, I knew it. It's always like this. He turned his head and looked at Linyu with suspicion. You agreed to join without even mentioning the benefits? Weren't you quite shrewd in the dungeons? How come you acted so stupidly at the crucial moment? Linyu explained, I asked. He said it was the rank of captain and that I would be the captain of the 7th squad. He just didn't say the exact amount of money. Upon hearing this, Shuriyen raised his hand and patted Linyu's shoulder, his tone full of disappointment. How come you're sometimes smart and sometimes stupid? You didn't mention salary, so doesn't that mean there's no salary? Shuriyen was wearing a mask that covered the upper half of his face, so Linyu couldn't see his specific expression. He could only sense a hint of schadenfreude from his rising tone. What? Linyu thought he had misheard. Are you kidding me? I'm a captain now, and I still don't get paid? Shuriyen spread his hands, looking completely innocent. I'm a lieutenant colonel, but I still don't get paid, do I? Linyu still couldn't accept it, but we're working for the Alliance. To protect world peace. So, Shuriyen said matter-of-factly, everyone joined Yama voluntarily with ideals and beliefs. If it weren't for their ideals, who would be willing to suffer in a place like this? Linyu was completely dumbfounded, but you didn't say there would be no salary? Of course I can't say, Shuriyen chuckled. Otherwise, why would Old Manon, a general with high rank and power, still play along with me in that corny Dragon King return script? Linyu slapped his forehead, feeling a sudden dizziness. Is it too late for me to back out now? Linyu was on the verge of tears. Shuriyen cracked his wrists, making a crack sound, and said in a flippant tone, too late. All the formalities are done. If you back out now, you'll be treated as a deserter. If you think you can beat me, you can try. Looking at Shuriyen's smug expression, Linyu knew he had completely fallen into a trap. He leaned against the wall, looking utterly devastated. Seeing Linyu's utterly dejected expression, Shuriyen smiled and put his arm around his shoulder, comforting him, don't be too discouraged. Although there's no salary, our unit provides food and lodging. Besides, if there are any new recruits in the future, I'll take you along to act in scripts. Isn't that much more interesting than getting a salary? Looking at Shuriyen's mask, Linyu felt for the first time that the dragonfly pattern looked exactly like a mocking face. Chapter 28 Perception Training. If they didn't say, then it doesn't exist. After the recent frank exchange, Lin Yu has come to a complete understanding of reality and learned a profound lesson: when it comes to matters involving one's own interests, never easily believe the promises made by leaders. Seeing Lin Yu's dejected expression, Shi Yan continued to comfort him, saying, although there's no salary, the benefits are real. For example, you can get a breakthrough potion for free every time you reach a level bottleneck. You've already reached level 20, which meets the requirements. He glanced at the time. Unfortunately, the resources department is already closed. I'll take you to pick it up tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's mood improved slightly. Breakthrough potions are quite expensive on the market, so being able to get one for free would indeed save him a lot of money. He nodded and followed Shi Yan to the dormitory assigned to him. The dormitory was surprisingly good. It was spacious and bright, fully equipped with appliances, and even had a small refrigerator stocked with various drinks and snacks. This brought Lin Yu, who had just had his wages exploited, a small comfort. The next morning, before dawn, Moyan hurriedly left a message, claiming he had an urgent meeting to attend, and disappeared without a trace. Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder if the other members of the Enma group had all been tricked into joining by him step by step in the same way. The training facilities at the base are even more advanced and comprehensive than those at Binhai University. After much deliberation, Lin Yu decided to stay at the base for intensive training in the days leading up to the mock exam, aiming to improve his skills as quickly as possible. At the shooting range, Shi Yan handed Lin Yu 2 brand new energy guns. Your old gun was damaged during the fight with the masked woman, so I had the logistics department reissue 2 to you. Try them out and see how they feel. Lin Yu took the guns and casually scanned the weapon information with his bracelet. Both were of epic quality, and their performance was significantly better than his previous one. Without a word, he held both pistols in his hands, aiming at the distant target and repeatedly pulling the trigger. The azure energy beams sliced through the air, hitting the bullseye precisely, creating a charred hole in the heavy target. With greater power and a faster rate of fire, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Looking at the almost completely destroyed target, Shi Yan sincerely exclaimed, "Excellent marksmanship. Flowing and smooth. It's a space-based weapon after all," Lin Yu said, stretching his wrists and showing satisfaction with the new weapon. He turned to Shi Yan and asked, "If these 2 guns break, can I apply for 2 more? I'm willing to buy them." Shi Yan seemed to have heard a joke. What a joke, what money? If the army doesn't even provide equipment, are we supposed to win over the monsters with love? Weapons and equipment can be applied for easily, just write a note. Lin Yu was now completely relieved. He hadn't really used the equipment synthesis function of his system before. The next level up from epic grade was legendary grade, and even in the military, you needed to apply to your superiors to use weapons of that caliber. However, there's no need to rush. The upcoming martial arts exam will have clear restrictions on weapons and equipment to ensure fairness, with the highest level not exceeding epic. Shi Yan, Lin Yu put away his 2 pistols and asked another question he was concerned about: does the army have methods for training mental strength? Of course there is. Shi Yan patted his chest confidently. Mental strength and the upper limit of source energy are closely related. In Yama, there is a special training system. I guarantee that the training process will be interesting and not boring. Just as he was about to explain in detail, a tall, straight figure walked towards them. He was a young soldier with a neat buzz cut and a resolute face. Most striking were his blue eyes, which appeared particularly sharp in the morning light. He walked up to the 2 men with steady steps, raised his hand in a standard military salute, and said in a loud voice, "Captain Shi, Captain Lin, and Lieutenant Yun Zhang reporting for duty." "This is your adjutant, Yun Zhang," Shi Yan introduced briefly. Lin Yu turned to look at the new adjutant, nodded slightly, and greeted him, "Hello." Yun Zhang stood ramrod straight and spoke in a loud, clear voice, "Hello, Captain." Shi Yan, with his hands behind his back, slowly explained, "The Enma group consists of 10 squads, each with a full complement of 100 members. Each squad has 1 captain and 1 vice-captain. Of course," he glanced at Lin Yu, "if you are not satisfied with him, as the captain, you have the right to replace the vice-captain at any time." Upon hearing this, Yun Zhang's back straightened even more instantly, like a fully drawn bowstring, his whole body exuding a sense of tension and anticipation as if he were inspecting the leader. "Currently, the captain positions for teams 3, 5, and 9 are temporarily vacant," Shi Yan said calmly, then turned around. "Since Yun Zhang is here, let's do some mental strength training together." Lin Yu smiled at Yun Zhang and politely said, "Thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard work. It's an honor to train with the captain." Yun Zhang's answer was firm and resolute. The 3 followed behind Shi Yan. Looking at his back, Lin Yu casually asked, have the captains of Team 3, Team 5, and Team 9 retired? Shi Yan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around, and the nonchalance on his face vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. Enma, there is no retirement, only death in battle. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he stood there stunned. He had already vaguely guessed the special nature of this unit from Moyan and Shi Yan's usual attitudes, but hearing these words with his own ears still sent a chill down his spine. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Just then, the seriousness on Shi Yan's face suddenly melted away like ice and snow, and he revealed his carefree smile again. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. He started walking again and continued leading the way. There are 4 parts to mental training. Now I'll take you to see the first one: perception and reaction. He pushed open a heavy metal door, revealing a spacious training room. The room was empty except for a few wooden swords casually placed on a shelf by the door. The first training exercise is reaction time. Shi Yan looked at Yun Zhang and gave the instruction, "You demonstrate for Captain Lin." Yes. Without hesitation, Yun Zhang took off his coat, folded it neatly, and placed it by the door. He walked to the shelf, picked up a wooden knife, and then casually tore off a strip of black cloth, skillfully blindfolding himself. After preparing, he walked to the center of the room, gripped the wooden sword, lowered his waist and stood at attention, and nodded slightly towards the doorway to indicate that he was ready. Shi Yan walked to the control panel by the door and pressed the start switch. Buzz. After a slight crackling sound, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in the empty room. Mental perception training, begin. Yun Zhang stood in the center of the room, his muscles tense, the wooden knife in his hand pointing steadily forward. Although his eyes were blindfolded, his spirit was highly focused, as if he had become one with the surrounding air. Suddenly, a drop of water fell silently from a hidden nozzle on the roof. The water droplet was almost invisible in mid-air, but just as it fell, Yun Zhang, who was blindfolded, suddenly swung his wooden knife. Smack! With a soft sound, the drop of water was precisely scattered in the air, turning into specks of holographic light and shadow. These aren't real water droplets, of course they're just holographic projections, Shi Yan explained from the side. You get points by scattering the water droplets with a wooden sword. The higher the score, the stronger your perception. However, the further you go, the faster the water droplets fall, and the more droplets there are. Lin Yu watched intently from the side. At first, Yun Zhang could easily disperse each falling water droplet. But as the training difficulty increased, the water droplets became denser and faster, turning from scattered single drops into fine raindrops. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Yun Zhang's forehead. He began to mobilize the source energy within his body, and a faint light emanated from the blade, increasing the speed and power of his strikes. It was his first time performing in front of the new captain, so he naturally wanted to give it his best. Slap! 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 The sound of the wooden sword cutting through the air was incessant, and he intercepted all the rain in the air. Not a single drop could fall on him. Then the mechanical voice sounded again, training complete. Grade A. Yun Zhang then stopped what he was doing, panting heavily, and removed the blindfold from his eyes. His face showed a hint of fatigue, but even more so, a sense of satisfaction after completing the mission. Shi Yan clapped his hands and praised, "Not bad, you've made a good impression on the new captain." He then looked at Lin Yu, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Captain Lin, that was the medium difficulty level. How about you try it too? Let's see what score you can get with your spatial perception." Chapter 29: Taro Boba Milk Tea. Lin Yu turned to look at Shi Yan, his eyes gleaming with eagerness, and asked, "Can we use our special abilities during training?" "Of course you can," Shi Yan replied matter-of-factly. "All of Enma's training intensity is based entirely on real combat standards. On a real battlefield, no one will restrict what methods you can use." Understood. Lin Yu said no more. He took off his coat and casually draped it over the shelf by the door. Yun Zhang immediately stepped forward and respectfully handed him a wooden knife. Lin Yu nodded slightly to Yun Zhang, then strode towards the center of the training room without looking back. He picked up the black cloth that Yun Zhang had just used and skillfully blindfolded himself, blocking out all light. In the darkness, he spoke calmly but firmly in the direction of Shi Yan, "Turn on the highest difficulty." The most difficult? Shi Yan was somewhat taken aback. Just now, Yun Zhang, as the adjutant, was only barely maintaining his strength at a medium difficulty level. Lin Yu, a new recruit, was going to challenge his limits right from the start? But then he thought, this is mental training after all, so even if it's difficult, it won't cause any real harm to his body. He shrugged, walked to the control panel near the wall, and quickly pressed a few buttons on the control panel, locking the training mode directly to hell level. The training officially began with a rapid, mechanical sound. The rooftop nozzles began spraying water droplets erratically. In hell mode, these holographically projected water droplets fell in bizarre trajectories, their speeds fluctuating wildly, and they even made slight changes in direction mid-air. Lin Yu stood still, not moving immediately. He closed his eyes and instantly spread his spatial perception throughout the entire training room. Although it was pitch black in front of him, his keen spatial perception automatically generated a clear black and white image of the training room in his mind, revealing the position, speed, and trajectory of every drop of water. The first drop of water quietly dripped from the most secluded corner of the house. Lin Yu moved with lightning speed, his figure flashing, and his wooden sword precisely struck the drop of water, shattering it. The second drop of water appeared at the opposite corner of the house, and its falling speed was more than twice as fast as the first drop. Shi Yan, watching from the sidelines, curled the corners of his lips, thinking to himself, this is the essence of hell mode. Not only is the falling water unpredictable, but its speed also fluctuates wildly. Starting to use stamina sprints so quickly, what if his stamina can't keep up when the water droplets become denser? Lin Yu rushed to the corner and barely caught the second drop of water. Before he could even regain his footing, the next drop of water landed at another corner, and at an incredibly fast speed. Just as Lin Yu was about to sprint, he keenly noticed that water droplets were falling not far behind him. Just as he was hesitating whether to intercept the faster falling water droplet or to disperse the closer target behind him, new water droplets fell simultaneously from the ceiling on both sides of his body. Besieged on all sides. For Lin Yu, who was blindfolded, perception wasn't the most difficult part. He deeply understood the true meaning of this training. Perception was one aspect, but the core of the training lay in making the right decisions in a very short time and ensuring that the body could keep up with the brain's commands. Lin Yu's brain was working at lightning speed, precisely calculating the countdown to each water droplet hitting the ground. Since conventional methods are no longer sufficient, let's use unconventional methods. Spatial flash. Lin Yu gave a low shout in his heart, and the space around him slightly distorted. His figure vanished from his spot in an instant, and the next moment, he appeared in the corner of the wall. He swung the wooden sword, scattering the drop of water that was about to hit the ground. Without pausing, he flashed again. Figures appeared alternately on both sides of the training room, wooden swords flashing, shattering all the water droplets on both sides. Finally, he appeared behind him, and with a backhand slash, shattered the last drop of water. More and more water droplets began to fall, like a torrential downpour. Lin Yu's figure flashed continuously in the training room. Each time he appeared, it was accompanied by the sound of a wooden sword cutting through the air, precisely intercepting the incoming water droplets. Shi Yan leaned against the wall, watching Lin Yu flicker and move around the room like a ghost. The smile on his lips gradually faded, replaced by a complicated expression. He thought of another person, the same guy who also possessed spatial abilities and who also flashed around freely on the training field. In training that requires omnidirectional perception and rapid movement, spatial abilities are practically cheating. As the last drop of water was dispersed, the holographic projection in the training room slowly disappeared. Suddenly, the training room lights blazed on, no longer the cold white light of before, but a dazzling array of colors. Accompanied by rhythmic music, the previously mechanical and cold electronic voice now seemed to carry a touch of anthropomorphic excitement and admiration. Congratulations! A perfect performance from the Hell Mode Clearer has been detected. Final score SSS. Looking at the dazzling SSS on the screen, Shi Yan couldn't help but whistle, his tone tinged with a hint of wistfulness and helplessness. It seems you no longer need to practice this project. Standing on the sidelines, Yun Zhang also applauded sincerely. For these soldiers, their captain's strength meant a greater chance of survival on the battlefield. The stronger their captain, the less danger they faced. Although Lin Yu received the highest score, the continuous high-intensity flashing still left him slightly out of breath. Let's move on to the next training session. Shi Yan waved his hand. The next training session doesn't require much physical exertion, so it'll give you a break. The three left the first training room and walked down the corridor to the next one. On the way, they encountered several soldiers in training uniforms. When they saw Shi Yan, they immediately stopped, gave him a respectful salute, and then consciously stood to one side of the corridor to let him pass first. Lin Yu glanced at Shi Yan discreetly. Despite his seemingly unreliable and joking demeanor, this dragonfly captain held a surprisingly high position of prestige in the military. Shi Yan led them into the training room upstairs. In stark contrast to the previous room's spacious and cold style, this training room was furnished with rows of sofas and coffee tables resembling bar booths, and there was even a beverage cabinet filled with various drinks in the corner. This doesn't look like a training room at all, it's more like a relaxation lounge. Shiryen led Lin Yu straight to the bar by the entrance, and whistled exaggeratedly at the waitress who was wiping glasses inside. "Hey! Beautiful lady, 3 people, let's get a VIP booth." After saying that, he turned to Lin Yu and Yun Zhang and asked them with an air of wealth and power, "What would you like to drink?" "It's on me." He struck what he thought was a dashing pose and said to the young and cute waitress with pigtails, "Give me a signature taro boba milk tea, no taro, no milk tea." The waitress seemed quite used to Shiryan's teasing, ignoring his jokes and asking with a professional smile, "Okay. What would these 2 guests like to drink?" Yun Zhang seemed a little reserved, standing ramrod straight, and said in a low voice, "I'll just drink mineral water." Lin Yu was also stunned by Shiryan's bizarre way of ordering, and casually said, "Then, give me a glass of iced tea." The pretty waitress quickly operated the cash register and handed a magnetic card to Shiryan. "Please wait at table number 8. Your drinks will be served shortly." When Shiryan took the card, his fingers restlessly traced the back of the waitress's hand, causing her to blush and give him a coquettish glare. Leaving the bar, Lin Yu looked around in surprise. "There's a beverage shop here?" "Yeah, the treatment is pretty good, isn't it?" Shiryan said smugly, leading them to the booth. "Was that waitress also a female soldier?" Lin Yu asked uncertainly. After all, it seemed unusual for civilians to appear in a military base. How could that be? Shiryan chuckled. This shop was outsourced. The main reason is that the training sessions in this training room have too long waiting times and are too boring. Then, a genius suggested that training while drinking beverages would be such a pleasant thing. He leaned close to Lin Yu, winking and giving a frantic hint. "Guess who that genius proposer is?" Looking at Shiryan's smug expression, Lin Yu said helplessly, "That genius, you're not yourself, are you?" "Bingo! You guessed right." Shiryan snapped his fingers, looking like he knew what he was talking about. He lowered his voice and whispered mysteriously in Lin Yu's ear, "But I have to warn you, be careful when you flirt with the waiters, the police love to come here to arrest people." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately looked at Shiryan with a disdainful gaze, as if he were looking at scum. "I'm afraid only you, Shiryan, would do something like this." Chapter 30 Endurance Training. The VIP seating area was bustling with activity, with many people sitting together playing cards and chatting, and some even lying on the sofas to sleep. The air was filled with the aroma of snacks and drinks. By all accounts, this place looks more like a lounge area of a high-end club than a training room of a military base. The 3 had just sat down in booth number 8 when a male waiter came over with drinks. "Your iced tea, please enjoy." The waiter politely placed the beverage down. Shiryan looked at the male waiter, a clear look of disappointment flashing in her eyes, and she even bit the straw harder. "Are we really here for training?" Lin Yu looked at the chaotic scene around him and couldn't help but ask again to confirm. "Of course." Shiryan answered confidently, pointing with his straw to a cylindrical device next to the booth. "Look, what's that?" Lin Yu followed his gaze. The machine had a peculiar design, a cylindrical glass dome housing fan-shaped blades with small white spheres nestled between them. It looked exactly like the lottery machine used for drawing winning numbers in his previous life. Lin Yu asked uncertainly, "A lottery machine?" Hee, that's what everyone says when they first meet someone." Shiryan smiled smugly. He inserted the magnetic card he got from the bar into the card slot on the side of the machine and then pressed the start button. Splash! The fan blades inside the machine began to turn slowly, emitting a dull sound, and the small white ball inside the glass cover was stirred and kept jumping and colliding. Lin Yu thought to himself, "Isn't this just a lottery machine?" Shiryan gave Yun Zhang a wink, and Yun Zhang immediately understood. He bent down and pulled a heavy cardboard box from under the booth, placed it in front of Lin Yu, and opened it. Lin Yu peeked inside and saw that the box was full of white ping-pong balls, exactly the same as those in the machine. Shiryan looked at Lin Yu and said earnestly, "Lin Yu, a man can't say he can't." Lin Yu put on an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone, completely unable to understand what he was saying. Shiryan then dropped his frivolous demeanor and began to explain, "This training exercise is designed to improve mental endurance and resistance to interference." He took a ping-pong ball out of the box and handed it to Lin Yu. "What you need to do is attach your mental energy to this ball and then throw it into this machine." At this point, Lin Yu roughly understood. The machine emits intense energy fluctuations while operating, specifically designed to interfere with and tear apart the mental energy attached to the small ball. If the mental energy locked onto the ball is dispersed, it's considered a failure. Conversely, the longer it persists, the stronger and more refined the mental energy. Since this is your first time doing this exercise, you should be able to persist for at least an hour, right? Shi Yan said, pointing to a small hole on the side of the machine. After an hour, a small hole will open on the side of the machine. You need to control the ball to pop out of that hole precisely. He pointed to the box in front of Lin Yu. Each of the small balls in here has a special nanoscale marking made at the factory, which is invisible to the naked eye. If the small balls that pop out of the machine in a moment have the marking, it means you have passed the test. It didn't sound too difficult. Lin Yu thought for a moment and asked, should we put in the marked balls one at a time? Of course not. Shi Yan shook his head. 6 is considered passing, and 10 is considered excellent. Lin Yu asked curiously, then, what's Enma's highest record? 106. Shi Yan gave a thumbs up and said with admiration, that's a record set by our deputy commander, and no one has been able to break it to this day. Lin Yu was speechless. He was only level 20 now, so it was better to be down to earth and take it step by step. He thought for a moment and made a decision, let's put in 10. Upon hearing this, Shi Yan snapped his fingers and praised, I admire your fearless spirit, like a newborn calf that is not afraid of tigers. Yun Zhang immediately picked out 10 small balls from the box and neatly arranged them on the table. Lin Yu took a deep breath and slowly extended his mental energy, attaching it to each of the 10 small balls. It was a very subtle feeling. He had to ensure that his mental energy was stable enough, but not too rigid, otherwise it would be torn apart instantly by the machine's interference field. Ready? Shi Yan asked. Lin Yu nodded. Yun Zheng understood, opened the cover on top of the machine, and poured all 10 ping-pong balls in with a whoosh. Shi Yan quickly set the countdown, then sat back on the sofa, took out a deck of cards from the box on the table, and skillfully shuffled the cards. Alright, let's just leave it to time. He slammed the playing cards on the table. Since we're just killing time anyway, how about we play some landlord? He gestured towards the electronic menu on the wall next to him. If you get hungry during training, you can order. The desserts here are pretty good, it's on me. The 3 people sat around the coffee table in the VIP booth, and the atmosphere gradually changed from friendly exchange to deception and intrigue. Regardless of whether Shi Yan has a good or bad hand, he always insists on becoming the landlord, and he always manages to win in all sorts of unbelievable ways. Lin Yu didn't pay attention at first, but as he played, he realized something was wrong. Team leader Shi, Lin Yu frowned, pointing at the pair of cards Shi Yan had just played. Didn't you just play a 2? How come you've played 4 2s again? Shi Yan was playing with the cards in his hand when he said casually, what? You must have misremembered. With that, he flicked out a pair of sharp points with a flourish, and shouted with a grin, I won again. Lin Yu refused to believe it, slammed down the cards in his hand, and reached out to rummage through the pile of cards on the table. Impossible, how could I be wrong about this? He rummaged through the pile of cards and found that the 2 was indeed missing. There is only one answer. You cheated. Upon hearing this, Shi Yan immediately sat up straight and retorted righteously, don't slander me out of thin air. Would I, the mighty god of gamblers, do such a despicable thing? Did you see it with your own eyes? He then turned to Yun Zhang, who looked completely bewildered, and asked, did you see it? Although Yun Zhang also felt that Shi Yan had played his cards poorly, he couldn't see how Shi Yan changed his cards, so he could only honestly shake his head. Shi Yan immediately said smugly, see, the eyes of the masses are discerning. No evidence means no evidence. Lin Yu understood instantly. If they didn't say anything, it means they didn't. If they weren't caught, it means they didn't cheat. That's a fine tradition of Enma. If that's how you play, Lin Yu's lips curled into a wicked smile, then I won't hold back either. Go ahead and be as polite as you like, Shi Yan said with a grin as he shuffled the cards, as long as I don't catch you. What a joke. Lin Yu is a space-type ability user. Switch cards. He doesn't even need to lift a finger. Who could possibly catch him? In the next card game, something happened that Yun Zheng found completely unbelievable. Shi Yan, 4 2s. Yun Zheng, no. No. Lin Yu, 6 2s. Shi Yan, 2 kings. Yun Zheng, no. No. Lin Yu, 4 kings. Shi Yan finally lost his temper and slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, 6 kings in a deck of cards? Do you think this is magic? Lin Yu calmly arranged the cards in his hand and asked in return, you just played 5 2s, why can't you have 6 kings? Shi Yan was furious, You definitely cheated. Lin Yu spread his hands, looking completely innocent, did you see it? Did Yun Zheng see it? Shi Yan turned to look at Yun Zhang, who shook his head honestly once again. Shi Yan pointed at Lin Yu, stammered you for a long time, and finally could only dejectedly lower his hand, spitting out a sentence, "You win." He threw down his cards and cheated, saying, "I'm not playing anymore, it's no fun." Lin Yu laughed and threw down his cards as well. "Isn't this quite interesting?" Just then, the training device next to them, which looked like a lottery machine, emitted a crisp beep sound, indicating that the training time was over. Shi Yan, who was idly chewing on a straw to the side, immediately chuckled mischievously upon hearing the sound. He leaned close to Lin Yu and threatened in a low voice, "Lin Yu, if we can't collect 10 small balls when they pop out later, or if any of those 10 balls don't have nano markers." He chuckled wickedly again, his tone becoming extremely lewd, "I'll tell everyone in the base that you, Lin Yu, the new captain of the Yama squad, are no good in that area. Your stamina is terrible." Lin Yu wasn't annoyed, and instead asked with a smile, "What if there's no problem with 10 small balls?" Shi Yan shrugged, "If there's no problem, then there's no problem. At most, you're amazing." Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. He walked to the side of the machine and opened the cover of the small hole. Under Lin Yu's precise mental control, 10 small white balls were launched one after another from the small hole, without missing a single one or deviating from their trajectory. Yun Zhang had already prepared a tray, which steadily caught all the small balls that bounced out. Shi Yan picked up the special scanner next to her and began to examine it. Beep, no problem. Beep, no problem either. As the final beep sounded, Shi Yan looked at the 10 green pass markers displayed on the instrument, his expression a truly fascinating one. He silently put down the instrument, leaned back on the soft booth sofa, crossed his arms, stared at Lin Yu for a long time, and finally squeezed out the words through gritted teeth, "The highest honor among boys. You're pretty good." Chapter 31 Stress Resilience Training. Shi Yan got up, took out a magnetic card from the training device that looked like a lottery machine, and casually put it into his pocket. He glanced at Lin Yu, his tone carrying a hint of meaning, "I guess you've rested enough. Let's go to the next task. I hope you can handle it." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu silently stood up and followed Shi Yan to the next training room. Yun Zhang, standing behind him, quickly gathered up the playing cards on the table, instinctively trying to put them back into the deck box. But no matter how hard he tried, the deck just wouldn't fit into the original-sized box. Just then, a soldier playing cards at the next booth scratched his head and complained with a puzzled look, "Hey? Why are several cards missing from my deck?" Upon hearing this, Yun Zhang immediately placed the thick stack of cards in his hand neatly next to the card box, then quickly turned around and left the scene of the crime. The three arrived at a spacious training room, which turned out to be a crystal-clear, light blue swimming pool. Next is the third training exercise, stress resistance training. Shi Yan stood by the pool, his tone becoming serious. "Same as always, Yun Zhang, you demonstrate for Captain Lin." "Yes." Yun Zhang did not hesitate at all, quickly took off his training clothes, revealing his muscles, which were as solid as granite, formed by long-term rigorous training. He walked to the edge of the pool, took a leap, and jumped into the pale blue liquid. However, Yun Zhang did not swim as freely as he would in a regular pool. He struggled to walk in the water, each step feeling like he was carrying a heavy burden. "See that?" Shi Yan pointed to the pool and explained, "This isn't ordinary water. It's in essence extracted from high-purity source energy, or, codenamed X solution. It can resonate strongly with the source energy within our bodies. You can try to manipulate it with your mental power." Following the instructions, Yun Zhang slowly scooped up a handful of X solution with both hands. Under his mental control, the liquid slowly rose and condensed into a suspended water sphere above his palms. Lin Yu also squatted down and scooped up a handful of X solution. The feeling it gave him was completely different from water. It was viscous, heavy, and had a strange warmth that seemed to seep into his body through his skin. However, Shi Yan's tone suddenly turned cold. Although these solutions have a high affinity with ability users, prolonged contact can easily cause them to feel extremely tired, or even experience intense drowsiness. What you need to do is resist this erosion of your mental strength. He walked to the control panel at the end of the pool, pointed to the crisscrossing pipes overhead, and said, "In a moment, a large amount of X solution will be sprayed out from the pipes above. What you need to do is use your mental power to catch it and maintain it in a stable form." Shi Yan placed his hand on the red start switch. He looked at Yun Zhang in the water, who took a deep breath and nodded heavily at him. Whoosh! Shi Yan suddenly pulled the switch. Instantly, dozens of nozzles opened in the pipe above Yun Zhang's head, and pale blue X solution poured down like a high-pressure water gun. Yun Zhang gritted his teeth and raised his mental power to the limit, forming a huge light blue water ball above his head from the cascading liquid. As the solution was injected, the water sphere grew larger and larger. Yan stared at the instrument readings on the control panel. The density of solution X was 10 times that of water. After volume and density calculations, the weight displayed on the screen fluctuated, eventually settling at 1 ton. Yan turned off the water supply switch and leisurely watched Yun Zheng in the pool. A weight of 1 ton is probably Yun Zheng's current limit. Under this terrifying burden, he not only has to keep the water sphere above his head from collapsing, but also desperately resist the corrosive effects of the X solution on his mind. In my opinion, staying in your comfort zone will prevent you from making progress, Yan said coldly, reaching out again to grab the red switch. Wait a minute. Yun Zheng's voice was already trembling slightly. But Yan ignored him and pulled the switch again. Whoosh! An even more turbulent torrent of pale blue water gushed out of the pipe and slammed hard onto the water sphere above Yun Zheng's head. The weight instantly exceeded 1.5 tons. Yun Zheng's legs began to tremble violently, and bright red blood seeped from his nose. The immense pressure made it incredibly difficult for him to even stand. Boom! Finally, the water sphere above could no longer maintain its shape and burst open instantly, turning into a sky full of pale blue water droplets. Yun Zheng, whose mental strength was crushed, was instantly overwhelmed by the massive water flow. The corrosive effect of the X solution left him weak all over. His tall body struggled helplessly in the water for a moment before sinking to the bottom of the pool. Yan! Stop it! Upon seeing this, Lin Yu immediately rushed to the control panel and grabbed Yan's hand, which was controlling the switch. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yu turned off the instrument switch on the control panel. He quickly took off his coat and jumped into the pale blue X solution pool. Using his spatial abilities to pinpoint his location, Lin Yu quickly found Yun Zheng sinking in the extremely low visibility solution. He grabbed Yun Zheng's arm, pushed off with his feet, and swiftly pulled him to the surface. After dragging Yun Zheng ashore, Lin Yu immediately checked his condition. Due to being soaked in the X solution for too long, Yun Zheng was weak and powerless, his face was pale, and blood was still seeping from his nose. He lay on the ground for a long time, unable to recover. After a long while, Yun Zheng was finally able to speak, albeit with difficulty. He coughed violently twice, his voice hoarse as he protested, "Captain Shi, people really will die." Lin Yu looked uneasily at Yan standing to the side, her heart pounding. A little while later, "You're not going to do this to me too, are you?" Yan was still wearing that mask that didn't reveal his expression, but Lin Yu had a feeling that there was something fishy going on in his eyes right now. "That was just a demonstration," Yan explained calmly, "to show you what happens if you exceed your limits. Don't worry, since it's your first time trying this, I'll definitely take it easy." Lin Yu originally wanted Yun Zheng to control the switch, but seeing that he was still lying on the ground breathing heavily, it was clear that he couldn't be relied on. He made up his mind he knew he had to face it sooner or later. Lin Yu took off his wet shirt, revealing his lean and muscular upper body. He went to the center of the pool, took a deep breath, suppressed his unease, and nodded heavily to Yan to indicate that he was ready. Without further ado, Yan reached out and pressed the start switch. Whoosh! The pipe above his head opened again, and the pale blue X solution poured down, quickly gathering above Lin Yu's head. When the instrument screen showed that the weight had reached half a ton, Yan skillfully reduced the flow rate and controlled the increase in pressure. "Say something when you feel you're nearing your limit," Yan reminded him. "Okay," Lin Yu replied. As water continued to flow in, the water sphere above Lin Yu's head grew larger and larger, and the pressure increased accordingly. "That's a ton," Yan reminded him at the opportune moment. Lin Yu remained firmly in place, without wavering in the slightest. He felt he could hold on a little longer. When the weight approached 1.5 tons, the water sphere that Lin Yu was maintaining above his head began to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Yan thought it was probably close to the limit and immediately cut off the water flow. 1.5 tons, Yan said, looking at the data on the screen with a hint of approval in his voice. "It seems your mental strength is indeed far beyond that of ordinary people." Lin Yu understood. Perhaps it was an innate talent of a transmigrator, or perhaps it was because he had experienced life or death battles before, but he was always adept at controlling his mental power and grasping the overall situation of the battlefield, and could maintain absolute calm even when facing powerful enemies. He quickly calmed himself down, and the water sphere above his head, which had been teetering on the brink of collapse, became stable again. "From now on, all you have to do is persevere under this pressure." Yan leaned against the control panel, his tone becoming casual. "Let us chat casually to help you distract yourself." The pale blue X solution emitted a strange warmth, a comfortable sensation spreading along the skin like countless tiny hands gently massaging it, making one irresistibly want to succumb. Lin Yu felt his consciousness beginning to blur. He forced himself to stay awake and asked, "Shurian, why did you join Enma?" He had wanted to ask this question for a long time. How could someone with such great strength be willing to stay in an organization that offered no salary, only endless battles and sacrifices? Upon hearing this, Shurian stroked his chin, his gaze behind the mask seeming to become somewhat distant. "That's a good question," he said slowly. "An organization like Enma, which doesn't even pay its captains, is obviously a heartless company that wants people to give their all unconditionally. We're not saints. How many of us can be willing to sacrifice ourselves for all of humanity?" He paused, his voice lowering slightly. "However, perhaps it's because I'm an anomaly. I was adopted by Old Manon. When I was 10 years old, a wormhole invasion occurred in southern Sichuan. I saw it with my own eyes in just a moment. A building of more than 10 stories, along with the people inside, simply vanished into thin air." He looked up, as if recalling that horrific scene. That was a yellow-level wormhole, but in the face of such a disaster, humanity was as fragile as paper. I once thought that in the face of such power, it was like facing fate, and humanity could not possibly put up any resistance. Shurian turned his head, and his eyes behind the mask seemed to pierce through time, looking at the moment that changed his life. "Until I met Old Manon, he made me understand that there is no such thing as fate. It's just that you don't want to resist." Chapter 32: Sacrificing Oneself for Righteousness and the Philosophy of the Superman. The worst thing a person can do is to accept their fate. Shurian's voice echoed in the empty training room. His words were not loud, but each one was forceful. Once you believe in fate, your steps will stop. You will watch helplessly as time passes, as that so-called devastating future draws ever closer. Until it befalls you, and even in your dying moments, you will use your life to validate that so-called fatalism. Lin Yu struggled to maintain his balance under the immense pressure of the water sphere. The corrosive effect of the X solution made him want to give up, but he forced himself to continue asking, "So, it was President N who changed your mind in that dangerous situation?" "Yes." Shurian subconsciously touched the dragonfly mask he never took off his head. "I personally experienced the power of the shockwave the moment the wormhole appeared. It felt like having your heart gripped by an invisible giant hand, ready to burst at any moment." He paused, his gaze behind the mask seeming somewhat unfocused. "At that time, I thought I was going to die. It was Old Manon who rushed over and used his old bones to shield me from the subsequent impact. At that moment, I suddenly understood something: there is no future in this world that is unchangeable unless you give up the resistance first." Lin Yu took a deep breath and slowly steadied his breathing. "So you joined Yanma because of President N?" "Yes and no." Shurian's answer was ambiguous. "I do aspire to become someone as powerful as Old Manon. But what I hope to change even more is humanity's fate of being arbitrarily controlled by wormholes." He looked at Lin Yu, and even through the mask, he could still feel the sharpness of his gaze. "Because of the emergence of wormholes, the population has to undergo a massive migration. Even if we transform wormholes into replicas in an attempt to extract resources from them, do you see, has human life really improved? Only a minority of people have benefited. The gap between the rich and the poor has been magnified infinitely, and humanity has been divided into different classes." Lin Yu fell silent. He came from a world without wormholes. There, everyone said life had improved, but he always felt that he was not doing well. After arriving in this strange world, he witnessed both the dazzling lights of the cyber city and the incongruous dilapidation of the old town. Two worlds, seemingly worlds apart, yet seemingly converging on the same path. Beneath the prosperity lies struggle. Within the ruins, there is also hope. Perhaps, in essence, they are not so different. Lin Yu said with mixed feelings, "Even without wormholes, this world is still unequal. The emergence of source energy has only amplified this inequality. That is still better than dying suddenly without any warning." Shurian's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible pity. "I don't have such lofty ambitions as to make the world absolutely equal. I joined Yama simply in the hope that wormholes, monsters, and that Rhine technology would no longer arbitrarily control people's lives and deaths. I would gladly sacrifice myself for this." Lin Yu asked, "Is this also President An's wish?" "This is Enma's mission." Shurian stretched his slightly stiff shoulders, his metal mask gleaming under the training room lights. He looked at the swaying yet still upright figure in the pool, his tone unusually gentle. "Now let's talk about you. Are you still regretting it?" He paused, then added, "Joining Enma really doesn't have any advantages." No salary, no benefits, and you have to be prepared to risk your life at any time. But if you still want to leave, I can talk to old Manon for you. I'm practically his son, so he'll give me that much face. Lin Yu shook his head, his eyes resolute. I don't regret joining. Or rather, it should be the opposite. I'm genuinely happy that an organization like Yanma invited me to join. Oh? Shi Yan was a little surprised. Then what was with that look of utter despair when you heard there was no salary? Lin Yu tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a bitter smile. You should know about the compensation contract I signed with Rhine Technology, right? 100 million. Shi Yan repeated the astronomical figure in a low voice. Even with his composure, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. I don't even dare to dream of such a large sum of money. Yeah, Lin Yu's voice carried a hint of self-deprecation, so I really don't care how much salary Emma pays me. But he thought for a moment and gave an analogy. It's like the reward you get after completing a game. I don't care how much the reward is, the key is that you have to give it. If you don't give me a reward, then I won't feel very accomplished in completing this level. Upon hearing this, Shi Yan chuckled and exclaimed, so that's how it is. He turned to look at Yun Zhang, who was still lying on the ground, weak and listless, and teased, did you hear that? Your captain is a billionaire. You'd better take good care of him from now on. Yun Zhang struggled to raise one hand, weakly but firmly making an OK sign. His voice was feeble but tinged with a smile. For the captain, I would go through fire and water without hesitation. At this moment, the water sphere hovering above Lin Yu's head had been there for quite some time, and his mental energy was greatly depleted, causing his body to tremble slightly involuntarily. However, the light in his eyes grew even more intense. He suddenly asked Shi Yan and Yun Zhang, do you know what it feels like to be a billionaire? Shi Yan rolled her eyes at his proud appearance, though the eyes were hidden by the mask, and teased, I'm a penniless nobody, how would I know about the happiness of you rich people? Lin Yu chuckled and answered his own question, actually, I didn't feel anything. Money that others couldn't earn in several lifetimes suddenly went into my account. At that moment, I just felt empty. He took a deep breath, as if to expel all the pent-up air from his chest. People toil away their whole lives just to earn this little bit of money. Now that we don't have to work ourselves to the bone anymore, what's the point? To live a carefree and happy life? But I'm not happy at all. I'm not happy at all. He paused for a moment, his gaze becoming deep and distant, as if he were staring at his past self. Before the surgery, I wanted to become a powerful superhuman and earn lots and lots of money. The surgery failed, cutting off my chance to become stronger, but I unexpectedly gained money. Now that I have money, I still want to become stronger. Lin Yu's voice echoed in the training room, carrying an unprecedented clarity and determination. Only now do I realize that what I like is not money. I just want to break free from the shackles that bind me. I want to become the sun that can shine and give off heat, instead of a speck of dust that only reflects the light of others. He raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Shi Yan. Do you understand what I'm saying? Before the other person could answer, he shook his head, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. No, you definitely don't understand. Your and President An's ideals are too lofty. I'm not that kind of selfless person. I just want to abandon my own cowardice and forbearance, and achieve self-transcendence and the realization of my value. Shi Yan's head was throbbing as he listened, and he couldn't help but raise his hand and scratch his head vigorously, feeling like he was about to grow a brain. Can you speak like a human being? Stop with this nonsense, I don't understand it. Lin Yu was utterly speechless at his frantic, scratching-headed look, so she simply said something plain and straightforward. I want to be cool. I want to fly. Chapter 33 Chicken Soup for the Soul. Ha ha ha. Shi Yan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into a thunderous laugh, slapping his thigh and laughing wildly. If you had said that earlier, I would have understood immediately. This is so damn vivid. He laughed so hard he almost fell over for a while before he finally managed to stop. Gradually, he composed himself and posed a pointed question. If Rhine Technologies hadn't sent assassins to kill you, but instead tried to recruit you, offering you high-ranking positions and generous salaries, would you have joined them? Lin Yu was silent for a moment, then shook his head, his eyes clear. Probably not. Officer Chen and Section Chief Zhou from the Abnormal Investigation Department had already told me about their illegal human experimentation. After leaving Shanghai Hospital, I realized my special status. Compared to ruthless conglomerates like Rhine, I'm more willing to trust the alliance. Shi Yan nodded, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes, a very rational choice. He glanced down at the tactical bracelet on his wrist, and his stomach rumbled in protest at that inopportune moment. Dinner's almost ready. Let's call it a day for today's stress training. Before he could finish speaking, his usual sly, mischievous smile reappeared on his lips. Before Lin Yu could react, he abruptly yanked off the main switch on the equipment. Boom! The X solution, which had been poised to erupt, roared wildly from the pipe above Lin Yu's head like a prehistoric beast breaking free of its cage. The water sphere, which had been maintaining its balance, expanded uncontrollably in an instant, and its weight broke through the 2-ton mark in the blink of an eye. Puff! The immense mental pressure caused 2 jets of blood to spurt from Lin Yu's nostrils, the blood mixed with the solution splashing out. The water sphere above his head could no longer maintain its shape, and the surging torrent, carrying a devastating force, instantly slammed him to the bottom of the pool. Splash! Yun Zhang, who was on the shore, was already used to this. Upon seeing this, he jumped into the pool without hesitation and, like scooping up a drowning dog, accurately pulled Lin Yu, who was bubbling in the water, out of the pool. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yu, sprawled by the poolside, vomited several mouthfuls of bloody liquid. Wiping the blood from his face, he looked up and uttered a powerful, resonant phrase, "I knew you weren't up to anything good." Shi Yan laughed so hard he slapped his thigh, tears almost streaming down his face. "What kind of special training is it if you don't bleed a little?" Alright, we'll have extra food at the cafeteria at noon, all you can eat, braised monster meat, consider it my personal apology to you." After changing into dry clothes, Lin Yu and Yun Zhang followed Shi Yan to the canteen of the Yama base. While queuing for food, Lin Yu recalled the terrifying scene from earlier and casually asked, "By the way, during the endurance training earlier, you mentioned that Enma had a deputy commander? Who is he?" "Our deputy commander is called Suyu," Shi Yan muttered as he piled meat onto his plate. "He is a plant-type ability user with unparalleled healing skills. He is not at the base, he has gone to the Alliance headquarters to beg for alms." "Begging for alms?" "Yes," Shi Yan pointed to the busy soldiers around him. "Even if we captains don't get paid, the tens of thousands of people in the base still need to eat, right? And the maintenance of those expensive training equipment is also an astronomical figure. For those with superpowers to cultivate, monster meat, enhancement potions, and rare materials, aren't they all bought with money?" Lin Yu asked in confusion. "Yamama is the Alliance's elite force. Shouldn't the Alliance allocate special funds to it?" Shi Yan scratched his head, looking somewhat helpless. "This brings up the issue of those officials in the Alliance's backsides." He lowered his voice, seemingly trying to avoid the topic. "The waters here are too deep, I don't really understand it either. Politics is even harder to fathom than superpowers. Let Suyu, that nice guy, explain it to you in detail next time." In the cafeteria, Lin Yu and Yun Zheng each had 2 conspicuous white tissues stuffed in their nostrils, looking both comical and somewhat tragic. After getting their food, the 2 found a corner table to sit down. Shi Yan patted his chest and said with great pride, "Don't move around here, I'll be right back with 3 bowls of good soup for you." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng's face instantly turned ashen, as if he had seen a ghost. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Captain Shi, I guess I won't drink it?" Shi Yan's eyes widened, his gaze behind the mask radiating undeniable authority. "Don't you want to improve? This is a elixir to raise the upper limit of your spiritual power. You must drink it. This is an order." Lin Yu watched Shi Yan's hurried departure, then looked at Yun Zhang, who looked as if he had lost his parents, and pointed to the soup bowl on the table, puzzled. "Don't we have soup?" Yun Zhang looked resigned to his fate, as if he were awaiting torture. "The soup that Captain Shi mentioned refers to a medicinal soup that can raise the upper limit of mental strength. This can also be considered the 4th training method for mental strength." Directly increase the upper limit of mental power? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Is there really such a good thing? Good thing? Yun Zhang gave a bitter laugh, his voice filled with deep despair. This soup is not just awful. And it's not something that can be improved indefinitely. Back when we were in the reserves, we drank it every day, at every meal. Now our mental strength limit has long been fixed, so drinking it now is just torture. He recalled the horrific experience of drinking the soup for the first time, his stomach churning. "The first time I drank it, I felt so nauseous, I almost threw up my bile. I thought joining the Enma's official team would free me from this nightmare, but I never expected. Chicken soup is here." Shi Yan strode in, carrying a huge tray. Strangely, wherever he went, the surrounding soldiers covered their noses and scattered as if avoiding a plague. Lin Yu stared intently at the contents of the tray and fell silent. It wasn't chicken soup at all, but 3 bowls of dark, sticky, suspicious liquid that was constantly bubbling strangely. An indescribable stench, a mixture of rotting grass, charcoal, and a certain fishy sweet smell, assaulted my senses. "Drink up! Why isn't anyone drinking?" Shi Yan slammed the bowl down on the table with a loud thud. This is a medicinal soup made from rare herbs produced in a top-tier dungeon, a special supply from Yama. Even the troops outside can't get any. This was specially approved by Old Man and it's priceless. Come on, let's have a toast to the future of Yama. After saying that, Shi Yan raised his bowl first, clinked it with Lin Yu and Yun Zheng in a hearty manner, tilted his head back, and gulped it down in one go. Seeing this, Yun Zheng also adopted a heroic and sacrificial expression, pinched his nose, tilted his head back, and down the whole thing in one gulp. Lin Yu looked at the two of them, then at the bowl of poison, and took a deep breath. Since he was already here, there was nothing to be afraid of. He imitated the two of them, pinched his nose, held his breath, picked up the bowl, and gulped it down in one go. The feeling of that liquid sliding down my throat was like swallowing a lump of burning tar mixed with mud, bitter, astringent, and with a nauseatingly slippery sensation. You! Lin Yu had just put down the bowl when a sharp, uncontrollable retching sound burst from his throat. At that moment, he finally understood why Yun Zheng was so afraid. Lin Yu's military career officially began with that single Yu. For the next 2 weeks, Lin Yu was completely immersed in the high-intensity training mode at the Yama base. The mornings were filled with grueling mental training, while the afternoons consisted of combat drills with various simulated combat puppets. Under Enma's hellish training, Lin Yu's strength indeed made a qualitative leap. Both the solidity of his mental power and the precision of his spatial abilities improved significantly. However, his lack of rank remains a major weakness. Moreover, the mock assessment at the end of the month was just around the corner. Lin Yu knew he had to find a way to level up as soon as possible. Chapter 34 Non-Staff Personnel. After leaving the Yama base, Lin Yu contacted his 3 little brothers. Wang Xian's injuries had long since healed. Seeing Lin Yu join the Dragon Group and become a big shot, while he was still just an ordinary college student playing games in his dorm all day, he was so anxious, it felt like cat claws were scratching at him. Early that morning, he summoned Xianlan and Haolian to the dormitory. After locking the door and drawing the curtains, the room instantly became dim and mysterious. Wang Xian cleared his throat, his expression solemn as if he were conducting some kind of underground party rendezvous. Comrade Xianlan, Comrade Haoliang, Wang Xian lowered his voice and said seriously, "We just received news from the organization." Xianlan immediately straightened his back, his face full of anticipation. Really? What instructions did the leader send? Wang Xian nodded solemnly. Comrade Lin said that we should go level up together. Great. Xianlan slapped his thigh and clapped his hands excitedly. It shows that the organization hasn't forgotten us. Seeds of revolution. Hao Liang, being more pragmatic, immediately asked, which instance? Same time, same place, Wang Xian said in a deep voice. He paused, sighed, and continued, however, there is more to this than just what I wanted to discuss with you. Xianlan and Hao Liang exchanged a glance, their expressions becoming tense. Comrade Wang, if you have any new ideas, please feel free to share them, and we can discuss them together. Wang Xian's gaze was intense as she uttered 8 words with resounding conviction. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Xianlan and Hao Liang, ? Lin Yu turned on the smart bracelet on his wrist after exiting the station. It was given to him by Yen when he left the Yama base. It was not only highly encrypted but could also connect to Yama's internal channels. Wang Xian's message was flashing on the bracelet. They had arrived at the gate of the Rift Wasteland instance. When Lin Yu arrived, he saw the 3 guys waiting at the dungeon entrance and couldn't help but smile, especially when he saw the lively Wang Xian. He walked over and patted Wang Xian lightly on the chest. How's the recovery going? It's all fine now. Wang Xian chuckled, then exchanged a glance with Xianlan and Hao Liang. The two immediately understood and stood up straight. Xianlan spoke first. Brother Yu, let's go in quickly. I've recently figured out a new skill, you'll have to check it out for me later. Lin Yu glanced at the 3 of them suspiciously, thinking to himself, these 3 are definitely up to something. After entering the instance and traversing the familiar wasteland, the group arrived at a steep cliff. Suddenly, Wang Xian stopped, his expression becoming more serious than ever before. He pointed to a large, protruding rock on the cliff face and said to Lin Yu, Brother Yu, stand up there. Ha! Lin Yu was completely confused, but he still jumped up as instructed. Wang Xian, Xianlan, and Hao Liang immediately stood in a row under the stone, their expressions solemn. The next second, the 3 of them suddenly raised their right hands in unison, making a standard oath-taking gesture, and shouted in unison, always ready. Lin Yu stood on the rock, completely dumbfounded. Looking at the 3 serious-looking guys below, he felt a million thoughts racing through his mind. What the hell are you 3 trying to do? Wang Xan cleared his throat and said in a loud voice, "Brother Yu, no, Comrade Lin." Ha! Lin Yu was even more confused. Today, Wang Xin. Item viewing. Hao Liang. The three shouted in unison again, their voices echoing across the desolate wasteland. We voluntarily joined the Dragon Group and become unofficial members. We do not seek to be born on the same day, month, and year, nor do we seek to die on the same day, month, and year. Lin Yu internally screamed, "You three have come up with nothing but a wasted opportunity. Please approve my application." Lin Yu was both amused and exasperated. The Dragon Group obviously didn't exist, and he couldn't reveal a single word about Enma. But seeing the three of them looking so eager and ready to die, he really couldn't bear to dampen their enthusiasm. "Wait," they said, "non-staff?" Lin Yu's eyes darted around, and he immediately got into character. He mimicked Old Man An's mannerisms, putting his hands behind his back, puffing out his chest, and saying with an air of authority, "Since you've sincerely applied to join." He paused, then said in a highly infectious tone, "Every inch of our land is bought with blood. 10,000 youths make 10,000 soldiers. I, on behalf of the organization, approve your membership." Yeah. The three of them were instantly moved to tears and excitedly high-fived each other. Hao Liang suddenly shouted in dissatisfaction, "You two both mispronounced the words just now." Xianglan immediately retorted, "It's because the two of you couldn't pronounce it in unison." Wang Xian looked heartbroken and indignant. "How could you all let us down at such a crucial moment? This is a historic moment, don't you understand? It might be written into the history books in the future." He looked at Lin Yu apologetically, "You. Comrade Lin, the rehearsal went quite well. How about we do it again?" Lin Yu looked at the three dramatic, goofy young men, feeling both helpless and amused. He waved his hand and said magnanimously, "No need, I've already felt your determination." His smile faded, and his tone became serious. "From today onwards, you are all unofficial members of the Dragon Group. But remember, absolutely no information about the organization can be leaked to outsiders. This is an ironclad rule." The three immediately stopped laughing, raised their hands solemnly, and made a solemn promise. As the calendar pages turned, the agonizing mock exams finally arrived. The mock exam was held on the scenic island of Jeju. Due to the complex nature of the exam process, which would take 2 days, the school arranged for students to check into a designated hotel on the island in advance. Jeju Island is already a famous tourist resort, and its economic value has skyrocketed since the nearby area was successfully conquered. The hotels allocated to the students are actually quite good in terms of facilities. However, they are now facing an extremely serious practical problem. This mock exam has attracted numerous universities, and within just a few days, hotels throughout Jeju Island have been crammed full of students. The hotel where Lin Yu is staying is especially overcrowded, with the corridors constantly packed with people. The next morning, all candidates had to go downstairs to the examination room at the same time. The situation at the elevator entrance was a disaster zone. The alarm kept beeping, and the glaring overload warning on the display screen was incredibly frustrating. For students living on lower floors, this is not a big deal. As superhumans with physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people, they can easily take a shortcut jumping directly out of the window and landing safely. But for students living on high floors who lack the ability to fly, this becomes a nightmare. They can only pace back and forth in crowded elevator entrances and stairwells, as anxious as ants on a hot plate. However, Lin Yu wasn't worried at all. With a thought, he activated his spatial ability to teleport downstairs. As soon as he landed, he saw someone in the crowd holding up a conspicuous sign that read "Assembly Point for Students of the Department of Supernatural Abilities, Binhai University." Teacher Yang, who was leading the group, was waving anxiously and calling out in a thick southern accent, "Students, hurry up and get on the bus. The sooner we get to the instance, the sooner we can enter it, so we don't miss the deadline." Lin Yu boarded the bus, which was already packed with classmates. However, due to congestion at the hotel, the students boarded very slowly. They waited on the bus for a long time before finally managing to gather everyone. Just as the driver was about to start the vehicle, the accompanying teaching assistant suddenly shouted, "Oh no!" Ms. Yang, who had a heavy accent, was startled and quickly asked, "Xiao Zhang, what's wrong? Aren't you dressed properly?" Teaching assistant Zhang, her face ashen, said with a mournful expression, "Teacher Yang, I'm so sorry. I forgot the students' admission passes in the room." Upon hearing this, Teacher Yang immediately adjusted her glasses and asked incredulously, "What? You forgot about this? We've been waiting for so long, why didn't you check it earlier? This is the pass to enter the copy room." Then I'll go back and get it right away." Teacher Zhang was so anxious she was almost crying, and she turned around to run back to the hotel. Look how many people are coming and going from the hotel right now. If you keep going back and forth like this, you'll probably be stuck in traffic for an hour. Although Teacher Yang complained, there was nothing else she could do at this point. She could only wave her hand and say urgently, "Hurry up and go back. This new guy doesn't seem to be up to the task." Teacher Zhang stumbled out of the car, feeling extremely guilty for her negligence, and rushed unsteadily toward the hotel entrance. Lin Yu sat in the car, looking at the congested crowd outside the window, his brows furrowed slightly. He didn't want to wait idly any longer, so he stood up and said, "I'll go with Teacher Zhang." "Oh no, no need. No need." Teacher Yang waved her hands anxiously, her accent becoming even heavier with excitement. "What if you two get separated in the crowd? I won't even know how early we got here. There are still a bunch of people waiting on the side." Lin Yu didn't say much, teleported off the car, and instantly appeared next to Teacher Zhang, who was squeezing into the hotel. He grabbed Teacher Zhang's shoulder, and to the other's astonishment, the two of them vanished in a flash. Chapter 35 Martial Arts Examination Champion. As the class monitor, Zhou Cheng consciously shoulders the important responsibility of maintaining class order. He saw Lin Yu get out of the car, and instinctively leaned out of the window to see what was going on. But in the blink of an eye, he discovered that Lin Yu and Teacher Zhang had both vanished into thin air. Strange Zhou Cheng squinted and searched through the crowded people, but didn't he see anyone? He assumed that the two of them had been swept into the depths of the hotel by the surging crowd. Although he was a little puzzled, he didn't think much of it and just silently prayed that they could get their documents soon. The atmosphere inside the car grew increasingly tense. The pressure of preparing for the exam was already immense, and now this mishap has caused many students to start whispering among themselves, with complaints rising and falling. Teacher Yang stood at the car door, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. He kept calming the restless students while anxiously looking towards the hotel entrance. "Everyone, don't rush. What are you doing? We've already gone to get it. Please be patient for a moment." Even as he said this, his own voice trembled slightly, as if he were comforting the students, or perhaps comforting himself. "I hope we don't dawdle, or we'll run out of time." Just as he was pacing anxiously, a clear voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Teacher Yang, I'm back." Mr. Yang was stunned for a moment, thinking he had misheard or was hallucinating. He turned around stiffly, only to see Mr. Zhang panting heavily. A surge of joy welled up inside him, but he still instinctively asked, "Xiao Zhang, you didn't forget your room key again, did you?" He pointed to Teacher Zhang's bulging bag in the car and urged, "Hurry up. We're really running out of time." Teacher Zhang timidly waved the card in her hand, her voice low but reassuring. "No, Teacher Yang, I've got the admission permit back." Teacher Yang grabbed the card, hurriedly checked it, and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that it was correct. Why was it so fast again this time? Teacher Yang still found it unbelievable and couldn't help but mutter, "Could it have been in your pocket all along and you forgot to take it out?" Teacher Zhang quickly waved her hand and explained, "No, it was Lin Yu just now." "Forget it, I don't want to hear your explanation." Teacher Yang, wanting to get going as quickly as possible, interrupted, "Get in the car. Lin Yu, get in too. Driver, let's go." Teacher Zhang gave Lin Yu a grateful look, and Lin Yu simply nodded slightly and calmly got into the car. Zhou Cheng sat by the window, his sharp eyes scanning the two of them. He remembered clearly that their class lived on the 20th floor, and the elevators were always packed. How did these two manage to make the round trip in just a few minutes? And Lin Yu didn't even seem to be out of breath. He looked at Lin Yu's calm profile and had some guesses in his mind. The bus sped along and finally arrived at the entrance to the mock exam. The name of this mock exam instance is Thorny Rainforest, and the difficulty level is set at Mystic, which is comparable to the difficulty of many instances that students usually use for leveling up. However, the real challenge lies not in the strength of the monsters in the dungeon itself, but in the assessment rules. The exam lasts 2 days, and each candidate must achieve a score of over 500. More importantly, all candidates must spend the night in the instanced world. This means that if there are 5 people in the team, the passing score is 2,500 points. This is not only an extreme test of individual strength and teamwork, but also a severe challenge to wilderness survival skills. As they gazed at the unfathomable entrance to the dungeon, the complaints in the car gradually subsided, replaced by a tense and chilling atmosphere. Everyone understood that the real challenge had only just begun. Passing through the instance's light curtain, the scene before my eyes instantly changed from a picturesque island to the humid and sweltering tropical rainforest. Unlike the barren and desolate rift wasteland, the vegetation here is almost frenzied, with towering ancient trees blocking out the sun, and vines coiling around the trunks like giant pythons. The air is filled with a rich moisture and the earthy smell of soil. There were more types of monsters, and their density was also higher. However, most of them were low-level creatures. A sloth with 3 eyes, a poison dart frog the size of a palm, and swarms of carrion ants. Although these creatures are numerous, most of them do not pose a substantial threat to humans. Even if they are killed, the system will give very few points, usually only 1 to 3. In order to collect points more efficiently, Zhou Chang did not hesitate at all and directly commanded the team to advance into the depths of the rainforest. Stay close to the formation and watch your step. Zhou Chang walked at the front, his voice steady and powerful. As an elite team from Binhai University, they are fundamentally different from those bottom-of-the-class students who only want to pass. Zhou Chang's vision extends beyond this mock exam. His ambitions are far greater. The final martial arts exam will be a city-wide unified exam, where the top teams from all the superpowered universities will gather for a brutal ranking competition. And in that grand event, the team that will undoubtedly attract the most attention is the top scholar team, which ranks first. Zhou Chang's goal is that supreme position. However, winning the championship is easier said than done. They face numerous obstacles, the biggest variable being the single, ultimate boss in the dungeon. Unlike the elite monsters that are everywhere, this boss is the rule-maker of the entire dungeon. Its strength is far superior to that of ordinary elite monsters, and the points gained from defeating it are as high as 10,000. What does 10,000 points mean? Zhou Chang roughly estimated that, given their current efficiency, even if they farmed monsters day and night for 2 days, their total points might not break the 10,000 mark. In other words, whoever can defeat this boss will directly secure the top spot in the martial arts exam. But this is undoubtedly a hellish challenge. Not only is the boss difficult to kill, but just reaching its lair in the heart of the rainforest requires breaking through layers of monsters. Xiao, keep the buffs active and cover everyone. Zhou Chang gave the order while cautiously observing the surroundings. Zhao Yu, you're the tank. Just hold aggro and don't rush to deal damage. Protect the backline. Clear. The team members quickly went into battle mode. Just as they stepped into an open area deep inside, the surrounding bushes suddenly shook violently, and dozens of swift-winged wolves with bloodshot eyes pounced out of the shadows. They're here. Prepare for battle. Zhou Chang's eyes sharpened, and lightning-based supernatural power instantly surged in his palm. He poured his surging spiritual energy into the spear in his hand, and the spear was immediately wrapped in a layer of dazzling purple lightning, emitting crackling sounds. Drink! He let out a low shout, his pace suddenly quickened, and he charged forward like a bolt of lightning, carrying the force of a thunderbolt, towards the largest alpha wolf at the front of the pack. The spear pierced the air, and thunder roared. The proud leader of the Gale Wolves didn't even have time to let out a scream before Zhou Chang pierced its thick, hard skull with a single spear thrust. The immense impact pinned it firmly to the ground, and the smell of burning instantly filled the air. The battle ended the instant the spear was thrust out. The remaining wolves were stunned by this thunderous strike, and their offensive stalled. Zhou Chang drew his spear, and what dripped from the tip of the spear was not blood, but flashes of electric sparks. He stood atop the wolf carcass, his gaze sharp and cold as he surveyed the remaining demonic beasts, as if looking at a flock of lambs to the slaughter. Chapter 36: The Joy of Making Money. Su Qingxue gracefully waved the staff in her hand, her body radiating ice and snow energy, her clothes fluttering in the wind, outlining the girl's graceful figure. However, her eyes, which were as clear as autumn water, were now filled with worry. She frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhou Chang. As lovers who spent every day together, she knew every subtle expression on Zhou Chang's face. Watching his thunderous attack just now, Su Qingxue knew that although he seemed to be engrossed in the battle, he was definitely distracted by other things. As the last wind wolf howled and fell to the ground, Zhou Chang habitually put his gun away and coldly ordered, "Clean up the battlefield and continue advancing." Wait a moment. Su Qingxue's clear and melodious voice rang out at this moment, carrying an undeniable firmness, and brought the entire team to a halt. Zhou Chang stopped and turned around, his face full of confusion. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. We've conducted many mock exams like this in private. Killing monsters of this level repeatedly won't lead to any real improvement. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu and Xia Mo exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing agreement. Indeed, with their current teamwork, as long as they performed normally, entering the top 10 in the martial arts exam should not be a problem. Su Qingxue stepped forward and looked directly into Zhou Chang's eyes. "Zhou Chang, our team has always kept the 5th person position. You said before that the last position would be reserved for the most crucial link. She paused, a hint of urgency in her voice. There are only 2 months left until the martial arts exam, and most candidates have already formed fixed teams. It's not just me who's thinking about this. Xiao Yu and Xia Mo have the same doubts. She mustered her courage and asked, "What are you thinking right now? Can you tell us?" Xia Mo chimed in, "Actually, if there really isn't a suitable candidate, let's just forget about it. Our team of 4 might have a tough time making it into the top 3, but getting into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem." Beside him, Zhao Yu, clad in heavy armor, remained silent, but he slammed his greatsword heavily on the ground with a dull thud, his honest face radiating trust. He wasn't as quick-witted as others, but he knew Zhou Chang must have his own reasons. Zhou Chang fell silent. He did have his own ideas. Originally, that last spot was reserved for a wind-type ability user. Without exception, the final boss's lair is always perched atop a treacherous cliff, surrounded by a dense swarm of flying monsters. To attempt a slow, arduous climb using only physical strength amidst such interference is utterly delusional. Therefore, if you want to defeat the boss, your team must have a superhuman with the ability to fly. Wind-type ability users are naturally the best choice. If that's not possible, metal-type ability users who have the ability to manipulate metal, create metal wings, or use magnetic levitation can also make do. However, reality gave Zhou Chang a resounding slap in the face. The few A-level wind element geniuses at Binhai University had long ago established their own teams, and there was no way they would condescend to be his team members. Metal-type ability users who possess the ability to manipulate metal are extremely rare. They haven't seen a single one among the ability users. This really worried Zhou Chang. Without the ability to fly, the 4 of them were simply not qualified to challenge the boss, let alone win the top prize. However, a month ago, someone suddenly entered his field of vision, like a ray of light illuminating this dead end. Since returning from surgery, Lin Yu has been completely transformed. Previously, he was at most a step ahead of me in academic subjects, a bookworm who only knew how to study. But now, his talent in martial arts is also beginning to show. Especially considering what happened this morning, with the 20th floor and the congested crowds, Lin Yu, with teacher Zhang, was able to make a round trip in no time. This is not simply a matter of speed. If Lin Yu has the ability to send the 4 of them directly into the final boss's lair, over steep cliffs and the interception of flying monsters, it's not impossible to bring him into the team. However, Zhou Chang quickly calmed down, and reason prevailed. He had to consider a more practical issue. Could Lin Yu's energy limit support the simultaneous teleportation of so many people? Spatial abilities typically consume a great deal of energy, and if the energy were exhausted during teleportation, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhou Chang took a deep breath, turned around, and told his teammates about his bold idea. Lin Yu? Zhao Yu stroked his stubble and grinned. I think that guy is pretty good. Last time on the stage, he beat that arrogant Sun Zi like a grandson. It was so satisfying to watch. He couldn't help but laugh whenever he thought about it. Xia Mo hugged her healing staff, having no objections. As the team's support, she wasn't particularly obsessed with being the top student or number 1. She was simply happy to team up with everyone to fight monsters. However, Su Qingxue had more and more practical concerns. She frowned slightly and said softly, if he doesn't coordinate well with us and messes up at a crucial moment, resulting in injury and elimination, the team's total points will be deducted. Zhou Chang understood her unspoken meaning. If Lin Yu was too weak and eliminated before even fighting the boss, he would not only be of no help but also become a burden to the team. Not only would they be unable to defeat the boss, but their overall score would also be severely dragged down. You're right. Zhou Chang nodded, his gaze becoming profound. We can't just rely on guesses. He looked at everyone and made his final decision. Let's see how many points Lin Yu can get in this mock exam. What? Zhao Yu was taken aback. Lin Yu took the exam alone, Zhou Chang analyzed. If he can't even reach the passing score of 500 points, or if he is out before the end of the exam, it means that his practical skills are not up to par. He paused, his tone becoming firm. If that's the case, we'll maintain our current 4-man lineup, play it safe, and strive for a top 10 finish. As for that dream of being the number 1 pick, let's not force it. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. They knew Zhou Chang was right. Everything depended on Lin Yu's performance in the upcoming exams. At this moment, Lin Yu was lying behind a huge ancient tree, sweating profusely and holding his breath, completely unaware that Zhou Chang had already listed him as a key person to observe. Right now, he has absolutely no grand ambitions in his mind, such as taking martial arts exams, forming teams, or saving the world. All he wants now is to make money. In this dangerous world, alliance coins are the ultimate currency. Although Lin Yu is already quite wealthy, there's no denying that the process of making money is enjoyable. Just like when he accidentally encountered the tree spirit in the Rift Wasteland last time, Lin Yu's luck always seemed to be exceptionally good, or rather, his cunning eyes could always discover business opportunities that others couldn't see. Lin Yu sold the core of that 1,000-year-old tree spirit for 200,000 yuan on Xianyu, a second-hand marketplace app. After that, I really looked forward to what other adventures might happen. At that moment, he was staring intently at the enormous beehive atop the treetop ahead. The beehive was about half the size of a basketball court, with busy swarms of bees moving in and out. To confirm his suspicions, Lin Yu quietly raised his wrist and activated the scanning function of his smart bracelet. A barely perceptible beam of light swept over a giant bee hovering overhead. The bee was enormous, with wingspans as long as an adult's arm, and its entire body gleamed with a dangerous metallic sheen. Soon, a line of data appeared on the screen. Species golden striped bee. Danger rating, medium. Individual strength is not strong, but terrifying in group combat. Weaknesses, fear of fire, weak individual defense. Special product, royal jelly contains trace amounts of energy, has extremely high nutritional value, and is the best anti-aging supplement. Looking at the introduction on the screen, Lin Yu couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up in a wide smile. He knew all too well the destructive power of such creatures in human society. In his previous life, pangolins were eaten to the brink of extinction simply because of rumors that they could nourish the kidneys. In this world, although technology is more advanced, people's love of beauty and desire for energy supplements are even greater. Chapter 37. Dr. Aoi. The royal jelly produced by this golden striped bee not only tastes excellent, but is also a beauty-preserving wonder coveted by countless wealthy women and powerful figures. More importantly, these bees are naturally extremely wary of humans, making taming them virtually impossible. The royal jelly available on the market is all wild-caught, collected at great personal risk, its preciousness self-evident. Moreover, these little creatures are not only highly aggressive, but also extremely aware of danger. Once they discover an insurmountable threat, they will not hesitate to abandon their enormous hive and move overnight with the queen bee. This characteristic makes royal jelly extremely rare, truly a product with a high price but no market. All these factors combined have led to the price of royal jelly on the black market being comparable to that of gold. And Lin Yu actually stumbled upon this rare walking gold brick in this mock exam scenario. Hee, they're over there fighting tooth and nail to grind monsters for points, but nothing beats the fun of making money here. Lin Yu licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. He carefully took out a specially made sealed jar from his backpack and began to plan how to harvest the biggest harvest of leeks without disturbing the swarm of bees. As for the martial arts exam score? If I can survive and turn this gold into cash, who cares about that? Just as Lin Yu was deep inside the instance, his eyes gleaming as he pondered how to make money happily in front of the enormous beehive, an invisible trap was quietly brewing against him in the conference room on the top floor of Rhine Technology's headquarters, on the other side of the real city. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. The heating was on full blast, but it couldn't dispel the chill emanating from the person in the main seat. Lu Bingzhu, dressed in a well-tailored white suit, impatiently tapped the mahogany table with his long, slender fingers. The rhythm was slow, yet it struck the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. What? Hasn't Dr. Kuei arrived yet? Lu Bingzhu didn't even look up, his voice so calm that no emotion could be discerned. Upon hearing this, the female secretary standing beside him, dressed in a business suit and with a voluptuous figure, visibly tensed up, as if struck by an electric current. She suppressed her fear and replied respectfully, "I just sent someone to urge the RD department, and they said Dr. Aoi's experiment is at a critical moment, and he'll be here soon." Lu Bingzhu finally raised his eyelids, his deep eyes sweeping across the long conference table. The table was filled with senior executives and shareholders of Rhine Technology, but none dared to meet his gaze. "Whether she comes or not doesn't make much difference," Lu Bingzhu suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. He leaned forward slightly, crossed his hands on the table, and asked, word by word, his eyes sharp, "But there is something I need to figure out first." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the faces of several core management members, his tone suddenly turning cold. Who? Who took it upon themselves to send someone to assassinate Lin Yu? Boom. These words were like a bombshell, instantly silencing the previously quiet conference room to the point where even breathing seemed to be cut off. On the surface, Lin Yu's failed surgery appeared to be a medical accident at Rhine Technology, but in reality, it was a game of wits between Rhine and the Anomaly Investigation Department. Although both parties signed a strict confidentiality agreement at the time, Lu Bingju knew in his heart that the level of competition at that time could not be concealed by a mere agreement. The league has been making trouble for Rhine, and they won't let go of such a perfect opportunity to break Rhine's undefeated myth. Having anticipated this, Lu Bingju broke with convention and made a decision that astonished everyone on the very day he learned the news. Instead of suppressing the information, he launched a high-profile and proactive attack. He first personally signed the documents, paying Lin Yu a staggering 100 million yuan in compensation. Then, that same day, he held a global press conference to publicize the entire affair. Of course, all of Lin Yu's core privacy information was kept strictly confidential. The public only knew that one lucky person was injured due to a surgical accident and that Rhine provided the highest level of compensation. This tactic of retreating to advance directly disrupted the league's rhythm. When the public learned that someone had actually received 100 million yuan in compensation from Rhineland Technology, public opinion instantly reversed. Far from losing faith in TV Rhineland, it sparked a nationwide frenzy of envy and jealousy. Why wasn't it me who had the failed surgery? TV Rhineland is so generous. I'd be laughing in my sleep over this compensation. The result was obvious. The stock price of Raintech hit the daily limit the next day, and then continued to rise sharply in the stock market for a week. This was a textbook example of crisis management. Lu Bingju single-handedly not only resolved the crisis but also turned it into a huge profit. Of course, this is also inseparable from the strong reputation and technical strength that TV Rhineland has always had. However, just when things seemed to be going well and everyone thought the storm had passed, the beautiful female secretary secretly handed him a top-secret intelligence report while he was at a meeting at headquarters. Someone within Rhine had issued a kill order against Lin Yu. Lu Bingju was in a meeting at headquarters when he heard the news and almost laughed out of anger. He couldn't understand how someone could cause such a huge mess so soon after he left. Was this an attempt to embarrass him in front of the shareholders at headquarters, or to push Rhine back into the eye of the storm? If Lin Yu dies, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lu Bingju understood this better than anyone else present. If that kid really died in the dungeon, the Alliance's sense of smell would be even sharper than a vulture's, and they would definitely announce the news of his death immediately. The person died shortly after receiving a huge compensation. What will the public think? They will instantly go from envy and jealousy to deep suspicion. Is Rhine's 100 million euro compensation just a publicity stunt? The person died suddenly right after signing the compensation agreement. Could this all be a scam? Are they just using public opinion to attract attention and have no intention of actually paying any money? No substantial evidence is needed. The backlash from public opinion alone will overwhelm TV Rhineland. The more enthusiastic the reaction to the press conference, the more turbulent the ensuing storm will be. That so-called textbook-level public relations can instantly turn into a complete joke, and even become the last straw that breaks the back of Rhine's stock price. The atmosphere in the conference room was extremely tense, with everyone's eyes focused on Lu Bingju, awaiting his thunderous rage. Just then, a technical supervisor sitting at the end of the conference table nervously raised his hand. "Mr. Lu, I've always been in charge of the intelligence network in the black market." His voice trembled slightly. "I just received definite information that it was Dr. Kuei. She hired an assassin without authorization to kill Lin Yu." These words caused an uproar in the audience. Dr. Kuei? Lu Bingju frowned slightly, and the frequency of his tapping on the table slowed down. "Yes." The technical director swallowed hard and continued, "However, there is a very strange additional requirement in her request. The assassin must bring back Lin Yu's body." Bring back the body? Lu Bingju's eyes instantly turned extremely gloomy. He turned his head and looked at the empty seat to his left. Only that madwoman remained. Although that woman held the title of chief biochemical expert at Rhine Technology, her actions were completely unpredictable and utterly beyond his control. Unfortunately, the headquarters showed her an absurdly high level of tolerance because of the several core projects she controlled. "Send someone to invite her over." Lu Bingju's voice was as cold as ice. "If she doesn't come, then tell her never to come again." Just as the security captain received his orders and was about to leave, the heavy alloy door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open with a bang. A tall, slender figure stood backlit in the doorway, her voice light and tinged with impatience, as if this were not a serious board meeting, but her own backyard. "Can meetings solve problems? The conclusions were already made before the meeting. Why do you have to gather everyone together to discuss them? Would sending emails kill you?" Chapter 38v. With a crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor, the conference room door was pushed open completely. Dr. Aoi, dressed in a pure white lab coat, swaggered in. The white lab coat on her somehow managed to exude an air of arrogance, much like a trench coat. She ignored the glances cast at her by the shareholders and executives who held the reins of the company and walked straight to her seat. Half of her head was bald, gleaming with a cold, hard luster, while the other half had long, flowing, jet-black hair. This extreme contrast, coupled with her face, which should have been outstanding but was adorned with unconventional smoky makeup, sent chills down one's spine at first glance. When she reached her seat, she didn't sit down immediately. Instead, her gaze swept unabashedly over the voluptuous female secretary next to Lu Bingzhu, who was wearing black stockings and had a voluptuous figure. Immediately, she reached out and stroked the secretary's slender waist, then suddenly pinched her plump, upturned buttocks hard with her 5 fingers. Ah! Caught off guard, the female secretary let out a soft cry. Realizing the inappropriate situation, she hurriedly covered her mouth, looked up in alarm at Lu Bingzhu, whose face was ashen, and glared resentfully at Dr. Kuei. However, she did not dare to lash out. Instead, she buried her head in her ample bosom and leaned towards Lu Bingzhu for protection. Dr. Kuei merely scoffed at this, then plopped down in a chair with a nonchalant air, even brazenly placing his feet, clad in Doc Martens, directly on the gleaming conference table. The high-ranking officials present exchanged glances. Although they were dissatisfied, none of them dared to speak out against this madwoman because of her background in methods. "What do you want?" Dr. Aoi crossed her legs, casually painting her nails, her tone full of impatience. "You better have something to say. My experiments are much more important than all of you sitting together in these boring meetings." The veins on Lu Bingzhu's forehead throbbed, but he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and asked as rationally as possible, "Did you hire someone to kill Lin Yu on the black market?" "It's me, what's wrong?" Dr. Aoi answered crisply and decisively, without even looking up at him. "Do you know how much damage your actions will cause to Rhine?" Lu Bingzhu's voice rose a few decibels, suppressing his anger. "I don't understand finance, how would I know?" Dr. Kuei spread his hands innocently, as if to say, "I'm illiterate, so I'm right. If you don't know, don't do such unnecessary things." Lu Bingzhu finally lost his temper, slammed his hand on the table, and stood up. Dr. Kuei, however, seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. She put away her nail polish, raised her head, and stared intently at Lu Bingzhu with her heterochromatic eyes, a strange smile curving her lips. "Then do you even know how valuable Lin Yu is to Rhineland? What do you think Rhineland has relied on to survive until now? Your fluctuating stock price?" Before she could finish speaking, a beam of blue light shot out from the smart bracelet on her wrist. Immediately afterward, the image on the huge projection screen behind Lu Bingzhu flashed and began playing an intense battle video. The scene depicts Lin Yu battling the masked woman. The space around Lin Yu trembled, the masked woman was bound by chains, and dozens of miniature wormholes flickered. In just an instant, the level 42 female assassin was beaten until she spat out blood and was on the verge of death. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Dr. Kuei slowly stood up, walked to the screen, pointed at Lin Yu's figure on the screen, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. "According to the latest information provided by Shanghai Hospital, Lin Yu's current talent rating should be F. Everyone here is a worldly and intelligent person, tell me." She whirled around, her gaze sweeping across the room with piercing intensity, and asked, enunciating each word clearly. "Do you think a space-type ability user with an F-rank talent could deal such damage to a level 42 enemy at level 20? How is this possible?" An incredulous gasp erupted from the crowd. In the superpower rating system, F-rank is already at the bottom, generally considered to be not much stronger than someone with no power, the worst of the worst. The earth-shattering power shown in the video is clearly beyond the capabilities of an F-rank superpower user. Could it be that the instrument malfunctioned and the test results were incorrect? Did our surgery actually not fail at all? A manager wearing gold-rimmed glasses cautiously raised this hypothesis, trying to find a reasonable explanation for this absurd result. "Impossible," the technical manager immediately retorted, his tone resolute. "To ensure the accuracy of the data, we replaced 3 instruments for cross-testing, and even the core Zeus system gave the same result, Class F." A brief moment of chaos ensued in the meeting room, as someone offered a new suggestion, regardless of the reason. "Since his strength has increased rather than decreased, it means that our surgery did not cripple him. In that case, shouldn't we consider taking back the 100 million yuan in compensation and the Riverview apartment? After all, this constitutes a material misunderstanding under the law." "Absurd," the person next to him immediately retorted. "Isn't this like slapping ourselves in the face in public? Ultimately, this blunder was caused by our initial testing error. Now we want to back out? Do we even care about Rhine's reputation? Listening to this group of idiots who only knew how to stare at the ledgers and stock prices arguing endlessly, Dr. Aoi's eyes revealed deep disappointment. This is why she preferred to stay in the lab dealing with corpses rather than work with this group of mediocre people. Enough! Dr. Aoi slammed her hand on the table, the loud noise instantly silencing everyone. She stood up, staring intently at the crowd as if they were a bunch of hopeless idiots. You bunch of useless trash, can't even one of you see Lin Yu's true value? She surveyed her surroundings, her tone becoming both fervent and icy. The instruments and the Zeus system cannot malfunction, the only error lies in your perception. Since the result is F rank, then he is F rank. But his strength is real, which means what? It means he is special. He is unique. Her finger hovered in the air, as if dissecting a perfect work of art. As long as I can extract his genetic sequence and decipher the source of the power within him, I may be able to create countless perfect beings like him. At that time, Rhine will no longer be just a technology company, but a temple of gods. Lu Bingju took a deep breath, trying to salvage the situation with his last bit of rationality. If you want Lin Yu to help you with your research, we can negotiate with him and win him over with benefits. That 100 million in compensation is just the beginning. As long as he's willing to join, Rhine can offer him far more than that. Negotiation? Dr. Aoi laughed as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. She clutched her stomach and laughed so hard that tears almost streamed down her face. After laughing, she wiped her eyes, her gaze turning incredibly sinister, and stared directly at Lu Bingju, asking, "Then can you convince him to let me cut him open and put him on the dissection table for proper study?" The entire room fell silent. Lu Bingju was speechless. He finally realized that he had underestimated the extent of this woman's madness. Dr. Kuei's smile faded. She straightened her white coat and spoke in a calm tone, yet with a chilling confidence, "I don't expect you mortals to understand my thoughts. After all, Einstein saw everyone else as pigs." She turned and walked towards the door, leaving behind a sentence that was light yet carried immense weight. "I've issued the highest level kill order for V. I reckon it won't be long before Lin Yu obediently appears on my research table." After saying that, she let out a maniacal laugh, pushed open the door, and left. V sign. These two words struck Lu Bingju's heart like a heavy hammer. It was a legendary secret force within Rhine, answering only to a few key figures at headquarters, an ultimate force that even he, as the regional president, was not authorized to mobilize. Watching Dr. Kuei's departing figure, Lu Bingju felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He originally thought he had everything under control, but he never expected that he was just working for a runaway monster. Things had completely spiraled out of his control. Chapter 39: The Fountain of Youth. The brutality of the martial arts exam simulation has always been comparable to that of the actual battlefield. Before each candidate enters the instance, a lifeguarding core is forcibly implanted. This miniature device acts like an invisible guardian, constantly monitoring the examinee's vital signs. Once the values drop to a dangerous threshold, it will trigger a forced teleportation, evacuating the examinee from danger. Although it can save lives, the cost is high, and some of the team's points will be deducted due to losses, which forces most candidates not to take the risk easily. However, when the electronic bell rang to signal the end of the mock exam, Lin Yu, whom the Rakeage team considered a key candidate for evaluation, walked out of the portal with a swollen, red face that resembled a pig's head, humming an unknown tune. That horribly disfigured face was the result of a golden-striped wasp sting. These giant insects can launch venomous stingers from their tails. Being stung not only causes excruciating pain but also leaves the skin swollen for days. For the sake of that royal jelly, which is more valuable than gold, Lin Yu has been practically dancing on a knife's edge these past 2 days. Finally, at the last moment before the exam ended, he not only successfully emptied the hive of its resources, but also successfully left a hidden spatial mark on the queen bee. With this mark, no matter where the golden-striped bees move their nest in the future, Lin Yu will be able to track them down as if he had radar. The team scores for the exam were updated in real time, but Lin Yu was busy making money the whole time and didn't have time to pay attention to the leaderboard. Meanwhile, the Rakeage squad was on tenterhooks, even more concerned than Lin Yu himself about whether he could meet the passing standard. "I think," Jia Yu said, carrying his greatsword, trying to give Zhou Cheng a heads up, "as long as Lin Yu isn't eliminated early, it's acceptable for him to be a few dozen points short of 500 in points. After all, he is all alone in the wild, having to fight monsters and survive at the same time. He probably won't even dare to close his eyes completely when he sleeps at night." Zhou Cheng nodded, his gaze deep. Their team, Thunder Shadow, coordinated flawlessly this time, achieving a total score of 9,630 points, firmly holding first place in the Thorn Rainforest dungeon, their best result in recent mock exams. But he knew in his heart that the city-wide ranking was the real test. There were 5 large examination centers in Binhai City conducting the exams simultaneously. They ranked first in the Thorn Rainforest instance, but their ranking in the city-wide rankings was uncertain. The final rankings began to scroll and update on the big screen. First place, Rakage Squad, 9,630 points, citywide ranking, 9th. 9th? Zhao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. We only ranked 9th with such high scores? Are the monsters in the other exam rooms all this ruthless? What about Lin Yu? Did he pass? Zhao Yu craned his neck, staring anxiously at the holographic projection screen on Zhou Cheng's wrist. Zhou Cheng didn't say anything, but scrolled to the bottom of the long points leaderboard. He quickly swiped his finger across the screen, searching for a long time, but still couldn't find that familiar name. Strange. Zhou Cheng frowned and muttered to himself. I'll check. Su Qingxue also opened her smart bracelet and entered Lin Yu's name to search. When Zhou Cheng finally found the name Lin Yu, he was stunned and let out a soft, puzzled exclamation. Huh? Could it be a case of the same name? He wondered to himself. Seeing Zhou Cheng's expression, Zhao Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. No way? Could it be that he's been eliminated early? Zhou Cheng shook his head and remained silent, continuing to scroll up the list, trying to find a second person named Lin Yu. Ha! Su Qingxue also saw the search results and exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Yu was completely dumbfounded, looking at one of them and then at the other. What's wrong with you two? Just tell me you're breaking up. This is driving me crazy. Xiaomo sighed and directly announced the answer for them, 2,260 points. Ha! That high? Zhao Yu's eyes widened, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Wasn't he alone? In that kind of dungeon, it's already a miracle if one person can survive. Where did he get so many points? At the same time, after leaving the dungeon teleportation area, Lin Yu did not rush back to the restroom, but instead strolled around the streets. He had over 20 jars of alien royal jelly in his subspace, and all he could think about was how to monetize it. If you were to recycle this jar of royal jelly at a reputable store, although it would be priced at 200,000 yuan, after deducting taxes, shop rent, and middleman profits, you would probably only receive a little over 100,000 yuan. That's such a loss. Selling it on the black market? That won't work either. Although the black market is tax-free, it's a mixed bag of people. You might not even sell the goods, and you could end up being robbed by those desperate criminals. Who should we sell this to? Lin Yu was so worried that he scratched his head. Just as he was feeling troubled, a melodious female voice suddenly came from behind him, calling out with a hint of surprise. Lin Yu. Lin Yu turned around abruptly and saw Su Qingxue, Zhou Cheng, and the others walking quickly towards him. His eyes lit up when he recognized them. Weren't these his very own customers? There are plenty of rich guys and girls at school. Sell them directly at a high price. You don't have to pay taxes, the profit is high, and you can also build good relationships with them. Thank goodness you didn't go far. Su Qingxue said breathlessly as she took a few quick steps. As she got closer, she saw Lin Yu's swollen, distorted pig's head face and instinctively took a half step back, exclaiming, Huh? Who are you? With a swollen face and thickened lips from congestion, Lin Yu slurred his words. Lin Yu. My face was stung by a bee. Su Qingxue suddenly realized. Someone who could score 2,260 points in that environment and still emerge unscathed, even if they ended up like this, it was understandable. She gave Zhou Cheng a wink, signaling him to get down to business. Zhou Cheng found it somewhat difficult to bring up the matter. In the past, when the other party was weak and did not have a team, he had never taken the initiative to mention joining the team. These days, people can get high scores solo and don't need a team anymore. They come to invite others on their own. What's the point of this? To put it bluntly, he's a snob. To put it even more bluntly, what's the difference between him and that despicable Sun Zi? Zhou Cheng stood there stammering, his face flushed red, unable to utter a single fart for a long time. Su Qingxue couldn't stand it anymore and was about to speak up for Zhou Cheng to break the awkward silence. Lin Yu spoke first, pointing at Su Qingxue's face and exclaiming in surprise, Oh dear. Qingxue. Your makeup is caked up. Su Qingxue instinctively covered her cheek with her slender fingers and asked nervously, Is there? She turned to look at Xiaomo for confirmation, then quickly turned around, took out a small mirror from her exquisite bag, and carefully examined herself. Xiaomo squinted and stared for a long time, her gaze sweeping back and forth across Su Qingxue's flawless face, but she still couldn't see where the powder was caked up. That face was so smooth you couldn't even see the pores. Where did the powder come from? Seeing that he had fooled Su Qingxue, Lin Yu quickly pressed his advantage, turning his gaze to Xiaomo, who was only 1.5 meters tall, and feigning surprise, said, "Oh dear, it's only been 2 days, Xiaomo, why do you look so pale? Have you not been getting enough rest?" Xiaomo subconsciously touched her face, looking puzzled. "Really? I'm a plant-type ability user, and a healer at that. I'm nourished by source energy every day, so my skin should be in its best condition ever." "That's because you're slow to react." Lin Yu shook his head seriously, then started using the sales pitch he had been working on since the dungeon. He first looked at Xiaomo and asked earnestly, "Are you still afraid to go out without makeup because of dullness and uneven skin tone caused by staying up late?" Then, he turned to Su Qingxue, who was still looking at herself in the mirror, and said with a pained expression, "Are you still frantically trying to touch up your makeup at parties because of foundation creasing, patchiness, and fading?" Finally, he patted Zhao Yu's broad shoulder, his eyes conveying a sense of "I understand you" with a touch of melancholy. "Are you still lamenting the relentless passage of time as fine lines and wrinkles creep up around your eyes?" Before the three could object, Lin Yu suddenly took a step back, opened his arms, and said loudly in a highly inflammatory tone, "Women should treat themselves better." Before he finished speaking, he pulled a sealed jar from his pocket with a whoosh. As the jar was opened a crack, a surge of energy instantly spread out, followed by an intense, overwhelming floral fragrance that filled the nostrils of everyone present. The aura was pure and powerful, just one whiff of it made one feel a slight stirring of the source energy within their body. "Look closely, everyone." Lin Yu shook the jar in his hand, his eyes shining. Purely natural and additive-free, harvested from the hive of a rare golden striped bee deep in the thorn rainforest. "This is more than just honey, it's the fountain of youth." He then turned to Zhou Chang, winking and adding, "Strengthens the kidneys and improves health. My girlfriend is very satisfied." Seeing Lin Yu's eager expression that seemed to say, "Come by me quickly," Zhou Chang and the others, who had originally intended to discuss serious matters, were suddenly caught off guard by this unexpected sales pitch and found themselves both amused and exasperated. Chapter 40: The Hero Who Was Sniped. Looking at Lin Yu's exaggerated sales pitch, Su Qingxue finally realized that she hadn't put on any makeup at all, so where did the powder cake come from? However, the energy fluctuations and rich aroma emanating from the jar of royal jelly in Lin Yu's hand, coupled with his face swollen like a pig's head, all proved that the product was genuine. Lin Yu pressed his advantage, holding up 5 fingers and waving them. "For the sake of being classmates, this can is only 150,000. You won't lose out or be cheated by 150,000. Buying it is a steal. I'll take it." Su Qingxue transferred the money without any hesitation. "You have good taste." Lin Yu beamed, then looked at Xiaomo. "Little Xiaomo, how about a jar? It's good for beauty and health, and cures all ailments." Xiaomo's adorable baby face crinkled with a smile. "I want one too." Lin Yu delivered the goods quickly and was overjoyed to see the 300,000 yuan that suddenly appeared in his bracelet account. "Brother Zhao Yu," Lin Yu patted the big guy on the shoulder, "want a can? Spread some of this on your roasted chicken wings, the taste is amazing." Zhao Yu scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "I don't have any money." "How about you give me a can?" "You wish." Lin Yu refused without hesitation. Su Qingxue had just put the royal jelly into her spatial storage bag when she asked Lin Yu in surprise, "You actually still have some in stock?" Lin Yu was taken aback. "You want more? How much do you have left?" Su Qingxue's eyes turned shrewd. "How many do you want?" Lin Yu asked in return. "I'll take as many as you have," Su Qingxue said decisively. Lin Yu hadn't expected to encounter such a big client today, and immediately took out 20 more cans from his spatial storage. Looking at the 3 million yuan that had instantly surged in his account, he felt his hands trembling. Just then, a pretty girl dressed in a black maid outfit walked over. She seemed to have overheard their conversation, her tone tinged with urgency. "Excuse me for interrupting, but were you referring to royal jelly from golden striped bees?" Lin Yu shrugged and pointed at Su Qingxue with a regretful expression. "That's all, I sold them all to her." The maid was somewhat disappointed, but still looked at Su Qingxue and Lin Yu with unwavering hope. "Excuse me, could you sell me some? My master really likes this kind of honey, and I can pay a high price for it." Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes flickered, and she immediately quoted a price, 250,000 per can. "Is that acceptable to you?" "Of course." The maid nodded without hesitation. Lin Yu watched in stunned silence. Otherwise, why would she be a rich heiress or a business tycoon? With just a few flips, she can make an extra 100,000 yuan per can. However, this item is priceless and unavailable, so she was only willing to give up 3 cans, as she herself needed them very much. The maid paid the bill quickly, then turned to Lin Yu, her eyes gleaming with longing. Lin Yu, if you still have any, I'm willing to buy them for 300,000 per can. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart stirred slightly. He had originally planned to keep 5 or 6 jars for himself. After all, this was a good thing. Seeing Lin Yu hesitate, the maid immediately raised the price, her voice becoming even sweeter, 350,000. This price is far above the market price. If my master hadn't been urging me, I wouldn't have made this decision on my own. As she spoke, she stepped forward and gently hugged Lin Yu's arm. Her soft breasts brushed against Lin Yu's arm, sending a tingling sensation through him. Please, brother, the maid said softly, blinking her big, watery eyes. If Lydia can't buy enough honey, the housekeeper will scold me. Lin Yu felt like his soul was about to float away. Although he wasn't short of money, but she called him brother. Who could resist that? Well, okay then. Lin Yu scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly and agreed with a red face. The maid released her arm, a fleeting, almost imperceptible look of disgust flashing across her eyes, as if she had just touched something dirty. But in an instant, her face regained that charming smile. You are such a kind person. It's just that I don't have much cash on me, so I need to go to the parking lot and find the housekeeper to settle the bill. Caught off guard, Lin Yu readily agreed, sure, I'll go with you. Su Qingxue witnessed the entire scene. As a heiress, she had seen plenty of people who acted one way in public and another in private. Whether it was rhetoric or scheming, everyone was a sophisticated egoist, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with what the other person was doing. Moreover, from a profit perspective, Lin Yu could indeed make a fortune, so she didn't reveal the truth. However, just as Lin Yu was about to leave with the maid, Su Qingxue coughed lightly and subtly gave Zhou Cheng a wink. Zhou Cheng immediately understood, stepped forward, patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, and said heartily, Lin Yu, why don't you wait a moment? We'll go with you. Our team came in 9th place in the city's mock exam today, and I want to celebrate. It's on me. Come join us, let's have a good drink. Su Qingxue smiled and chimed in, yes, Lin Yu. Graduation is almost here, and in the blink of an eye, we'll all be going our separate ways. We won't have a chance to get together again. Let's make this a memento of our university life, let's do it together. Lin Yu had a very good impression of these people, thinking they were righteous and generous. I don't have anything to do anyway, and having them around gives me an extra layer of security when paying the bill to strangers. Okay. Lin Yu grinned, his cheeks still swollen, but his smile was exceptionally sincere. Let's go then. The maid, Leah, quickly edited and sent an encrypted message on her bracelet. Then she led Lin Yu and the other 4 through several deserted streets and into an underground parking lot. The parking lot was dimly lit, filled with the smell of stale engine oil, and deserted except for the sound of a few footsteps echoing among the empty concrete pillars. Leah walked straight to a black van, gently knocked on the window, then took a half step back, bowed respectfully, and said, Master, the person has been brought here. A moment later, the electric door of the van slowly slid open, and a tall, handsome blond man stepped out. He was dressed in a well-tailored white suit, which seemed out of place in the dark parking lot. He ignored Lin Yu and the others, and instead reached out to gently ruffle Leah's hair, saying in a tender tone, Leah, you did a great job. I'll reward you tonight. Leah lowered her head shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed. It is my duty to share my master's burdens. Zhao Yu was completely bewildered and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, wasn't it supposed to be a housekeeper? Why is there a man here? Zhou Cheng frowned and whispered a warning to Lin Yu, be careful, something's not right with this person. His energy fluctuations are very subtle. Lin Yu nodded, a sense of foreboding rising within him. To avoid any misunderstanding, he steeled himself and stepped forward, asking, are you looking to buy honey? The blond man then turned his head, his gaze sweeping contemptuously over the crowd, but he asked a completely unrelated question, which of you is Lin Yu? Lin Yu was stunned. He hadn't given his name the entire time, so how did this man know? A chill ran down his spine. Lin Yu immediately realized the situation was dire and quickly whispered to Zhou Cheng, they're after me, and not to buy honey, they're enemies. Get out of the parking lot. Zhou Cheng's expression changed, and he immediately understood. While keeping a wary eye on the blond man, he directed his teammates to retreat towards the nearest exit, maintain formation, retreat slowly. However, just as they reached the exit, a blinding golden light suddenly rose up, completely sealing it off. Immediately afterward, a woman dressed in the same black silk-made outfit as Leah, but with a cold expression, appeared out of thin air and stood in their way. Lin Yu tried to activate his spatial perception, but his mental energy was bounced back as soon as it touched the light barrier. This was a barrier that could block teleportation. It seemed the other party had come prepared. "Don't act rashly," Zhou Chang said with a grave expression. "The opponent's energy fluctuations are above level 50. There's another exit here." Su Qingxue pointed in another direction. The group hurried toward another exit, but the same thing happened again. A golden light curtain rose, and yet another maid blocked their way. In the blink of an eye, all 4 entrances and exits of the parking lot were blocked, and everyone was in dire straits. The blond man strolled over slowly, a long, black sword that had appeared in his hand at some point. He approached Lin Yu, took out a photo from his pocket, and carefully compared it with Lin Yu's swollen face, but it didn't quite look like him. "So you're Lin Yu?" His tone was full of disdain as he casually crumpled the photo into a ball and threw it on the ground. Pointing the knife tip at Lin Yu's nose, he sneered, "Are all the assassins in the Asia-Pacific Alliance this week? They can't even handle a level 20 ant. Do you know how much time you've wasted on me?" Lin Yu stared at the black longsword radiating a terrifying aura, utterly speechless. Looking at the blond man's arrogant demeanor, he mentally screamed. "Why do they always send out bosses dozens of levels higher to kill a level 20 ant like me? It's like the Demon King is sniping at the hero, never giving him a chance to survive." Chapter 41. Hee hee. Lin Yu helplessly shrugged, his tone tinged with a resigned weariness. "Then, how about I leave?" The blond man's lips curled into a cruel smile as he elegantly unbuttoned his white suit jacket, slowly took it off, and handed it to Leah, who was waiting respectfully to the side. "You can't leave." Lin Yu sighed and followed suit, unzipping his tracksuit. He handed the jacket to Zhou Chang beside him, his movements as calm as if he were just going to a regular training session. Zhou Chang instinctively caught the coat, which was still warm from his body, and looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. "You really want to fight him?" Lin Yu didn't want to either, but the 4 exits were blocked by golden light curtains. What else could he do but grit his teeth and go for it? "Otherwise what?" Su Qingxue said urgently, "You can't win. He's hiding his aura, but judging from the strength of those maids, his level is at least level 55. Nonsense, Lin Yu never expected to win from the start. He was just doing this to buy time. He's a captain under Enma, after all Enma should send someone to protect him, right? Probably. But you absolutely cannot admit defeat verbally. Qingxue, I'm different from you." Lin Yu flicked his wrist, and 2 energy guns crackling with eerie blue arcs of electricity appeared in his hand, their muzzles pointing steadily at the blond man. "Your lives allow you to precisely calculate gains and losses, weigh the pros and cons. But my life has never had a way out." If Lin Yu hadn't had that swollen, red pig's face, the blond man would have actually wanted to go over and give him a thumbs up. "I didn't expect you to be so bold." A hint of surprise flashed in the blond man's eyes, but he stopped hiding it and his aura suddenly exploded. Zhou Chang quickly glanced at the detection data on the smart bracelet, his pupils shrinking sharply, level 61. Zhao Yu remained unfazed by the overwhelming pressure, which was like a tsunami. He had long disliked this pretentious blond guy, and he moved closer to Zhou Chang, growling through gritted teeth, "Should we take him down together?" "Get him? Okay." Zhao Yu clearly didn't notice the seriousness in Zhou Chang's tone, and was about to charge forward with the huge 2-handed sword in hand. Zhou Chang grabbed his wrist tightly and hissed, "What are you doing? Get him." Zhao Yu's eyes turned red with urgency. Zhou Chang, looking utterly exasperated, pointed at the detection bracelet and roared, "Look at his level. Level 61. Level 50 is a qualitative leap for ability users, and level 60 is a watershed moment. That's what's called king level. He's level 61. Killing people like us who are below level 40 is no different than slaughtering a chicken for him." Zhao Yu was stunned, his greatsword trembling slightly. Then you're just going to watch Lin Yu go up there to his death alone?" "This." Zhou Chang fell silent. The moment the blond man unleashed his murderous intent, his brain had already raced through countless possibilities. The most rational choice would be to let Lin Yu die, in order to quell the other party's anger, or at least buy time for the Zhou family's guards to arrive. After all, the other party's target was only Lin Yu, and this matter had nothing to do with their rakish squad from beginning to end. He only needed to stand aside, observe coldly, and then reveal his identity as the second young master of the Zhou family in Binhai City when the blond man was about to swing his knife at them. Perhaps, out of respect for the Zhou family, the other party will spare his life. But, how pathetic! How despicable! Like a stray dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. The other party's oppressive aura pressed down on his spine without mercy, almost suffocating him. He looked at Lin Yu's back, which stood resolutely in front of him. Despite having a comical pig's head face, he appeared so calm and composed in the face of the same danger. A strong sense of shame welled up inside me. He had been thinking of inviting people to join the rakeage team, but when they encountered danger, his first thought was to sacrifice his teammates to save himself. Does he even deserve to be the captain of the rakeage squad? Thinking of this, Zhou Cheng suddenly raised his hand and summoned a silver spear from his storage bracelet, the tip of which pointed directly at the blonde man. Without turning his head, he asked Su Qingxue behind him, "How long will it take for the Su family's guards to arrive at the fastest?" A hint of surprise flashed in Su Qingxue's eyes. His beloved did not back down even in adversity. 5 minutes. All right. Zhou Cheng took a deep breath and shouted in a loud voice, "Rakeage squad, prepare for battle." Yes. Zhao Yu and Xia Mo responded in unison, instantly forming a battle formation. Despite the vast difference in their social standing and the lingering fear, at this moment, they chose to stand side by side. Zhou Cheng resolutely stood beside Lin Yu, a move that caused the blonde man to raise an eyebrow slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Lin Yu was also a little confused. He turned to look at the members of the Thunder Shadow Squad. "What are you doing? This person is coming for me. You don't need to get involved in this mess." Zhao Yu slammed his greatsword into the ground and declared with boundless pride, "Is there even a question?" He pointed his thumb at the blonde man, "Let's take him down together. 5 against 1, the advantage is on my side." Zhou Cheng looked at Lin Yu with a solemn expression, "If we survive today, let's team up for the martial arts exam." Lin Yu was completely dumbfounded. "Dude, before we fight, do we really have to make a martial arts exam team promise first?" Lin Yu resolutely refused. "He came at me, I can handle it myself." He had actually sent a distress message to Shuriyen a while ago, and he believed that the Dragonfly captain would arrive soon. As long as he kept defending, with his spatial ability's survivability, he would definitely be able to survive this period. Zhou Cheng insisted, "The Su family's guards will arrive within 5 minutes. We just need to hold on for a while." The blonde man had lost his patience. He slowly rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing his muscular forearms, and gripped the long black knife tightly in both hands. "Finished talking?" The blonde man's eyes were icy. "Don't worry, it'll be over soon." Before he finished speaking, terrifying source energy instantly gathered on the blade, and he casually swung the blade forward. In an instant, a black flame shot out like a crescent moon, carrying suffocating high temperature and destructive source energy, pressing down on Lin Yu and the others with overwhelming force. "Defense!" Zhao Yu let out a low shout, and his rock elemental energy surged forth, condensing into a massive mountain phantom in front of him. At the same time, he raised a giant shield to block the way. However, the black crescent moon shattered the mountain phantom without any hindrance, as easily as a hot knife through butter, and the giant shield let out a mournful cry of unbearable strain. Zhao Yu grunted, feeling a tremendous force strike him, his blood surging, and he was forced back several steps. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly erected a spatial shield in front of everyone. However, the spatial shield shattered with a crack the moment it came into contact with the black flames, failing to stop them in the slightest. Walk! Lin Yu dared not linger in the fight. He instantly activated his spatial ability, teleporting the 5 of them to a distant location, narrowly escaping the fatal blow. He had anticipated this outcome. Originally, it would have been easier for him to teleport alone, and he could even have used spatial teleportation to maneuver around. However, Zhou Cheng was too loyal and insisted on facing the situation together with everyone, which meant that he not only had to take care of himself but also protect his teammates, making survival much more difficult. If I had known better than to pretend from the beginning and just be clear with them, I would have had more options for dealing with them now. The blonde man had clearly heard about spatial abilities before. Seeing Lin Yu dodge the attack, he sneered and was about to swing his knife again. Lin Yu suddenly called out, "Wait a minute." The blonde man paused, his eyes filled with mockery. "What's wrong? Weren't you so tough before? Now you want to beg for mercy?" Lin Yu pointed to his bracelet, looking serious. "I received a message on my device." The blonde man chuckled and gave him a few seconds. "Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." While keeping a wary eye on the blonde man, Lin Yu quickly glanced at the bracelet screen. That was the message from Shuriyen. Lin Yu was overjoyed. The reinforcements must have arrived. Yama was indeed reliable. However, what was displayed on the screen made his lips twitch. "I'm on Chongming Island and can't get there to save you in time. Hold on for another 10 minutes, and some colleagues will be there soon." Finally, it included an extremely irritating emoji. He. Epsilon. Lin Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse. He glanced at the approaching, murderous blonde man, then at the Thunder Shadow Squad standing guard beside him. 10 minutes. He silently replied with an emoji, expressing his complex feelings at that moment. Chapter 42 Empty Gate Town. What a terrible thing. Lin Yu wailed inwardly. Is it really that hard to show off these days? Where's the promised support? Private bodyguards are more reliable. Bah! They don't even pay wages. Lin Yu glanced at Zhou Chang and asked in a low voice, how long did you say the reinforcements would take to arrive? Zhou Chang's forehead was sweating as he stared at the countdown timer on his bracelet. 5 minutes. No, it's 4 minutes now. Just 4 more minutes. 4 minutes? Lin Yu felt it was longer than 4 centuries. All right. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes becoming resolute. From now on, everyone, fight with all your might. Whether we can survive this or not depends entirely on fate. The atmosphere in the parking lot instantly became somber and oppressive, as if the air itself had frozen. Xiaomo reacted extremely quickly, drawing a graceful arc in the air with her staff while chanting incantations. Several pale green rays of light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the group and making their auras stronger. Simply defending won't work. Lin Yu shouted. Even the best defense can have a flaw, and prolonged defense will inevitably lead to defeat. We must seize the initiative. Clear. Zhao Yu roared and launched the first charge. He held the giant shield upright in front of him, his entire body erupting with earth-yellow source energy, his aura as heavy as a mountain. With each step he took, the ground trembled violently, and a huge phantom of a savage bull materialized before him, carrying an unparalleled impact as it crashed down on the blonde man. Mountain-shattering strike. With unstoppable momentum, we forge ahead. Lin Yu followed closely behind, firing his dual pistols in rapid succession. The dense barrage of energy bullets blocked all of the blonde man's escape routes, providing cover for Zhao Yu's charge. The impact came in an instant. A hint of approval flashed in the blonde man's eyes. You've got guts. But he remained standing in the same spot, neither dodging nor avoiding. He casually swung the black knife in his right hand, parrying the incoming beams of light with an indescribable elegance and ease. Just as the phantom of the bull was about to collide, he reached out with his left hand and precisely pressed down on the very tip of the bull's head. Boom! With a loud bang, energy ripples spread outwards from the two people, tearing off a layer of cement from the ground. However, the blonde man's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, and he did not retreat even a single step in the face of this earth-shattering impact. Just as the two were locked in combat, Zhou Chang, his body crackling with violent lightning, suddenly appeared behind the blonde man on the left, like a ghost. Thunder Dragon emerges from the sea. Zhou Chang thrust his spear downwards from mid-air. On the silver spear, a lifelike thunder dragon coiled and roared, carrying the force of thunder, and roared down towards the golden-haired man's head. The dragon's roar was deafening and terrifying. The blonde man's eyes narrowed, and he released his grip on the bull's head, spinning his body at an incredible angle as his right hand drew a perfect arc with his black blade. Cut! The black blade energy soared into the sky, first shattering the illusory image of the bull in front, and then meeting the thunder dragon head-on with undiminished momentum. Boom! Black flames and lightning collided violently in mid-air, erupting with blinding light. The terrifying impact sent Zhao Yu and Zhou Chang flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Just as the blonde man swung his sword, his old strength exhausted and new strength yet to arise, Lin Yu moved. Void chains. Several jet-black chains, made of pure spatial power, shot out from beneath the blonde man's feet like venomous snakes, instantly wrapping around his waist and right arm holding the knife. Now, Qingxue, unleash your full power. Lin Yu roared. Su Qingxue was already poised to strike. She raised her staff high, and icy blue energy gathered wildly at the tip of the staff, instantly lowering the surrounding temperature to freezing point. Frosty Extreme Zone. With a clear shout, hundreds of huge ice cones condensed out of thin air, like a sudden storm, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind breaking, instantly engulfing the area where the blonde man was. It's done? Zhao Yu struggled to get up from the ground, looking at the frozen area with hope. However, Lin Yu's heart sank. It went too smoothly for a level 61 king-level expert. This was far too easy. The ice spikes shattered upon impact, turning into countless glittering ice shards that created a thick white mist that instantly enveloped the center of the battlefield. Lin Yu concentrated his mental energy and could clearly sense that the void chains extending from the ground were still tightly binding the target, and the target had not broken free. However, as the white mist gradually dissipated, the imagined scene of the blonde man being impaled like a hedgehog by icicles did not appear. Instead, a black coffin exuding a chilling aura stood abruptly in place. The void chains even pierced through the illusory image of the black coffin, remaining bound to it as if a corpse truly lay inside. The entire room fell silent. After a long while, the black coffin slowly opened, and the blond man appeared unharmed, his clothes perfectly in place. I knew this would happen, Lin Yu thought to himself, but his face remained expressionless. The instant the black coffin disappeared, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he suddenly unleashed 3 spatial razors that he had been charging up for a long time. That was no ordinary attack. 3 thin, cicada wing-like spatial blades seemed to distort light, tearing through the air at 3 completely different and tricky angles, heading straight for the blond man. The attack came in an instant, but the blond man reacted even faster. Dragging the chains, he slightly shifted his body, first raising his right arm, and the spatial razor directly severed the void chains. He then swung his sword to parry the blade coming from the front, and surprisingly, he caught the blade coming from the left with his bare hands. Clang! The moment the black blade made contact with the spatial razor, a piercing metallic scraping sound was heard. Although the sharp blade had cut a bloody gash in the left palm, causing blood to seep out, the tragic event of the palm being severed was ultimately averted. No one knows what secret technique he used, but with a loud shout, the source energy in his palm erupted, and he actually shattered the spatial razor into pieces. Master! Seeing the blond man's injured hand, Leah couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, Leah. The blond man calmly reassured the maid, casually flicking the blood from his palm. I'll be fine. But deep inside him, a long-lost excitement welled up. How long has it been since he was injured? What level is this space elemental kid in front of him? How could he possibly hurt him? Although he had previously belittled the other party as an ant, now, this is much more interesting than stepping on an ant. His soaring fighting spirit made the black flames on the black blade burn even more violently. He swung the blade twice and easily severed the remaining void chains. The game should end now. The blond man's eyes turned cold, and he swung his sword forward twice. 2 enormous, crescent-shaped black flames rose into the air, carrying an even more terrifying force than before, and roared towards Lin Yu. This strike was faster and more powerful. With Su Qingxue and CIMO behind him, Lin Yu had no way to avoid this attack. Get out of the way! Zhou Chang roared from a distance. But Lin Yu didn't move. He focused his mind and calmed his body, all the source energy within him surging wildly, compressing and condensing in his palms. Just as the black flames were about to devour everything, he pushed forward with both hands. Empty Gate Town. A vermilion gate, formed from pure spatial power, appeared out of thin air. The gate was 3 zhang tall, its red paint peeling off, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. The door knocker was menacing, and the moment it appeared, it seemed as if even the surrounding air became thick and heavy, cleansing the mind and spirit. But that's not all. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and formed hand seals again. The second gate, the third gate, 3 identical ancient city gates, like 3 great mountains, stood in front of Lin Yu, forming an indestructible defensive line. Boom! The cross-shaped black flames slammed into the first empty doorway, causing the red lacquered door to tremble violently, let out a mournful cry of unbearable pressure, and instantly shatter. Chapter 43 Shadow Servant. The first gate shattered under the bombardment of the cross-shaped black flames, followed by the second and third gates. The 3 void gates shattered in less than 5 seconds before being overwhelmed by the overwhelming power of the king-level expert, dissipating into countless points of light. But those 5 seconds were enough. The instant the third door shattered, Lin Yu's energy reserves were nearly depleted. But his eyes remained calm, and he silently chanted, "System, refresh." In an instant, the depleted meridians were once again filled with surging source energy. Without pausing, before the blond man could reach him, Lin Yu frantically mobilized his fully replenished source energy and opened a giant wormhole in front of him, with a diameter of over 3 meters, which was the limit of his current mental strength. The wormhole resembled a gigantic, pitch-black maw, its edges twisting and folding the fabric of space. Swallow! The cross-shaped black flames slammed into the wormhole, but the terrifying black flames were instantly swallowed up, like a mud ox sinking into the sea. After a few violent fluctuations, the wormhole quickly closed. Lin Yu felt a burning sensation in his nose, and 2 streams of bright red blood flowed down his cheeks. Forcibly absorbing the attack of a king-level expert was like dancing on a knife's edge, putting immense strain on his mental energy. But a slight smile appeared on his lips. Fortunately, he managed to block the attack. It seems that all the stress resistance training he received in Enmo was worthwhile. He wiped the blood from his nose, returned his twin pistols to the subspace, and with a clench of his hands, a composite bow emitting a ghostly blue light appeared in his grasp. The blonde man missed his first attack, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He then decisively abandoned ranged attacks and chose to engage in close combat. Want to get closer? Zhao Yu roared and plunged his greatsword into the ground, shouting, "Earth Spike!" The ground cracked instantly, and several sharp rocks pierced through the soil, attempting to stop the blonde man's advance. The blonde man dodged left and right, wielding his black blade with impenetrable speed, smashing down the rock spikes blocking his path, his figure moving like a ghost. Thunder Dragon Smash! Zhou Chang seized the opportunity, and two dragons crackling with blinding lightning roared out, their tails whipping down with the force of thunder, crashing down on the blonde man's head. The blonde man's eyes narrowed, and he swung his sword to cleave one of the dragons in two. He then grabbed the head of the other thunder dragon with his bare hands and slammed it into the ground. Boom! The ground was blasted into a crater several meters deep, and smoke and dust filled the air. Using the shockwave from the explosion, he stomped on the ground and shot towards Lin Yu at an even faster speed, his body moving like an arrow released from a bow. Lin Yu remained calm, drew back the bowstring, and with a whoosh, an energy arrow shot out into the air. The blonde man easily dodged to the side, a mocking smile playing on his lips. But the next second, his expression changed slightly. The arrow had mysteriously curved mid-air, shooting straight at the back of his head as if it had eyes. Left with no other choice, the blonde man turned around and swung his knife to block. Clang! The arrow was shattered, but in that split second, several thick void chains shot out from the shadows beneath the ground like venomous snakes, instantly wrapping around his feet and waist. The blonde man paused for a moment, then sneered, "The same trick again. Do you think it'll be any different from before?" Lin Yu remained silent, refusing to utter a single word. His response was the enormous void gate behind him that had just closed and then instantly reopened. Inside the door was the cross-shaped black flame that belonged to the blonde man, which Lin Yu had just swallowed. The black cross-shaped flame that had been devoured carried even more violent compressed energy and struck the blonde man solidly at an even faster speed than it had come. Boom! The terrifying explosion echoed throughout the parking lot, a wave of heat and raging energy overturned all the surrounding vehicles, and cracked the concrete ground inch by inch. The blonde man clearly hadn't expected Lin Yu to pull this move, and didn't have time to summon the mysterious black coffin for defense. The black cross-shaped flames he released instantly engulfed him. The white shirt instantly turned to ashes under the high temperature, and the expensive trousers were burned into tattered holy clothes, revealing a strong body covered with scars. Oh! With a furious roar, the blonde man suddenly unleashed his source energy, forcefully dispelling the flames clinging to his body. He casually tore off the last remaining tattered strips of cloth from his body, revealing sculpted, explosive muscle lines, his chest heaving violently. Lin Yu's heart sank when he saw that his using their own methods against them had only caused this level of damage. But his hands didn't stop moving. He continued to frantically activate the void chains, and more dark chains emerged from the void, like a giant spider web, trying to trap the blonde man in place. Lin Yu was extremely anxious. How much time had passed? Was 5 minutes really that long? More and more chains were binding the blonde man. He had just cut one off when more chains would wrap around him in the blink of an eye, like endless vines, which annoyed him to no end. However, just when everyone thought they had finally trapped him, a sudden change occurred. Black flames suddenly erupted from the soles of his feet, rapidly spreading across the entire ground. The flames rippled like water, turning the hard concrete into an eerie black. Immediately afterwards, from the black sea of fire that resembled a surface of water, two twisted shadows slowly rose, gradually lengthening and solidifying, eventually transforming into two humanoid figures identical to the blonde man. Even more terrifying, these two shadows also wielded longswords burning with black flames. Cut! The two dark figures moved in perfect unison, wielding black blades and instantly severing all the remaining void chains binding the blonde man. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. The energy fluctuations emanating from these two shadows were almost as strong as those from the main body. I couldn't even defeat one of them, let alone three now. The blonde man, now free, cracked his wrists and neck. He looked at Lin Yu and the others, his eyes no longer showing any mockery, but only a chilling killing intent. It's unbelievable that 5 low-level minions could force me to get serious. Lin Yu listened to these words and smiled bitterly to himself. He had finally evolved from an ant to a minion, but the road to advancement had been far too bumpy, and he was not happy at all. One blonde man is already an insurmountable mountain, and now with two shadow clones of similar strength, how can they possibly fight? The two dark figures, like emotionless killing machines, relentlessly unleashed a frenzied barrage of slashes at Lin Yu. One after another, black crescent-shaped slashes exploded on the ground, and black flames spread like maggots clinging to bones, seemingly never to be extinguished, emitting a scorching and suffocating potential energy. Seeing this, Zhou Chang and Jia Yu wanted to rush up to help, but the blonde man didn't turn his head and slashed backward with his sword. A towering wall of black flames rose out of thin air, blocking their path like an insurmountable chasm, completely cutting off the support route for the Thunder Shadow Squad. As the two shadow servants attacked frantically, more and more black flames appeared on the ground, and Lin Yu's space for movement was constantly compressed, leaving him with nowhere to stand. Rock pillar sky-piercing. At the critical moment, Zhao Yu slammed his giant sword into the ground, veins bulging on his hands. Around Lin Yu, thick rock pillars burst from the earth, barely blocking the spreading black flames. Lin Yu lightly touched the ground with his toes, leaping into the air and finally finding a foothold atop the rock pillar. But he knew this was only a temporary respite. The black flames below were relentlessly devouring the pillar, and its collapse was only a matter of time. Chapter 44 Go! Pikachu! The blonde man strolled leisurely to the rock pillar where Lin Yu was standing. Black flames parted at his feet like a tide, as if paying homage to a king. He looked up at Lin Yu atop the rock pillar, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Is there any other trick up your sleeve? The blonde man chuckled, his tone full of mockery. If you have it, you'd better use it quickly, otherwise, you won't have another chance. Lin Yu stood atop the rickety rock pillar, looked down at him, then raised his hand and gave the blonde man the middle finger. After making this highly provocative gesture, he turned to Zhou Chang, who was blocked by the wall of fire, and asked loudly, "Isn't the time up yet? Where are the reinforcements from the Zhou and Su families?" Zhou Chang stared intently at the bracelet, his voice trembling with a hint of despair. "I'm sorry, Lin Yu, 5 minutes have long passed. If the support didn't arrive, it means either the support was intercepted, or it simply couldn't reach us in time." Lin Yu's heart sank to the bottom. The blonde man couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Lin Yu, who was on the verge of death but still hoping for reinforcements. No way, no one thinks that I deliberately lured you here without having any backup plans, right?" He was extremely smug at this moment, as if he could already see Lin Yu's desperate plea for mercy. But Lin Yu sneered inwardly. "You can hold off ordinary guards, but you absolutely cannot stop Enma. Since Shi Yan said he would send someone, he would definitely keep his word." "A backup plan?" Lin Yu muttered to himself in a low voice. "It's not that there aren't any." However, he was unsure whether his mental strength could withstand the backlash from using this move, and the timing of its use was extremely difficult to grasp. If he made a mistake, he might collapse before even harming the enemy. He glanced at the blonde man's smug face and steeled himself. What if I really die today? What will happen to that 100 million alliance coins? And all the riches and honors I never got to enjoy? He hasn't lived enough yet. When I get back, I'm going to use this money to hire a group of the prettiest maids. Before they even get out of bed in the morning, I'll have them greet me with "Smimasai, Ashujin Saima." The house must be the most luxurious mansion, and they must stand in 2 rows in the hall every day. Their maid outfits must be as short as possible, all with long, black stockings and long legs. Their hairstyles are all twin ponytails, the kind that sway when they bounce. There should be maids specifically responsible for dressing, cooking, and even scrubbing the body. The goal is to provide the ultimate in comfort. In the morning, one must prepare hot drinks half an hour in advance. At night, one must quietly add fuel to the fireplace, and at the master's call, no matter where one is, one must immediately respond, "Yes, my lord." Lin Yu chuckled foolishly. In an instant, countless beautiful images of the future flooded into his mind. However, this was only a momentary lapse in concentration. Lin Yu snapped back to reality and refocused his gaze. Everything around seemed to freeze for a moment, then resumed its flow the next second. He looked down at himself. He was still on the rock pillar. He turned to look at his teammates. Zhou Chang kept his eyes glued to the bracelet, his brow furrowed, anxiously watching the changes in the battle. Su Qingxue was biting her lip, still trying to contact the private guards who were late in arriving via communicator. Zhao Yu planted the greatsword in front of him, his muscles tense, his expression unchanged, as if he wanted to rush up and tear the golden-haired man apart. As for Xia Mo, Lin Yu's gaze swept over the petite figure. Xia Mo was still so short. It was as if that future planning that had lasted for several minutes was just a fleeting moment in his glance. The blonde man opposite him maintained his confident expression, arms crossed, as if he had everyone present completely under his thumb. "How?" The blonde man noticed the change in Lin Yu's eyes and frowned slightly. "Just a moment ago, it seemed like you went to a very far place?" Lin Yu took a deep breath, wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth caused by the shock of his mental energy, and smiled bitterly to himself. "Yes, I went to a very far place, so far that it felt like I had already lived a whole life." But he knew that now, he had to come back and fight for his life. The blond man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Without another word, he swung his black knife out. A crescent-shaped black flame tore through the air, instantly shattering the precarious rock pillar beneath Lin Yu's feet. As the rock pillar collapsed, Lin Yu activated spatial teleportation and flashed to the top of another rock pillar. With a flick of his right hand, the compound bow vanished, replaced by a source energy gun. He fired relentlessly at the blond man, using the dense barrage to disrupt his vision, while his left hand frantically gathered source energy once more. The energy source kept compressing, and compressing in Lin Yu's left palm. The surrounding air began to distort, unstable ripples appeared in space, and even visible wrinkles began to appear. The compression continued, and Lin Yu's face turned deathly pale, blood seeping from his nostrils, again a sign that his mental energy was being overloaded. But in his palm, a tiny singularity, yet containing terrifying gravity, was slowly taking shape. To maintain the stability of this singularity and prevent it from devouring everything around it before it was released, Lin Yu forcibly constructed a spherical iris on the surface of the singularity to lock the violent energy in place. A beautiful yet deadly energy ball containing 7 colored light floated quietly in Lin Yu's palm. He looked down at the blond man, a mad smile curving his lips, and tossed him aside with a flick of his wrist. "Go, Pikachu." The blond man watched the energy ball slowly flying towards him, sensing the terrifying energy contained within it, and couldn't help but sneer, "Can you even hit it?" Before the words were even finished, the energy ball suddenly vanished into thin air. The blond man was stunned. In the blink of an eye, the energy ball appeared out of thin air less than a meter away from him. Lin Yu used a spatial wormhole to instantly transport the energy ball to his front. Burst! Lin Yu let out a low shout in his heart. The energy ball was detonated the moment it appeared. At the critical moment, the 2 shadow servants displayed a loyalty beyond instinct, with one of them lunging at the blond man and slamming him away. Bang! There was no earth-shattering roar, but a deathly silence that swallowed all other sounds. Immediately afterwards, a burst of violent energy erupted. The entire building shook violently, as if an 8-magnitude earthquake had struck. Several massive stone pillars supporting the parking lot shattered instantly, and a huge hole was blasted into the roof, with reinforced concrete flying everywhere like pieces of paper. The shockwave swept across the entire area, knocking Zhou Chang and the others to the ground, and Zhao Yu's rock pillar defense completely collapsed at that moment. As the smoke cleared, the blond man scrambled to his feet from the rubble, his 2 shadow servants nowhere to be seen, clearly destroyed in the explosion. He stared in disbelief at the wrecked parking lot. Is this really something a level 20-something ability user could cause? This power is something even a level 60 powerhouse might not be able to achieve. Lin Yu teleported to a relatively safe corner. Although his face was as pale as paper, his hands did not stop moving as he continued to condense source energy in his palm. He looked at the blond man's horrified expression and said with a sneer, "Is it hard to understand?" Lin Yu pointed to the huge hole blasted into the ceiling above. "You people here are always chasing after some kind of talent or level. You're always shouting about king level and qualitative change. Do you even know that there's such a thing as science? When it comes to science, hierarchy is nothing." The singularity in Lin Yu's hand materialized again. He looked at the blond man, trying to explain what had just happened. When matter is compressed to within the Schwarzschild radius, its gravity will warp the surrounding spacetime, causing the spacetime curvature to tend to infinity, eventually forming a gravitational singularity with infinitely small volume, infinitely large density, and infinitely high temperature. He paused, looked at the other person's blank eyes, and laughed self-deprecatingly. "It's hard to understand, isn't it? To tell you the truth, I don't fully understand it either, just like I don't understand where spatial abilities come from." The singularity in Lin Yu's hand slowly rotated, emitting a heart-palpitating buzz. "But you only need to understand one thing: its destructive power has nothing to do with my talent or level. Faced with this singularity, whether it's you or the even more powerful so-called king-level ability users, we will all be equally blown to heaven." Chapter 45: The Divine Artifact of Equality for All Beings. The entire building was still trembling from the aftershocks of the previous explosion, and chunks of concrete overhead could fall at any moment. The blond man's face turned extremely ugly. He stared intently at Lin Yu, clearly not expecting things to develop this way. Looking at the mini-singularity in Lin Yu's hand, which was more solid and had more terrifying energy fluctuations than before, he felt uneasy. "If I were to say now, 'Stop fighting, I'm actually one of our own, I was just joking before,' would the other person believe me?" Lin Yu looked extremely terrifying at this moment. In order to maintain the compression of the singularity, not only was his nose bleeding, but his eyes and ears were also bleeding. He looked like a blood-red porcelain doll that was about to break. But his movements didn't stop at all. His crazed appearance clearly showed that he really intended to die together with others. The blonde man scratched his smooth blonde hair, cursing inwardly, "I can't fight anymore, or we'll really become mortal enemies today." He shouted at the empty sky, "Gong-sun, aren't you coming out? If you don't come out soon, someone is really going to die today." Lin Yu instantly became alert, his nerves tightening even more. Did he have accomplices? Time ticked by, and apart from the dust of the ruins, no one responded. Fearing further complications, Lin Yu decisively stopped inputting energy and raised his hand to throw the red and white orb. "Wait a moment." A clear voice suddenly rang out above the ruins, carrying a hint of urgency. Lin Yu didn't care about any of that. He'd seen this kind of delaying tactic countless times. With a flick of his wrist, the pokeball in his hand flew out with a whoosh. "Go, Pikachu." However, the expected trajectory of the sphere did not occur. The miniature singularity vanished into thin air as it fell into the air, as if swallowed by the void. The blond man looked terrified and warily surveyed his surroundings. Lin Yu frowned. After a long while, the mini-singularity did not reappear, nor did the familiar earth-shattering explosion sound. Lin Yu's gaze was like lightning, fixed on the void behind the blond man. He instantly raised the source energy gun in his hand and said in a chilling tone, "If you don't come out, I'll detonate it." The singularity remained within his perception and control, but its trajectory was forcibly severed by some force. It didn't explode because the person who moved his pokeball was also a spatial ability user, and a considerable one at that. As expected of someone president and has taken a liking to, he is indeed extraordinary. Behind the blond man, space slightly distorted, and a man wearing a black combat suit and with a white blindfold slowly emerged. A transparent cube made of spatial power floated in his palm, and at the center of the cube was a miniature singularity that seemed to seal a brilliant galaxy. Seeing the man appear, the blond man finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders. "Gong-sun, you finally figured it out," he complained irritably. "It was all your idea, so explain yourself." The man called Gong-sun gave a wry smile and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect to Lin Yu. "Blame Shi-Yen, it was all his idea." He noticed that Lin Yu was gathering source energy in his palm again, and quickly waved his hand to stop him, saying, "Team leader Lin, don't be angry, please don't be angry, we're all on the same side." Gong-sun pointed to the embarrassed blond man and explained, "He's one of our newly appointed captains, just like you. The sparring just now, or rather, the team entrance test, was all arranged by Shi-Yen. He said that only a life or death battle can unleash true potential, and let us see where your limits are." The blond man also put away his previous arrogance, silently sheathed the black knife, nodded to Lin Yu, and his tone became much more serious. "The new captain of the 5th team, Yi Jinghong." Lin Yu watched this dramatic scene unfold before him, slowly lowering the energy gun in his hand, but his brows remained furrowed. "Shi-Yen?" Seeing that Lin Yu still looked suspicious, Gong-sun dared not let his guard down and quickly took out his communicator, skillfully dialing the emergency contact number. A few seconds later, the communication was established, and the holographic projection unfolded. In the image, Shi-Yen was still wearing his signature dragonfly mask, and the background appeared to be a chaotic ruin. "Hello, Gong-sun. You've arrived already? Not bad, not bad." Gong-sun immediately switched the video to external speaker mode. Shi-Yen looked through the screen and saw the disheveled Yi Jinghong and the blood-covered Lin Yu in the picture. "Surprise! Lin Yu! Aren't you surprised?" Lin Yu remained expressionless, but inwardly he was screaming. There was no surprise, just a strong urge to kill. He risked exhausting his mental energy, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and even the risk of exploding to death, to conjure 2 pokeballs, only to end up killing 2 shadow servants. And then you add, the person who tried to kill you just now was actually your teammate. This would make anyone uncomfortable, even someone as magnanimous as Lin Yu. At this moment all he wanted was to send Shi-Yen a pokeball. Gong-sun quickly tried to smooth things over and ease the tension. "Actually, Captain Yi didn't use his full strength at all just now. It was you who made him look a bit awkward." Lin Yu glanced at Yi Jinghong's expensive trousers, now resembling a beggar's outfit, and wiped away his nosebleed. Well, although the process was thrilling, he hadn't suffered any real harm. Yi Jinghong was also somewhat embarrassed. Looking at the space cube floating in Gong-sun's palm, which was still slowly rotating and seemed to be about to devour everything, he couldn't help but sigh, "I am really ashamed. The spatial ability is beyond my understanding. It can actually compress energy to this extent." He extended his hand to Lin Yu with a face full of apology, his posture very humble. "Although it was a test arranged by team leader, sure, I did say some very offensive things during the battle. I'm really sorry, and I will try my best to make up for it later. Lin Yu wasn't the type to hold grudges. Since the other party had already backed down, there was no need for him to hold a grudge. He extended his hand and shook hands with Yi Jinghong. Forget it, it's all Shi Yan's fault. Lin Yu thought to himself that he should have discovered the loopholes in the system long ago, allowing the opponent to view terminal information during the battle and deliberately leaving reaction time before and after each attack. So, Lin Yu turned to look at Shi Yan in the holographic projection, his eyes sharp. You've played us for a fool. Do you have any other instructions, Captain Shi? Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Shi Yan also dropped his nonchalant expression and his tone became serious. There really is. Several loud roars and explosions came from behind him, creating a very noisy scene. Although the wormhole portal to Chongming Island has been closed, it is still a catastrophe of the highest order. The monsters that escaped from the alternate dimension are still rampaging across the island, and their destructive power is extremely strong. If you have any spare capacity, please come and provide assistance as soon as possible. Yi Jinghong immediately stood up straight. Although her clothes were tattered, her momentum remained undiminished. I'm fine, I can set off immediately. Gongsun looked at Lin Yu with some concern. Lin Yu was still bleeding from his nose and was clearly in poor condition. Team leader Lin just finished a high-intensity martial arts exam simulation and then went through that life-or-death sparring match. I'm afraid. Lin Yu remained silent, silently chanting in his mind, "System, refresh." Instantly, the bloodstains in his nose, eyes, and ears disappeared, and his pale face regained its rosy hue. He moved his wrists, feeling his energy welling up. I'm fine. Lin Yu's voice was clear and strong. Shi Yan nodded, seemingly unsurprised by Lin Yu's condition. Lin Yu, come along. We have the best medical team in the entire alliance here, ready to respond at any time. As he spoke, Shi Yan's gaze fell on the floating spatial cube in Gongsun's hand, and he could feel the terrifying fluctuations emanating from it even through the screen. I've been wanting to ask this for a while now. Gongsun, what the hell is that thing you're holding? Even through the screen, I feel something is very wrong with it. The energy fluctuations are extremely unstable. Gongsun glanced at Lin Yu subconsciously and said with some helplessness, it was Lin who came up with it. Actually, I can't understand the principle behind it either. Lin Yu picked up the conversation, looking at the sealed singularity, a confident smile curving his lips. This is called the artifact of equality for all beings. He looked at Shi Yan, his tone filled with anticipation. Once we get to Chongming Island, you'll know its power. Chapter 46E Group. With a soft whoosh, the scorching black wall of flames that had stood in front of Zhou Chang and the others vanished instantly, turning into sparks that drifted into the air. Zhou Chang, Zhao Yu, Su Qingxue, and Xia Mo could no longer contain themselves and rushed across the ruins to Lin Yu's side. Zhou Chang glanced warily at the scene and noticed that apart from Lin Yu's pale face, the terrifying blonde enemy and the mysterious spatial ability user had both put away their weapons, and the atmosphere seemed to have eased. Lin Yu, what exactly happened? Zhou Chang asked, frowning, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Lin Yu and Yi Jinghong. Lin Yu felt a little guilty. Although the assassination attempt was fake, Zhou Chang and the others had indeed been subjected to the baptism of the king-level pressure. However, the matter of the Enma organization is top secret and must never be revealed to the public. He carefully chose his words, forcing a smile. Actually, I joined a guild a while ago. He pointed to Gongsun and Yi Jinghong beside him. These two are our guild's captains. Just now, without my knowledge, they conducted an entry test on me. Lin Yu scratched his head and added somewhat helplessly, the process was a bit violent, but luckily I passed the test. Gongsun stepped forward at the right moment, nodded slightly to Zhou Chang and the others, and said with a hint of appreciation in his tone, I have seen your performance throughout. You are indeed the elites of Binhai University. It is rare to be able to cooperate like this in a situation with such a huge difference in level. Hearing that this was just a test, Zhou Chang finally felt much relieved, and his tense shoulders relaxed. At this moment, Yi Jinghong stepped forward, her face showing a sincere apology. I'm truly sorry for the fright and inconvenience caused just now, Yi Jinghong said with a wave of his hand, exuding magnanimity. How about this? The Hanmo Shangting Hotel is a property of our E-Group. I'll arrange a few presidential suites for you as an apology, what do you say? Zhou Chang was somewhat surprised, are you from the E-Group? That's right. Yi Jinghong nodded, his tone calm. I am Yi Jinghong, the president of the E-Group. Ha? Zhou Chang was taken aback, clearly not expecting that the madman who had almost wiped them out was actually the head of that business empire. Although Lin Yu had guessed that Yi Jinghong came from an extraordinary family, he never expected that he would actually be the famous tycoon himself. At this moment, Zhao Yu scratched his head curiously and looked at Yi Jinghong, asking, "Aren't you the captain of the Lin Yu Guild? How come you're now a group president?" Yi Jinghong smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "Joining the Hunters Guild is just a hobby." Lin Yu thought to himself, Master Saitama only became a hero out of interest, which makes perfect sense. Zhao Yu's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Hey? Lin Yu, what's your guild called? With a captain this strong, it must be very famous, right?" Saying Yama directly wouldn't work, so Lin Yu's mind raced, and he came up with a similar sounding name, vaguely replying, Yu Ming. Yu Ming? I know it. Zhao Yu said excitedly, the one second only to the three major guilds. One of my buddies signed with that guild and even wants me to join. My goodness. Lin Yu, if I go, we'll be teammates. Ha? Lin Yu was stunned. They had the same name? He quickly waved his hand to deny it, no, it's not Yu Ming, it's Yumi. Yumi? Zhao Yu scratched his head, looking at Zhou Chang with a blank expression, seeking confirmation. Zhou Chang also shook his head slightly, indicating that he had never heard of it either. You're right if you haven't heard of it. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and casually made up a story. It's a newly established guild, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Boom! Another huge concrete block crashed down from the top of the underground parking garage, kicking up clouds of dust and causing the entire space to tremble violently. Gongsun frowned, raised his hand to create a semi-transparent spatial shield to block the flying debris. This is not the place to talk, let's go out first. The group quickly evacuated. Just as he reached the exit, a petite figure dressed in a maid outfit came to greet him. The maid, Leah, held a clean sweatshirt in her hand and handed it to Yi Jinghong with some concern. Yi Jinghong took the clothes and affectionately ruffled Leah's hair, instantly dispelling much of her previously unruly demeanor. The group walked out of the underground parking lot and looked back. The once sturdy commercial building is now teetering on the brink of collapse, especially at the entrance to the underground parking lot, where more than half of it has collapsed and dust is billowing out. Gongsun whistled and sighed. It seems the whole building is going to be abandoned. Yi Jinghong didn't seem to care at all. He patted the dust off his clothes, looked at Lin Yu, and said in a relaxed tone as if he were talking about the weather, this building was originally a dangerous building that was planned to be demolished, which saved some of the demolition costs. Lin Yu's lips twitched. This spendthrift. He turned to Zhou Chang and the others, and said seriously, you guys go back to the hotel first. Our guild needs to go on an urgent field mission. Zhou Chang glanced at Lin Yu's combat suit, which was stained with blood and dust, and took out a bottle of light blue fluorescent medicine from his storage ring and handed it to him. This is the latest recovery medicine developed by the Zhou Group. It works faster and has fewer side effects than the generic versions on the market. Take it, just in case. Lin Yu accepted the potion without ceremony and put it directly into his system inventory. With a thought, he took out 4 jars of golden honey with a strange fragrance from his subspace and handed them to Zhou Chang, Zhao Yu, Su Qingxue, and Xiaomo respectively. When I was collecting honey in the thorn rainforest, I deliberately left a spatial mark on the queen bee. This will ensure a continuous supply of royal jelly in the future. Lin Yu looked at Su Qingxue and Xiaomo, smiling as he said, this stuff is good for beauty and health as long as there's demand. There'll be plenty to go around. Su Qingxue took the honey, her smile radiant, her eyes crinkling into crescents. For our eternal youth, I'm counting on you from now on. Zhou Chang looked at the honey in his hand thoughtfully, then turned to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, do you remember the team formation for the martial arts exam? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu waved his hand with a smile and said, then I'll leave the martial arts exam to you as well. Zhou Chang smiled and nodded, gripping the honey jar in his hand tightly. Then we'll discuss the strategy for defeating the boss in detail when you return from your field mission. It's a deal. After saying goodbye, Gongsun snapped his fingers. Ripples spread through the space, and the figures of Lin Yu, Yi Jinghong, and Gongsun vanished instantly, leaving only Zhou Chang and the others standing in front of the ruins. The group recalled the thrilling battle they had just witnessed, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. In particular, Lin Yu's final release of Pikachu completely overturned their understanding of superpowers. Just then, the sound of a rapid engine roar came from afar. The guards from the Su and Zhou families finally arrived late, with dozens of black armored vehicles surrounding the ruins. Fully armed soldiers jumped out of the vehicles, ready for battle. However, all they saw was a scene of devastation and a few unharmed young masters and ladies sharing honey. The middle-aged man at the head of the group quickly walked up to Zhou Chang. He was none other than Gong Yi, the head butler of the Zhou family. His face was ashen, and his usually calm and composed voice was now tinged with undisguised shame, anger, and fear. "I'm sorry, second young master, Miss Su. Our convoy has been blocked by a barrier." Although Zhou Chang and Su Qingxue were unharmed, as the head of Zhou family security, he was fully responsible for the security of this trip. When their young master was in danger, these guards were stopped before they even saw the enemy's face, which was a huge stain on their professional careers. If anything were to happen to the second young master and Miss Su because of this, he wouldn't have enough lives to pay for it, and he might even have to commit seppuku to atone for his sins and wash away the shame. Zhou Cheng frowned slightly and calmly asked, "Did you see who it was?" Chapter 47 in Yu Yuan. Uncle Gong lowered his head in shame, his hands clenched into fists, his nails almost digging into his flesh. This was what he was most ashamed of. They were dozens of people, including many experts, who bombarded the barrier for a long time, but not only did they fail to open even a small gap, they didn't even know who the other party was or where they were. What frustrated him even more was that he was also a king-level expert. Although his main focus was not destruction, as fellow king-level experts, the fact that his opponent could render him helpless with just a barrier was simply despairing. "No. No." Uncle Gong's voice was low and hoarse. "The other party's methods are sophisticated. We are ashamed." Zhou Chang waved his hand, his tone softening. "Uncle Gong, you don't need to blame yourself. Those people are members of my classmates' guild, and they meant us no harm." He paused, then added, "However, one of them is of extraordinary status. He is Yi Jinghong, the president of the E Group." "What?" Uncle Gong suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. The name of the E Group is known throughout China, and its president, Yi Jinghong, is a legendary figure, young and promising, who controls a vast business empire and mysterious power. Zhou Chang looked at the shocked butler and smiled faintly. "Let's talk about the specifics when we get back." Meanwhile, inside Chongming Island, Lin Yu stood on a pile of ruins, looking around at the devastation. The once scenic island is now unrecognizable. Huge building ruins are scattered all over the ground like the bones of a giant beast. The asphalt roads have long since turned to dust, leaving only rubble and scorched earth. "This is Chongming Island?" Lin Yu's voice was a little hoarse. The scene before him was 100 times more devastating than he had imagined. Gong Sun walked ahead, his combat uniform covered in dust. His expression was grave as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings while explaining in a deep voice. "The moment the wormhole appeared, most of the island was destroyed by the shockwave, followed by a frenzied invasion of the monster horde. Fortunately, we reacted quickly and evacuated all residents in advance, so there were no civilian casualties." He pointed to the faint outline of the defensive line ahead and continued, "However, Chongming Island is too close to the mainland. Once it falls, the monsters will advance unimpeded. To prevent the monsters from entering the inland areas, the Allied forces urgently established multiple lines of defense along the coast." The three of them struggled forward, their feet crunching under the loose stones. Lin Yu and Yi Jinghong both wore solemn expressions and remained silent. Yi Jinghong, dressed in a well-tailored suit, looked out of place in the ruins, but the calm aura he exuded was impossible to ignore. Gong Sun continued, "Although the wormhole has been closed, the crisis is not over. There are still too many monsters remaining, and they are of various kinds." He paused, his tone becoming unusually serious. "Not all monsters are carbon-based lifeforms. Many monsters possess very strange abilities, and some even have characteristics that cause mental pollution or distort cognition, making them difficult to be effective with conventional weapons." In response to this situation, the Allied forces established 3 fortified military outposts on Chongming Island, forming a pincer movement, and invited the 3 strongest guilds in the country to assist in the defense, jointly resisting the remaining forces of the monsters. Yam's stronghold is near the center of the island, and it's the closest of the 3 strongholds to the monster tide. Gong Sun turned to look at the two of them, his eyes resolute. "That's also our destination. I'll take you there now. We might encounter some scattered monsters along the way, so please be careful." Lin Yu gripped his weapon tightly, while Yi Jinghong straightened his tie. The two nodded simultaneously. The 3 figures moved swiftly through the ruins, heading towards the unknown dangers deep within the island. When Lin Yu and his 2 companions arrived at the stronghold, the smell of gunpowder in the air was mixed with a hint of instant noodles. Shi Yan was sitting at a rickety folding table, a steaming bucket of braised beef noodles in front of him. Lin Yu subconsciously glanced at the tactical bracelet on his wrist. The red number 3:30 p.m. was particularly eye-catching. "What meal did you eat?" Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. Lunch was long over, and dinner was too early. "Was it afternoon tea?" Yan looked up at the sound, saw the person who came in, chuckled, and shoveled down a couple more mouthfuls of noodles, saying indistinctly, "There's no way around it, there's no fixed time to eat. I just got off the front lines, and after this bite I have to go back to my post. It's great that you're here, you can help share the burden." Yi Jinghong looked around. Although the base was simple, it was well organized, and the communication devices were flashing various indicator lights. He asked with a serious expression, "What is the current situation of the battle?" "It's quite nerve-wracking." Yan swallowed the last mouthful of noodles and casually tossed the fork into the empty bucket. "The mobs on the outer perimeter have been mostly cleared. The elite mobs are being handled by the Alliance Army and the 3 major guilds. The main problem is that soul-devouring beast that occupies the core of the island. It seems to be planning to build its nest there. Once it takes root, the entire Chongming Island will be completely finished." "Gong soon." A clear, melodious female voice rang in everyone's ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman with a neat ponytail walking quickly towards them, carrying a heavy medical kit on her back, with a hint of anxiety in her eyes. She frowned slightly and said to Gongsun, "There are too many wounded on the southern front, and we urgently need manpower to transfer them here. Also, the soul-devouring beasts are struggling to hold out, and their defensive line is shrinking." Gongsun's expression changed, and he immediately stood up straight. "I'll go to the southern front first." Just as he was about to turn around, Yan suddenly called out to him, turning his gaze to Yi Jinghong, "Take Yi Jinghong with you. His abilities are suitable for dealing with groups of monsters and can relieve the pressure on the defensive line." "Okay." Gongsun nodded, and Yi Jinghong also nodded slightly to Lin Yu. Then, a spatial fluctuation rippled around the two of them, and they instantly disappeared from their original spot. Yan looked at the empty ground inside. Then she turned to Lin Yu and quickly introduced him, Yuan, these two are our new captains of the Yama Demon." Gongsun just took away Yi Jinghong, the captain of the 5th team. "This is Lin Yu, the captain of the 7th team." "Hello." And Yuan put down the medical kit she was holding and deftly picked up another instant noodle cup from the table. While eating heartily, her beautiful eyes openly scrutinized Lin Yu, her brows slightly furrowed. "Your level isn't high." Feeling a little embarrassed by being stared at so intently by such a beautiful older woman, Lin Yu scratched his head and said, "I just got promoted." Yan immediately came to his rescue, her tone filled with certainty, "Don't underestimate our Captain Lin. Although he's only in his 20s, he's absolutely capable of taking down a level 40 ability user in a one-on-one fight. His only disadvantage is his energy reserves are low, so he's not good at prolonged battles." And Yuan raised her delicate eyebrows, seemingly unsurprised by the statement. She finished the last bite of noodles in a few bites, threw the empty bucket into the trash can, clapped her hands, and said, "The source energy isn't enough. You'll be with me from now on." Chapter 48 Soul-Devouring Beast Clone. "I'm leaving Lin Yu in your hands." Yan hurriedly left those words behind and disappeared from the spot, rushing to the front line where support was most needed. "I'm done eating." And Yuan quickly finished the last bite of instant noodles, then tossed the bucket into the storage bag next to her with clean and efficient movements. She tapped the tactical bracelet on her wrist, and a pale blue light screen was projected into the air, immediately sending an encrypted map to Lin Yu's terminal. The map is covered with red dots, which represent the areas where elite monsters roam, while a few flashing skulls mark the approximate locations of mini-bosses. Lin Yu looked at the map and asked, "Which one should we attack first?" "Go north." And Yuan pointed to a relatively sparse area on the map. "The monster tide on the northern front is more scattered, which is suitable for beginners to practice, but there are more elite monsters, so we need to clear them out first." Lin Yu stared at the map and tentatively asked, "Sister Yuan, you just said that the problem of the low upper limit of source energy can be solved?" "Of course." And Yuan closed the light screen, raised her head, and looked directly at Lin Yu with her clear eyes. "Hold out your hand." Lin Yu did as he was told and extended his right hand. And Yuan extended her slender, fair hand and gently took his hand. The instant their hands touched, Lin Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He instantly understood what the vast universe and the boundless galaxy meant. A vast, warm, and ever-flowing torrent of energy surged into Yuan's meridians through his palm, instantly cleansing his previously depleted energy circuits. "I am the only healer among the Enma team leaders," and Yuan's voice rang in his ear, with a hint of barely perceptible laughter. "However, healing ability alone is not enough to enter the Enma team. Besides healing, my other ability is energy sharing. You can think of me as a mobile energy power bank." She gripped Lin Yu's hand tightly, her tone becoming firm and powerful. Now, my source energy limit is your limit. If you're really as powerful as Shi Yan says, then show me. Lin Yu took a deep breath, and the vast source energy surged and roared within him. He felt completely refreshed, as if he could punch through the void. He couldn't help but grin. Sister Yuan, you're like my own sister. You can talk about witty remarks after the mission is over. And Yu Yuan snorted and tried to pull her hand away, but Lin Yu grabbed it instead. Wait a moment, I'll go get the car, she said. No need. Lin Yu shook his head, his gaze fixed on a flashing red dot on the map, which was the nearest elite monster. He tightened his grip on Yu Yuan's hand, and his inner energy erupted instantly, activating his teleportation skill. Etc. Before Yu Yuan could finish speaking, the surrounding scenery instantly distorted. A moment later, a howling wind rang in her ears, and a feeling of weightlessness instantly overwhelmed her. How did we end up in mid-air? We're falling. When Yu Yuan realized what was happening, she was already dozens of meters in the air. She exclaimed in surprise and instinctively clung to Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu looked at the map on his bracelet and scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. It's my first time teleporting over a long distance, so the location wasn't very accurate. It'll be better next time. Before the words were finished, another surge of energy appeared, and the two were forcibly teleported a second time in mid-air. This time, they landed safely on a pile of ruins. On the ground, a squad of soldiers dressed in allied uniforms were fighting several minotaur-like monsters. These monsters were incredibly strong and had thick hides. The soldiers' attacks could only inflict shallow wounds on them. That's the elite monster Iron-Hoofed Bull Demon. And Yu Yuan said. Lin Yu looked at the battle situation before him, a smile playing on his lips. He felt the surging source energy continuously flowing from Yu Yuan within his body. Team Leaderin. The warriors who were fighting the Iron-Hoofed Bull Demon caught a glimpse of the two people who appeared behind them. When they saw Yu Yuan, their tense nerves relaxed for a moment, and joy appeared on their faces. Don't worry about us, focus on the enemy. And Yu Yuan's clear voice carried an undeniable authority, drawing everyone's attention back to the battlefield. The soldiers responded and immediately turned around, refocusing all their attention on the battle before them. And Yu Yuan turned to Lin Yu and whispered, the Iron-Hoofed Bull Demon is an elite monster of level 40 or above. Compared to those strange monsters, their attack methods are simpler and more brutal, mainly relying on brute force and defense. Is it just that the skin is thick and tough? A hint of eagerness flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Before he finished speaking, he clenched his right hand in the air, and several ghostly chains of void emerged from the void like serpents, instantly wrapping around the thick limbs and torso of a bull demon that was about to charge, binding it firmly in place and rendering it unable to move. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu snapped his fingers. Buzz. Dozens of miniature wormholes appeared out of thin air in the void behind Lin Yu, from which dark spears shot out like a torrential rain, precisely piercing through the bound minotaurs one by one. The sound of bones being crushed was sickening, but this attack was exceptionally efficient. The battle ended much faster than expected. And Yu Yuan watched this scene, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes, and softly said, not bad. Lin Yu didn't stop for a moment, maintaining the levitation array of the spatial wormhole and continuing to advance. Seeing this, the warriors who had just dealt with the minotaurs quickly adjusted their formation and followed behind the two, forming a temporary squad. Along the way, several lone low-level demonic beasts were pierced by Lin Yu's dark spear before they could even react. A soldier familiar with the terrain pointed to the fog-shrouded ruins ahead and said in a deep voice, ahead of here is a group of soul-devouring beast clones. There are quite a few of them, and they are very troublesome. A soul-devouring beast? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. That's the big guy that Shi Yan and the other captains are dealing with? Yes, and Yu Yuan continued, her expression turning serious. The soul-devouring beast is quite special. It's a mental-type demon beast that can not only launch soul attacks but also create clones. Moreover, it possesses extremely strong super-fast regeneration capabilities. These clones inherit some of the original Body S abilities, making them very troublesome. The group continued forward and soon passed through the ruins. Ahead lay a wide plaza, now occupied by a group of pure white demons. These soul-devouring beast clones were entirely white, covered in a thick layer of fat, with short legs and extremely long tusks. From a distance, they had a grotesque, comical appearance, like fat pigs with two scallions stuck in their noses. But their eyes, burning with black flames, shone with a chillingly fierce light. These are them, the soldier roared, raising his weapon. Lin Yu's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand, unleashing several dark spears. Before one of the soul-devouring beast clones could react, its chest was pierced, leaving a bloody hole the size of a bowl. However, a horrifying scene unfolded. In an instant, the muscles around the bloody hole writhed wildly, healing completely in the blink of an eye, as if it had never been injured at all. Startled, the horde of demonic beasts let out piercing shrieks and instantly turned around, charging towards Lin Yu and his group like a white tide. So fast. Lin Yu's pupils contracted slightly. These clones were not as clumsy as they appeared. In fact, they were even faster than the iron-hoofed bull demon from before. Lin Yu, don't hold back. And Yo Yuan's voice rang in his ears, and at the same time, an even more powerful source energy surged into his body. Understood. Lin Yu took a deep breath and suddenly opened his arms wide. Since physical attacks can regenerate, let's try this. Space annihilation. The space in front of him instantly distorted, and a huge black vortex appeared out of thin air, unleashing terrifying suction and spatial cutting force. The first few soul-devouring beast clones were instantly caught in it, and before they could even scream, they were reduced to nothingness. But this was just the beginning. More soul-devouring beast clones surged in from all directions, surrounding them completely. Chapter 49, Stage 3. Previously, Lin Yu could only demonstrate advanced tactics in the simulation chamber, but now, with the continuous support of an Yo Yuan's energy source, these tactics can be perfectly replicated in reality. Moreover, this miniature black hole, composed of pure spatial turbulence, is not as difficult to control as the mini-singularity, and its consumption of mental energy is greatly reduced, making it as easy to handle as if it were an extension of his limbs. Just as the warriors were secretly rejoicing, thinking that the troublesome monsters would be easily sucked into the black hole, the remaining soul-devouring beasts suddenly stopped their commotion and displayed intelligence far exceeding that of ordinary monsters. They seemed to be very intelligent. Lin Yu's eyes sharpened as he stared intently at the retreating white figures. As expected, upon seeing their companion devoured, the remaining soul-devouring beasts did not descend into chaos. Instead, they quickly retreated to a safe distance, surrounding Lin Yu and his companions. This tactical evasive behavior was something that low-level demonic beasts could not possess. After the encirclement was formed, the slightly larger soul-devouring beast at the head suddenly opened its blood-red maw and let out an extremely unpleasant and shrill screech. Oh no! Quick, plug your ears. They're about to launch a sonic attack. An experienced soldier's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in alarm. However, his warning came too late. As the leader roared, the surrounding soul-devouring beasts simultaneously emitted piercing cries. Countless sound waves intertwined and overlapped in the air, creating a bizarre resonance effect. Visible sound waves, like tangible ripples, crashed towards the group like a tidal wave. Even though the soldiers covered their ears immediately, the extremely penetrating sound waves still ruptured their eardrums. Crimson blood flowed down their ears, and the excruciating pain made them almost unable to stand. Everyone move closer to me. Lin Yu shouted as he forced himself to calm down. He clasped his hands together abruptly, creating a sturdy, circular, transparent barrier that enveloped everyone inside. The terrifying sound waves from the outside crashed against the barrier, creating ripples, but could no longer harm those inside. Sister Yuan, increase the output. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Understood. Although An Yuan was also dizzy from the shock, she held Lin Yu's hand tightly, and the source energy surged in like a flood breaking through the dam. Lock it. Lin Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he raised his hand and pointed. Dozens of void chains, shimmering with eerie light, suddenly emerged from the previously shrinking black hole. These chains, like living serpents, weaved through the gaps in the sonic waves, precisely binding the limbs and torsos of the soul-devouring beasts. Receive. With a loud shout from Lin Yu, the chains tightened abruptly, dragging the struggling soul-devouring beasts off the ground and pulling them into the bottomless black hole, ignoring their frantic roars. As the last soul-devouring beast was dragged into the void, the maddening sonic attack finally came to an abrupt end. The plaza instantly returned to a deathly silence, with only the heavy breathing of the crowd and the lingering buzzing in their ears remaining. Let's all rest here for a while. And Yuan looked at the several pale-faced warriors with blood seeping from their eardrums and spoke up. Although the sonic attack had been blocked by Lin Yu's barrier, the mental shock still had seriously injured them. The soldiers felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and they leaned against the broken walls and ruins, panting heavily, trying to recover their strength as quickly as possible. Just then. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the island's core, like a star exploding underground. Immediately afterward, an extremely terrifying energy wave swept across the area. Even from several kilometers away, everyone felt their hearts pound with fear, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats. Lin Yu's expression changed, and he subconsciously said, "You're using it already? What should we use?" And Yu Yuan asked, looking completely bewildered. "Pikachu." Lin Yu blurted out. And Yu Yuan was completely confused and was about to ask which high-level item Pikachu was the code name for. However, before Lin Yu could explain, a terrifying pressure as deep as an abyss instantly enveloped the entire area. The feeling was like being stared at by an ancient behemoth. The warriors felt the familiar dizziness return, even more intense than the sonic attack earlier, as if their souls were being forcibly ripped from their bodies. And Yu Yuan gripped Lin Yu's arm tightly, her face grave, and said, "It seems that the commotion just now caused a change in the soul-devouring beast at the core of the island. It should have entered the third stage." 3 stages? Lin Yu frowned. "What do you mean?" "Many high-level demonic beasts have the ability to transform, but most can only transform once. The soul-devouring beast is different, it can transform twice," and Yu Yuan quickly explained. Lin Yu recalled the white pig-shaped monster they had just destroyed. "Was the clone we fought earlier also a stage of it?" "That's its first stage." And Yu Yuan nodded. "It uses numerous clones to quickly occupy advantageous terrain. The clones can sustain their lives by devouring the corpses of demonic beasts and humans, and they can also devour souls to provide nourishment for the main body." "And what about the second phase?" "The second stage is an immortal physical body." And Yu Yuan's voice carried a hint of apprehension. "This stage of the soul-devouring beast is extremely troublesome. Relying on its powerful regenerative ability, it can regenerate instantly even if its head is cut off. This is why it evolved directly to the third stage after that loud noise just now, indicating that its second stage physical body was destroyed." Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had clearly heard that roar just now. It was the sound of Gongsun detonating the mini-singularity. Since it was able to destroy its second stage, it meant that its so-called immortality was not absolute. "The third stage, which is now," and Yu Yuan said in a deep voice, looking at the dark clouds gradually gathering in the distant sky, "is also the soul-devouring beast's strongest attack method, Soul Strike. It will abandon its physical body and transform into a pure soul form, making physical attacks completely ineffective against it." She paused, seemingly to reassure Lin Yu, "But don't worry, our Yama captain has experts who specialize in dealing with spirits." Beep beep beep. As soon as she finished speaking, and Yu Yuan's bracelet rang urgently. She pressed the answer button, and a blue holographic projection unfolded in front of the two of them, showing Shi Yan's slightly tired but excited face. Yuan, Lin Yu, are things all right on your end?" Shi Yan's voice came through. Everything went smoothly, and Yu Yuan replied. "We just killed a group of soul-devouring beast clones." "Thanks to you guys," Shi Yan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "All of the soul-devouring beast's clones were eliminated, its main body lost its continuous source of nourishment, and its physical body was shattered by Gongsun's mini-singularity, directly knocking it out of the third stage. Lin Yu, that artifact of equality for all beings you concocted is really useful. It can even break through that level of defense. I'm glad I could help." Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, then remembered what Yu Yuan had just said, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. "I just heard Sister Yuan say that we have a way to deal with soul entities. Does that mean we're about to win?" Shi Yan frowned on the other end of the communication line. Instead of the joy of victory, a bitter look appeared on his face. "This is the bad news I have to tell you." And Yu Yuan and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, and at the same time, an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. "Is it that Su Huiming can't handle it?" And Yu Yuan asked tentatively. "Su Huiming is an expert in dealing with supernatural phenomena and spirits within the Yama group. If even he failed." Shi Yan shook his head, his voice low. "Old man and just ordered us to stop attacking the soul-devouring beast." Chapter 50 Threat. "What?" Lin Yu was completely baffled. If it weren't for the soul-devouring beast holding back Yama's 5 captains, the monster crisis on Chongming Island would have been resolved long ago. Now was the perfect time to press their advantage, so why call a retreat? And Yu Yuan narrowed her beautiful eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. Could it be that those old fogies in the alliance are up to something again? Trying to give credit to those aristocratic scions who didn't contribute? Although I don't have a good impression of those big shots either, Shi Yan rubbed his temples. This time it really isn't them. It's Rhine technology. It's them again. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. He hadn't even settled the score for the assassination attempt on him last time, and now this guy was jumping out to cause trouble again at this critical juncture. What are they planning to do this time? Lin Yu asked, barely suppressing his anger. Ryan said they have a way to deal with the soul-eating beasts and want to come and help us. Shi Yan emphasized the word help, the sarcasm in his tone was self-evident. Coming here at this time is less like providing support and more like picking the fruits of others' labor. Lin Yu sneered, does President N really agree to this? Things aren't that simple. Shi Yan sighed, his expression turning serious. There was a Shen-level wormhole incident in Kagoshima before, and at that time Rhine Technology collected a lot of spatial fluctuation data. They speculate that the next wormhole will open in a year. If we refuse their request for support, they intend to forcibly open the wormhole in Kagoshima and attempt to conquer the Lord's core. And Yu Yuan frowned, isn't Kagoshima Rhine's territory? Let them conquer it if they want according to the alliance law, we can't interfere. That is true, Shi Yan shook his head, but Kagoshima and Chongming Island are in similar situations, both very close to the mainland. The Allied forces are currently tied down by Chongming Island and cannot spare enough troops to support Kagoshima in a short time. If Rhine's forced conquest causes the monster tide to spiral out of control, even worse than it is now, large numbers of monsters might cross the sea and migrate to coastal cities on the mainland. Lin Yu clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He knew Shi Yan was telling the truth. The lesson of Chongming Island was still fresh in his mind. If the monster tide were allowed to spread to the mainland, the consequences would be unimaginable. Are they threatening us? Lin Yu's voice was as cold as ice. Using the safety of all humanity to coerce the military into making concessions is a despicable yet effective tactic. It's truly surreal that a tycoon would dare threaten the state apparatus. It's an open conspiracy, Shi Yan said with a wry smile. They knew we wouldn't dare to gamble. Old Manon had no choice but to order a ceasefire for the sake of the bigger picture. Communication fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of the sea breeze echoing in their ears. So what do we do now? And Yu Yuan broke the silence, her voice cold. It's hard to explain in detail over the communicator. Can you guys go back to camp now? Let's have a short meeting, team leaders. Shi Yan's voice came through the communicator, carrying a hint of urgency. Okay, I'll be right back, and Yu Yuan replied crisply, then hung up the phone. She turned around and took Lin Yu's hand again, the warmth of her palm and the powerful energy of the source energy being transmitted into his hand. Before leaving, she turned back and instructed the Allied soldiers who were bandaging their wounds, if you encounter a monster you can't defeat, it's okay to retreat temporarily. The task now is to stabilize the situation. The outcome of the battle at the core of the island will be decided soon. The soldiers struggled to their feet, gave Yu Yuan and Lin Yu a standard military salute, their eyes filled with respect and determination. Back in the makeshift command tent at the camp, as I lifted the heavy blast-proof curtain, a smell mixed with the aroma of coffee and the heat from electronic devices hit me. Inside the tent, Shi Yan was standing in front of a huge electronic screen. Seeing the two of them enter, he nodded and said, "You guys are pretty fast." Lin Yu looked around and noticed that Yi Jinghong had also been called back and was sitting to the side of the conference table. There were also two unfamiliar faces next to the conference table. "Let me introduce you," Shi Yan said, pointing to a burly man with dark skin, a shaved head, and bulging muscles. "The captain of the 8th team, Nanju." The bald, burly man merely glanced coldly at Lin Yu, nodded, and exuded a fierce aura. "This is Xia, the captain of Team 10. Shi Yan then pointed to a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor and wearing gold-rimmed glasses next to him. Xia adjusted his glasses, smiled, and nodded to the two of them, appearing very polite. "Everyone's here, let's get started." Shi Yan clapped his hands, his expression serious. And Yu Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down, then looked around and asked, "Where is Su Weiming?" "He needs to keep an eye on the soul-devouring beast to prevent it from causing any trouble before the Rhine problem is resolved," Shi Yan explained. At this moment, Gongsun walked to the main control screen behind Shi Yan and quickly tapped a few keys on the virtual keyboard. The screen lit up, and the image switched to real-time satellite transmission. It was a desolate island, Kagoshima. A group of researchers in white lab coats were busy in front of various precision instruments, while a huge Rhineland technology vehicle was parked next to them, with a particularly eye-catching silver or logo on its body. "This is satellite footage of the situation in Kagoshima," Gongsun said, pointing to the screen with a heavy tone. "Rhine is already prepared to attack the wormhole. As long as President N explicitly refuses their request for support, they will begin the attack immediately." And Yu Yuan frowned as she looked at the busy figures on the screen. "We can't accept this kind of threat. If we compromise this time, what will we do next time? Will we have to act according to their whims from now on?" President N's intention is also not to compromise, Shi Yan sighed. "But the problem is, how do we get through the current crisis? If Rhine really forces its way through and causes the monster tide to get out of control, are we capable of sending troops to block the gap in Kagoshima while the battle on Chongming Island is still ongoing? At worst, we'll just go to war. Nanju, the captain of the 8th team, slammed his fist on the table. He stood up, his muscles bulging, exuding a murderous aura. They've threatened Yama, we have to teach them a lesson. Let them know that this land of China isn't ruled by their tycoons. Sit down. Xia Xinghe frowned slightly and stopped him. Nanju, calm down. We are not at a disadvantage in terms of combat strength at the moment, and we have just gone through several days of continuous fighting. Everyone is exhausted, both physically and mentally. Moreover, the interests behind Rhine technology are very complex, and the cost of going to war directly would be too great. A brief silence fell over the tent. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Yi Jinghong, holding his coffee cup, gently blew on the steam, breaking the silence. I haven't been here long, so I'm not very familiar with the specifics of Enma's situation. He carefully chose his words, his gaze sweeping over the captains present. Don't we have any way to control them? He paused, then continued, when I ran the group before, the shareholders always checked and balanced each other to prevent one from becoming too powerful. How dare they even think of threatening a national-level special operations organization like Yanma? Don't we have any leverage over them, or any trump cards that can restrain them? Upon hearing this, Gong Sun and Nanju's expressions immediately turned strange. They looked at each other, their eyes flashing with an undisguised embarrassment and anger. They did indeed have something happen, something that brought shame upon Enma. That incident was the biggest stain on Enma's history, and also the source of Rhine's arrogance. But now, in front of the newly appointed captain of Team 7, Lin Yu, and the newly joined Yi Jinghong, how should I bring this up? Chapter 51 Nuclear Threat. Shi Yan scratched his hair, his knuckles turning white from the force, feeling an inexplicable sense of irritation whenever he thought about it. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging emotions, and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Actually, you'll find out about this sooner or later, so there's no point in hiding it. He looked around, his gaze finally settling on Yi Jinghong. You and Lin Yu are both new members. Counting Team 3 and Team 9, that means that before you two joined, there were 4 vacant captain positions in Yanma. Yi Jinghong frowned, keenly catching the key information, and asked in a deep voice, has something changed, and is it related to Rhine? Shi Yan nodded silently, his eyes dark and unfathomable. A year ago, when Yanma was dealing with a crisis involving a level 1 wormhole, 4 captains, 3 defected and joined Rhine, and the other captain, because of their dereliction of duty, ultimately, died in battle. The air seemed to freeze instantly, and a heavy sense of oppression enveloped everyone's hearts. Shi Yan turned her gaze to Lin Yu, her tone becoming exceptionally serious. You all know that Yama doesn't receive a salary. You joined here not for money, but for ideals and responsibility. But when ideals and reality clash violently, how should one choose? He gave a self-deprecating smile, his voice tinged with weariness. How do you choose? When a huge gap appears between the ideal ought to be and the reality is, and self-doubt arises, only a few people can hold fast to their principles. Most people either choose to compromise with reality or are shattered by the harsh reality. He paused, as if speaking to Lin Yu, or perhaps muttering to himself, we yearn for ideals because they are as beautiful as a dream. But the slap of reality can always mercilessly wake you up. Lin Yu pursed his lips and pressed on, to win over 3 captains at once, Rhine's methods shouldn't have succeeded so easily, right? And Yu Yuan, who had been silent all along, spoke up at this moment, her voice tinged with self-reproach. This was our oversight. The former captain of the 5th team, Jiang Yanli, was actually an undercover agent for Rhine. It was she who used her authority and methods to turn the captains of the 3rd and 9th teams against their own side. Shi Yan picked up the conversation and explained to Lin Yu, the importance of space-type ability users should have been explained to you by President and when you joined. Jiang Yanli is an S-level space-type ability user carefully cultivated by Rhine Technology through talent transplantation technology. When President found her, he really thought he had struck gold, but he didn't expect. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he pressed, so what happened after that? Did they just get away with it all? There has to be some price to pay, right? Shi Yan shrugged with a wry smile, his tone full of helplessness. There's nothing we can do. From the very beginning, the Alliance has been advocating human rights and freedom. Even if we wanted to pursue this, they have Rhine backing them up, so the result would be insignificant. Besides, they had been planning this for a long time and their plan was meticulous. They did manage to get away unscathed back then. Lin Yu felt a mix of emotions after hearing this. His teammate had betrayed him during the mission, leading to his death, yet he couldn't receive the punishment he deserved because of so-called human rights and freedom and the other party's background. It seems that America's winds of freedom have ultimately swept across the world, turning it into a bizarre and almost unrecognizable place for him. This world is like a giant makeshift troop. Those seemingly unbreakable rules may just be temporary solutions devised by a few people on a whim. The experts who speak eloquently on the glamorous stage may be secretly searching on Baidu while taking quick notes to fill in the gaps in their knowledge. The processes we follow day after day are often just a cover for the truth that nobody really understands them. Lin Yu unconsciously tapped his fingertips on the table, making a dull sound. I knew it, acting out scripts is completely unreliable. Yi Jinghong's slender fingers unbuttoned his white suit, revealing glimpses of his muscular physique beneath the silk lining. Since the old script is riddled with flaws, we need a new plan. What have we done to prevent betrayal from happening again? Shi Yan stood beside the holographic projection, scratching the iconic dragonfly mask on his face. I've written a new script. Nanju slammed his fist on the conference table, the metal armor striking the surface with a piercing sound. His murderous aura surged like a tangible force. Traitors must pay a bloody price. The lives of those traitors should be used as a sacrifice for the flag. And Yu Yuan sighed, her tone full of helplessness, don't count on them. They're just a bunch of ordinary soldiers. What political acumen do they have? Captain Yanma's treatment is indeed poor, but there's nothing we can do. The alliance has always been holding Yanma by the throat financially. The team leaders' salaries were all used to provide benefits for the soldiers. She paused, her tone full of sarcasm. Those bigwigs in the alliance are both afraid of losing control if Yanma gets too powerful, and also afraid of not having Yanma to fight for them. Yi Jinghong raised an eyebrow and said casually, I'll have my team develop a reform plan for Yanma's system. At least the compensation will be improved. It shouldn't be too difficult for a captain-level expert to make money. That's a good suggestion, Xie Xinghe coughed at the right moment, breaking the silence. Actually, we don't need too much, just enough to keep the brothers from feeling disheartened. We'll talk about the compensation issue later. Shi Yan decisively steered the conversation back on track, his expression grave. The most important thing right now is how to deal with Rhine's blackmail? Lin Yu tapped his fingers lightly on the table and asked in a deep voice, if a war really breaks out, do we really have no chance of winning? That's not entirely true. Shi Yan shook his head. Without the constraints of Chongming Island, if Yanma were to mobilize all its forces, its chances of winning would still be very high. We are far superior to Rhine in terms of overall combat skills, and their headquarters are not in the Asia-Pacific region, so they can't mobilize many mercenaries on short notice. And Yu Yuan added, the other side is not absolutely certain either. Kagoshima's actions may just be a test of Enma's bottom line. We should just fight them. Nanju clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Now is not a good time to start a war, Gongsun calmly rejected the suggestion. Lin Yu looked at Gongsun, a stronger stance is still necessary. He suddenly changed the subject, when we were fighting the soul-eating beast, was that Pikachu still useful? The topic jumped abruptly. Gongsun paused for a moment, then replied, puzzled, of course it works. It's already at stage 3, how could it not be effective? Lin Yu leaned forward, his tone becoming playful, then can you replicate it? Gongsun shook his head decisively, his brows furrowed, I simply cannot understand your energy operation logic. That kind of qualitative change exceeds the existing theoretical model. Xie Xinghe also shook his head. The unique perception of a space-type ability user made him feel cold all over. That's not ordinary compression, it's more like a dimensional leap of source energy, but it's not a simple spatial reconstruction. I can't even capture the phase trajectory of the energy particles. Nanju still had a cold expression on his face. He didn't understand what they were saying, but he felt very excited. Lin Yu suddenly laughed, but the laughter didn't reach his eyes. Spatial power condensed into a pulsating miniature star in his palm. Since you can't understand it, the scientists at Rhine are about the same. He clenched his fist tightly, and the stars collapsed into a single point. I can create a larger mini-singularity and give it to Rhine as a return gift to thank them for their previous care for me. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone understood the weight of Lin Yu's words. That was not just a powerful skill, but a deterrent force capable of changing the course of a battle, an unpredictable nuclear deterrent belonging to Yama. As long as this singularity exists, Rhine must carefully consider whether he can withstand the blow from this uncontrollable variable emanating from Yama before taking any action. Chapter 52 Jiang Yanli. Shi Yan had his hands in his trench coat pockets, and his voice, hidden behind the dragonfly mask, carried a hint of barely perceptible seriousness. Out of caution, I need to confirm some data. Compared to the one detonated in the core of the island, how much more powerful is this one? Lin Yu held up 3 fingers, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather, yet his voice was firm, under the premise that I am undisturbed, at least 3 times should be no problem, right? Hiss. Although everyone was somewhat prepared, the specific output figures still sent a collective gasp through the group. 3 times the power. This meant that if it got out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gong Sun frowned and pressed for the most critical technical challenge. What about stability? How long can this level of energy compression be maintained? We can't preserve it for a long time, Lin Yu said frankly, but a confident smile appeared on his lips. But we can guarantee it won't explode for at least an hour. That's enough time for us to deliver the gift to Rhina's doorstep. That's enough. Shi Yan suddenly raised his hand, and the blue light of the smart bracelet lit up on his wrist. He quickly dialed in Moyan's number. The communication was quickly established, and Shi Yan succinctly reported the results of their discussion and their action plan. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by Moyan's hearty laughter. Ryan has indeed been too arrogant lately, they need to be taught a lesson. I agree with your actions. What kind of soldier is he if he has no backbone? And Moyan's voice was steady and powerful, revealing a fierce and heroic spirit. With the singularity as a deterrent, Ryan will not dare to have any more threatening thoughts in the future. If the Alliance has any objections, I will take the blame. Yama has suffered enough grievances in the past year. He paused, then added, however, just to be on the safe side, when creating that Pikachu, it's best to stay far away from Chongming Island and the mainland. Let's go out to sea, the further away from human habitation the better, to ensure nothing goes wrong. Understood. Shi Yan cut off the communication, turned to look at everyone, his gaze behind the dragonfly mask sharp as a knife. Action. The waves surged, and the salty sea breeze swept over us. Gongsun, carrying Lin Yu, was instantly teleported to a deep sea area far from the mainland. To ensure the operation went smoothly, Shi Yan and Yu Yuan also accompanied them. Beneath their feet was a towering, black, charred rock, and all around them was deathly silence except for the sound of the waves. Shi Yan stopped and raised his hand to signal Lin Yu, we can begin. If the energy gets out of control, I will immediately activate my ability to stop the flow of time in this area. And Yu Yuan then placed her hand on Lin Yu's shoulder, and a warm source of energy flowed into Lin Yu's body through the contact, stabilizing his mind. I will provide you with source energy support, so please feel free to do as you please. Lin Yu nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly stretched out his hands. In an instant, spatial powers converged wildly, and a dazzling galaxy appeared out of thin air between Lin Yu's palms, with starlight flowing around, as if he held the secrets of the entire universe in his hands. After a long while, when the energy condensed to its peak, Gong Sun's eyes sharpened, and he formed a hand seal. A transparent spatial cube appeared out of thin air, sealing the raging galaxy inside perfectly. Lin Yu's face was pale as he wiped away the blood flowing from his eyes and nose, but his voice was firm and unwavering. One might not be enough to deter others, so I'll make another one. Enough! And Yu Yuan shouted sharply, her eyes filled with heartache as she looked at Lin Yu's swaying figure. You're in very poor condition, 1 pill is already your limit. Lin Yu waved his hand, then stubbornly raised it. They must learn a lesson. Just as he was about to activate the system's refresh function, he felt a violent dizziness strike his mind, his consciousness blurred like a kite with a broken string, his vision went black, and his body fell backward uncontrollably. And Yu Yuan reacted quickly, catching him in her arms with gentle yet swift movements, as if holding a fragile treasure. What a show-off! And Yu Yuan muttered under her breath, then activated her water-based superpower, a soft blue light enveloping Lin Yu's entire body to heal his injuries. Watching this scene, Shi Yan's gaze softened beneath the dragonfly mask as he sighed softly. He's been through so much today. Martial arts exams, sparring, and then fighting monsters with us. In the end, he's just a student who hasn't graduated from a superpower university yet. The sea breeze swept away the stench of blood, leaving only the unique tranquility of the deep sea. Let him rest, Shi Yan said, gazing at the distant horizon. Leave the next deterrence mission to us. Kagoshima, at the temporary base established by Rhintech. Zhang Yanli sat languidly at an imported high-end coffee table, her fingertips holding a bone china teacup, the black tea inside steaming gently. She looked relaxed, as if she weren't on a tense front line, but rather in her own garden. She firmly believes that her life has not deviated by even a centimeter, and that every choice she makes is the optimal solution to reach the top. Staff members dressed in Rhine uniforms were constantly monitoring the surrounding spatial data, and the precision instruments emitted a regular humming sound. Has there been no reply from Yama yet? Jiang Yanli put down her teacup, the bottom of the cup making a crisp sound as it collided with the saucer. Her assistant, who was carefully refilling her tea, immediately bowed her head and replied, "There hasn't been a reply yet, but it should be soon. After all, they have no other choice." Jiang Yanli's lips curled slightly, revealing a confident smile. She knew, of course, that Yanma had no choice. After all, she herself was the one who meticulously planned this whole charade. On the surface, they pretend to conquer the wormhole here at any cost, but as long as Yanma compromises for the sake of the big picture, the main force is already waiting near Chongming Island, ready to take down the soul-devouring beast at any time. The value of that soul-devouring beast is immeasurable. The RD department specifically requested that they acquire both its crystal core and materials. Of course, to make the charade believable, the expensive instruments and base vehicle around her were all real. As for whether Enma will lose her mind and refuse Rhine's support, and whether Rhine will actually go and explore that dangerous wormhole space, the answer is definitely no. Without a league to back you up, no one can afford to take responsibility if something goes wrong. Just as she was imagining what kind of reward the Rhine executives would give her after this mission, a cynical voice suddenly rang in her ears, breaking the false tranquility. "Is this the future you've chosen for yourself?" Jiang Yanli's pupils contracted sharply, and she stood up alertly, casually throwing the teacup in her hand, smashing it to the ground. "Who is it?" Shi Yan's figure slowly appeared a few meters in front of her. He was still wearing that black combat suit and his face was covered with his signature dragonfly mask. He looked relaxed but exuded a sense of oppression. "It's you?" Jiang Yanli's eyes narrowed, then she sneered, "Since you're here, the other one should come out too." Only Gongsun can do long-distance teleportation without creating any spatial ripples. As soon as he finished speaking, the space beside Jiang Yanli distorted slightly, and Gongsun's figure appeared silently as if emerging from the water. Jiang Yanli straightened her collar and arrogantly raised her chin. "What are you doing here? You agreed to Rhine's request for support?" Shi Yan chuckled lightly, her tone full of mockery. "What sweet dreams are you having?" Jiang Yanli's face darkened. "You disagree? So you're here to stop us from conquering the Lord's Core?" She sneered, her gaze sweeping over the Rhine elites who were rapidly surrounding them, as if looking at two foolish clowns. "Do you think the two of you can do it?" As soon as she finished speaking, several powerful auras instantly locked onto Shi Yan and Gongsun. The surrounding staff quickly retreated, replaced by fully armed Rhine combat personnel. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and a battle was about to break out. Chapter 53: Mischievous Egg. Shi Yan's gaze swept over the Rhine security guards who looked like they were facing a formidable enemy, a nonchalant smile curving his lips, his voice carrying clearly throughout the entire base. "I'm here to give you a warning. We will deal with you three traitors one by one later." He paused, his eyes suddenly turning cold. However, not long ago, the new captain of Enma was assassinated by Rhine technology. This matter must be taught to you a lesson. After saying that, he ignored the menacing gun barrels and winked at Gongsun. Jiang Yanli's heart skipped a beat. Before she could figure out what they were up to, the two men vanished into thin air. Then, a blinding white dot appeared in her vision. The two had been teleported high in the sky. What do they want to do? Jiang Yanli subconsciously took a step back. A flash of light appeared in Gongsun's hand, and he threw out a red and white spherical object, which was wrapped in layers of seals. The object hovered in the air, emitting a chilling aura. For some reason, Linyu stopped calling the red and white ball, which was a size larger than before, Pikachu, and instead started calling it Naughty Egg. As the seals were broken layer by layer, a destructive aura began to spread. Gongsun's face turned pale. Clearly, maintaining a seal of this level consumed a great deal of energy. Without further hesitation, he grabbed Shi Yan and activated spatial teleportation. Walk! The two vanished from the spot in an instant. Watching the red and white sphere slowly descend, seemingly in slow motion, Jiang Yanli's eyes quickly shifted from initial confusion to terror. The oppressive aura emanating from that thing caused even the supernatural power within her to tremble with fear. She activated her spatial abilities, attempting to move the red and white ball elsewhere. However, the red and white sphere remained completely still. The immense power contained within it was something even a space-age ability user like her couldn't shake. Fear instantly seized her reason. Jiang Yanli completely lost her usual composure, hysterically yelling into the communicator, "Quick! All space-type ability users, abandon all missions and immediately relocate all core researchers. Now! Immediately!" After shouting her last sentence, she didn't even have time to check if the order had been carried out. She grabbed her assistant, activated her strongest spatial teleportation, and fled the area in a disheveled state. Meanwhile, on Chongming Island, thousands of miles away, Su Huiming let out a long sigh of relief, and finally planted the last array flag in his hand. The array patterns on the ground suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire battlefield as if it were daytime. We've closed the net. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded to Nanju and Yi Jinghong above. The soul-devouring beast was no longer the ferocious creature it had been at first. After entering the third stage, its massive body was reduced to a huge skeleton under the combined attack of the formation and powerful figures. Nanju's burly body hovered in mid-air with the help of the bio-force field, looking down at the battle below with a slight frown. If Lin Yu were here, he would definitely find the shape of this skeleton familiar. It was almost identical to the mammoth fossil skeleton in the museum in his previous life, exuding a sense of desolation and death. Xia Xinghe landed silently next to Nanju, playing with a miniature camera in his hand. Nanju turned his head, his voice cold. "Have you dealt with the spies?" Xia Xinghe nodded and casually crushed the camera. It's a newbie from the Junlin Guild. These young people nowadays really don't know their own limitations. They actually dare to do a live stream on a battlefield of this level. Yi Jinghong sneered, his eyes full of disdain. "I was wondering how Ryan knew so much about the battle situation. They sent their support request as soon as we entered the third phase. It turns out there was a mole tipping us off. That kid who did the livestream is currently being interrogated at the military headquarters, and all members of the Junlin Guild have been forcibly removed from the battlefield for allegedly leaking military secrets." Xia Xinghe clapped his hands, as if to brush away something dirty. Yi Jinghong scoffed, the handling was too lenient. If this had happened at the E group, they would have all been skinned alive. Nanju nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the Rhine fleet faintly visible on the distant horizon. His tone was icy. Yamama's style should indeed be tougher. Otherwise, just any Tom, Dick, or Harry will dare to come and cause trouble, as if they really think we're easy targets. Below, the skeleton of the soul-devouring beast finally collapsed completely, its massive skull smashing to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. This battle was ultimately won, but the costs and hidden dangers are far from over. Consciousness slowly rose like bubbles in the deep sea, and Lin Yu gradually woke up. He opened his eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling, its lines sleek and its material a cold, sophisticated gray. He tried to sit up, but his limbs felt as heavy as lead, and with a single effort, he slumped back into the soft mattress. A violent wave of dizziness washed over him, as if his brain were being torn apart, the pain causing his vision to go black. For a moment, he even thought he had traveled through time again, or fallen into some kind of deep illusion. "System," he murmured to himself. A semi-transparent blue screen unfolded on his retina. Lin Yu's mind raced, and he clicked on the talent upgrade option, which was shimmering with a faint light. Instantly, a cool sensation spread through my mind, and the tearing pain receded like a tide, replaced by a long-lost clarity. He closed his eyes for a while before opening them again to carefully examine his surroundings. This is a spacious and bright bedroom, with a huge bed occupying the center position. The walls are inlaid with streamlined lights, and the whole room is filled with futuristic luxury. What am I? Lin Yu lifted the blanket and found that his combat uniform, which was originally covered in dust and blood, had been changed out of his clothes and replaced with a soft and comfortable cotton pajama. He walked barefoot onto the temperature-controlled floor, following the light into the living room. A gentle breeze blew outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, and a giant, iconic Ferris wheel slowly turned in the distance, shimmering with colorful neon lights. Eye of the Coast? Lin Yu was stunned. He had returned to Binhai City? The crisp sound of spatulas clattering against each other echoed from the kitchen, accompanied by the aroma of food wafting out. Lin Yu's heart tightened, and he subconsciously held his breath, approaching silently. He suddenly peeked out and saw a figure with a neat ponytail and a floral apron busy at the stove. Hearing the noise, the person turned around. With curved eyebrows and a bright smile, it was Yu Yuan. Awake? Sleeping Beauty, and Yu Yuan teased as she wiped her hands. Lin Yu paused for a moment, then chuckled, his voice still a little hoarse. "Did I sleep for a long time?" "You've been asleep for 2 days now, what do you think?" And Yu Yuan stirred the food in the pot, her tone slightly reproachful. "If you don't wake up soon, I'll start to wonder if Yanma's nutrient solution has expired." 2 days? Are the aftereffects really that severe? Lin Yu scratched his messy hair and looked around. "Where is this? Is this your home? Are you still half asleep?" And Yu Yuan turned off the stove, turned around and glared at him. "Is this your house? My home?" Lin Yu was even more confused. Wasn't his home in that dilapidated, drafty tenement building in the old city? Gong Soon and I brought you back. There's nothing in your house. And Yu Yuan pointed to the pajamas he was wearing, which were obviously a size too big. The pajamas you're wearing were bought for you by Gong Soon when he felt sorry for you, so he rushed to the mall to buy them for you. She served the food onto delicate bone china plates and invited, "Come and eat." Lin Yu then remembered that this was the Riverview apartment that Rhine Technology had given him as compensation to quell public opinion. He looked at the luxurious decor and expensive furniture in the apartment and sighed inwardly, as expected of Rhine, they really know how to be generous. But then, a professional instinct kicked in. Lin Yu lowered his voice and asked seriously, "This is the house that Rhine Technology compensated me for. There shouldn't be any problems, right? For example, listening devices, hidden cameras, or some kind of mind control device." And Yu Yuan seemed to have anticipated his question and calmly handed him the bowl of rice, saying, "Don't worry, the people from the Anomaly Investigation Department came and checked everything inside and out before, even sweeping the cracks in the floor 3 times. There's nothing wrong." "That's good." Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally relaxing. Just as he picked up his chopsticks to eat, he suddenly realized something and asked anxiously, "How is Chongming Island? And what about Kagoshima? Have the Rhine people left?" And Yu Yuan served herself some rice, sat down, and said, "Don't worry. Thanks to you, everything went smoothly on both sides." She paused, then added, "The big guy on Chongming Island has already been dealt with by Su Huiming and his team. As for Kagoshima..." A playful smile appeared on her lips. "I heard that Rhine's temporary base suffered a bit of an accident, and Jiang Yanli ran away looking disheveled. She's probably writing a self-criticism right now." "That's good." Lin Yu was completely relieved. He picked up a piece of green vegetable with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The rice was soft and the dishes were fresh and fragrant. It was the long-lost, hot taste of home. "It's delicious," Lin Yu exclaimed sincerely, only then realizing that he was really starving, and began to wolf down the food. Outside the window, the sea quietly rotates, reflecting the tranquility of the city. At this moment, the noise fades away, leaving only the soft clinking of bowls and chopsticks and the warm smiles of those around you. Chapter 54: Corny Pickup Lines. The sound of running water filled the kitchen as Yo Yuan's slender figure leaned slightly forward in front of the sink. She bent down to wash a porcelain bowl, her wrist turning gracefully with fluid movements. The rising steam blurred her delicate profile, but it couldn't conceal the elegance that emanated from her very being. Lin Yu appeared much more casual, with one hand in his pocket and leaning against the cabinet next to him, but his gaze remained fixed on Yo Yuan's figure, creating a subtle atmosphere in the air. Rhine probably anticipated that we would compromise, and Yu Yuan's clear voice broke the silence in the kitchen. She put the washed dishes on the drain rack and said in a flat tone, "They sent a fleet to wait in the waters near Chongming Island a long time ago." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with inquiry. "The Rhine fleet actually sailed directly into the military blockade zone designated by the Alliance? They've got guts." "Yes," and Yu Yuan turned around, picked up a towel and slowly wiped the water droplets off her hands, a mocking smile curving her lips. "Nanju went straight over and sank their main warship. Later, they must have received news from Kagoshima, and they didn't even dare to protest, they just slunk away." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with surprise, then his brows furrowed slightly, and his tone became serious. "Won't they retaliate afterward? Rhine's style has always been to hold grudges and seek revenge. Perhaps they would have done so before," and Yu Yuan hung the towel back in its place, her gaze becoming profound. "When Yama was dealing with the monster crisis, they might have pulled some tricks from behind. But now," she paused, her voice gaining a hint of certainty, "they'll have to think twice." "Why?" Lin Yu pressed. "Because Enma has decided to implement reforms." And Yu Yuan's answer was concise and powerful. Lin Yu was about to ask for details when Yu Yuan spoke first. "Deputy Commander Su has returned from the Alliance headquarters, but still hasn't gotten the money. My father accepted Yi Jinghong's reform plan. Since he doesn't want to provide financial support to Yanma, then he doesn't need to provide it anymore." Lin Yu was stunned. This was a lot of information. "Your dad?" And Yu Yuan turned around, her bright face facing Lin Yu, her eyes clear. "Yes, didn't Shi Yin tell you? The old man and he mentioned is my dad." No." Lin Yu touched his nose somewhat awkwardly, then realized another important point. "Yamama has announced her departure from the military? Will the Alliance agree to that?" "They have no choice in this." And Yu Yuan's tone became sharp. "The reason why Rhine is so arrogant is not unrelated to the support of the elders in the Alliance. This time, their open threat to Yama is the result of the elders of the Alliance's indulgence. We are fighting to the death on the front line, but the alliance is playing tricks on us. Rhina's threats have crossed Yama's bottom line, and we no longer need to tolerate it. Lin Yu remained silent for a moment, countless thoughts flashing through his mind, before finally turning into a sigh. It should have been done long ago. Lin Yu nodded slowly, his tone carrying a hint of relief and anticipation. Enma's departure from the military is not merely an organizational change, but a turning point in history. And he and Yu Yuan are standing at this turning point. Sister Yuan, you're taking care of me here. Is everything alright on Chongming Island? Lin Yu watched Yu Yuan turn and walk towards the living room, and couldn't help but call out. Although he knew she was the medical team leader, he still felt that confining her to his small room was a waste of her talents. And Yu Yuan stopped by the sofa in the living room, glanced back at him, and raised an eyebrow slightly. What, you don't want to see me? No way. Lin Yu quickly waved his hand and lowered his voice. Sister Yuan, you can see that I'm lacking everything here, but do you know what I lack most? And Yu Yuan crossed her arms and looked at him with a half smile. What are you missing? Lin Yu made a heart shape with his hands. I need you. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. And Yu Yuan's expression froze for a moment, then her lips twitched violently. She suppressed a laugh, turned around with feigned disgust, and quickly walked to the sofa. Sorry, that's so tacky. She had her back to Lin Yu, her shoulders trembling slightly, clearly trying hard to suppress a laugh. Although the words were incredibly corny, it had to be said that Lin Yu's clumsy attempt was quite endearing. Lin Yu scratched his head, watching Yu Yuan's hasty retreat, somewhat bewildered. Didn't it work? This is the principal's flirting quotes I just searched online. On the sofa, Yu Yuan had already adjusted her expression and sat down elegantly, her long legs crossed, exuding a beautiful and lazy charm. Over at Chongming Island, since the most troublesome soul-eating beasts have been dealt with, the captains can now focus on the elite monsters, she explained, her tone light. Casualties have been minimized, and I, as the medical captain, can take a break. And she paused, her gaze becoming serious. My dad and Deputy Commander Su both think you have a higher priority. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He knew Yu Yuan was telling the truth, but hearing the words higher priority from her still made him feel a strange pressure. It's likely that the singularity that he created himself has been elevated to a strategic level in the eyes of the Enma leadership. And you still have graduation to prepare for, don't you? Yu Yuan switched to a relaxed tone, as if deliberately trying to ease the atmosphere. Lin Yu nodded, his expression somewhat indifferent. The martial arts exam shouldn't be a problem. Actually, I don't have high ambitions. I just want to graduate smoothly. However, he immediately remembered that he had already agreed to team up with Zhou Chang, and his brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. The Thunder Squad was aiming for first place, so it seemed they couldn't afford to relax. Yu Yuan seemed to see through his thoughts and generously said, since you were so sweet-talking just now, I'll stay at your house for a while and cook nutritious meals for you until the martial arts exam is over. Sister Yuan is the best. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, this time with heartfelt gratitude. Let's rest for a while after we've just finished eating. Yu Yuan stood up, picked up the shopping list on the coffee table, and said, take a look and see if there's anything else we need at home. We'll go to the mall to buy it this afternoon. The afternoon sun streamed through the windows, bathing the living room in a warm golden light. Lin Yu watched Yu Yuan's busy figure, a warm feeling welling up inside him. Night falls and the city lights come on. Lin Yu lay in bed and picked up his phone to send a message to Zhou Chang. Almost instantly, Zhou Chang's reply appeared on the screen, concise and to the point. See you at Qingyan Cave tomorrow. Lin Yu closed his eyes, his mind racing with plans for tomorrow. The martial arts exam was just around the corner, and he had to make the most of every minute. Get some rest. Yu Yuan's voice came from the next room, carrying a gentle urging. Okay, good night, Yuan. Chapter 55 Hidden Dungeon. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, and the air at the entrance of the residential area carried a refreshing coolness. Yu Yuan stood next to a pink electric car, now dressed in a simple and neat beige knit sweater. She looked less heroic and more gentle. Although Enma's captains hold official positions in the military, in order to save expenses, these captains are basically doing their work on a voluntary basis. They receive no salary, and sometimes they even have to subsidize their team members out of their own pockets. This has become an unwritten rule within Enma. To make a living, these team leaders, each with their own unique skills, had to use all their abilities. Xie Xinghe teaches at a university, Nanju runs a martial arts school with his superb skills, Yi Jinghong is the president of the E Group and is extremely wealthy, while Gong Sun is a deliveryman who works in all kinds of weather. As for Yu Yuan, she runs a flower shop called Quiet Time in a bustling area of the city, where she spends her days dealing with flowers and plants, which is quite pleasant. I'm going to work, Yu Yuan said, putting on her helmet and turning to look at Lin Yu with a gentle, domestic look in her eyes. I'll be making pork ribs tonight, remember to come home early for dinner. Okay. Lin Yu smiled and waved, watching her ride her electric scooter into the morning rush hour traffic, feeling a warm feeling in his heart. After saying goodbye to Yu Yuan, Lin Yu went to the Qingyan Cave dungeon area on the outskirts of the city. It was the largest training ground in the city, where huge wormhole portals stood like silver monuments in the void, shimmering with a mysterious and dangerous light. At the entrance of the Qingyan Cave instance, Zhou Chang had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Lin Yu approach, he went up to greet him, and the two exchanged a few brief pleasantries. How's the field mission going? Zhou Chang asked casually, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the flashing portals. He has some new ideas for the final boss of the martial arts exam, but whether they will work remains to be seen. Lin Yu nodded, his tone calm. I killed a few demonic beasts on a small island overseas, it went fairly smoothly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang asked with some curiosity, do you receive a stipend for field work? Or do you get a fixed salary? Do you get a share of the profits from the monster materials you collect? Lin Yu was speechless for a moment. Could he say that he received zero salary? Although Yanma had now left the military, his meager allowance was probably only enough to buy equipment. I'm just a newbie, what kind of subsidies or bonuses do I get? Lin Yu smiled bitterly, even he felt ashamed saying it. Oh. Zhou Chang seemed to have expected this. He hesitated for a moment, then leaned closer to Lin Yu and lowered his voice. Actually, it's like this. I plan to create a guild called Thunder. I've already invited Qingxue, Zhao Yu, and Xiaomo to join. He paused, looking intently at Lin Yu. If you're not being treated well in Yumi, you can consider joining our guild. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. This suggestion surprised him somewhat. Captain Enma's job was more like a part-time position, so joining another guild seemed like a good option. Although Zhou Cheng's guild has just been established, it is backed by the Zhou group, so the treatment will definitely be good. This. Lin Yu pretended to be hesitant. Yumi has already signed a contract, but I'm still in my probationary period. The guild owner is a nice person. I'll ask them if I can terminate the contract. The statement wasn't definitively stated, it left room for maneuver. Just then, a tall figure walked over and put his arm around Lin Yu's shoulder without any hesitation. It was Zhao Yu. He had a fierce look on his face and chuckled, we'll still be teammates after you come. When we reach level 60, let's lure that blonde guy out and beat him up. We were so frustrated last time. Lin Yu was a little breathless from his embrace, but she still laughed and said, okay. But in his heart, he was secretly calculating. Yi Jinghong was the captain of the Yama demons and also the president of the Yi group. By the time he and Jiayu had painstakingly reached level 60, Yi Jinghong might already be level 70. At that time, it was really uncertain who would defeat whom. As the group was talking, a flash of silver light appeared in front of the wormhole gate of the Xin-level dungeon Qingyan Cave. That was a sign that the portal was about to open. A huge circular wormhole stood in the void, like a giant eye, watching the group of young people who were about to step into it. Inside the Qingyan Cave instance, towering mountains stand amidst swirling clouds and mist. The massive rocks were jagged and interlocking, and the air was filled with the damp smell of earth and a faint stench of monsters. Although this is a Xin-level dungeon, the types of monsters are limited, mainly consisting of tough-skinned rock-type monsters. However, the complex terrain still deters many newcomers. The group of 5 stopped at the foot of an inconspicuous mountain. Su Qingxue stopped and took out a yellowed scroll from her bosom. The scroll was not paper, but a processed beast hide with jagged edges and blurred lines drawn with cinnabar, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. This is a map of a secret realm that I obtained by chance. Su Qingxue's voice was clear and cold, like shattered jade thrown into a plate. She extended her slender, green finger and drew a circle around an inconspicuous red dot in the center of the map. This is it. There's a floating island here. It's a hidden area in the entire Qingyan Cave instance that no one has explored yet. Hidden dungeon? Xiaomo's eyes widened, her childlike voice filled with curiosity and excitement. That's one way to put it. Su Qingxue nodded, then took out a jade flute that was entirely green from her sleeve. The jade was warm and smooth, with a faint shimmering light flowing through it. This is the key item for entering. I spent a lot of money to buy it. Zhou Chang crossed his arms, his gaze shifting between the map and the jade flute, before turning to the group and saying in a steady tone, "We have two purposes for coming to Qingyan Cave this time. First, to test the teleportation limits of Lin Yu's spatial ability. Second, to cultivate team synergy." He pointed to a red dot on the map. "This hidden floating island will be our touchstone." Lin Yu looked at the jade flute, then at the towering mountain peaks, and said in a relaxed tone, "I also want to know where my current limit is." Before coming, Su Qingxue and Zhou Chang had studied the route repeatedly. Qingyan Cave is located in a dangerous area, but this mountain peak is particularly steep, and it is impossible to climb to the top by ordinary means. Led by Su Qingxue, the group quickly arrived at the designated location at the foot of the mountain. Looking up, the mountain peak was shrouded in thick clouds and mist. The continuous fog obscured the sky and blocked out the sunlight, let alone any sky islands. "This is it." Su Qingxue put away the map, her tone certain. Xiaomo craned her neck and strained her eyes to look up, but all she saw was a vast expanse of white. She couldn't help but pout. "I didn't see any floating islands either." Su Qingxue chuckled and put her arm around Xiaomo's shoulder, her tone softening slightly. "Silly girl. The sky island is suspended above the clouds. You can only see it after you reach the mountaintop." Zhou Chang turned around, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. "Use your special ability to teleport all five of us up at the same time. However, with the clouds obscuring the view, we might not be able to pinpoint the summit. We can make a transfer point halfway up the mountain and teleport in two separate trips." He was acting out of caution. Carrying 4 people on a long-distance spatial teleport would be a huge burden for any superhuman, let alone having to pass through thick clouds. Lin Yu shook his head, looking relaxed. "No need for that." Before he finished speaking, a strange spatial fluctuation rippled outwards from him. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet suddenly give way, and their vision was instantly filled with distorted streams of light. Immediately afterward, a strong sense of weightlessness washed over them, as if they had been thrown into a high-speed spinning washing machine. It was only a moment, yet it felt like an eternity. The world before my eyes solidified again, and a feeling of dizziness followed. Ugh! Zhao Yu's face turned deathly pale, and he swayed back and forth like a drunken bear, retching while holding his knees. "No, brother, could you have told me before you sent this? This is more thrilling than a roller coaster." Lin Yu scratched his head apologetically. "It's normal for the first teleport to be like this. You'll get used to it after a few times. I didn't expect the clouds to have an interference effect." Zhou Chang was the first to recover. He shook his slightly dizzy head, looked around, and his eyes were full of shock. "We've reached the top of the mountain?" They were now standing on a flat rock platform. The surrounding clouds and mist were slowly dissipating, revealing the scenery that had been obscured. Everyone gasped in shock. Not far ahead of them, a sea of clouds churned, and above it, a solitary island floated silently. Below the island lay a bottomless abyss, and above it, a clear blue sky, like a fairyland abandoned on Earth. That's exactly what's marked on the map, the Sky Island. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, gripped the jade flute tightly, and her eyes became more serious than ever before. "Are you ready? On the Sky Island, there might be opportunities, or, whatever it is, I can't let my money go to waste." Chapter 56 Immortal Abode. The sea of clouds churned and surged, and the floating island, under the sunlight, resembled a celestial mountain, exuding a mysterious aura that captivated the heart. Lin Yu gazed at the island so close at hand, his mind filled with doubt. "It doesn't look that far. How come no one noticed it before?" "It's not that no one has noticed," Zhou Chang shook his head, his gaze grave. "It's just that we simply can't get up there." Lin Yu looked at him in confusion, not quite understanding what he meant. Su Qingxue picked up the conversation, her tone tinged with helplessness. There was a wind-type ability user who tried to fly up there, but for some reason, even though the Sky Island was right in front of them, no matter how high they flew, they always felt like they were just a little short. Later, some people tried hovercars and flying machines, but without exception, they all ended in failure. No matter how high they rose, the island always seemed to maintain a constant distance from them, like a mirage, or some unattainable illusion. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu closed his eyes and released his spiritual energy, attempting to pinpoint the spatial coordinates of the immortal mountain. However, he quickly noticed something amiss. Every so often, the coordinates were subtly shifting. It might be some kind of mechanism or rule. Lin Yu opened his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly. "I just wanted to give it a try," Zhou Chang said, looking at the unreachable Sky Island with a hint of reluctance in his voice. "If I really can't get there, then I'll just give up. There's no need to take too much risk for a legend. Since we're already here, we should at least give it a try." Su Qingxue immediately retorted. Her eyes were fixed on the island, and she was thinking about all the money she had wasted, feeling a pang of heartache. Looking at Su Qingshue's ready-to-die expression, Lin Yu smiled helplessly. Alright, let's give it a try. His expression hardened, and he added, whether there are treasures in these hidden dungeons is unknown, but danger is definitely present. Zhou Cheng patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, don't worry, our goal is to train the team. If there is any danger that we can't handle, we'll withdraw immediately. As for the spoils, we'll split them equally among the 5 of us, as usual. Okay, they all agreed in unison. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng took out 2 red vials from his backpack, handed one to Zhao Yu, and kept one for himself. This is an enhancement potion, Zhou Cheng explained, which can allow Zhao Yu and me to break through to level 40 in a short time. Once we reach level 40, we can use the bio-force field to gain the ability to fly. He looked at Lin Yu and said firmly, so, even if the teleportation fails, Zhao Yu and I can catch everyone in mid-air. This meticulous arrangement put everyone at ease. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Yu with some concern. How are you? You just used teleportation, do you want to rest for a while longer? Lin Yu shook his head, looking relaxed. I didn't use much energy, you just need to be prepared. Zhou Cheng and Zhao Yu immediately gripped the enhancement potion in their hands, ready to take it at any moment. Lin Yu took a deep breath, his eyes sharp, once again capturing the pattern of the Sky Island's coordinate changes. The instant the coordinates completed a shift, he decisively activated the teleportation. A strong spatial fluctuation instantly rippled outwards, enveloping the 5 people. The light and shadow shifted before my eyes, and the feeling of weightlessness returned. The next moment, their feet landed firmly on solid ground. Looking around, they found themselves standing on land never before trodden by any superhuman. After the dizziness from the teleportation subsided, the sight before them made everyone hold their breath. On the floating island, the vegetation is so lush it's almost exaggerated, and all kinds of flowers are vying for attention, as if all the spring colors in the world have been condensed into this one place. However, after looking at it for a while, something felt off. It was the turn of spring and summer, so it was understandable to see peonies in full bloom. But the chrysanthemums with their golden stamens were also in full bloom. What was even more outrageous was that the plum blossoms next to them were also exuding fragrance, creating a beautiful contrast between the red plum blossoms and the white snow. This is rather unusual. Of course, this is an alternate dimension where time flows differently from the outside world, so perhaps the existence of an eternal spring is understandable. However, the simultaneous appearance of plants and flowers from different seasons, and even the blooming of different seasonal flowers on the same tree, is not simply a disruption of the natural order. It's as if someone deliberately put them together. They look nice, but this forced combination of beauty gives off an inexplicable sense of disharmony, as if this were a giant, meticulously arranged bonsai. Let's go deeper inside and take a look, Zhou Cheng said in a deep voice, suppressing his shock. With trepidation, the group began their exploration of the floating island. Even more incredibly, the entire island contained nothing but plants. There were no animals or monsters whatsoever, not even a single insect. A deathly silence reigned, broken only by the rustling of the wind through the flowers, adding an eerie touch to the otherwise beautiful scenery. In the center of the island, an ancient cave dwelling suddenly appears. Its style of flying eaves, brackets, carved beams, and painted rafters is completely out of place with the surrounding strange and exotic landscape. It seems this is the place they're looking for. The cave's entrance was tightly shut, covered with intricate runes. Lin Yu stepped forward, attempting to use his spatial abilities to investigate the situation inside. However, the moment his mental energy touched the door, he was repelled by a tremendous force, as if electrocuted. This cave has a barrier set up to prevent spiritual detection. Lin Yu rubbed his temples and looked at Su Qingxue with some helplessness. It's your turn to make your appearance. Su Qingxue nodded and took out the jade flute again. If you looked closely, you would find a row of strange symbols engraved on the surface of the flute. These symbols were not decorations, but some kind of ancient script. She brought the jade flute to her lips, and a clear, melodious sound began to play. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to carry a strange rhythm, each note striking precisely on the runes on the gate. A shocking scene unfolded. As the flute music rose and fell, the runes on the gate lit up one by one, eventually recombining. The heavy stone gate slowly opened before them, as if welcoming their arrival. The strange symbols on the jade flute are actually ancient musical scores, Su Qingxue explained, putting down the jade flute. She consulted many ancient books and found that ancient musical scores were very complicated. After being replaced by modern scores, many musical pieces have been lost. Luckily, I am very knowledgeable and I saw through the mystery of this jade flute at a glance, she said with a slight smile, otherwise, this opportunity would not have come our way. Xiaomo swallowed nervously, her voice trembling slightly. Are we really going in? Since we're already here. Su Qingxue strode towards the cave, her tone leaving no room for argument. The gates are open, are we just going to go back like this? Zhou Chang stepped into the cave first, and after confirming it was safe, the others filed in. As the last person entered, the stone door behind them slammed shut with a bang, completely shutting out the bizarre and fantastical world outside. The lights inside the cave automatically turned on when someone entered, emitting a soft white light. Lin Yu looked around, a huge question mark rising in his mind. This was a wormhole space, an alternate world, so why would there be a celestial abode like those in cultivation novels? Is this reasonable? After the start of the source energy era, have humans found any traces of other civilizations in wormhole space? Lin Yu suddenly asked. Actually, Lin Yu already had the answer in his heart when he asked the question. He himself was a top student, and no one present could match his grades. No, Zhou Chang shook his head, his expression grave. Not yet. But theoretically, it's possible to find one. Lin Yu stroked his chin, remained silent for a moment, and slowly said, so, what do you think is the likelihood that we will witness history? Su Qingxue raised an eyebrow. You mean, this cave might be fake? Some kind of illusion? Lin Yu didn't answer directly, but instead asked, where did you buy the jade flute and the map? Su Qingxue paused for a moment, then subconsciously replied, the black market. Chapter 57 The Tomb. The black market. Before she could finish speaking, she herself was stunned. Everyone knows how murky the black market is. Could it be that the opportunity they painstakingly sought was actually a meticulously planned scam? The atmosphere inside the cave instantly became heavy. Lin Yu frowned, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Su Qingxue and Zhou Chang. Various legends about discovering otherworldly civilizations circulate on the internet, but no one has ever provided conclusive evidence to prove whether what they say is true or false. Why did you suddenly go to the black market and buy this map and the jade flute? Lin Yu finally asked the question that had been bothering him. Su Qingxue smoothed the stray hairs at her temples, her expression calm. I asked the steward to help me gather some strange and unusual stories about Xin-level dungeons. My old steward has been with my father for decades and is very reliable. He would never do anything to harm me. That being said, it cannot be ruled out that the old butler was deceived. In this era of information overload and difficulty in distinguishing truth from falsehood, even the most astute person can be misled. Zhou Cheng pondered for a moment and said, actually, it might not be a trap. Of course, the possibility that this is really a celestial abode is also extremely slim. How so? Lin Yu pressed. Think about it, Zhou Cheng said, looking around at everyone. Most of the dungeons we usually enter belong to alliances or major financial groups. Some dungeons, in order to attract more people to explore, or to conduct some kind of secret test, will always make all sorts of exaggerated publicity. They will use the power of the Lord Core to create some hidden dungeons. Zhao Yu suddenly realized, slapping his thigh, so, this is actually a man-made fake cave. All those so-called ancient musical scores, floating islands, and immortal mountains are just gimmicks to create an atmosphere? Zhou nodded. After all, the ancient musical score on that jade flute can be found in ancient books. It's more likely that it's a man-made hidden copy. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. The Lord's Core's power was so great, capable of simulating such a realistic remnant of a cultivation civilization? To which faction does Qingyan Cave belong? Is it an alliance? It's not an alliance, Zhou Chang shook his head, and his next words made Lin Yu's heart sink. It belongs to Raintech. Ha! Lin Yu almost lost his voice. He almost developed a stress disorder from the words Raintech. Zhao Yu scratched his head, looking puzzled. What's wrong? Why such a big reaction? Rhine technology may be a bit domineering, but the equipment and potions they sell are really good. Lin Yu took a deep breath and tried to explain. I have some disagreements with the guild I just joined and Rhine technology. What is a disagreement? Zhao Yu asked, looking completely bewildered. Lin Yu was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to explain the complicated entanglement of interests to this martial arts fanatic. Su Qingxue chuckled and explained for him, it's just that we have different views and can't stand each other. Zhao Yu said, oh, seemingly understanding yet not quite. What's the big deal? Last time, that blonde guy beat us up for no reason, but I still stayed in the presidential suite, didn't I? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Su Qingxue shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, we're already here, and the door's closed. Let's just take it one step at a time. Since there was no way back, everyone could only continue forward. Zhao Yu volunteered to go first and scout ahead, his large body appearing somewhat crowded in the narrow passage. The walls on both sides were covered with densely packed characters, the strokes twisted and distorted, resembling some kind of lost hieroglyphic script, completely unrecognizable. Further on, murals of figures and animals began to appear on the stone walls. The content of the murals is somewhat shocking. The first painting depicts humans sacrificing animals at an altar, their blood staining the earth red. They then gain a violent killing power, wielding bone knives and becoming invincible. The second painting shows a sudden shift in style. The sacrificial offerings have been changed from animals to bountiful harvests of grain and fruit. They have acquired gentle healing abilities, capable of bringing the dead back to life, and are revered. In the third painting, conflict erupts. A fierce battle ensues between the killer wielding a bone knife and the healer holding ears of wheat. Slaughter triumphs over healing, and the altar is once again stained crimson with blood. The final painting depicts a world devoid of rituals and healing. Humanity has become tyrannical, killing one another, and ultimately perishing. The whole scene was filled with despair and gloom. What is this drawing? Zhao Yu looked at the distorted human figures and felt a chill run down his spine. A cult ritual? Lin Yu stared at the last painting, his eyes serious. This doesn't seem like a story, it's more like some kind of warning. Just then, the stone door at the end of the passageway slowly opened, revealing a huge stone chamber. In the center of the chamber was a platform with grooves. Zhou Chang leaned closer to examine it, raising an eyebrow slightly. The size of this groove feels about the same as your jade flute. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue did not hesitate at all and inserted the jade flute engraved with ancient musical scores into the groove. Click. With a soft click, the jade flute fit perfectly into the platform. Immediately afterwards, the thick stone wall opposite the platform slowly rose, revealing a dark opening. Summoning his courage, Zhao Yu cautiously peeked over to investigate. However, in an instant, he recoiled as if burned, waving his hands and gagging, "Ugh! This smell! It's too strong!" As Zhao Yu shrank back, a thick, putrid stench wafted out of the cave entrance. The smell was like countless corpses rotting in a confined space for hundreds of years, a mixture of mold and adipocere, making one want to vomit. Bear with it. Zhou Chang rummaged through his spatial backpack for a while with a blank expression, then pulled out several oddly shaped gas masks and distributed them to everyone. After everyone put them on, although most of the smell was blocked, the stench that seemed to penetrate the soul still lingered. Although I felt reluctant, the task still had to be done. Lin Yu took a deep breath, gripped the energy gun in his hand, and stepped into the cave entrance first. To everyone's surprise, this place turned out to be a huge tomb. Neatly arranged on both sides were rows of pitch-black coffins, their chilling aura rising straight to their necks, as if countless eyes were watching them from the darkness. Zhao Yu swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. The dead man in the coffin won't jump out, will he?" Xiaomo turned pale with fright and grabbed Su Qingshue's arm tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. "Don't scare me." Zhao Yu scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "I was just joking to lighten the mood." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a loud bang was heard, and the lid of the nearest coffin behind them was violently flipped over and crashed to the ground. Amidst the rising dust, a shriveled, desiccated corpse was revealed, its empty eye sockets staring blankly at the crowd. "Oh my god, that scared me to death." Zhao Yu jumped up in fright, patting his chest. "I thought it would move." The mummified corpse stiffly raised its arm, actually managing to climb out of the coffin. Then, a second, a third, the surrounding coffins began to rattle one after another, and the mummies, like a pack of hungry beasts, staggered and swayed as they surrounded the group. "Zhao Yu! Can't you stop jinxing me?" Su Qingshue's face turned pale. With a wave of her staff, an ice spike shot out and accurately struck the abdomen of a dried corpse. With a plop, the mummified corpse's abdomen was pierced, but it only paused for a moment before continuing to walk over. "Attack the head!" Zhou Chang reacted with lightning speed, his spear lashing out like a venomous dragon, the tip piercing precisely into the skull of a mummified corpse, shredding it to pieces. The corpse instantly collapsed to the ground, completely still. "The head is a weak point, try to attack the head." Zhou Chang shouted a reminder. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately adjusted his posture, and the energy gun in his hand emitted a low hum. His eyes were calm, and every shot was a headshot. Each time a beam of energy struck the mummified corpse's head, it produced a muffled poof sound, and the corpse's head instantly exploded, causing it to fall to the ground, out of control. Although there were quite a few corpses in this tomb, the battle ended quickly thanks to Lin Yu's accurate marksmanship and the cooperation of Zhou Chang and Su Qingxue. Looking at the mess on the ground, Zhao Yu said with some lingering satisfaction, "That's it? I've seen in many games that skeletons can be pieced back together after being destroyed, and then evolve into something like a skeleton general." "Shut up!" Su Qingxue interrupted him impatiently. What she had just witnessed was enough to give her nightmares, and she didn't want to verify Zhao Yu's game experience any further. Zhou Cheng examined the mummified remains on the ground, his expression grave. These mummified bodies still contained faint traces of source energy, indicating that they were forcibly awakened by some force. "We shouldn't linger, let's move on." Composing themselves, the group walked around the scattered limbs and headed towards the passage deep inside the tomb. Chapter 58: The Chessboard. The lights at the end of the passage suddenly went out, replaced by endless darkness. The group stopped in their tracks, their vision instantly swallowed by endless darkness. "It's so dark." Xia Mo subconsciously tightened her collar, her voice sounding somewhat thin in the empty space. Zhou Chang raised his hand and activated the terminal on his wrist. A beam of fluorescent white light pierced the darkness. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu, Zhao Yu, and Su Qingxue also turned on their lights. Several beams of light swept across the darkness, but seemed to be swallowed up by the boundless darkness, unable to illuminate anything beyond 100 meters. Until the beam of light descended and landed at their feet. The once pitch-black ground, illuminated by the lights, revealed a vast, black and white checkered pattern. These checks were perfectly aligned and stretched into the depths of darkness, resembling a giant chessboard laid out underground. Zhao Yu, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. "Stop!" Zhao Yu lowered his voice, his eyes warily fixed on the ground. "This looks suspicious." Lin Yu stepped forward and saw the pattern on the floor. His lips twitched, and a long-forgotten occupational hazard surged into his mind. On each black and white stone slab, a number is clearly engraved. 1, 5, 3, 7, 2, 9. Seemingly chaotic, yet somehow containing a certain logic. "They're not even pretending anymore?" Lin Yu's tone was full of disdain. "Does the cultivation world still have Arabic numerals? Or is it that the modeler of this crappy dungeon was too lazy to draw a decent rune and just copied and pasted keyboard numbers?" In his previous life, he worked 996 at a major internet company, spending his days either writing code or fixing bugs. What he hated most were those planners who didn't follow logic and added arbitrary settings. Seeing these numbers scattered all over the ground now feels like stepping back into that night when I was dominated by requirements documents. "This hidden dungeon is poorly made," Lin Yu complained. "It lacks any immersion, a complete letdown." Zhao Yu nodded in deep agreement. "Based on my gaming experience, these black and white squares with numbers are 100% landmines. If you step on the wrong one, you'll be hit by a barrage of arrows, or the floor will crack and you'll fall into a trap." As he spoke, he bent down, picked up a piece of gravel the size of a fist, and casually tossed it toward the square in front of him. The stone landed on a white stone slab marked with a 4, bounced twice, and rolled onto a black stone slab marked with a 6 next to it. Silence. Nothing happened. Zhao Yu scratched his head. "Huh? Did I guess wrong? Could it be a fake mechanism?" Unconvinced, he picked up a few more stones and tossed them at different squares like a shower of petals. The stones rolled around, the numbers clashed, but apart from the crisp sounds of the stones colliding, the passageway remained calm. "Could it be that we have to use someone to step on it?" Zhao Yu swallowed hard, deciding to test the waters himself. He carefully extended his right foot and tentatively stepped onto a white floorboard marked with the number 1. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The wind is gentle and the clouds are light. Life is peaceful and serene. "Looks like everything's all right?" Zhao Yu breathed a sigh of relief and was about to step forward with his left foot when Zhou Cheng suddenly warned him urgently from behind, "Zhao Yu, don't move." However, it was too late. The moment Zhao Yu's left foot landed completely on the white stone slab, a faint blue halo suddenly appeared on the slab beneath his feet, instantly enveloping his entire body. The next second, Zhao Yu vanished into thin air. "Zhao Yu!" Xia Mo exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Cheng raised his wrist to try to contact Zhao Yu using his smart bracelet. He stared intently at the terminal screen, and a few seconds later, a voice message popped up. "Oh no! I'm back at the main gate. Wait for me, I'll be right there." It was Zhao Yu's voice. He sounded a bit disheveled, but he should be all right. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Teleported back to the starting point? What kind of punishment mechanism is this? Lin Yu closed his eyes and tried to release his mental energy to explore the black and white chessboard. However, that mental power he was so proud of, capable of sensing spatial fluctuations, felt as if it had struck an invisible wall the moment it touched this darkness. No matter how hard he tried, his mental power could not penetrate this layer of darkness to explore the scene at the end of the grid. What's wrong? Zhou Cheng noticed Lin Yu's unusual behavior. My spiritual power can't get through. Lin Yu opened his eyes, his brows furrowed. This darkness is strange, like some kind of barrier that prevents me from probing. Since mental energy cannot penetrate, it means that spatial abilities cannot be used to teleport there. About 20 minutes later, Zhao Yu came running back, panting heavily. His forehead was covered in sweat, his clothes were covered in dust, and there were several scratches on his combat uniform. Were you chased by stray dogs? Lin Yu looked him up and down. More disgusting than wild dogs. Zhao Yu cursed as he pulled out a wet wipe to clean his hands. I just passed by that tomb where the mummies were kept, and guess what? Those mummies all came back to life. As soon as I passed by, the coffin lids were lifted up. Those zombies came back to life, and I had to fight them again before I could get back. He patted his chest with lingering fear. This damn dungeon, one wrong step and you have to start all over again, and fight the monsters all over again. It's an anti-human design. Zhou Cheng frowned as he looked at the still quiet black and white squares in front of him. There must be a pattern. Since it's a teleportation back to the starting point, it means that you have to step on the correct squares to pass this level. Xia Mo ignored Zhao Yu's complaints. Her gaze was drawn to a row of faint engravings on the wall. The marks were inconspicuous, like some kind of decorative pattern, and in the dim light, they exuded a strange sense of rhythm. Look at the wall, Xia Mo said, pointing to the symbols. Don't these symbols look somewhat like the musical scores on the jade flute? Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue immediately moved closer to the wall. It's sheet music, she said confidently. But it's not the same piece of music. Zhao Yu suddenly realized, does it mean that, like the entrance, one has to play the flute to get through? Zhou Cheng shook his head. The jade flute controls the stone door on the wall. If you take the jade flute away, the stone door will close, and you won't be able to get through. This musical score must have another meaning. Su Qingxue looked at the glaring Arabic numerals on the floor tiles, and a flash of inspiration struck her, suddenly realizing a possibility. I've got it, she pointed to the floor tiles. We'll convert the ancient musical scores into standard musical notation. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si correspond to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 respectively. She paused, then looked intently at everyone. If we just follow the order of the sheet music and step on the corresponding numbered squares, we should be able to pass. The air fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at Su Qingxue, then at the obscure ancient musical symbols on the wall. It was clear that not recognizing the ancient musical scores was a hurdle that couldn't be overcome. If Su Qingxue's speculation is correct, then this is not just a physical mechanism, but a puzzle that transcends time and space and integrates ancient and modern music theories. But the sheet music is so long. What if we remember it wrong if we just rely on our brains? Zhao Yu said with some concern. Su Qingxue took out her bracelet and took a panoramic photo of the sheet music on the wall. No need to memorize everything. I'll read from the photos while you step on them. Su Qingxue adjusted the communication channel on her bracelet. Everyone, one by one. I'll direct you from the middle. Qingxue is so smart. Zhao Yu gave a thumbs up. Then I'll go first. Su Qingxue cleared her throat and fixed her gaze on the starting position. Zhao Yu, listen carefully. First step, white square, number 5. Zhao Yu took a deep breath and carefully stepped onto the white square marked 5. Buzz. The grid glowed faintly, but no teleportation was triggered. It works! Zhao Yu exclaimed with delight. Continue. Step 2, black square, number 3. Zhao Yu did as instructed and stepped out. Step 3, white square, number 1. Under Su Qingxue's precise guidance, Zhao Yu stepped onto the correct squares one by one. As he went deeper, his figure was gradually swallowed by the darkness, and the light from his bracelet became a faint dot in the distance. The final step, the black square, the number 7. Chapter 59, The Skeleton General. Zhao Yu stomped down heavily. A flash of light, and he wasn't teleported back to the starting point, but instead stood firmly in the same spot. I'm here. Zhao Yu's voice came through the bracelet, tinged with excitement. This trick really works. However, when he looked back, his pupils suddenly contracted. Behind me was absolute darkness. If Su Qingshua's voice hadn't been still clearly coming from the bracelet, he would have thought he had lost contact with his teammates, as if he were the only person left in the world. "I'm over here, come over here quickly," Zhao Yu shouted. Su Qingshua's voice was calm. "Zhao Yu, don't move around over there. Check your surroundings first." Zhao Yu surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the circular stone platform beneath his feet, all that lay ahead was endless darkness. But at the edge of the platform, the outline of a magic circle emitting a faint glow could be vaguely seen. "There's a teleportation array." Zhao Yu crouched down, carefully examining the intricate patterns. "It looks like it can be activated. Should I go in?" Zhou Cheng's voice came from the bracelet, tinged with caution. "Don't move yet. Let's go there first. We don't know where this teleportation array leads. What if it's another trap?" "Alright, then I'll wait for you here." Zhao Yu sat helplessly on the stone platform, looking at the endless darkness before him, feeling a strange chill run down his spine. Su Qingxue looked at the three people in front of her. "Next, who's next?" The light from the teleportation array gradually dimmed, and the scene before everyone's eyes peeled away from the dark afterimage. They entered the next level, a fairly spacious platform, where a biting chill and howling wind assaulted them. "This teleportation array is so shaky." Zhao Yu, supporting his knees and looking pale, dry-heaved a few times. Then he looked up, his pupils suddenly shrinking. "Holy crap, where am I?" Everyone stared intently, their hearts leaping into their throats. Beyond the platform lay a dilapidated stone bridge, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side, its broken sections revealing jagged gaps. Looking down through the gaps in the bridge, a chilling light shone. Countless blades, spears, and protruding stone spikes stood like a forest in the abyss, their dim reflections sending shivers down one's spine. "If I fall in, I'll probably turn into a candied hawthorn." Lin Yu shrank his neck and subconsciously moved closer to the center of the bridge. Summoning his courage, Zhao Yu peered into the abyss, trying to find a way through. Just then, a sudden roar erupted from the bottom of the abyss, and flames shot up several meters high, almost reaching the bridge surface. "Holy crap!" Zhao Yu was so startled that he leaned back, almost getting his hair singed. He patted his chest, still shaken, and cursed, "What the hell is this? The traps are designed to be so sinister. Are the developers trying to kill the players?" Xia Mo stared at the broken bridge, her face turning pale. "How are we going to get through this? Jump over it? The span is at least tens of meters." Zhao Yu straightened his bangs, which had been ruffled by the wind though there weren't many strands, and patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry, watch me." He placed his hands on the bridge surface, his spiritual energy surging, and shouted, "Rock pillar sky supporting." However, the expected rock pillar that rose from the ground did not appear. Zhao Yu was stunned for a moment, and tried to activate his spiritual power again, but found that the source energy in his body seemed to be frozen in this strange space, and its circulation was extremely sluggish. It seems my spiritual power is being suppressed?" Zhao Yu scratched his head awkwardly. Seeing this, Lin Yu sighed helplessly. "It still has to be me." He stepped forward, his gaze locking onto the space opposite the broken bridge, and his mental energy instantly spread out. Although this area provided some protection for mental energy, he was still confident in his ability to teleport short distances. "Get ready," Lin Yu said in a deep voice. The next second, their figures vanished from their original spot and instantly reappeared on the other side of the broken bridge. "Done." A fine bead of sweat appeared on Lin Yu's forehead. Forcing spatial teleportation under this oppressive environment consumed far more energy than usual. Once they left the sea of fire, the suppressive effect of the source energy disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and continued forward along the passage ahead. They hadn't gone far when their view suddenly opened up, and a massive bronze stone door blocked their path. "It's this kind of door again." Zhao Yu flexed his wrists, stepped forward, placed his hands against the cold bronze door, and pushed it hard with all his might. Creak! With a sickening scraping sound, the heavy stone door was slowly pushed open. A stench of old dust, rotten wood, and some indescribable fishy smell wafted out. "Ugh! That smell again." Zhao Yu covered his nose, waving his hand to brush away the dust as he complained, "Why does it always smell exactly the same every time we enter a tomb like this? Can the developers please change the scent? Sandalwood would be fine too." As the group entered the tomb chamber, they discovered it was completely different from the previous passageway. The chamber was spacious and grand, with weapon racks and armor racks neatly arranged on both sides. The rusty swords, spears, and halberds gleamed with a cold, eerie light, and a chilling atmosphere permeated the air. On the other side are towering bookshelves piled high with bamboo slips, resembling an underground library. I'm rich. I'm rich. Zhao Yu's eyes lit up as he walked straight to the weapon rack. His gaze was instantly drawn to a huge battle axe leaning against the corner of the wall. The battle axe had a thick, broad blade with a curled edge, and was covered in reddish-brown rust, making it look incredibly heavy. Wow, this thing is huge. Zhao Yu stepped forward, gripped the axe handle with both hands, and struggled to lift it, his face turning red and his neck bulging. It felt heavy in his hands, but it didn't seem like a legendary divine weapon. Instead, it felt like an ordinary piece of iron. Hey, do you guys think this thing can be sold as an antique? Zhao Yu weighed the battle axe in his hand. Although it's a bit rusty, its weight makes it a decent priced possession. Lin Yu glanced at it and calmly analyzed, if this instance was created using the Lord's Core, then these weapons are most likely data-simulated replicas that cannot be taken out. We've gone through so much trouble, are we going to end up with nothing? Zhao Yu said dejectedly, and casually threw his battle axe on the ground with a clatter. Zhou Cheng ignored their idle chatter and sharply scanned the center of the tomb chamber. Watch out for that coffin. Following his gaze, everyone saw a dark stone coffin placed in the center of the tomb chamber. The coffin lid was tightly sealed and covered with strange runes, exuding an ominous aura. Zhao Yu stroked his chin and said seriously, based on my gaming experience, if we take 2 more steps forward, the coffin lid will definitely lift itself. What a jinx, Xia Mo muttered under her breath. However, as soon as Zhao Yu finished speaking and everyone took 2 steps, the atmosphere inside the tomb suddenly turned chilly and the temperature plummeted. Bang! With a loud bang, the lid of the stone coffin suddenly shattered, sending countless fragments of stone flying everywhere. Zhao Yu raised his eyebrows smugly. What did I tell you? Su Qingxue glanced at him helplessly, too lazy to even complain anymore. As the smoke and dust cleared, a huge figure slowly rose from the coffin. It was a skeleton general wearing tattered armor, nearly 3 meters tall, with 2 ghostly blue flames burning in his empty eye sockets. It raised its hand and beckoned into the distance. The huge battle axe that Zhao Yu had just discarded on the ground flew into its hand with a whoosh. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire area, as if Mount Tai were pressing down on us. Zhao Yu looked up at the enormous thing, swallowed hard, and whispered, "It's big enough, it's got the look." The skeleton general let out a deep roar, and swung his battle axe violently, creating a whistling sound. Clearly, a fierce battle was inevitable. Chapter 60 Code. Watch out! It's coming! Zhao Yu roared, gripped the giant shield tightly with both hands, and charged into the 3-meter-tall skeleton general like a raging bull. Roar! The skeleton general lowered his body, ghostly flames surging from his empty eye sockets, and let out a roar that seemed to come from the deepest hell. The roar seemed to have a tangible form, transforming into a visible sonic shockwave that slammed heavily into Zhao Yu's shield. Bang! Zhao Yu felt a tremendous force strike him, and he and his shield were thrown away, rolling several times on the ground before barely coming to a stop. The edges of the shield were twisted and deformed. What kind of move is this? Sonic wave technique? Zhao Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling his internal organs trembling. Before he could catch his breath, the skeleton general strode up to him. Its massive battle axe, whistling through the air, crashed down. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere. Zhao Yu's arms trembled violently, his tiger's mouth split open, and he was thrown backward, leaving 2 deep furrows in the ground. That's incredible! Zhao Yu exclaimed. I'll do it! Zhou Cheng's body surged with lightning, and with a silver spear in hand, he unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning that pierced through space and struck the skeleton general's sternum. However, the skeleton general neither dodged nor evaded. Its withered hand reached directly into the lightning and grabbed the spear tip. Crackling electricity leaped across its joints, instantly shattering the tattered armor on its arm into dust, yet the skeleton itself remained unharmed. The skeleton general suddenly pulled, lifting Zhou Cheng and his gun up and slamming them against the wall. Boom! Dust billowed as Zhou Cheng crawled out of the rubble in a disheveled state, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Lin Yu's eyes sharpened, and he clenched his fists, gathering spatial power in his palms. A nearly transparent spatial razor instantly materialized, silently slicing across the skeleton general's waist. Laugh! As if slicing through rotten wood, the skeleton general's upper body snapped off, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. A great opportunity! Zhao Yu was overjoyed. He leaped up, channeling all his energy into his 2 greatswords, and delivered a powerful slash that slammed into the skull of the skeleton general. Snap! The skull shattered, and will-o'-the-wisps flickered. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the scattered skeletons on the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. The broken bones seemed to be pulled together by invisible threads, quickly coming back together. In the blink of an eye, an intact skeleton general stood up again, letting out a deafening battle roar. Reborn? Zhao Yu's eyes widened. The battle roar came again, and Zhao Yu had no time to react before he was blasted out of the tomb and crashed heavily into the passage leading to the broken bridge. Zhou Chang wielded his silver spear in a flourish, his lightning power transforming into a roaring dragon that relentlessly entangled the skeleton general's movements. Lin Yu took the opportunity to retreat, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Since returning from Chongming Island, he has reached level 30, and his mental strength has been specially trained by Yama, so his source energy limit is now much higher than before. Since physical and energy attacks are useless. Space annihilation. Lin Yu clasped his hands together, and a tiny, pitch-black hole appeared out of thin air between his palms. A terrifying devouring force erupted instantly, and the surrounding space began to distort. Go! The black hole flew toward the skeleton general, whose massive skeleton crumbled inch by inch under the force of spatial distortion, turning into countless bone fragments that were sucked into it. It's done! Just as Zhao Yu was about to cheer, he saw Lin Yu's expression change drastically. Something's not right. Lin Yu was horrified to discover that at the moment the skeleton general was shattered, he saw segments of green characters floating out from the skeleton. It wasn't flesh and blood, it was code. The code was sucked into the black hole, and then the surrounding walls began to pixelate and collapse, and the floor twisted and deformed like a data stream. The entire instance space began to shake violently, as if it were about to disintegrate at any moment. The dungeon is about to crash. Lin Yu roared and forcibly retracted the black hole. Why did it stop? Zhao Yu asked, puzzled, as the skeleton general was about to reassemble. If we had held on a little longer, maybe it would have been resolved. This copy is made of data. Lin Yu explained urgently. The green characters that just floated out of its body were code. If we keep attacking, the entire spatial structure of the copy will collapse, and we'll be caught in the spatial turbulence. Everyone's expression changed upon hearing this. They didn't understand the data or code, but they understood the second half of the sentence: the space collapses, and we will be swept into the spatial turbulence. At this moment, the skeleton general stood up again. It seemed to sense Lin Yu's threat and took big strides, charging over with unstoppable momentum. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Zhou Chang shouted as he released lightning nets to buy time while leading the group to retreat. They fought their way back, quickly reaching the edge of the broken bridge. Behind them, the eerie flames still burned fiercely, sending waves of heat crashing down on them. We can't retreat any further. Falling down means certain death. Su Qingshue's voice trembled as she looked at the raging sea of fire behind her. As soon as everyone stood still, they felt their source energy begin to stagnate, as if it were being suppressed by some kind of force. It's a sea of fire. Lin Yu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. This sea of fire can suppress our source energy, so it can definitely suppress it too. It's an undead creature, and what it fears most is pure destructive power. You mean, push it into the fire pit? Zhao Yu's eyes lit up. That's right. Lure it over there. Lin Yu shouted. The group immediately understood and stopped focusing solely on defense, instead beginning to strategically move towards the edge of the inferno. Zhou Cheng's Thunder Dragon held the line in front. Zhao Yu raised his shield and feigned an attack, while Su Qingxue and Xiaomo released interference spells from the side. At the edge of the broken bridge, waves of heat rolled in. Zhao Yu banged his sword against the shield, producing a piercing metallic clang, while shouting vulgarities, "Come on! You little bastard! Grandpa's here! Come and chop me if you dare!" It's unclear whether the skeleton general truly understood his taunts. The ghostly flames in the giant skeleton's eyes flickered violently, as if it had been thoroughly enraged, and it let out a deafening roar. It swung its massive battle axe in a wide arc, whistling as it tore through the air, and cleaved down towards Zhao Yu's head. Yo-ho! Zhao Yu's eyes narrowed. Instead of retreating, he advanced. At the last moment before the battle axe fell, he moved like lightning, nimbly sliding through the ground and passing under the skeleton general's crotch. Clang! The battle axe slammed heavily onto the broken bridge's stone slabs, sparks flying and stone chips flying everywhere. Just as the skeleton general was momentarily distracted, several pitch-black void chains suddenly shot out from the void outside the broken bridge. The chains, as nimble as snakes, precisely wrapped around the skeleton general's arms, neck, and waist, and tightened suddenly. Get down! Zhao Yu had just gotten up from the ground when he saw this and roared. He took a running start and accelerated, using the momentum to put all his strength into his right leg and kick the skeleton general hard in the lower back. "Get out of here!" With a roar from Jiaoyu, the skeleton general's massive body finally lost its balance and tumbled toward the abyss beyond the broken bridge. Roar! The skeleton general struggled frantically in mid-air, wildly swinging his battle axe in an attempt to break the chains binding him, but it was too late. Put! The blades and spears standing upright in the abyss mercilessly pierced through its armor and the gaps in its bones. Then, as if a ferocious beast had smelled blood, the sea of fire below surged into the air, engulfing it entirely. Sizzle! The terrifying heat instantly assaulted every inch of the skeleton general's skeleton, and a horrifying scene unfolded. The skeleton general's empty eye sockets glowed with an even more blinding eerie light in the sea of fire, and its body, in the instant it was burned to ashes, actually tried to be reborn. However, before the newly reconstructed skeleton could take shape, it was once again engulfed and burned by even more violent flames. Thus, in the cycle of rebirth and destruction, the source energy within its body is frantically extracted and burned. Lin Yu stared intently at the sea of fire. He could clearly sense that with each rebirth, the code emitted by the skeleton general was decreasing, and its existence was being forcibly erased by the sea of fire. The ghostly fire in the skull finally went out completely and never lit up again, as the sea of fire completely suppressed the source energy to the last bit of its power. The abyss returned to calm, with only the crackling of the burning flames remaining. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiaoyu plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. "I'm exhausted. This thing is even more troublesome than the boss."